Jiang Hao has crossed over. However, instead of fully mastering passing as he originally intended, he accidentally maxed out his free kick skills. In a national derby, he made a legendary debut by scoring 2 direct free kicks in the final moments of the match. Florentino, the biggest mistake of my life was selling Jiang Hao to Valencia. Zidane, I'm lucky that Jiang Hao was not born in our era. Bale, it's hard to imagine that I would be outpaced by someone. Ramos, isn't this guy afraid of confrontation? Why can't he be tackled? Messi, I announced my retirement from the national team. At the 2018 World Cup award ceremony, Ronaldo took the trophy and laughed. Chapter 1, November 22, 2015. Madrid, Spain. Jiang Hao looked at the score displayed on the big screen and unconsciously clenched his fists. 0:4. It was only 60 minutes in, and his team had already conceded 4 goals, unable to fight back at all. That's right, he was on the Real Madrid team, and their opponent was their arch-rival Barcelona, boasting a terrifying attacking lineup with Messi, Neymar, and Suarez. Jiang Hao himself had crossed over from another parallel world, reborn as a Chinese substitute player for Real Madrid. Coincidentally, his predecessor's name was also Jiang Hao. Now, having crossed into this world just 2 days ago, he was already facing the embarrassing predicament of unemployment. According to his predecessor's memories, Jiang Hao was an outstanding football player in his home country. Dissatisfied with the state of domestic football, he resolutely chose to go abroad and came to Europe, the holy land of football. The dream was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Even though he had exceptional talent in his home country and trained exceptionally hard, almost exhausting every last bit of energy every time, his on-field performance was unsatisfactory. It was either passing mistakes or kicking the ball over the bar when faced with an open goal. Gradually, almost all teams were only willing to offer him short-term contracts, leaving his future to be decided by the head coach based on his performance on the field. Chapter 2, on the field. Barcelona, with their excellent passing and control, always kept the ball at their feet. Whenever a Real Madrid player pressed, the ball would be passed to another teammate just in time. At the same time, with a huge lead, Barcelona players pushed forward, forcing Real Madrid to retreat and defend. This resulted in a lack of Real Madrid players near the midfield, leading to situations where they were outnumbered in tackles. They could barely touch the ball and were constantly toyed with by Barcelona, who took the opportunity to exhaust their stamina. Over time, Real Madrid players became impatient, repeatedly making reckless tackles and losing their positions, allowing the opponent to break through their defense. The third and fourth goals were the best proof of this. After conceding 4 goals, the Real Madrid players calmed down, no longer making reckless advances, but instead retreated to their half to defend firmly. They also lost the desire to score, thinking that as long as they didn't concede more goals, it would be fine. For a time, both sides were at peace, as the game reached the 70th minute. Taking advantage of a dead ball situation, Zidane signaled to the assistant referee to make a substitution. The fans on site also noticed the actions of the Real Madrid coach and turned their attention, eager to see if this midfield master, who had performed exceptionally well during his playing days, could create miracles in his coaching role and help Real Madrid regain some momentum. Chapter 3, time rewinds to 5 minutes ago. In a well-known live broadcast room in Huaxia, Yang Kai said, Zidane is heading towards the bench, seemingly making a personnel adjustment. Based on past experience, he should take off Bale and substitute him with J. Rod, who has excellent vision and long-range shooting ability, to strengthen the midfield's attacking capability. Zhang Sheng nodded, and as a Barcelona fan, he couldn't hide his smugness. It's impossible to turn the game around at this point. They can only find a way to score and salvage a bit of face. Huh? Yang Kai said with some surprise, uncertainly asking, the number 53 warming up is. He awkwardly flipped through the materials in his hand and continued, it's Jiang Hao? It's actually him? Zhang Sheng fell into memories. Jiang Hao is 20 years old this year, plays as an attacking midfielder, has good vision and long-range shooting ability, and has been hailed as one of the most talented players in Huaxia in recent years. Unfortunately, he went to Europe despite warnings and has since faded from the football scene. Let's see if he can perform outstandingly tonight. At the end of his sentence, Zhang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, he did not have high hopes for Jiang Hao and even thought it was ridiculous to have a Huaxia player appear in such a crucial match. Chapter 4, an unexpected goal. Yet Barcelona was not affected at all. After all, they were still leading by 3 goals, and there were less than 20 minutes remaining. They had it in the bag. Neymar kicked off in the center circle, passing the ball to Iniesta, who first secured the ball at his feet, scanning the surroundings to observe both teams' positions. As the MSN tried and approached the opponent's penalty area, they suddenly accelerated, bypassing Jiang Hao, who was the most advanced in midfield. Seeing this, Cruz quickly closed in, using his body to block Iniesta's path. Ronaldo and Benzema, sensing the danger, quickly retreated, positioning themselves between Iniesta and MSN to cut off the connection with the front line. Messi, noticing this, prepared to drop back to the midfield to receive the ball, which was a common tactic for Barcelona. Utilizing Messi's exceptional dribbling and the wall pass cooperation between MSN, they aimed to tear through the opponent's defense with precise short passes. As Messi got into position, Iniesta prepared to pass the ball to the opponent's feet, completely unaware of Jiang Hao, who had just been bypassed but was now back in action. "Watch your back." Messi called out just in time, but it was too late. Before Iniesta could pass the ball, Jiang Hao's toe made first contact, kicking the ball away. Chapter 5. Jiang Hao takes off. He opts to shoot directly. The quality of this free kick seems quite good, curling over the heads of the defenders. Beautiful. The ball is in. Jiang Hao jumped up excitedly from his seat, waving his arms and dancing as if you're the one who scored. What a jerk. He just looked down on him, and now he's acting like a little fanboy. Zhang Sheng silently complained, his expression somewhat displeased. As a loyal fan, he couldn't stand seeing Barcelona concede a goal, especially against their arch-rivals Real Madrid. But his good professional demeanor quickly brought his emotions back in check as he smiled and said, "Well, both free kicks were spectacular. He truly deserves the title of a genius from back in the day. I've heard he only has a short-term contract with Real Madrid after this match. They should consider offering him a long-term deal, though I wonder if he can secure guaranteed playing time." As for whether Jiang Hao could stay with Real Madrid, Jiang Hao didn't seem to care at all. He laughed and said, "With Jiang Hao's performance tonight, there will be plenty of teams willing to offer contracts. If I were him, I would definitely choose to go to another team to develop. There's no need to waste my talent at Real Madrid." The audience was not concerned at all about their opinions. Chapter 6. Thank you for participating. Damn, continue. Thank you for participating. Damn again, continue. After 3 consecutive thank you for participating, Jiang Hao's mentality began to break down. Thinking system, are you kidding me? How can the odds of winning be this low? The program wasn't developed by a company like Tencent, was it? Complaints aside, the lottery had to continue. After the 5th thank you for participating, Jiang Hao finally won. "You have received a bottle of A3 magic oil." What the hell is this? Jiang Hao looked puzzled, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, suspecting he had read it wrong. "I want a shot, not a miss. Besides, with my strong abilities, I don't need this." With a look of disdain, Jiang Hao began to browse the effects of A3 magic oil with little enthusiasm. His expression first turned to surprise, then to joy. It really is magic oil. According to the system's introduction, just 1 drop of A3 magic oil can restore the body to peak condition within 5 minutes. This was like a timely help for Jiang Hao, who urgently needed to enhance his skills. Looking at the amount in this bottle, it would be no problem to train tirelessly for a week. "Come on, let's keep drawing." Jiang Hao looked bold, seemingly having already forgotten the harsh reality of the low winning odds. Chapter 7. No one to see him off, no one to comfort him. Jiang Hao left the Real Madrid club just like that. Valencia acted quickly. As soon as he stepped out of the club door, a business car was waiting at the entrance. A middle-aged man in formal attire stepped out of the passenger seat, extending his right hand with a smile. "Hello, Jiang. I am Sean, the technical advisor for Valencia. On behalf of the club, I welcome you." "It's my honor." Jiang Hao shook hands with him and smiled. "When can we leave for Valencia? I can't wait any longer." "Haha, Jiang, you really are an impatient one." Sean opened the car door and gestured for him to enter. "Please get in, Jiang. I'll take you home to pack your luggage or say goodbye to your landlord." "How about that?" "No need. I've already packed everything. I'm at XX Hotel. Please take me there, Mr. Sean." "Thank you." Jiang Hao waved his hand, thinking that after all the twists and turns, he was finally leaving Madrid. Only this time, he was heading to Valencia instead of going back home. Gladly, Sean sat in the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and said to the driver, "To XX Hotel." The car slowly started, and Jiang Hao looked through the window at the football holy land he once longed for, feeling a bit sentimental. Chapter 8. I'll take that bet. Hearing Jiang Hao's straightforward response, everyone present was stunned. They thought, do Huaxia people really care so much about face these days? Knowing they would definitely lose but still agreeing is too irrational. Nuno Santo frowned, his tone serious. "This concerns a football player's career. You need to think it through. It's not too late to back out now." Jiang Hao smiled slightly, looking relaxed. "I'm very clear-headed right now. Since that's the case, let's get started." Nuno Santo was the first to walk towards the goal. He was previously worried that there would be a rift between him and the chairman because of Jiang Hao. But once the latter disregarded the advice and took on the bet, all those concerns disappeared. Everything was self-inflicted. The group stopped at the penalty area of the field. Alves pointed to the top of the penalty arc, looking defiant. "Hey, Huaxiao person, you can choose your spot now." Jiang Hao looked around and placed the ball where Alves pointed. "As you wish, I'll choose here. The same spot won't always bring you good luck." Alves shook his head as if regretfully, then slowly walked toward the goal, starting to direct his teammates to form a wall. Chapter 9. Jiang Hao took 2 steps back and stopped 2 meters away from the ball, since he couldn't take a direct free kick. Aiming for an angle also carried the risk of hitting above the goal, so he decided to go around the wall. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ball flew quickly towards the right side of the wall. The ball was not very high off the ground, just at the shoulder level of the players. Moreover, judging by its trajectory, it was heading outside the goal. This ball wouldn't go in. Nuno Santo walked towards Jiang Hao while making a prediction in his mind. Regardless of the outcome, he wanted to keep Jiang Hao today. The first free kick was enough to demonstrate the latter's talent. And to be fair, Jiang Hao had already won. He had kept quiet before, wanting to see where the latter's limits were. Now it seemed that his talent was excellent, but not top-notch. He still needed more honing. Even so, Nuno Santo was very satisfied. After all, a modest team like Valencia didn't have many talented young players willing to come. Just as Nuno Santo was thinking about how to develop Jiang Hao, what happened next left him stunned, unable to speak for a long time. The ball, originally heading outside the goal, deviated in its trajectory after passing over the wall, flying toward the goal with an incredible arc. Chapter 10. Just as Jiang Hao was extremely tired and preparing to go to the bathroom to apply some ointment, head coach Nuno Santo called him over. "Jiang, it's late. Stop practicing. Your body needs rest too." Jiang Hao wiped the sweat off his face, pretending to be relaxed. "Coach, I want to practice a bit more. And I don't feel tired. It's good to want to train hard." Nuno Santo nodded in approval. Then his expression became serious. "But rest is equally important. There is scientific basis for balancing work and rest. I don't want you to end up injured on the field one day. I have ointment. What am I afraid of?" Jiang Hao muttered in his heart, but could only nod helplessly. "Okay, I'll go back and rest." He had originally planned to raise his passing skill to 80 before the Champions League group match the day after tomorrow. Now it seemed that this was almost an impossible task, because so far his passing skill was only 65. Moreover, each increase required completing 3,000 passes. In an ideal situation, it would take at least 4 hours, and realistically, it could take even longer. According to the Champions League schedule, Valencia's away match against Zenit was at 6 p.m. local time. Chapter 11. In a live streaming room, Yang Kai said, "Dear viewers, it is now 12:45 a.m., and there are 15 minutes left until the Champions League group match begins. This match features La Liga team Valencia visiting Zenit from the Russian Premier League at the St. Petersburg Stadium. Let us introduce the starting lineups. Valencia is sticking to their usual 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Alves wearing the number 1 jersey, and leading the front line is Spanish forward Rodrigo wearing number 17. It's worth mentioning that Jiang Hao, who performed excellently in the previous Spanish national derby, was sold to Valencia by Real Madrid for €1 million after the match, and his name appears on Valencia's player list for this Champions League group match. We wish him a good performance at Valencia. Back to the match. Zenit is using a 4-4-2 defensive formation, with goalkeeper Lodijan wearing the number 1 jersey, and leading the front line is striker Kurzakov wearing number 11. Currently, Valencia has 2 wins and 2 losses in the group stage, with 6 points, and their chances of advancing are unclear. So they will definitely give their all in this match. Chapter 12. In Chengdu, in a rented apartment living room, more than a dozen middle-aged men surrounded a coffee table filled with peanuts and beer. A middle-aged man who somewhat resembled Jiang Hao slammed a beer and shouted, "What kind of game is this? Not a single decent attack, and we've conceded 2 goals. I really don't know what the head coach is doing." Hearing this, someone immediately grumbled in dissatisfaction. "We haven't complained yet. We were called here in the middle of the night just to watch this. Also, weren't you saying your son was going to play? Where is he?" Jiang Hao's father stiffened, awkwardly smiling. "He should be coming soon. Valencia is already behind. The head coach will definitely make adjustments in the second half. Adjustments should include bringing stable attackers on. Your son just joined the team, right?" The person paused and continued. "We all hope Jiang Hao can achieve results in Europe. But it's been 2 years, and it's still the same. I think it's better for him to return home while he is young." At least he can be a starter and earn a good salary. He added in his heart. This way, he can pay us back sooner. It's not easy for everyone. Jiang Hao's father instinctively wanted to get angry at the questioning of his son. Chapter 13. Gomez, pass me the ball. Thanks to the pressure from his teammates, the ball finally returned to Valencia's feet as desired. Jiang Hao immediately asked his teammate for the ball. Gomez was taken aback, thinking that it was rare to see a Huaxia player actively asking for the ball on the field. But out of trust in Jiang Hao, he passed the ball. Due to the distance, the ball was a bit fast. Jiang Hao stretched out his foot to stop it, bringing the ball to a stop a meter away. Fortunately, his position was slightly behind, and there were no opposing players nearby, so there was no mistake. His basic skills were quite rough. Jiang Hao secretly covered his face, but showed an expression of being in complete control. After gaining possession of the ball, Jiang Hao observed the positions of the players ahead while bringing the ball to the right. Just as he crossed the halfway line, Rodrigo, who was originally in an offside position, suddenly made a run back, immediately rushing into the opponent's penalty area after bypassing the defender. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Hao, who had been acting indifferent, suddenly made a decisive move, delivering a straight pass to Rodrigo, who had penetrated into the penalty area. A beautiful pass. Nuno Santos' eyes lit up, almost jumping in excitement. He originally thought Jiang Hao was only excellent at free kicks and planned to train him as a forward in the future. Chapter 14. The referee blew the final whistle of the match. Valencia, thanks to Jiang Hao's 2 goals and 1 assist, narrowly secured the victory. Here, we hope that Valencia can go further in the Champions League. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Hao almost finished his post-match summary in tears. Reflecting on the early days of his live streaming career, he was also a passionate young man. He often provided commentary while cheering for his compatriots who were fighting far away in foreign lands. Because of this, he faced criticism from fans. Initially, Jiang Hao didn't mind. He believed that his compatriots would eventually shine on the European football stage. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. As his compatriots' performances declined and negative news frequently emerged, he unknowingly joined the ranks of the critics. Although, due to his profession, he might not be as reckless as netizens. Sarcasm was still inevitable. But now, everything is different. Just now, his compatriot contributed 2 goals and 1 assist despite the team being 2 goals down, almost single-handedly turning the score around. This is his compatriot's first time participating in the Champions League, and he is only 20 years old. Jiang Hao felt that his youth had returned. Chapter 15. With these 2 thoughts in mind, the match between Valencia and Sevilla became a focal point for fans. Home tickets quickly sold out, and it was even difficult to buy them through scalpers. Sevilla, as the home team, was overjoyed and joined the hype, increasing the exposure of the match through various channels. They even arranged pre-match interviews. Sevilla's head coach, Unai Emery, stated that Jiang Hao's free kick skills are excellent, and he is currently the most outstanding player from Huaxia. However, he has confidence in his players and will not give the opponent any scoring opportunities. As someone plays the villain, naturally, someone else plays the hero. Sevilla star player Gamero stated that Jiang Hao is indeed a standout among Huaxia players. But don't forget, this is Europe, the holy land of football, where excellent players are countless. Even if he performs well in a few limited matches, it doesn't prove anything. It's just a flash in the pan. Regarding the mixed comments from the outside world, Jiang Hao appeared unusually calm. He was never someone with a fragile heart, so he was not afraid of the criticism from fans and media. In his previous life, he often followed such sports news. Before every match, the media would hype certain topics to influence the mindset of opposing players. Chapter 16. At the Pizjuan Stadium, with the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Sevilla's midfield was the first to kick off. Most La Liga teams are known for their ball possession, and Sevilla was no exception. They constantly passed the ball back and forth, taking advantage of their midfield numbers, while Nine Gamero was running back and forth between the penalty area and the center circle, looking for opportunities. In matches between strong teams, both sides often test each other at the beginning. Politely speaking, it's conservative. Bluntly, it's playing cautiously and waiting for counterattacks. This tactic is boring but surprisingly effective, often requiring only one opportunity to secure victory. This is also why many coaches pursue a score of 10. Of course, this tactic mostly appears in mid-tier teams, while giants like Real Madrid and Barcelona generally do not adopt such strategies. Giants have their dignity, and such play is too dull, severely affecting the club's ability to generate revenue and even its ability to attract superstars. Just imagine which superstar would want to be constantly suppressed. After 5 minutes of play, Sevilla remained patient, passing the ball in their half, while Valencia didn't even touch the ball once. Chapter 17. In the center of the field, Jiang Hao kicked off, passing the ball to Gomez behind him. He then moved closer to Sevilla's penalty area. Gomez received the ball without hesitation and passed it to Alcácer on the right. The latter understood and dribbled forward, trying to create a free kick opportunity for Jiang Hao. This had been the case in the Champions League before. It was the most exhilarating match he had played. He didn't have to worry about anything, just needed to make his moves and charge in. He even provoked the opponent more than once. "Come on, go ahead and tackle me." But Sevilla had clearly done their homework, no matter how Alcácer provoked or made moves. The defenders didn't extend their feet. Seeing that the opponent wasn't falling for it, Alcácer had no choice but to retreat and send the ball into the penalty area. However, Sevilla's defenders clearly wouldn't let him have his way, and with tight defense, Alcácer didn't even have a chance to shoot. Jiang Hao saw this and quickly ran over, shouting, "Hey Alcácer, pass it back." Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Alcácer didn't hesitate at all and passed the ball back. Jiang Hao received the ball and immediately spotted Rodrigo charging into the penalty area. Chapter 18. The ball is in. Gamero scored his second goal, marking the second goal of the match. Nuno Santo paid a painful price for his risky tactics. Jiang Hao provided commentary while sharing his views. Zhang Sheng echoed, "Football is a team sport. Tactics and cooperation are equally important. First, giving up defensive advantages to choose offense is a strategic decision error. Moreover, Jiang Hao and Valencia are still in the adjustment period, and the level of cooperation clearly hasn't reached the standard. For example, in the previous goal, Rodrigo was in a good position, but because Jiang Hao's pass was slightly strong, they missed the chance to equalize. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Originally, many netizens who supported Jiang Hao saw Valencia struggling like this and immediately started to criticize. "What is this? I thought we had a good prospect from Huaxia, but turns out to be this?" The overall strength is still too weak. Only free kicks can be showcased. But how many free kicks can there be in a match? Damn, wasting time. I might as well go watch the pretty girls. Haha, it seems this meal won't happen. On the field, after conceding 2 goals, Valencia's morale immediately plummeted. Chapter 19. Jiang Hao originally planned to use his SSS-level skill at the last moment. However, the situation on the field changed too quickly. Not long after the start, his team fell behind by 2 goals. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Valencia's morale. If they didn't score to help the team regain confidence soon, they might concede again. With this goal, Jiang Hao noticed that his teammates' tense bodies relaxed a bit. However, in the next moments, both sides could only fight it out for victory with real efforts. Sevilla kicked off from the center circle, with Banega still serving as the offensive core, pushing forward. Having learned from previous mistakes, Parejo proactively moved up to defend. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, who was originally matched up with him, took on the role of a free man in the front line. This is also the latest tactical arrangement by Nuno Santo. Since Jiang Hao's defense is weak, rather than wasting energy on futile efforts, it's better not to participate in defense and to invest more energy in offense. Facing Parejo, Banega clearly struggled more than before. After several attempts, he couldn't get past the latter and could only pass the ball back to his teammates. On Valencia's side, after just scoring a goal, their morale was high, and they were very active in defense. Chapter 20. Jiang, a beautiful goal. Rodrigo, Parejo, and others rushed forward to embrace him and offer their congratulations. Even the goalkeeper Alves ran over, wanting to give Jiang Hao a bear hug. Jiang Hao almost lost his mind and shouted, "Damn it, get back quickly. If the referee suddenly blows the whistle, we're all done for." Alves' expression changed, and he quickly ran back. He was so excited that he forgot to think carefully. Fortunately, the main referee showed Valencia some favor and did not blow the whistle at that moment. Instead, he waited until both sides were ready before allowing the match to continue. With the score tied, both sides returned to the same starting line. Therefore, in the remaining time of the first half, both teams were relatively cautious, and neither could organize a decent attacking wave. In the end, both teams ended the first half at 2-2. In the Valencia locker room, the atmosphere was harmonious. All the players were chatting and laughing, even those who had been sitting on the bench. After Jiang Hao scored 2 consecutive goals, they no longer looked down on their opponents, but thought about how to win Jiang Hao over. Given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Hao became a key player in the team. As long as they built a good relationship with Jiang Hao, they might not be unable to make it into the starting lineup. Chapter 21. Sevilla players breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the opponent made a mistake. If they scored again, the coach would definitely scold them. Rico placed the ball and then kicked it towards the center circle. Rodrigo contested for the first drop point and headed the ball to Gomez. The latter safely passed it back to his center back. Aside from that slightly threatening attack earlier, both sides had nothing to show in the next 20 minutes. Although possession changed hands frequently, they only passed the ball back and forth near midfield without approaching the penalty area. If this trend continued, a draw was inevitable. Jiang Hao did not want to end in a draw. After finally starting the match, not winning would feel like letting down the team's trust. At this point, the match had reached the 79th minute, and with stoppage time, there were less than 15 minutes left in the match. Jiang Hao didn't have to defend, so he still had plenty of energy, and organizing two attacks was not difficult. On the sidelines, Nuno Santo was also constantly waving, signaling Valencia's players to push forward, clearly not wanting the match to end in a draw. Currently, the team had 26 points in the league, ranking behind Atletico Madrid, and was 8 points away from the top team, Barcelona. If Valencia wanted to compete for the championship, they had to win this match. Chapter 22. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Thanks to the young Chinese player Jiang Hao's 2 goals and 2 assists, Valencia achieved victory and gained 3 valuable points. The league points also rose to 3rd place, just 2 points behind Real Madrid. This also indicated that Valencia's tactics tonight, although risky, were undoubtedly the right choice. One had to admire Nuno Santo's courage to let a young player who had just joined the team start in such a crucial match and take on the role of the team's attacking core. Let us congratulate Valencia and Jiang Hao, hoping for better cooperation in the future. After the match ended and the closing remarks were read, Jiang Hao still couldn't calm down from the excitement. 2 goals and 2 assists, contributing to 4 goals in total. Jiang Hao's performance tonight was enough to slap those who underestimated him in the face, especially Real Madrid, who sold him for €1 million. One could only wonder what they would think of his performance. Beside him, Zhang Sheng was so shocked he couldn't even speak. As a die-hard Messi fan, he always believed that professional players could be divided into 2 levels. One is Messi, and the other is not as good as Messi. Chapter 23. Ding. The host's first start, performance perfect. Reward, 20 lottery tickets, 10 skill points, injury resistance 3. As soon as Jiang Hao returned to the hotel, he heard the system's cold mechanical voice, and his eyes lit up. He remembered that the system hadn't issued a task before the match, but the rewards were substantial. Just the injury resistance of 3 was enough to make Jiang Hao ecstatic. His previous injury resistance was 6, and with the 3 points just awarded by the system, didn't that mean he would have almost no risk of injury in his future career? For a professional player, this could be considered the most generous and perfect reward. The key was that there were also 10 skill points. As for the lottery tickets, given the system's tendencies, they weren't very useful, just better than nothing. Jiang Hao didn't rush to allocate skill points, but directly used all 40 lottery tickets. The 20 from the previous match reward hadn't been used, so this was a perfect opportunity to use them all at once. System, lottery. Jiang Hao communicated with the system in his mind, using up all the lottery tickets at once. Executing command. Drawing lottery, thank you for participating, obtained a bottle of A3 magic oil, chapter 24, for a full 6 days. Jiang Hao trained hard and was completely isolated from the outside world. However, he didn't know that news from La Liga was spreading like wildfire. The strongest rookie in La Liga history, 6 goals and 3 assists in 3 matches. Real Madrid's discarded player joins Valencia, helping the team come back in 2 consecutive matches. Chinas News. Real Madrid President me juzga. Real Madrid president regrets. Currently discussing the buyback of Jiang Hao with Valencia. Various media outlets were inundated with discussions, and the only protagonist was Jiang Hao, a young player from China. For a time, titles like the strongest rookie, genius midfielder, and free kick master were all attributed to Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's reputation in his home country was quietly rising. Whenever Jiang Hao appeared in news articles, the comments below were filled with 999. In the next round of La Liga, the ticket prices for Valencia's home games were also absurdly inflated by scalpers. Even the cheapest seats had increased nearly 5-fold. Even so, tickets remained hard to come by. After all, Jiang Hao's recent performances were so outstanding that they were highly attractive. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes whether this young Chinese player could maintain his excellent form against Barcelona, who had the terrifying attacking trio of MSN. Chapter 25, December 6th. Local time in China, 3 a.m. The match had not yet started, but the popularity in the live broadcast room had already reached an extremely terrifying level. There are 500,000 people online. The game hasn't started yet, and I'm waiting anxiously. I'm not in a hurry. I took a leave of absence because I don't have to work tomorrow. I also used my annual leave just to watch Jiang Hao's match, hoping this time it won't be a loss. Netizens are chatting casually to pass the time. Jiang Hao and Zhang Sheng are the same. According to the starting lineup announced before the match, Jiang Hao is very likely to start for Valencia, although Barcelona's starting list includes the current main lineup. Who actually plays will depend on head coach Enrique's decision. However, from a strength perspective, Valencia is clearly weaker than Barcelona at this point. So Enrique is likely to rest one of Messi, Neymar, or Suarez. Jiang Hao knows the strength gap between the two teams. Even as a fan of Jiang Hao, he has to admit that Valencia has a low chance of winning this match. If they can end in a draw, it would be a blessing. In contrast, Zhang Sheng appears very calm at this moment and doesn't underestimate Jiang Hao as he usually does. In his mind, it's a sure thing that Barcelona will take all 3 points, so there's no need to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of either side. Chapter 26. The goal is in. A 20-second flash strike. In the live broadcast room, Jiang Hao shouted loudly, almost flipping the table in excitement. He really didn't expect Jiang Hao to score in just 20 seconds under such circumstances, especially against the powerful Barcelona. Such a feat is extremely rare in the history of football. As a Chinese, he felt proud for the first time. Anyone who dares to say there are no talents in Chinese football will get a picture of Jiang Hao thrown in their face. Zhang Sheng's expression also became serious. As a professional, he could see that Jiang Hao's goal was impeccable in terms of both the shot and the final adjustment of his steps. Describing it as textbook-level detail is not an exaggeration. However, it's a relief that Messi isn't on the field. This makes Zhang Sheng feel a lot better. The image of Kaká's solo goal with Messi chasing behind him is still a thorn in Zhang Sheng's heart. Every time he talks about football with friends, he feels an urge to flip the table when someone mentions that scene. The comments section is flooded with vulgarities and nonsense. But it's not cursing. It's just that they don't have the vocabulary to express their feelings at this moment. Chapter 27. Upon seeing the referee's gesture, the players from both teams immediately surrounded him. Peak said, "Hey, the Chinese player is diving, faking a fall. I saw it clearly from the side." Rodrigo did not back down. "It was clearly your teammate who fouled. There were dirty moves involved." Peak pouted and scoffed. "You're so far away. How can you see it clearly? I'm the closest person to them." The two started arguing back and forth, but it had no effect on the referee's decision. He raised a yellow card over Little Ma's head while pointing to the spot where Jiang Hao fell, giving Valencia a free kick in the attacking zone. The Barcelona players immediately protested. They had witnessed Jiang Hao's prowess in free kicks before. In a previous match against Real Madrid, this Chinese player scored 2 free kicks in quick succession at the end, helping their rivals save face. They all felt a wave of fear at that time. If Jiang Hao had come on earlier, perhaps the match result would not have been so simple as 4-2. Back in the locker room, Peak immediately suggested to Enrique to buy this player, and the Barcelona higher-ups took practical action afterward. However, due to interference from the old president, Jiang Hao ultimately went to Valencia. Chapter 28. Wow, amazing. Jiang Hao is so impressive. Meihua, look. Lu Yi jumped up and down, her beautiful eyes sparkling. There was excitement, thrill, and even a hint of admiration. She's been interested in football since childhood and has regretted more than once why she wasn't born a boy. Then she could run on the green pitch like those players in the center of the field. Although women can also become professional players, she always feels like something is missing. Watching the Valencia players celebrating passionately on the field, Lu Yi finally realizes that what's missing is that fighting spirit. Looking at the girl in front of her who was dancing with joy, Xiao Meihua sighed. As a woman who has experienced life, she could see that Lu Yi's current behavior was a sign that she was about to get deeply involved. But what could be done? The young man on the field is indeed very outstanding. Even though she is now married and doesn't understand football, she feels an impulse to get to know Jiang Hao. Moreover, Lu Yi, who has just entered society, feels the same way. In a certain live broadcast room in China, Little Ma fouled Jiang Hao, and Valencia was awarded a free kick. Jiang Hao is still the one taking the free kick. Chapter 29. Impressive. Jiang Hao sincerely praised. In just 2 minutes on the field, he helped the team score a goal, despite their side almost parking the bus. This person's ability is simply remarkable. Fortunately, the opponent came on late, and they still have a 1-goal lead. Overall, winning this match is still possible. But the premise is that Valencia must defend well, especially against Messi. No matter what, someone must keep an eye on him at all times, without any slackening. Just now, it was a moment of distraction from their defensive player that allowed the opponent to seize the opportunity and score. Such mistakes cannot happen again. However, this is the coach's responsibility. I believe there will be targeted arrangements during halftime. But right now, the players on the field need to focus on not conceding any goals in the remaining time. Since Barcelona is still trailing, even after scoring, they didn't celebrate wildly. Instead, they quickly picked up the ball and ran towards the center circle, signaling the referee to blow the whistle to resume the match. Beep. Jiang Hao kicked off from the center circle, passing to the most stable point in the team, Parejo. This person has always been the core of Valencia's midfield, and his strength is well known. Chapter 30. The second half begins. This time, it's Barcelona's turn to kick off. As soon as the ball was kicked, Barcelona pushed forward as a whole. Suarez and Neymar moved to their familiar positions first. Messi still strolled leisurely, looking for opportunities near the center circle. After suffering at Jiang Hao's hands at the start, Busquets kept an eye on Jiang Hao and occasionally threw out some trash talk. "Hey, Chinese kid, you caught my attention. Trust me, the scene from earlier will never happen again." Jiang Hao ignored him and adjusted his position, moving closer to Messi. Both sides played patiently. The scene was exactly as Nuno Santo had anticipated. Valencia was being pressed down for a long time. The situation was incredibly awkward. However, with successful defensive plays one after another, they gradually gained confidence in winning the match. As the opponent began to find their rhythm, Iniesta immediately slowed down the pace of the game. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, but instead moved the ball back and forth around his own half and the midfield circle, attracting defenders to come up and challenge. With such a dense formation from the opponents, even though they were skilled at quick short passes, mistakes would inevitably occur at times. Although they lost the ball a few times, they quickly regained possession, but continuing like this was ultimately unsafe. In Chapter 31, the arrogant Huaxia people, Parejo squinted his eyes, feeling inexplicably irritated. He admitted that Jiang Hao was impressive, but compared to top players like Messi, he clearly fell short. Passing the ball to him, was he really going to equalize? Such bravado, even Messi and Ronaldo wouldn't dare to say lightly. A young player who hadn't played many matches had the audacity to make such claims. Of course, Parejo only thought this in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He was a calm person and knew that Jiang Hao was indeed the team's most efficient scoring point. Passing the ball to him was undoubtedly the right choice. However, the way he spoke made people uncomfortable, as if he was the boss of the team. The match resumed. After passing the ball back to Parejo, Jiang Hao stood still near the midfield circle. Several Barcelona players pressed forward, while Busquets continued to follow Jiang Hao. Parejo, being a local Spanish player, had excellent footwork and ball protection skills. Facing 3 players pressing him, he feigned a shot and passed the ball to Mina, quickly running to receive it. In comparison, Mina's ball protection skills were noticeably weaker. In Chapter 32, MVP, Jiang Hao muttered to himself, still in shock. Hat trick, hat trick. These words kept ringing in his mind, a surge of excitement rushing to his head. It was known that Jiang Hao was facing a Barcelona team with several world-class players. Yet despite this, he single-handedly changed the course of the match, pulling Valencia back from the brink. Although they didn't manage to secure 3 points at home, it was a bit regrettable, but Jiang Hao's name was destined to echo throughout the football world. Haha. Jiang Hao looked at Zhang Sheng, who had a slightly dark expression, and said triumphantly, even somewhat recklessly, "Weren't you confident? Didn't you think victory was assured? Did you see that? Just asking if you saw it. This is football." Zhang Sheng couldn't hold his expression, wanting to retort, but momentarily speechless. He had to admit he underestimated Jiang Hao. Moreover, he couldn't find any fault with the performance on the pitch that night. If he really had a nitpick, he could only say that Jiang Hao's defense wasn't good. But others were playing in the attacking position, and having just completed a hat trick, bringing up defense would be too obvious an intention to find fault. In Chapter 33, after Jiang Hao left the field, Valencia never crossed their own half again. From the moment Xavi Fuego came on, they understood that the goal for the night was no longer victory. Ensuring a draw was the priority. As a final whistle blew, in the 14th round of La Liga, Valencia ultimately drew 3-3 with Barcelona, each team earning 1 point in the league standings. In the post-match interview, Nuno Santo did not let Jiang Hao participate. This surprised everyone, and Nuno Santo was even attacked by reporters as a result. Comments like "only know how to take credit," "unworthy of coaching Jiang Hao" surfaced. Some even resorted to personal attacks, aiming to force Nuno Santo to release Jiang Hao. But no matter how they insulted him, Nuno Santo refused to budge. It wasn't that he had any bad intentions. He was mainly concerned about Jiang Hao's contract situation. The latter performed too well that night, inevitably attracting interest from other teams, including the big clubs. This was still without knowing Jiang Hao's buyout clause. If other teams found out the buyout was only €2 million, they would surely fly in the middle of the night to take him away. The reason for not letting Jiang Hao participate in the post-match interview was to prevent him from having thoughts of leaving Valencia and spreading them through the media. In Chapter 34, with another Champions League match in 4 days, Nuno Santo only gave the team half a day off after the brief meeting before quickly leaving the locker room. He had more important matters to discuss with the chairman regarding Jiang Hao's early contract renewal. Seeing the head coach leave, Rodrigo immediately approached, winking at Alves. "Hey, Alves, do you want to go to the bar for a drink?" "No." Alves shook his head decisively, looking firm. Rodrigo was taken aback. What's up with this guy suddenly turning over a new leaf? Did he get scolded and decided to reform? Really not going? Those two hot girls might be at the bar tonight. Really? Alves's eyes lit up, unable to suppress a gulp. But he suddenly remembered his vow and gritted his teeth, saying if they go, that's their business. What has it got to do with me? It was clear he lacked confidence when saying this. Keep pretending, Rodrigo scoffed, looking disdainful. Are you sure you're not going? Because those two are mine, switching them up for the next couple of days. How about we go again? Anyway, my vow didn't specify when it starts, so let's say it starts tomorrow. We have to give people a buffer period, right? With that thought, Alves hooked his arm around his teammate's shoulder. Let's go. Jiang Hao watched the excited duo, momentarily speechless. He thought to himself how they loved to hang out in nightclubs without worrying about their professional careers. Historically, there have been many players with outstanding talent, but few have managed to maintain their peak for long. Some of this is due to injuries, but the main reason is a lack of discipline resulting from late-night partying. However, fortunately, although Alves and Rodrigo enjoyed this lifestyle, it didn't affect their training the next day. Otherwise, they would have been benched for reflection long ago. The next day, waking up at 9 in the morning, Jiang Hao quickly finished breakfast and changed into his training gear to head to the training ground for warm-up. With a low overall rating, daily training could not be neglected. This was a rule Jiang Hao had set for himself. Just like today, as Ronaldo, who managed to maintain excellent competitive form. The training and discipline of the players themselves are inseparable. Although physical skills may gradually decline and become irreversible with age, consistent daily training can slow down this decline. Some players find themselves in a semi-retirement state at 33, while others, even at 35 or 36, can still dominate in the top 5 leagues. Of course, physical talent plays a part, but the more significant difference lies in their professional attitude. In a previous life, media outlets revealed the secrets to Cristiano Ronaldo's success, which included diet, rest, and training. Ronaldo has always emphasized healthy eating and linked it to maintaining his football performance. He ensures that he consumes high-quality food, and his dietary plan is nearly flawless, which helps keep his stamina and condition at peak levels. His rest and training are strictly conducted under professional guidance. Naturally, he also allocates time for family and other aspects of life. But this does not affect his performance on the training ground. As a player, Jiang Hao naturally aspires to be a role model like Ronaldo. Chapter 35. After completing a day's training, Jiang Hao was about to head out when he was stopped by Nuno Santo, who was rushing in. "Jiang, there are too many people outside. It's best if you don't go out now." The number of people outside seemed irrelevant to Jiang Hao, who felt confused but didn't ask further. "Coach, I'm just going out for a meal. I know you're going to eat," Nuno Santo muttered under his breath, feeling quite frustrated. Just moments ago, Gary Neville had issued a strict order to stop Jiang Hao at all costs before he arrived. Initially, Nuno Santo didn't understand what significant event warranted the club president's personal involvement. But as he passed through the club's main gate, it suddenly dawned on him there were teams coming to poach players. And not just one. He recognized those teams, as they were all among the top-ranked in various leagues. Some were even prestigious clubs in the top 5 leagues. This made Nuno Santo's heart race. He knew that the allure of these top clubs far surpassed that of Valencia. Whether it was in terms of salary, career development, or team influence, any of these top clubs could easily overshadow Valencia. Chapter 36. Jiang, how about this? The renewal salary will be set at 6 million euros. Gary Neville quoted a relatively high figure based on the team's average salary level. Okay, I have no objections. Let's go with what the president said. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Hao readily agreed, which made Gary Neville feel that the price might have been set too high again. However, he didn't mind, considering Jiang Hao's current competitive level. Valencia securing a renewal at a salary of 6 million was quite a bargain. The only downside was that the renewal period was a bit short, only 3 years. They also discussed the penalty clause, ultimately setting it at 50 million euros. The contract was quickly sent over. Gary Neville glanced over the contract before preparing to sign. But when he saw the additional clauses at the back, his previously smiling face suddenly stiffened. A bonus of 50,000 euros for each goal or assist. A bonus of 2 million euros for winning the league, and 10 million euros for winning the Champions League. How could there be such outrageous additional clauses? Gary Neville immediately took out his phone and called the legal department. What is going on with the last additional clause of the contract? Why was it added out of nowhere? Chapter 37, Mestalla Stadium. Since Jiang Hao joined Valencia, it has become a crowded venue. Especially as Jiang Hao's performance on the pitch has improved, the number of scalpers has also increased. With just half an hour until the Champions League match began, the stadium was already packed. Lyon is a strong team in League One, and their forward Lacazette is a regular on the scoring charts. In the 2014-15 season, he played 40 matches for Lyon across all competitions, scoring 31 goals. This season, he's performing similarly. For Valencia to secure a win in this match, they must find a way to limit Lacazette. This was also the task assigned by Nuno Santo to the two center-backs before the match. Valencia's starting lineup remained familiar. Rodrigo was at the front, followed by Jiang Hao, Parejo, and Gomez, among others. Last time, Valencia won 1-0 against Lyon away. Now back at home, and with Jiang Hao's addition, the entire team was full of confidence and believed they could win this match. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time to toss a coin to determine which team would kick off. Valencia was fortunate enough to gain the right to serve in the first half. Chapter 38. The match continued. Although Valencia conceded a goal and faced jeers from their home fans, they did not lose their fighting spirit. Instead, everyone felt a surge of determination. Lyon clearly sensed their fighting spirit and voluntarily retreated their formation, adopting a defensive counterattack strategy. Jiang Hao, being less physically imposing but highly threatening, received special treatment from the opposing defense. They employed small fouls, physical confrontations, and even intentionally knocked him down. Although he wasn't injured, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen. The Valencia players, led by Rodrigo, repeatedly protested to the referee but were dismissed on the grounds of normal contact. Parejo even received a yellow card for his heated words. This immediately escalated the tension between both sides. An ordinary Champions League group match transformed into a battle for survival. On the pitch, sometimes talking too much is useless. Only scoring goals serves as the most powerful rebuttal. Jiang Hao held the ball, passed it to Rodrigo, who was positioned forward and then accelerated to run to the right front. The latter understood and passed the ball back to Jiang Hao. Before this match, head coach Nuno Santo had emphasized that attacking participants must be proactive in their positioning to help Jiang Hao create space. Chapter 39. Gonalons, how are you even seeing this? You've led him into the penalty area. Watching the Valencia players celebrating wildly, Lopez shouted angrily, feeling extremely frustrated. Both goals conceded were due to Gonalons failing to contain Jiang Hao, allowing the latter's attacking talent to shine. Earlier, they had said they would make the opponent look good, but now, who was really making whom look good? Gonalons' face was also flushed with anger, feeling more frustrated than Lopez. He was actively trying to create trouble for Jiang Hao. However, the opponent completely avoided a direct confrontation, even when receiving the ball, utilizing teammate screens and quick positioning. He couldn't outrun him, so what could he do? He couldn't just foul someone when he didn't have the ball. If he did that, even if the referee was lenient, he would still be sent off. That would be truly embarrassing. Lyon's midfielder Cornet clearly understood this and stepped forward to comfort him. Lopez, you can't blame Gonalons for this goal. It's mainly because that Huaxiao player is too cunning. I'll keep an eye on him. Gonalons, you focus on covering. Gonalons nodded in agreement. However, covering was relatively easier, and he only needed to step up when Jiang Hao was advancing with the ball. Chapter 40. Unbelievable. This young player actually dribbled past the ball with his foot. I seem to see the shadow of Bergkamp from years ago. This goal is destined to be legendary. The live commentator was so excited he was incoherent, and one could even faintly hear him pounding the table. Jiang Hao's earlier long-range shot had already captivated people, and now he replicated a classic goal in football. It was impossible to find any reason not to go wild. The excitement wasn't limited to the commentator. The fans in the stands were also ecstatic. The applause lasted for nearly a minute. The Valencia players on the field surrounded Jiang Hao, showering him with compliments. "Jiang, that was beautiful, an amazing shot. You truly are one of a kind. Thank God for bringing you to Valencia. With you, we fear no team." Rodrigo even knelt on one knee, placing Jiang Hao's right foot on his knee and wiping it with his shirt. This scene was cleverly captured by photographers and sent to various media outlets. In the Jiang Hao's live streaming room, the previously calm viewers could no longer pretend to be composed and were all expressing their true feelings with exclamations. Chapter 41. Coach Fournier. May I ask if Lions' miserable defeat is due to issues with your tactical arrangements, or is there another reason? For the losing side, the media can sometimes be quite blunt. The questions posed were exceptionally sharp. Seemingly anticipating this result, Fournier was not angry at the questions. His face showed no emotion. "My tactics are fine, and the players executed them well. This loss, I can only say, was to God." The blonde reporter who asked the question was clearly dissatisfied with this answer and reminded him, "Coach Fournier, can I interpret this response as a perfunctory answer or an admission of problems with your tactical arrangements?" Fournier shook his head. "The God I refer to is not what you think." The blonde reporter was taken aback and asked, "Are you talking about that young player?" Fournier nodded, revealing an envious expression. "Nuno Santo is very lucky to coach such an outstanding player." The blonde reporter seemed unconvinced and even puzzled. A newly emerging player seems far from being able to influence the outcome of the game. You won't understand his terror until you face him directly. Chapter 42. At the Ipurua Stadium, this match, which had not received much attention, kicked off as scheduled. Eibar adopted a traditional 4-2-3-1 formation, with Spanish forward Bastón at the front, wearing the number 18 jersey. Last season, he played for the Segunda División team Zaragoza, starting 39 times and scoring 23 goals. He transferred to La Liga team Eibar at the end of the season and is currently a stable scoring point for the team. The attacking midfielder position was occupied by number 2 Verdi, with wingers on either side. Due to Jiang Hao being on the bench, Valencia used a 4-3-3 formation for this match. Leading the front line was number 9 striker Paco, with Cancelo on the right and Paul on the left. Notably, Cancelo had previously played as a left back. Changing him to forward was undoubtedly a bold attempt by Nuno Santo. The starting goalkeeper Alves was rested, and number 24 substitute Domenech took the field. Thanks to their overall strength, Valencia firmly occupied the advantage at the beginning of the match. In the first 20 minutes, they pressured Eibar's players to not even cross half. Cancelo seemed to have taken performance-enhancing drugs, constantly charging down the left flank, making Eibar's left back miserable. Chapter 43. Bad reputation? Jiang Hao looked at the two with surprise, then understood. What Nuno Santo referred to as bad should imply that these two black players had dirty actions on the field. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed much worse than Gonelin's from Lyon. Jiang Hao merely nodded, not saying much. He wouldn't be intimidated by this. If it came to fighting, the word cowardice has never existed in the Huasha dictionary. As long as they didn't provoke him, it was fine. Once they did, he'd use the football to knock them down. Just like in the 17-18 season of the Champions League, Neymar was repeatedly brought down, yet the referee remained unmoved. But when he retaliated, the referee rushed in and promptly issued a yellow card. This action only made the opposing players more wary, leading to Neymar being fouled multiple times afterward. In the end, unable to tolerate it, Neymar took a shot from midfield that nearly toppled the referee. At that time, Jiang Hao was utterly delighted. Now, well, he wouldn't mind feeling that joy again. After a 5-minute warm-up, Jiang Hao and Parejo were substituted onto the field in the 75th minute. Cancelo returned to the left-back position, while the previous left-back, Oba, was substituted off. Chapter 44. Seeing that the referee showed no reaction, the fans on site were like a lit powder keg. They all gave international friendly gestures while throwing bottles and fireworks onto the field. Damn, Valencia's bunch of scoundrels. Are they playing football or playing dirty? Yellow-skinned monkeys. You did it on purpose. Get off the field. Ref, you trash. Can't you see such an obvious foul? Bastard, it must be intentional. When teammates were carried off the field, The Ibar players immediately surrounded Jiang Hao. Their eyes were fierce, as if Jiang Hao didn't give them an explanation. They would take action. Jiang Hao was unafraid and stepped forward, scoffing. Which one of you saw that I did it on purpose? If we were talking about intent, the guy who knocked Jiang Hao down earlier was the one who acted deliberately. Perejo immediately ran over, shielding Jiang Hao behind him with a cold smile. Were you looking for a fight? He was already angry from the yellow card given by the referee and was looking for an outlet for his frustration. Now that this group of sore losers dared to provoke him, he didn't mind getting suspended for a few matches to practice with them. Don't be fooled by his usual laughter and jokes. He has a fiery temper. Paco is the same. Chapter 45, Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. Apart from the Valencia fans who were celebrating wildly, the Celta home supporters and the 11 players on the pitch just stared blankly below. The young man, pinned down by his teammates, couldn't say a word for a long time. What terrifying strength this was. Just 20 minutes ago, the score between the two teams was still 1-1. Because of this young Chinese player coming on, they were almost completely overpowered. In an extremely short time, they conceded 5 goals and became the victims of a bloodbath. Clap, clap, clap. It was unclear who started clapping first, but over 5,000 home fans stood up to pay their highest respect to that miraculous young player. This is Europe. This is football. On this land, they only revere the strong. No matter where you come from, even if you're a member of a rival team, as long as you have enough strength, they will generously offer their praise. Just like when the proud Real Madrid fans at the Bernabeu were conquered by Ronaldinho's dazzling skills and gave him a round of applause and respect. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he was the star of the World Cup. Chapter 46. Jiang, you pervert, are you still playing? Paco lay limp on the grass, gasping for breath, completely drenched in sweat. For a full 4 hours, Jiang Hao had been like a madman, battling him for the ball. He hadn't stopped for a moment except to go to the bathroom. Even when Paco knocked him down each time, he would immediately get back up and rush at him again. Among professional players, Paco prided himself on not losing stamina to anyone. But at this moment, compared to Jiang Hao, he was simply not enough. He finally understood why Jiang Hao could perform so outstandingly. Talented and so hardworking. If he couldn't play well with those qualities, then they should all just pack up and go home before embarrassing themselves. I won't practice anymore. If I continue, I'll be ruined. All right. Jiang Hao agreed without hesitation. Paco had originally planned to take a break, but he stayed back to practice with him for an entire afternoon, which was already very kind of him. Moreover, Paco didn't have any special aids. He relied solely on his own hard strength that afternoon. Continuing like this, although it was a bit exaggerated to say he would be ruined, getting injured was highly likely. Thus, he felt guilty. Looking at the time, Jiang Hao smiled and said, "There's still 2 hours until the cocktail party starts. I should be just in time if I take a shower." Chapter 47. Jiang, wait for me. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped out of the villa gate, he heard someone calling for him. Turning around, he saw it was Amy, who had teased him earlier. At this moment, due to running, her curves danced gracefully, drawing an astonishing arc in the air. I have to say, in this aspect, European women truly have a natural talent. Huff, Amy gasped, then pitifully complained, "Why are you walking so fast? Can't you wait for me?" Jiang Hao found it both amusing and exasperating. "I don't know you. Why should I wait for you?" He thought this in his heart, but still smiled and replied, "I'm a bit tired. I want to go back and rest early." Tired? Amy's eyes sparkled, and then she brushed her long hair by her ear, slightly leaning her head closer to Jiang Hao, gently blowing in his ear. "I know a way to relax. Do you want to try? I'm not an easy person." Jiang Hao mocked inwardly, but his face didn't show any expression. "No need. I'm just a bit sleepy. A nap will do." Saying this, he ignored Amy, whose face had turned a bit unhappy, and got into an Uber. Chinese men are really pathetic, too timid to touch what's right in front of them, so insecure. Watching the car leave, Amy stomped her foot in anger and then turned back into the villa. Chapter 48. Ugh. Upon arriving at the training ground, Alves yawned with little energy and looked at the sweaty Jiang Hao in front of him. "Good morning, Jiang." "Morning." Seeing his panda eyes, Jiang Hao knew this guy had been drained last night. Rodrigo arrived shortly after, looking relatively more energetic than Alves. Today's team training was relatively light, mainly focusing on recovery training. After all, they had just played a match not long ago, and too high an intensity could easily lead to injuries, which would be counterproductive. Nuno Santo even directly canceled the intra-squad scrimmage segment, letting the whole team practice some basic skills instead. This made most of the players feel unmotivated. They weren't rookies just starting out, so why would they need to practice basic skills? Yet, Jiang Hao completed every set of movements seriously, over and over again. This made the Valencia players feel a bit embarrassed. When it came to performance on the pitch, no one in the team could match Jiang Hao's excellence. Even so, he still earnestly completed every set of movements. Why did they have to slack off or look down on this or that? The nightclub duo exchanged glances and silently began their training. Chapter 49. Why? Raiola showed an expression of surprise again. To be honest, Valencia was just a small team with limited influence in football. If Jiang Hao wanted to achieve something, leaving was the best choice. But now he was actually considering staying temporarily, which was truly puzzling. Are you afraid you won't be a starter at another team? Don't worry about that. Raiola patted his chest confidently. I will ensure that your playing time is guaranteed in the contract. Jiang Hao shook his head. He wasn't worried about whether he could play as a starter. Even if he went to teams like Real Madrid or Barcelona, with his skills, securing a starting position would definitely not be difficult. He half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "At least I want to win a championship before I leave. Plus, if I go to another team now, I won't be able to play in the Champions League, which would be such a pity." Ambitious. Raiola was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't just tell him to leave without a care. Moreover, Jiang Hao was right. According to UEFA rules, a player could only represent one team in the Champions League per season. Given Jiang Hao's abilities, not going to the Champions League to prove himself would indeed be a shame. Chapter 50. 3 days ago, when Gary Neville learned that Raiola had become Jiang Hao's agent, he felt something was off. Before he could react, teams began calling to ask if he was considering selling Jiang Hao. Most of these teams were big clubs, including Italy's Inter Milan and the Premier League's Chelsea and Manchester United. They showed no hesitation in expressing their interest in Jiang Hao. However, strangely, these teams were only willing to pay $40 million. Otherwise, they were willing to wait another 3 years until Jiang Hao's contract expired and he became a free agent. This made Gary Neville realize that it was likely Raiola stirring the pot. The reason for this was to tell himself that there were plenty of teams willing to take Jiang Hao. For the club, Raiola was not an easy opponent. Even big clubs like Inter and Manchester United would face setbacks with him, let alone a small club like Valencia. Gary Neville immediately called Raiola. The other party admitted to manipulating the situation. The only goal was to get his client the benefits he deserved, especially regarding image rights. Gary Neville naturally would not agree. A significant reason he signed Jiang Hao was because of the potential in the Chinese market behind him. Chapter 51. The 4-5-1 formation was the best strategy against strong teams. It allowed for multi-directional rotations. Sometimes the two wingers could drop back to become 6 defenders, and sometimes it could turn into 5 defenders. It could even increase the number of midfielders, transforming into a 4-6-0 formation. This tactic could provide more pressure in the midfield, making it difficult for opponents to exploit gaps on the flanks. Yet, this defensive formation was breached within the first 5 minutes of the game. This was not good news for Getafe. Last season, although they successfully avoided relegation, they were only 2 points away from the relegation zone. It could be said that luck played a significant role in their survival. This season, after 15 rounds of matches, they were still hovering around the relegation zone. A slight misstep could see them relegated to the Segunda División. For a team like theirs, even a single point was crucial. Therefore, before the match started, the head coach set up a defensive formation. Scoring a goal on a counterattack would be ideal. If not, ending the match with a 0-0 draw would be acceptable. As the main culprit for the conceded goal, Medran was naturally scolded by the coach. Chapter 52. Medran was extremely angry. He had promised to show Jiang Hao some color. But instead, they were hit with a 4-0 defeat. Just by bringing in a discarded player from Real Madrid, had this bat team become so offensively powerful? Perhaps to validate his thoughts, in the 75th minute, Jiang Hao received the ball at the top right of the penalty arc and passed it to Rodrigo in the box. The latter held off the defender and scored with a poke shot. The score was now 5-0. Medran was going crazy. Couldn't they leave some face? Perhaps influenced by his emotions, in the 80th minute, DePaul dribbled past Medran and entered the box, only to be brought down by a tackle from the latter. The referee decisively blew the whistle, issued a red card, and pointed to the penalty spot. A penalty kick. The atmosphere in Valencia was good, so no one contested Rodrigo for the penalty kick. After all, Jiang Hao had already completed a hat trick. Rodrigo also needed a penalty to achieve the same feat. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and Rodrigo took a short run-up, calmly shooting into the bottom left corner of the goal. The referee seemed particularly reluctant to let the Valencia side celebrate. After scoring the penalty, Rodrigo had just taken 2 steps when he heard the whistle. Chapter 53. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the record for consecutive hat tricks. Reward: 5 free attribute points, 1 experience card, and 40 lottery tickets. In fact, the system had already chimed during the match. It just hadn't been convenient to take a closer look. At this moment, back at his residence, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to check the rewards given by the system. This time, the rewards were quite generous. Without mentioning the 5 free attribute points, the key was also an experience card. Based on the effects of Jiang Hao's previous intense training, 1 experience card was at least equivalent to 30 free attribute points. This made him smile widely. As usual, Jiang Hao immediately used 40 lottery tickets and successfully obtained 7 bottles of the miraculous oil. The only regret was that he still didn't win an experience card this time. It was normal to think about it. Such precious cards, given the system's nature. How could it let him obtain them easily? If it were that easy, it would be better to directly reward free points without all this fuss. Currently, Valencia was competing on 3 fronts: the UEFA Champions League, the Copa del Rey, and La Liga. The Champions League knockout stage would start in February next year, and the Copa del Rey would take place in January next year. As for the next round of La Liga, it would be on December 31st. Chapter 54. The next morning at 9 a.m., the nightclub duo appeared on the training ground, as usual, sporting dark circles under their eyes. Seeing Jiang Hao, who was already sweating profusely, they suddenly felt guilty. Both felt that maybe they shouldn't have dragged their teammate to the nightclub yesterday. Training was so tough. What was wrong with enjoying themselves a bit? Jiang Hao, of course, was unaware of their thoughts and simply stood in place, silently adjusting his physical condition. Valencia's current achievements were inseparable from the grueling training arranged by head coach Nuno Santo. This old guy was also tough. He never let the players off the hook until he had drained their stamina completely. This was also why Alves and Rodrigo were so excited at the thought of a holiday. They wanted to hit the nightclub after training, but they just couldn't get up. The team training naturally included group matches. And every time it came to this point, Nuno Santo would start to get confused. He always thought Jiang Hao was a smart guy, extremely adept at using his advantages in matches to trouble the opposing goalkeeper. But why did he suddenly turn into a reckless player during team training? Clearly weak in confrontation, he insisted on charging in with the ball, even intentionally seeking out physical clashes with the strong center backs. Chapter 55. Local time, December 31st, 4 p.m. The last match of the 17th round of La Liga officially kicked off. In this round, Real Madrid and Barcelona easily defeated their opponents, maintaining their positions in the top 2. For Valencia to keep up, they had to win this match. Playing away, Nuno Santo set up a 4-4-1-1 formation. Goalkeeper Alves wore number 1. Right back João Pereira wore number 12. 2 center backs were Mustafi, wearing number 5, and Otamendi, wearing number 23, while left back Cancelo donned number 2. The defensive midfielder was Fuego, wearing number 18, with Parejo wearing number 10 and DePaul wearing number 20, along with Gomez wearing number 21 position ahead. Rodrigo, wearing number 17, was the lone striker, while Jiang Hao, wearing number 8, played the role of a free man in the front line. Villarreal adopts a 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper position is guarded by number 1 Asenjo. The defensive line from left to right consists of number 6 Ruiz, number 2 Gasper, number 11 Jom, and number 5 Musacchio. The 4 midfield players are number 8 Trigueros, number 21 Soria, number 14 Parejo, and number 20 Soriano. Number 18 Sansone and number 10 Pato occupy the forward positions on the left and right, respectively. Chapter 56. People are selfish, and each person has a different understanding of football. Therefore, the thoughts in the face of difficulties vary. Some people think that when falling behind, they must immediately turn the disadvantage around, while others believe that they should first focus on defense before thinking about attacking. Most fans on the scene belong to the former category, which is why there are instances of ridicule and abuse. As professional players, excellent psychological qualities are naturally essential. Many times, they must face not only the pressure from opponents, but also the pressure from fans. In this regard, Villarreal is clearly doing well. They still patiently pass the ball to each other, looking for opportunities. They are obviously not affected by the fans' insults. For a team that primarily relies on counterattacks, 4-4-2 is a very good formation, offering more options during midfield attacks. Compared to a single striker formation, the double striker threat is obviously greater. They can attack with the ball themselves or cooperate with each other. When necessary, they can even push the two wide midfielders forward to form a more aggressive 4-2-4 formation. In the 15th minute of the match, Villarreal's number 14 right winger Trigueros carries the ball forward. Chapter 57. Seeing the opportunity has come. Soriano gives a signal to his teammates. The two forwards and two wingers understand each other and begin to advance their positions gradually. At this moment, Jiang Hao is the most spirited on the field, so when the two wingers cross the halfway line, he realizes something is wrong. Gomez, Parejo. Watch out for the long pass. Jiang Hao loudly reminds, but it's still a step too late. Suddenly, the two wingers accelerate. One on the left and one on the right, while Soriano makes a direct pass to Pato near the center circle. Pato does not stop the ball and directly makes a diagonal pass to Trigueros, who is quickly advancing on the right. After receiving the ball, Trigueros quickly moves forward. This time, Cancelo does not get beaten, but instead goes down a tackle and stops the ball in place. Unfortunately, the action is not clean enough. He first touches the attacking player's foot and is deemed a foul by the referee. The referee blows the whistle, but does not show a card. Seeing this, Trigueros quickly gets up, places the ball in position, and kicks it to Pato, who is rushing into the penalty area. Pato makes no adjustments and shoots at the near corner to score. The referee hesitates for 3 seconds before blowing the whistle and pointing to the center circle. The goal is valid. At this moment, the Valencia players are still a bit confused, but in an instant, they come to their senses. Chapter 58. Ruiz knows all too well how terrifying Jiang Hao's free kick skills are. Since this kid came to La Liga, he has taken free kicks 7 times. Without exception, all 7 free kicks were direct shots on goal. The only one that didn't score was from a corner kick in the Champions League. This shooting accuracy is even higher than that of penalty kicks. It would be better to let this kid shoot directly. Maybe it would be saved. Seeing the referee award a free kick, goalkeeper Asenjo directly starts cursing. Ruiz, you idiot, can you foul in that position? You might as well let that kid foul in the penalty area. To be honest, he would rather face a penalty kick than Jiang Hao's free kick. Asenjo curses while directing his teammates to set up a wall. The wall takes a full 2 minutes to arrange before the referee urges them to stop adjusting. Standing in front of the ball, Jiang Hao takes a deep breath and adjusts his state. Beep. As the referee blows the whistle, Jiang Hao makes a short diagonal run. At the moment his left foot is parallel to the ball, he lifts his right foot to strike the ball. This time, he chooses the instep as the contact point, while the striking point is selected on the lower right side of the ball. The advantage of this is that the ball spins faster and has a greater curve. Chapter 59. Can I exchange jerseys with you? Pato walks over, looking at Jiang Hao with a complex expression, full of hope. Sure. Jiang Hao Judong hugs him and then hands over his sweat-soaked jersey. Thank you. Pato happily accepts the jersey, but then shows a bitter expression. You are really strong. At least I have never seen anyone as outstanding as you at 20 years old. We didn't lose unjustly. Haha, if you're going to praise me like that, I might get proud. Although he said that, Jiang Hao felt no joy in victory at all. From this match, it can be seen that Valencia's defense still has significant problems, especially on the left side guarded by Cancelo. Both goals conceded were due to issues there. In the next match against Real Madrid, with Bale's brutality, they would likely be exposed. Headache, you have the capital to be proud. Pato smiled and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, what kind of place is Huaxia? Are there people there who know me? Huaxia is a great place. There, you'll have a lot of fans. Jiang Hao stroked his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, the pancakes in Huaxia are super delicious. Chapter 60. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, while Valencia and others were crazily practicing tactics. Marca's latest news once again set off a storm in European football. Jiang Hao was expelled from the Chinese national team 2 years ago for beating a teammate and was never to be called up again. When a staff hurriedly told Jiang Hao this news, he was still a bit dazed. But then he recalled what had happened. At that time, he was a member of the U18 national team, and because of his decent talent, he quickly surpassed his competitors to become the team's top winger. During a training match, the player he had pushed to the bench out of psychological jealousy committed a malicious foul during a defense and knocked Jiang Hao to the ground. If Jiang Hao had not instinctively avoided it, his career could have been ruined. At 18, being young and impulsive, he naturally could not tolerate such malicious actions. So, Jiang Hao pushed the opponent. But unexpectedly, This player fell directly to the ground and complained to the team leader, claiming that Jiang Hao intentionally hit him. This player had a significant background, and the team leader naturally wanted to curry favor, so he did a favor. Under the pretext of beating a teammate, Jiang Hao was removed from the national team and was never to be called up again. Chapter 61. As soon as the match started, Valencia's entire defense line retreated. This was also an arrangement made by the head coach in advance. There's no way around it. The overall strength is inferior to the opponent. So focusing on defense is the most rational choice. Moreover, with Real Madrid's counterattack capability, once they push forward, they could easily concede a goal due to their inability to retreat in time, especially the two flanks, which are crucial to the outcome of this match. Therefore, before the game started, Nuno Santo issued an ultimatum to Cancelo. If he dared to impulsively dribble forward, he would be sent to the B team. On Real Madrid's side, although they were playing away, they were not affected at all. Instead, they proactively pushed their formation forward, firmly controlling the situation on the field with their overall strength advantage. Kroos was in charge of distributing the ball, while Modric controlled the tempo of the game. Of course, retreating on defense does not mean just hunkering down and taking hits. When Real Madrid's stars advanced, Valencia's midfield and forward players still actively pressed forward. In the third minute of the match, Real Madrid initiated an attack from the left. The team favorite Marcelo received a pass from Kroos and chose to break through along the sideline. Jiang Hao stepped up to intercept, but was bypassed by a quick combination between Marcelo and Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo received the ball, took 2 steps forward, and passed it back to Marcelo again. Chapter 62. The Chairman's Box. Sitting next to Gary Neville, the president watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Before the match, he had given Zidane a stern order. No matter what, they must win this highly anticipated match and win it convincingly. To motivate the players, he even promised a bonus. As long as they could win this match, each starting player would receive 500,000 euros, and even the substitutes, who didn't play, would receive 100,000 euros. He didn't want to lose to Valencia and give those damned media a reason to attack him. Previously, the scandal involving Jiang Hao being removed from the U18 national team was leaked to Marca by him, aiming to affect Jiang Hao's mentality. After all, he was just a 20-year-old young player. He didn't believe he couldn't control him. Against Real Madrid's pressing, only a few players in Valencia could hold on to the ball. Parejo was one of them. He came from Real Madrid's youth training, but didn't get many opportunities and was released by Real Madrid for 3 million euros in 2009. Compared to Jiang Hao, he was actually the one with the most grievances against Real Madrid. So every time Valencia faced Real Madrid, Parejo often performed the best. After a period of rigorous training, Jiang Hao had already surpassed the 70 threshold in both physical confrontation and dribbling. Chapter 63. As Cristiano Ronaldo kicked off from the center circle, the assistant coach called Ramos over and whispered something, which Ramos glanced at the field and nodded in response. For those focused on the game, this scene seemed very ordinary and didn't attract much attention. Meanwhile, the ball came back to Kroos's feet. As the commander on the field, he knew exactly which side Valencia's defense was relatively weak. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to the right flank where Carvajal was making a quick run. This player's technical characteristic is a balance of attack and defense, making him one of the best right-backs in the world. Even Ribery was rendered ineffective, having to vent his frustration by slapping his own face. Carvajal carried the ball along the sideline, crossing midfield, and passed it to Bale. After receiving the ball, Bale took a small step forward, attracted the defenders, and then passed it back out wide. Cancelo stepped up to defend, facing Carvajal's advance. He did not recklessly extend his foot, but instead followed the usual practice of forcing the opponent to the sideline. Carvajal took 2 more steps forward, saw no good opportunities, and returned the ball to Modric, who had come up to support, while he quickly inserted himself into the penalty area, taking advantage of Cancelo, turning to observe the positioning of both sides. Chapter 64. Kroos took the free kick, sending it to the back post. Cristiano Ronaldo got the first touch, heading it down to the middle. The second ball was headed away by Valencia's center-back Otamendi, clearing it from the penalty area. Parejo regained possession and quickly passed it to Jiang Hao, who was making a rapid counterattack. Jiang Hao was very fast, sending a powerful pass past Kroos. Casemiro stepped up to intercept, and Jiang Hao distributed the ball in the middle. DePaul received the ball unmarked. On the field, DePaul and Jiang Hao continuously exchanged possession from left to right, stretching the space. Defensively, Carvajal was clearly more reliable than Marcelo. Thus, Casemiro's defensive strategy leaned towards having Carvajal single-handedly mark DePaul, while he and Marcelo would double-team Jiang Hao. Real Madrid's athletic team was quick to retreat, leaving no time to think. Jiang Hao glanced at DePaul's position before making his pass. The ball skimmed along the grass, curving to just evade two defenders, arriving at DePaul's right side. Seeing this, DePaul quickly exerted his body, using his shoulder to nudge Carvajal aside. Taking advantage of the rebound, he stepped to the right and lifted his right foot to shoot a goal. Chapter 65, Alves took another goal kick, seemingly ignoring Cancelo. He passed it once again to João Pereira. The ball once again reached Parejo's feet. The same strategy was employed as before, passing the ball around in their own half. The ball stumbled around and fortuitously landed at Cancelo's feet. After being silent for so long, Cancelo naturally did not want to miss this opportunity and advance with the ball. He used his excellent foot skills to get past the pressing Bale, then passed to the rapidly advancing DePaul. As DePaul received the ball and turned, he was disrupted by a quickly arriving Ramos's foot. Originally, this was a normal and excellent defensive move, but Ramos added an extra action when the referee wasn't looking, stepping on DePaul's foot. It was very discreet, almost instinctive. But DePaul knew it was intentional because he could clearly feel the extra force when Ramos stepped on his toes. As a fierce warrior on the field, he could not just let that slide. "Hey, buddy, you should apologize for what you just did. Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Ramos stood his ground, directly facing DePaul. Chapter 66, a familiar celebration move. This time, everyone from Real Madrid ran towards the man on the sidelines who had led them out of adversity multiple times to offer their congratulations. After a brief celebration, as the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, Real Madrid did not stop their offensive pace. They kept pressing high and attacking, keeping the entire Valencia team pinned in their own half, unable to cross the halfway line. In nearly 10 minutes of play, Jiang Hao hadn't even touched the ball. The feeling of holding back a big move, yet being unable to use it, was incredibly frustrating. Trailing in the score and being pressed down like this was unbearable. On the sidelines, Nuno Santo was secretly anxious. After pondering for a moment, he shouted to Cancelo during a dead ball situation. "From now on, you don't have to focus on defense anymore. Go ahead and attack. Losing one goal is the same as losing 5. Instead of being suppressed until the end of the match, we might as well go for an all-out attack and give it a shot. Although it may be overestimating our capabilities, there's at least a glimmer of hope for a comeback." Cancelo, who had been listless, suddenly perked up at these words and came back to life. He was not good at defending, and during normal play, he could only defend passively, which had left him frustrated. Now that he could finally attack boldly, how could he not be excited? Chapter 67, the match continued. After Jiang Hao's free kick hit Ramos in the face, it landed at DePaul's feet and was kicked out of bounds. At this moment, Marcelo threw the ball to Cruz, who booted it forward, returning possession to Valencia. Gomez received the ball and passed it to Parejo. The latter, facing pressure, quickly released the ball, intending to pass to Jiang Hao, who had made a run into space, but Modric intercepted it along the way. Regaining possession, Real Madrid pressed forward. On the left, Marcelo quickly launched towards the baseline after receiving a pass from a teammate. Facing an interception, he and Cristiano Ronaldo played a give-and-go to bypass Fuego. Marcelo continued towards the baseline, while Ronaldo surged into the penalty area. Against the world's best left-back, João Pereira could only defend against an inside cut and completely failed to stop a cross. He could only stretch his leg to interfere as much as possible. Of course, he could also press his body in for a challenge, but that would risk being beaten and allowing an opponent to penetrate the penalty area. On the left side of the penalty area, Ronaldo quickly maneuvered to shake off Mustafi's close defense and faced his good friend with a low, triangular back pass. He swung his right foot to shoot. This shot had tremendous power, producing a loud crack as the ball struck Benzema, who was in the way, and rebounded out of the penalty area. Chapter 68 from the trend. It seemed that this match had long lost its suspense. However, the home fans did not give up, rising to their feet and singing the Valencia team song. "Rise up, long live Valencia, Valencia, she is the best. Rise up, long live Valencia, Valencia. She resides in our hearts. Her fans will always follow her. In all the stadiums, she will win the matches." Watching the fans singing passionately from the sidelines, the Valencia players took a deep breath, suppressing their distracting thoughts. They had fought hard to this point. What was there to fear? They restarted the play. Passing to DePaul, the latter returned the ball to Parejo. Although they were behind, Valencia did not rush to attack. They understood that against a team like Real Madrid, even a single mistake could make a comeback nearly impossible. Meanwhile, Real Madrid remained true to form, pressing forward even with a lead. Aside from Barcelona, they were unafraid to engage in an all-out attack with any team. In the 85th minute, Modric intercepted the ball again and initiated a counterattack. On the right, Bale quickly surged forward. After receiving the pass, he struck the ball hard, bypassing Cancelo and passing it back to himself 3 seconds later. Chapter 69. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball is in. The ball is in. Jiang Hao. An unparalleled free kick goal. An impossible to replicate super free kick moment. Even the world's top goalkeeper Navas could hardly stop this super goal. The Dallas Stadium erupted. Jiang Hao performed a crazy quadruple, single-handedly defeating the white-clad army. This moment is destined to be recorded in history. At the moment Jiang Hao scored, Yang Hao in the media area appeared to be going wild, excitedly dancing around. He never imagined he would one day witness a miracle. This time it was worth it. Wow, amazing. That free kick was simply out of this world. Did Jiang Hao take something tonight? His performance is simply divine. What a fuss. He has already called the god of Jiang. Being divine is just normal. Damn. With this performance, even the haters have nothing to say. Wasn't Ronaldo, during his Manchester United days, just like this? Haha, clearly better than Ronaldo, alright? Although both scored 4 goals, the god of Jiang also had an assist. If the god of Jiang were born in another country, he might win a World Cup 2 years from now. Too bad he has stuck with that national team. Chapter 70. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a strong enemy and achieving a quadruple. Rewards: 10 free attribute points, 2 experience cards, 40 lottery tickets. Rewards: 1 golden treasure chest. P.S. Unlockable with a total score of 80 or above. In the dormitory, Jiang Hao flipped through the system reward records, his breathing becoming rapid. What generous rewards! Both the free attribute points and experience cards were exactly what he needed most of the moment. Especially the experience cards, which were the king of the scrolls. Now, receiving 2 at once was like taking off in place. The key was that the system also rewarded a golden treasure chest. Last time, he opened Robin's cutting ability without any restrictions. This time, with restrictions, it was guaranteed to be high quality, wasn't it? Could it be that all attributes would be maxed out? As he thought about this, a smile that was hard to describe appeared at the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth. People without a care often live carefree lives, which was exactly Jiang Hao's style. One moment he was ecstatic, and the next he was snoring on the bed. The next morning, after finishing breakfast as usual, Jiang Hao had just changed into his jersey and was ready to head to the training ground when he received a call from Nuno Santo. Good morning, boss. Jiang, something has happened. On the other end of the line, Nuno Santo's tone was anxious, evidently encountering some tricky issue. Chapter 71. The various happenings on the outside were of no concern to Jiang Hao. For him, the most important thing right now was to train and improve himself, then do his utmost to get through the current difficulties. The UEFA Champions League title, the League title, the Copa del Rey title, the Spanish Super Cup, the UEFA Super Cup, and the FIFA Club World Cup. He didn't want to miss out on any of these 6 trophies. Although this idea seemed a bit fanciful at the moment, he had to try his best. What if it became a reality? At that point, he could choose whichever team he wanted. As for his salary, Jiang Hao believed that those big clubs would definitely offer him a satisfactory amount. Of course, all of this was secondary. Everything depended on his strength. At 10 p.m., after taking a shower and lying on the bed, Jiang Hao, feeling somewhat bored, opened Twitter. The Twitter account had been applied for by Raiola before. This was his first time logging in. The Twitter homepage was blank, but the number of followers exceeded 1 million, which surprised him greatly. Is it really that popular? Jiang Hao smiled proudly and started browsing the Twitter posts that mentioned him the most. The vast majority were about some random topics, such as why he didn't return to Real Madrid, and whether Jiang Hao could become the next world footballer of the year after Messi and Ronaldo. Chapter 72. Including Nuno Santo, most people couldn't help but curl their lips. Clearly, they didn't believe what Jiang Hao had just said. With you around, we won't lose? Come on, even Ronaldo and Messi wouldn't dare say such things. Although you scored a lot in the previous matches, it was all thanks to the strong support from a few players in the midfield. Now that these players are injured and can't play, what makes you, a forward, think you can turn the tide? Football is a team sport. Of course. They thought these things in their hearts, but didn't dare to say them out loud. After all, Jiang Hao was now the club's favorite. Moreover, the title of Chinese Butcher wasn't given for nothing. If he angered the opponent, who knows when the ball might end up flying toward his face in the next training match. As both teams' players took the field, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half. Granada launched an attack. The number 9 striker, El Arabi, passed the ball back and then positioned himself at the front. The players behind him were passing the ball back and forth in their own half. This is a common tactic used by La Liga teams. Valencia pressed forward, quickly regaining possession of the ball. Meanwhile, Granada, having lost the ball, immediately retreated to their penalty area and began to park the bus. Chapter 73, Filming Location. At this time, the staff had already been waiting there. Upon seeing Jiang Hao and Fatty La arrive, the leading person immediately greeted them with a smile. Mr. Jiang, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come. I know you are busy, so if there's nothing else, shall we start? Jiang Hao didn't see any arrogance in this European, but rather he seemed no different from the various people he had encountered in his previous life. All right, let's get started quickly. We have to go to other places later. Before Jiang Hao could respond, La Viola spoke first, his tone quite arrogant. However, to Jiang Hao's surprise, the person who spoke earlier was not angry at all. Instead, his attitude became even friendlier. It seems that no matter where you are, people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao followed the staff to the locker room to change clothes. In the same chute was a well-known flat model in Europe who looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. Of course, this age is not small in open-minded Europe, and she might even have more experiences than Jiang Hao. Well, he actually didn't have much experience either. Click. Mr. Jiang, be more emotional. Don't always look so cold. Chapter 74. The time had come for La Liga's 19th round press conference. Nuno Santo arrived and sat next to Scottish coach Moyes. The previously cheerful atmosphere suddenly became tense. This left Nuno Santo, who had just arrived, somewhat confused. Nevertheless, he still smiled and gestured to everyone. A middle-aged male reporter in the front row extended the microphone and asked, Coach Santo, with key attacking players absent due to injuries, do you think Jiang Hao alone can bring victory to the team tonight? Valencia's attacking core consists of only 4 players, and now 3 are injured, which naturally weakens their strength. Now facing Real Sociedad as guests, no one outside their own fans believed in them. As the head coach of the team, Nuno Santo certainly wouldn't back down at this moment. I am confident of winning tonight's match, but it is not solely based on one individual. Football is a team sport. Every player in Valencia is excellent, and they all have the ability to be main players. Of course, Jiang Hao's excellence is beyond doubt. Everyone can see his performance on the field recently. Thank you for your answer. Chapter 75. Hey, the ball didn't go in. Why are you crying? Seeing Alves with tears in his eyes and saying nothing, Otamendi, who was closest to him, quickly walked over and asked. It's nothing. Alves wanted to say he got kicked in the balls, but with such a rare opportunity to show off, how could he let go? He gritted his teeth and stood up, his face turning purple. It's fine, I thought you got kicked in the balls. Otamendi looked at him in confusion and then slowly ran away. Alves took a deep breath, and after a while, the piercing pain gradually subsided. Hopefully, it won't affect functionality. Alves threw the ball to the right to João Pereira, who then moved forward. Before the opposing forward could press him, he promptly passed it to Gomez. After being countered once, Gomez didn't dare to initiate another attack recklessly. He could only pass the ball back in his own half. With Parejo and DePaul injured, Valencia lacked someone to push the ball forward at critical moments. As a result, whether it was playing behind or quickly launching counterattacks, it became a challenging task. Helpless, Jiang Hao could only withdraw to the midfield to get the ball. Chapter 76. After the team doctor came on to check, they carried Gonzalez off the field. The injury report stated, severe impact to the ribs, resulting in a fracture. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao. Valencia players wore strange expressions, while Real Sociedad side had grim faces. Damn Chinese Butcher, you did that on purpose. Jiang Hao looked innocent. He was the victim, after all. If it weren't for the shin guards and the fact that he jumped up at the last moment, who knows what would have happened. Now, they were all saying he intentionally injured someone. Is there no justice? Before he could defend himself, Gomez couldn't take it anymore. You bastard. Which I saw Jiang intentionally injuring someone. It was clearly that guy's own fault. Are you sure you're not fanning the flames? Jiang Hao looked at Gomez strangely. The words were harsh, but why did they sound so refreshing? Everyone on Real Sociedad knew that Gonzalez had committed the foul first. The earlier accusations against Jiang Hao were purely because they felt wronged after suffering a heavy loss. Now that someone had stepped in, they immediately turned their attention to Gomez. Damn Portuguese, do you even know what you're saying? Chapter 77. Jiang Hao's actions clearly displeased the home fans, especially with the referee showing no sign of intervention. They couldn't suppress their inner anger and all raised their middle fingers. Damn Chinese butcher, you don't deserve to be on this sacred football field. The arena is your true home. The yellow monkey should roll out of Spain. You are not welcome here. You are nothing but an executioner, a football thug. And you should immediately get off the field and kneel to Gonzalez to apologize and seek forgiveness. Of course, there are also those cursing the referee. Bitch, this is clearly a malicious foul. Can't you see it? A yellow card action without a card. You must have accepted a bribe from the yellow monkey. Facing the overwhelming curses from the home fans, Jiang Hao turned a deaf ear and continued to push forward with the ball quickly. As he faced the defensive midfielder Bagala, trying to intercept, he decisively passed the ball to Paco in the center. He himself and Cancelo quickly made runs on both sides. Although Paco is not fast, he has excellent back-to-goal ability. After receiving the ball at the top of the penalty area with his back to the goal, he did not pass it out immediately, but turned to try to shake off the defense for a long-range shot. However, just as he turned, he was bumped by another center-back coming up to assist, losing his balance and possession of the ball. Canales, who rushed back, managed to take the ball and passed it directly to Martinez on the wing. Chapter 78. It's the same attack from Real Sociedad. Once again, Martinez made a cross from the byline. Once again, Aguirre headed the ball towards the goal, although Alves still kept the ball out of the net. This time he was clearly less composed than before. Instead, he awkwardly pushed the ball out for a corner. This made the Valencia players realize the situation was not good. They could not launch a counterattack and were instead subjected to 2 consecutive shots on goal from the opponent. If this continued, conceding a goal was only a matter of time. At this moment, the assistant on the sidelines waved to Jiang Hao, signaling him to retreat to the midfield. Jiang Hao nodded. He had the same intention. Real Sociedad took a corner kick. This time, taking advantage of their numerical superiority, Valencia easily regained possession of the ball. The ball found Gomez's feet. Seeing Jiang Hao in a good position, he passed it over. Jiang Hao received the ball near the center circle in his own half and accelerated forward. With a beautiful Marseille turn, he got past Granero. Just as he was about to pass the ball to Cancelo on the left, he suddenly felt a tremendous force at his ankle. In an instant, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. A piercing pain shot through his ankle, causing Jiang Hao to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the injury resistance granted by the system prevented him from being seriously injured. Otherwise, just from this hit, he could have been stuck in a hospital bed for months. Chapter 79. Real Sociedad was at home, but had conceded 3 goals, and it only took half a game. This result undoubtedly dropped everyone's jaws. Especially Jiang Hao's 2 goals and 1 assist performance caused a huge stir throughout Europe. Clearly playing as a forward, he was still able to shine in the absence of the starting midfielders due to injury. This made everyone subconsciously think of that genius from Argentina. Also a forward, he took a drop back to the midfield to receive the ball. How similar. But the difference is that, compared to Messi's shy and neighborly boy persona, Jiang Hao is clearly much more arrogant and domineering. On the pitch, he would never let himself be at a disadvantage. Even a villain like Ramos could only suffer in silence when facing him. Of course, this personality is not favored by the proud Europeans. They still prefer Messi, who is talented yet extremely low-key, unlike that damn butcher from Huaxia, who acts as if he is going to heaven just for scoring a few goals. Back in the locker room, Nuno Santo didn't give any instructions. He just told the players on the field to maintain their current state. After all, he originally just wanted to settle for a draw. To achieve such a big advantage at halftime was already beyond expectations. Nuno Santo looked at Jiang Hao and felt a wave of relief in his heart. Chapter 80. Jiang Hao took the corner kick, lifting the ball into the penalty area at the back post. He aimed for his center-back Otamendi. Unfortunately, the Real Sociedad goalkeeper seemed to be on fire, saving the nearly point-blank header. In the ensuing scramble, Bashish cleared the ball out of the penalty area, which was controlled by Castro at the top of the penalty area. Real Sociedad would naturally not miss such a great counterattack opportunity. Castro sprinted with the ball, and, just as he was about to reach the halfway line, he made a diagonal pass to Martinez on the left. If Joao Pereira moved up to intercept, he would try to kick the ball out of bounds. Unfortunately, He was outmatched in physical confrontation and was directly knocked aside by Martinez, who then carried the ball all the way to the byline. At this point, the Valencia players returning to defend included Mustafi, Joao Pereira, and Gaia. Seeing his teammate getting bypassed, Mustafi immediately moved up to fill in. Meanwhile, the displaced Joao Pereira could only move to the center to prevent Castro from receiving the ball for an open shot. Martinez, who reached the byline, glanced at the positioning of both teams and then lifted the ball into the center of the penalty area, where Castro was located. Castro stood at 177 centimeters, while Joao Pereira was 172 centimeters. The 5 centimeters height difference led to Joao Pereira suffering a significant disadvantage in the aerial duel. Chapter 81. Watching his players celebrate on the field, Nuno Santo felt for the first time that Valencia did not deserve Jiang Hao. Previously, although Valencia's league performance was not as good as it is now, they had maintained a top 5 position thanks to their excellent defense. But since Jiang Hao joined, the team had been on a winning streak, yet the number of goals conceded had skyrocketed. Of course, the starting lineup remained the same as before. The recent goals conceded were primarily due to the two flanks pushing forward without returning in time to defend. This situation did not occur before Jiang Hao arrived, purely because the attack could not be unleashed. So, most of the time, Cancelo and Joao Pereira were stuck in their own half, passively defending. With the assistance of the two center-backs, they had not magnified this weakness in flank defense. With Jiang Hao's arrival, Valencia's attack opened up, and the overall positioning moved forward. In the case of unsuccessful attacks, it became easy for the opponent to launch counterattacks from the flanks. It was still a matter of overall strength being too weak. Otherwise, Jiang Hao would not have had to play so difficultly. In this post-match interview, Jiang Hao still did not attend. Instead, he directly played with the ball in the locker room. Of course, he was using his head to juggle. There was no choice. His heading ability was weak, and he was currently under the influence of experience enhancement. Chapter 82. At 6 p.m. on January 14th, the second round of the Copa del Rey round of 16 reignited the battle. Valencia faced Granada away and ultimately swept their opponents with a score of 3-0, advancing to the quarterfinals. In this match, Nuno Santo adopted the 4-2-3-1 formation for the first time. Paco played as the lone striker at the front, Cancelo as the left winger, and Gomez as the right winger. Jiang Hao switched to play as the attacking midfielder, with the 16th number Zucchini and the 18th number Fueco forming the double pivot. The four-man defense line remained unchanged, while the previously starting Brazilian midfielder Augusto was benched. This change allowed Valencia to achieve their first clean sheet since Jiang Hao joined the team. In this match, Jiang Hao retreated to a deeper position and showed little desire to attack, resulting in a meager tally of 1 goal and 2 assists. The two wingers, Gomez and Cancelo, each scored a goal, which made Cancelo, who had been eager to score, excitedly yell and almost recognize Jiang Hao as his long-lost brother. Nuno Santo, who had been worried about the team's defensive issues, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After nearly 2 months of adjustments, he had finally found the most suitable position for Jiang Hao. Of course, Jiang Hao could play in various positions in the front line, but Valencia's current setup clearly couldn't keep up with his attacking pace. Chapter 83. After a brief celebration, the Valencia players returned to their positions. Rayo Vallecano regained possession, and Miku kicked off again. Perhaps aware of the gap in strength between the two sides, they did not rush to attack to equalize, but instead passed the ball around in their own half, waiting for an opportunity. The trailing side was not in a hurry, and the leading Valencia was naturally even less anxious. They simply watched the opponent pass the ball, only pressing forward when the ball approached the center circle. This displeased the fans in the stands, who had paid for tickets and were not there to watch a passing exhibition. They roared in anger, expressing their dissatisfaction with the players on the field. Unfortunately, no matter how they expressed their discontent, both sides remained unfazed and continued to fulfill their duties. As the match reached the 25th minute, Rayo Vallecano attempted to launch an attack. Bona dribbled the ball and quickly advanced along the right flank. Facing Cancelo's interception, he decisively passed the ball to his side to Trejo. Trejo, a product of Barcelona's youth academy, had previously played for Barcelona B. At that time, he was often compared to the Wizard Baron, as his playing style, hairstyle, and even appearance were remarkably similar to that of the Argentine star, possessing a strong ability to play forward. Chapter 84. As expected, the match ended with no rewards from the system. This left Jiang Hao feeling frustrated. With only a month until the start of the Champions League knockout stage, although their opponent was Portuguese powerhouse Benfica, which was relatively weaker than the giants of the top 5 leagues, what team that reached the knockout stage was a pushover? Historically, this team had won the Champions League twice, and its heritage was not something a second-tier team, like Valencia, could compare to. With a total score of less than 80 and Rodrigo injured, this knockout round was bound to be incredibly difficult. Sighing helplessly, Jiang Hao had no interest in participating in post-match interviews and let the opportunity go to the eager Cancelo while he spent the night in the gym. Since the system did not provide rewards, he could only make the most of the month to improve his ratings. The next day, after completing his morning workout, Jiang Hao headed to the Valencia Villa area to visit his 3 injured teammates, De Paul, Rodrigo, and Parejo. The 3 of them were his best friends in Europe, so he would often visit them. Chapter 85. Upon returning to the club, Jiang Hao changed into his training kit and went to the training ground to start practicing. Thanks to the habits he had developed over the past 2 months, he felt restless if he didn't move for 10 hours a day. Of course, the earlier exercise with Gina counted. 4 days later was the quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey. Valencia Guld host La Liga Team Las Palmas. This time, there shouldn't be much suspense about defeating the opponent. However, whether he could complete the task assigned by the system was what Jiang Hao needed to focus on. That night, Raiola called, asking if he was still interested in filming a short advertisement. It was the same production team, and this time they were willing to double the appearance fee. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao declined Raiola's offer. Doing something he was not good at and had no talent for was too torturous. The next day was the team's training day. Alves arrived at the field with dark circles under his eyes. Compared to usual, he seemed noticeably dispirited. It seemed that the pair of sisters from last night had given him a hard time. Nuno Santo, accustomed to Alves's habits, said nothing and had everyone run 20 laps around the field to warm up. Chapter 86. Oh my God. The ball is in. The ball is in. Just 2 minutes into the match, Jiang Hao scored twice. This was clearly another record-breaking achievement. Within 2 minutes of the match, Jiang Hao used 2 goals to prove to the world that he was the king of this stadium. This match was destined to be a massacre. At this moment, the live commentary seemed to have lost its previous enthusiasm, mainly because the goals came too easily. Accustomed to Jiang Hao's heroics, their tastes seemed to have become a bit demanding. What is going on? It's only been 2 minutes since the match started, and no one has scored, right? In the northern stand, Clary gasped as he sat down next to his buddy. He was a die-hard Las Palmas fan, having followed every match since he was a child without exception. Sometimes he would watch on TV at home, but most of the time he would buy tickets to cheer for his favorite team in person. This time he was a bit late due to an unexpected matter, but it had only been 2 minutes since the match started. Normally, in such a short time, both sides might not even have gotten into the game. Chapter 87. Seeing the opponent set up a defensive wall, Jiang Hao felt frustrated. There was nothing he could do. His current strength was not enough to break through the opponent's goal with long shots. But having come this far, he naturally wouldn't give up. I got it. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and a brilliant idea struck him. He slowly moved closer to Gomez and whispered something in his ear before retreating to near the center circle. At that moment, the ball was perfectly passed to Jiang Hao's feet. After exchanging a glance with Gomez, he passed the ball over. Receiving the pass, Gomez observed the positions of both teams while casually bringing the ball toward the center. Since they were a distance away, the Las Palmas players did not rush to press. Just then, the originally lateral-moving Gomez suddenly stopped in place. He stood there, stepping on the ball, seemingly lost in thought. Not only were the players from both sides confused, but even Nuno Santo on the sidelines was cursing angrily. Gomez, what are you dawdling for? Pass the ball quickly. Hurry, stop Jiang Hao, he is going to shoot. At that moment, goalkeeper Lezaoan suddenly shouted at his teammates, his eyes filled with panic. Due to his positioning, he could clearly see Jiang Hao rushing towards the ball. Chapter 88. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 95 Supreme Task reward, 20 free attribute points, 1 experience card. The overall rating was finally close to 80. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Jiang Hao was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately used the experience card. After all, the match was ongoing, and this experience was too good to pass up. Just as he was running back to the center circle, the assistant referee on the sidelines raised the substitution board. Valencia's head coach Nuno Santo made a substitution. Number 4 Augusto came on, and Jiang Hao went off. Watching his eager teammates on the sidelines, Jiang Hao first looked confused, then cursed loudly. Thus, Jiang Hao was substituted in the 9th minute, becoming the fastest player to clock out in La Liga history. Well done, Jiang. As Jiang Hao passed by, Nuno Santo patted him on the shoulder. His eyes filled with uncontrollable pride. Did you see that? This is a player I coached, scoring 5 goals in the first 8 minutes. Who else can do that? But why did Jiang look so unhappy? Was it because he was substituted? Young people can be a bit too bright sometimes. Chapter 89 System. Open the treasure chest. Full of anticipation, Jiang Hao communicated with the system and opened the golden treasure chest he had long coveted. The last treasure chest yielded a superstar skill, Robin's cut-in. This time, wouldn't it be great to get Ronaldo's pendulum dribble? Or maybe a bicycle kick or a nutmeg? Although he had used a nutmeg in practice, he clearly fell short compared to Ronaldinho. Inside the system, accompanied by a burst of dazzling golden light, a black gold card appeared before him. Golden Edge Attribute Card. Increase all attributes by 4. Looking at the system description, Jiang Hao's breathing became rapid. What does a 4 increase in all attributes mean? It's equivalent to getting 3 extra points on his overall rating without doing anything. It's important to note that this is the total score, not just a single attribute. According to the system, if we consider the current top players to have a maximum score of 90, once Jiang Hao's total score reaches 90 with the attribute card boost, wouldn't he be half a level above the best active players? Definitely a game changer, right? At that point, wouldn't he be able to outpace Bale, outrun Kenny, dribble past Van Dijk, and shove Haaland aside? Chapter 90 Gomez was somewhat speechless. It was the first time he had seen someone pass to himself out of revenge. However, being pinned down like that didn't feel too good either. But as long as they could score, being pinned a few more times would be worth it. Both sides got into position, and the game continued. Valencia scored 2 more goals and, for the time being, did not continue to press forward. With the victory secured, conserving energy became the most important thing. Especially with the League and Copa del Rey schedules being tight lately, they had to be extra careful. If there were injuries in the back line, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow for the upcoming matches. Therefore, Nuno Santo was also considering resting key players. For example, in the next round of the Copa del Rey quarterfinals, or when facing weaker opponents and gaining a significant advantage early. The match was proceeding slowly. Despite being 2 goals down, La Coruña managed to organize a few attacks, but failed to threaten Valencia's goal at all, mainly out of fear of making another mistake and being countered. The two sides were not on the same level, especially with Jiang Hao in play. Besides double-teaming him, Irueta found no means of restriction. But with only 11 players on the field, if they double-team him, other positions would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 91 Locker Room. The Valencia players were all immersed in a sea of joy. Nothing is more exciting than achieving victory. Groups of players gathered together, discussing which nightclub to go to later. Among them, Alves was the most lively. Of course, he was also the most familiar with the scene. When it came to going out to relax, almost everyone in the team would take Alves' advice, including Rodrigo, who was recovering from injury in Valencia. Just familiar faces. When Jiang Hao came out after showering, Alves immediately approached him. Jiang, no matter what, you have to come with me to a nightclub tonight, or I want to feel at ease and will have a guilty conscience. Your performance on the field was so outstanding, yet you still practice alone. Meanwhile, I perform mediocrely, but often go out to have fun. With such a stark contrast, who wouldn't he feel guilty? But if he had to stay in the hotel, he felt a bit unwilling. The so-called balance of work and rest. He had just experienced a fierce battle. What was wrong with going out to relax? Moreover, at this hour, even if he returned to the hotel, there was nothing to do. It was better to do something he was interested in, like at a nightclub. Ahem, thinking this way, Alves suddenly felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Chapter 92 Hello. Jiang Hao replied in Japanese. This surprised the nearby Sakurai Yumi. Jiang-kun, you can speak Japanese? Jiang Hao nodded. I've learned a bit from watching TV. Upon receiving a positive reply, Sakurai Yumi couldn't help but jump up with excitement. Her English was only at a basic level, and she could only speak simple daily phrases. To communicate effectively was obviously a challenge. Moreover, Jiang Hao was a player she had been looking up to lately, and encountering him at this moment naturally made her have a lot to say. Jiang-kun, how come you're in a place like this? In Sakurai Yumi's impression, Jiang Hao was the kind of extremely disciplined player, and disciplined players clearly wouldn't frequent nightclubs. I was invited by my teammates. I had no choice but to follow, Jiang Hao truthfully said. Just like I thought. Sakurai Yumi raised her small face with a pitiful look and said, I was also dragged here by friends. This place is really noisy. Jiang Hao didn't doubt her words. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to sit in such a corner like he did. Perhaps out of love for football, Sakurai Yumi and Jiang Hao started chatting. And when it came to football knowledge, she spoke fluently. Chapter 93 Copa del Rey quarterfinals, second leg. Valencia, fielding a full substitute team, ultimately lost 0-3 to their opponents, but advanced to the semifinals with an aggregate score of 6-3. They will face Barcelona, led by Messi, on the 4th and 11th of next month, playing away first and then at home. 2 days later, in La Liga's 22nd round, Valencia will host Sporting Gijón. Against a mid to lower table team like this, Nuno Santo did not field all his main players, choosing to rest some, including Otamendi, Gomez, and João Pereira. However, midfield core Jiang Hao still started the match. Valencia ultimately won 3-0, once again keeping a clean sheet against their opponents. Jiang Hao contributed 2 goals and 1 assist, earning the Man of the Match award without any doubt. Notably, in the highlight match of this round of La Liga, Barcelona, thanks to Messi's 1 goal and 1 assist, narrowly defeated Atletico Madrid, led by Simeone, with a score of 2-1, maintaining a 4-point lead over Valencia. As for Real Madrid, they unexpectedly drew against their opponent in the last round, trailing closely by 4 points. Camp Nou is the largest stadium in Europe, and Barcelona is one of the most successful clubs in European and world football today. Chapter 94, beautiful. The goal is in. A stunning long-range shot, a beautiful arc, a graceful visual feast. Jiang Hao from Huaxia opened the scoring in the 4th minute against Chilean goalkeeper Bravo. The live DJ passionately narrated the moment as Jiang Hao quickly ran to the sidelines and slid on his knees in celebration. This time, Gomez could no longer hold back and tackled Jiang Hao to the ground. Soon, one player after another piled on in celebration. Watching his players celebrate on the field, Nuno Santo mimicked Klopp's celebration. He rushed to the sidelines and raised his right fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Nuno Santo's version of the Farmer's 3 punches appeared at Camp Nou. After a minute of celebration, the referee came over to urge Jiang Hao and others to return to their half. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly noticed a strange change in the Barcelona players across the field. They were still the same players, but this time, they all had a line of striking red letters above their heads. Neymar, ready to kick off at the center circle, had LV83 above him. Messi, further back, had LV88 above his head. Then came LV80, LV79, and so on. Chapter 95, outstanding individual ability. Excellent front-line cooperation. This led to an outstanding goal. Currently, aside from Barcelona's MSN, no other combination can replicate such a goal. Of course, Real Madrid's BBC is also very strong. But those 3 belong to a brutal aesthetic under extreme counterattacks, which is entirely different from the visual experience presented by this goal. It can only be said that they are indeed South American players. Their agility and flair are their trademarks. After a simple celebration, both sides returned to their halves. This time, after the kickoff, both teams tacitly slowed down the pace of the game, no longer pressing as fiercely as at the start. Of course, everyone knows this appearance is only temporary. When opportunities arise, both sides will not hesitate to stab their opponents' hearts with a sharp knife. In the 25th minute of the match, Barcelona still held possession. Iniesta passed the ball to Neymar on the left again, having learned from a previous mistake. Neymar did not choose to go solo this time against Jiang Hao's defense. Instead, he collaborated with Alba, who was making a run on the left, passing back and forth to shake off the defense. After crossing the penalty area line, Neymar passed the ball to Alba. The latter dribbled quickly to the baseline, faked out João Pereira's defense with a series of feints, and crossed into the penalty area, aiming for the quickly advancing Suarez. Chapter 96, receiving a yellow card. Jiang Hao could only curse quietly as he retreated to the penalty area. Of course, it was in his mind. He wasn't foolish enough to talk back to the referee in front of him. At that point, 2 yellows would lead to a red, and he wouldn't have time to cry. He could, however, say some Sichuan dialect phrases like Mamai Pai or Gue Erzi. After all, the others wouldn't understand. Maybe he would try it next time. The free kick position was quite off-center and far away, eliminating the chance for a direct shot. So, Barcelona might execute a tactical free kick or a direct cross. For this set-piece defense, Jiang Hao still stood next to Peak. But this guy remained silent the entire time, his mouth tight, seemingly wanting to laugh but not daring to. This reminded him of a previous match between Real Madrid and Barcelona, when C. Ronaldo dived, resulting in Pique receiving a yellow card. When Pique questioned C. Ronaldo, the latter also had a tight expression, looking quite comical. For this wall, goalkeeper Alves only arranged 2 players to stand in front, with the rest distributed around the penalty area. As expected, when the referee's whistle blew, Iniesta pushed the ball to Neymar, who seized the opportunity to lift the ball into the penalty area, targeting Suarez. Chapter 97. My God, what am I seeing? An unimaginable goal. Jiang Hao. He boldly attacked despite his team being reduced to 10 men, after dribbling past 4 players and then scoring under the pressure of 3 defenders. This is destined to be a historic goal. Nothing gets the adrenaline pumping more than such a super goal, achieved by dribbling past several players. Jiang Hao. Let us give a warm round of applause to this young talent from Huaxia. Saying this, the commentator was the first to start clapping. Clap, clap, clap. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just 3 seconds later, the applause grew louder and more intense. Finally, in the next moment, the applause erupted completely. The 90,000 fans on site no longer held back their applause, rising to give their respect to that magical young talent on the field. In the VIP box, Bartomeu could not help but join in the applause. Such strong football talent, such fiery competitive spirit. His gaze was fervent as he looked at Jiang Hao. At that moment, the Barcelona president even thought about doing whatever it takes to keep this talented young star at Camp Nou, even though they already had the world's #1, Messi. Chapter 98. Looking at his teammate slowly collapsing to the ground, all Barcelona players had a face full of black lines. Damn Huaxia butcher, here we go again. The key is that he is acting innocent. If it weren't for this guy's past record, they might have almost believed it. Hey, you need to explain your behavior just now. Mascherano shouted for the team doctor while aggressively charging at Jiang Hao, looking as if he would throw a couple of punches if he didn't get a satisfactory answer. The Valencia players, who had been holding back their laughter, immediately turned serious and surrounded him upon seeing someone trying to cause trouble for Jiang Hao. They had already been displeased with Alves when Cancelo was substituted earlier. Now, with Jiang Hao kicking him out of the game, he could only blame himself. It was purely an accident. Even knowing the opponent wouldn't believe him, Jiang Hao helplessly spread his hands and patiently explained. On my honor, apart from the first time when I deliberately took that guy out, the other 2 times were accidents. I really don't know what happened. His kicking technique seemed to have a mind of its own when it came to kicking people out. It was spot on every time. Damn it. If only I could shoot with that kind of precision, it would be great. Why waste such a skill on these nonsensical things? Chapter 99. 3 days later was the next round of La Liga. Since Valencia was playing away, Nuno Santo set off early the next morning with the team, heading to Sevilla, the capital of the Andalusia region in southwestern Spain. In La Liga, Real Betis was considered a mid-lower tier team and posed little threat to the current Valencia. Therefore, Nuno Santo decided to rest most of the main players, sending Jiang Hao, Joao Pereira, Paco, and Piatti to lead the substitutes. Cancelo was suspended due to a red card in the last match and did not make the squad. The match had no suspense. Just 3 minutes into the game, Jiang Hao scored with a powerful long shot, opening the scoring at 1-0. Only 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao scored again by pushing the ball into the far corner during a quick counterattack. In the 40th minute, Joao Pereira broke through on the right and delivered an accurate cross to the fast-approaching Jiang Hao, who again scored with a powerful header, completing a first-half hat-trick. The stadium fell silent. The Real Betis coach, who had made bold statements at the pre-match press conference, now sat slumped on the bench, looking lifeless. Chapter 100. The outside world was in an uproar, while Jiang Hao was training day and night. After completing joint training with his teammates during the day, he would go to the gym at night to lift weights. In short, life was monotonous yet fulfilling. On the 11th, at 9 p.m. local time, the second leg of the Copa del Rey kicked off as scheduled. As in the last match, Nuno Santo continued to use a no-striker formation. The starting goalkeeper remained Alves. Left back Gaia, right back Joao Pereira, with center backs Mustafi and Otamendi. The double pivot in midfield was Zuccarini and Parejo. The attacking midfielders from left to right were Cancelo, De Paul, Jiang Hao, and Gomez. On the Barcelona side, they still lined up in their usual 4-3-3 formation. The starting goalkeeper was changed from Bravo to Ter Stegen. Left back Alba, right back Alves, with center backs Pique and Mascherano. The midfield trio consisted of Busquets, Rakitic, and Iniesta. The front 3 were Neymar, Suarez, and Messi. With both teams facing a packed schedule, playing league and Copa del Rey matches within a week, it was undoubtedly a huge test for the player's stamina. Goalkeeper Alves temporarily gave up going to nightclubs, which only proved this point. Chapter 101. Seeing Messi surrounded, Alves made a long pass to Iniesta in the center. The latter advanced with the ball and passed to Neymar on the left before Jiang Hao could recover. Don't you like to double team? They thought. Go for it. They have more than just one world-class player. Zuccarini stepped up to intercept, and before Neymar could make any move, he slid in and kicked the ball out of bounds. Due to inertia, he even sent it to the opposing side. Seeing the referee make no call, Neymar could only helplessly get up from the ground, walk out of bounds, and throw the ball to Rakitic. Playing at home, Valencia was aggressive. In the following 20 minutes, Barcelona couldn't organize a decent attack. Fatigue was one reason, but more importantly, Neymar on the left seemed to be out of form. He made two basic errors while passing back, nearly losing possession. As for Suarez, he was heavily surrounded. From the start of the match until now, he had only dropped back to midfield to receive the ball and had not seen any action in the attacking positions. Enrique on the sidelines knew that if this continued, losing was only a matter of time. So he pushed his hands forward, urging the players to press up. Nuno Santo on the sidelines, however, made no comments, simply fiddling with the tactics board to analyze the situation on the field. Chapter 102. Playing at home and leading by 2 goals on aggregate, the atmosphere in the Valencia dressing room was joyous. They seemed to see the championship beckoning them. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Barcelona dressing room was somewhat gloomy. As a top La Liga club, a championship was the standard. Even if it was the Copa del Rey, which wasn't as prestigious, it still mattered. After a moment of silence, Enrique pulled out the tactics board and began to lay out the strategy for the second half. Busquets, I'll emphasize again. You must keep a close eye on Jiang Hao at all times. Don't let him receive the ball easily. Rakitic in the second half. You need to assist Busquets at all times. If he shows any signs of being shaken off by Jiang Hao, you need to stick to him immediately. Alves, peak. You must step up to receive the ball, especially when Messi is double-teamed. You need to quickly reposition to transition the ball to Iniesta. Messi, Neymar. You two should try to break through more often, preferably to create fouls near the penalty area for free kick opportunities. He went on and on until the halftime break was approaching, finally stopping the tactical arrangements. He smiled at everyone and said word by word, "Remember, you represent the great Barcelona, and only victory deserves this jersey." Chapter 103. Jiang Hao kicked off from the center circle. With the score equalized, Valencia abandoned their defensive strategy and began to press actively. This move gradually helped them regain their advantage. In the next 20 minutes, both sides had their attacking moments, but all were resolved by defensive players at the last moment. As Messi was double-teamed more often, Pique on the Barcelona defense line began to step up his position to serve as a transitional point to send the ball to Iniesta's feet. In the 85th minute of the match, Messi held the ball on the right side, surrounded by Cancelo, De Paul, and Parejo. Seeing no significant opportunity to break through, and with defenders intercepting between him and Iniesta, he passed the ball back to Alves. The latter made a horizontal pass to Pique. After receiving the ball, Pique took 2 steps forward, waiting for Iniesta to run into space before passing it over. However, there was always Jiang Hao closely following Iniesta, leaving no room for a pass. In desperation, he could only pass the ball to Rakitic. Rakitic, with his comprehensive skills and balanced use of both feet, was a typical hexagonal warrior. After receiving the pass, he gently pulled the ball to the right, easily brushing past Gomez in front of him. Chapter 104. The goal is in. The goal is in. My God. In the 87th minute of the match, Jiang Hao scored with an exaggerated curve, piercing through Ter Stegen's defense and into the Barcelona goal. 87 minutes, what does that mean? It means Valencia has almost 1 foot in the King's Cup final. This season, they are likely to win the long-awaited championship trophy. This is destined to be a magical night, and there is only one protagonist of this night, and that is Jiang Hao. The live commentator shouted passionately. Along with him were 50,000 home fans celebrating wildly. Jiang Hao! Jiang Hao! They kept shouting Jiang Hao's name to express their admiration. At this moment, they were happy, because their team was about to eliminate the top La Liga giant Barcelona at their home ground. The thrill of an underdog winning against a stronger opponent has always been the most exhilarating thing. Jiang Hao was the first to rush to the sidelines, sliding to his knees and raised his hands high to salute his fans. It was not easy at all. Even he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion at this moment. De Paul and others excitedly rushed over, knocking Jiang Hao to the ground. Chapter 105. Losing the match, losing the championship. The Barcelona players were not too disappointed. It was just a King's Cup championship. Compared to the League Championship and the Champions League title, its weight was obviously less. Moreover, they had just won 5 titles last season. To be honest, the desire for a championship among Barcelona players this season was far less intense than last season. In this match, Jiang Hao scored 2 goals. Once again, he was named the man of the match. Unfortunately, there was no red name monster in this match. It seems that the system does not provide rewards for already completed instances. In the player tunnel, Pique approached again. First, he exchanged jerseys with Jiang Hao, then began to persuade him to join the Spanish national team with earnest words. After talking for a long time, it was finally De Paul who couldn't stand it anymore and sent Pique away. Back in the locker room, Jiang Hao took a shower, greeted Nuno Santo, and then left the club alone. Just as he stepped out, Raiola came up to him with a beaming smile. "Haha, Jiang, you are amazing, scoring twice to eliminate Barcelona. Now I can negotiate with those vampire clubs for a higher price." This guy never talked about anything other than money. Jiang Hao looked at him with disdain. "Mino, actually, money is not that important. What matters is to see who is more sincere." Chapter 106. The 2-day holiday quickly passed. During the time spent with Sakurai Yumi, Gina called twice, inviting Jiang Hao to the villa to explore new positions. As a serious person, Jiang Hao firmly refused this invitation under the pretext of preparing for the match. However, considering that being rejected would hurt the girl, he softened his stance and postponed it. They set the new date for after the next round of La Liga. This time, Sakurai Yumi lied to her family, saying she was out of town filming, so she couldn't stay long. No matter how reluctant she felt, she had to leave. Seeing her cry like a flower in the rain, Jiang Hao felt a bit heartbroken. After comforting Sakurai Yumi for 4 hours, he finally sent her to the airport. In the 2 days Jiang Hao was out, the news media exploded. Of course, the main reason was his outstanding performance in the King's Cup semifinals, scoring 4 goals in 2 matches. He single-handedly eliminated the top La Liga giant Barcelona. This made Jiang Hao, who was already in the spotlight, receive even more attention from the entire European football scene. Some media said that Jiang Hao is now on par with Messi and Ronaldo, with only some team honors separating him, such as the League Championship and the Champions League title. Of course, there were also those who felt that Jiang Hao is still quite far from Messi and Ronaldo. Chapter 107. 3 days later, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 begins. Valencia will be a guest in Lisbon, challenging the Portuguese Super League giant Benfica. This team won back-to-back European Cup titles in 1961 and 1962 and has considerable strength. They are also regulars in the Champions League. Therefore, the first leg is crucial. Winning would be ideal. Even if they cannot win, ensuring a draw is essential. This is the bottom line in Nuno Santo's mind. With this in mind, after completing the league match, Valencia's entire team flew to the Estadio de Luz early the next day to quickly familiarize themselves with the stadium. Poor Gina once again stood up by Jiang Hao. Well, she decided to get her revenge next time. That afternoon, after the entire Valencia team conducted field adaptation training at Estadio de Luz, they checked into a 5-star hotel near the stadium as arranged by the home team. Speaking of Estadio de Luz, everyone should be familiar with it. The famous miracle of 9,248 in football happened in this stadium during the 2013-14 UEFA Champions League final between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid. Chapter 108. At 8:45 p.m. local time, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 officially kicked off. Playing away, Nuno Santo still deployed a no-striker formation. Goalkeeper, Alves. Left back, Gaia. Right back, João Pereira. Center backs, Mustafi and Otamendi. Defensive midfielder, Zuccarini, with Parejo positioned ahead. On the sides were Cancelo and Gomez. The front positions were De Paul and Jiang Hao. Benfica, on the other hand, set up a 4-5-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Ederson. The defensive line from left to right consisted of Lopez, Duro, Lindelof, and Semedo. Defensive midfielder, Hoda. Positioned forward were Salvio, Gedson, Pizzi, and Nicolas Gaitan. The lone striker was Seferovic. Parejo was fortunate to get the starting player through a coin toss. Jiang Hao stood in the center circle, and with a whistle from the referee, passed the ball back to Parejo. Both sides began to position themselves. Compared to technical skills, La Liga teams are clearly more refined than those in other leagues. Within the first 3 minutes, Valencia skillfully maintained possession through passing. Both teams were in a defensive formation. So pre-match predictions indicated that there wouldn't be a high-scoring game. Chapter 109. After a minute of celebration, both teams returned to their respective halves. Selvi kicked off from the center circle, passing back to Guedes behind him. Once the positions were set, Guedes distributed the ball to Salvio on the left flank. Forward Selvi. Midfielders Guedes, Pizzi, and Nicolas Gaitan quickly made forward runs. In a combination play on the left flank, Salvio got past Gomez and pushed the ball horizontally to Selvi. The front pivot. Selvi transitioned the ball to the right side. This large-scale transfer of possession slowed the pace, but successfully drew Valencia's defensive focus to the right. Cancelo and DePaul quickly returned to defend. However, Pizzi suddenly accelerated with the ball, shaking off the defensive midfielder Zuccarini. Faced with a double team from Gaia and Otamendi, Pizzi decisively lifted the ball into the penalty area. Selvi got to the first drop, but being too far from a goal, his header was clearly not a threat. So he forced a pass to Salvio on the left. At this moment, Salvio, utilizing agile positioning, was unmarked. Receiving the ball from his teammate, he shot without hesitation. The ball quickly flew towards the goal, bouncing off the ground just in front of the goal and into the net. Chapter 110. Less than half a match and already 2 goals conceded. Victoria on the sidelines helplessly threw up his hands. Recalling his pre-match statement about not making special tactics for Jiang Hao, he felt embarrassed. He glanced at Nuno Santo, who was excitedly gesticulating beside him. The word Sly flashed through Victoria's mind. Yes, Sly. This old guy had been touting how great Benfica was at the pre-match press conference. How advanced and reasonable his tactical arrangements were. Now it seemed he was just waiting for Victoria to do this and watch the joke unfold. If it weren't for the fear of punishment, he would have wanted to punch this old guy. Watching Jiang Hao celebrating wildly on the sidelines. He thought for a moment and called over his player Pizzi. Both goals had originated from the left flank. Moving forward, Victoria decided to have someone specifically mark Cancelo. At least they shouldn't allow the opponent to easily pass the ball to Jiang Hao. The match continued. After Selvi kicked the ball off from the center circle, Guedes did not rush to organize an attack. Instead, he waited for his teammates to position themselves before passing the ball to Nicolas Gaitan in the center circle. As the team's attacking core, Gaitan was notable for both long shots and forward passes. Chapter 111. The ball is in. The ball is in. A successful, quick counterattack. A visual feast of speed and passion. This goal was purely a reflection of Jiang Hao's personal ability. Terrifying speed, terrifying physicality, terrifying scoring ability in front of the goal. This calmness and composure made it hard to believe he was just a 20-year-old young player. At the same age, he undoubtedly surpassed all current players, including Messi and Ronaldo. Once again, the live commentator went wild over Jiang Hao's spectacular goal. He had been commentating on football matches for many years and hadn't lost his composure like this in a long time. He remembered the last time it happened was 10 years ago during the Champions League final in Istanbul, when Liverpool made a comeback against AC Milan to win the title. Seemingly infected, the home fans also stood up, giving Jiang Hao a warm round of applause. As Portuguese, they had their own football superstar to be proud of. But this young man in front of them also deserved their blessings. While Jiang Hao and others were celebrating, the referee showed a yellow card to Lopez. Lopez made no complaints about it, as he was originally going for a foul. Chapter 112. Jiang Hao was double-teamed. Meanwhile, Cancelo on the left was almost unmarked. Without thinking, Parejo passed the ball over. Jiang Hao knew he was under special attention. So, the moment Cancelo received the ball, he actively moved towards the right flank. He was watching to see if the defenders would follow him. If they did, there would be a large gap on the left flank, allowing DePaul and Cancelo enough space to operate. If they didn't follow, he could pose a threat on the right side of the penalty area. With the gravitational effect in play, Jiang Hao believed Cancelo could pass the ball to him. Having won consecutive Primera Liga titles and progressed to the Champions League knockout stages, Benfica players clearly had their own defensive tactics. Just as Jiang Hao moved towards the right, Pizzi, one of the 4 defenders, lunged at Cancelo. At the same time, Lopez from the defense moved up to cover. Thus, Jiang Hao remained double-teamed, while the left side defense was also reinforced. Cancelo didn't care about any of that. He had only one goal now, to dribble past and then shoot. After all, they were already 2 goals ahead. It wouldn't be too much to take a risk this time. Facing Pizzi's interception, Cancelo immediately stopped, feigning to pass the ball to DePaul's side. Chapter 113. Nice. The ball is in. A precise strike to the dead corner. The ball flew towards the upper right corner of the goal after going over the wall. Controlling the trajectory of the ball like this is not an exaggeration to describe him as a contemporary free kick master. No, there are few players in the entire history of football who can compare. Even having just witnessed Jiang Hao's spectacular performance, the live commentator couldn't help but shout in excitement. Long-range shots from outside the penalty area, cutting in after passing several players, counterattacks at extreme speed, and precise free kicks. Each of these 4 goals was a visual feast that sent adrenaline soaring. And at this moment, they were happening one after another. He was lucky, and all the spectators at the Estadio de Luz were also lucky, because they witnessed the entire process of these wonderful goals. On the field, Jiang Hao, who scored a hat-trick, quickly rushed to the sidelines. Upon reaching the corner area, he jumped high, then turned around, pointing his thumbs at the words Jiang Hao on his back. Meanwhile, the away fans also shouted Jiang Hao's name. Cancelo, Parejo, and Paul, among others, rushed over with excited expressions. Chapter 114, La Liga Round 25. Valencia needs to face Granada away. So the next day at noon, Nuno Santo took the team back to the club. Originally, he planned to fly back to Valencia early in the morning. However, he couldn't contact Cancelo and Alves, so he had to postpone the trip. On the way back, the two, with dark circles under their eyes, were scolded mercilessly by head coach Nuno Santo for half an hour, only stopping because his voice was getting hoarse. Look at Jiang Hao performing so well on the field, yet still training hard and never going to nightclubs. Why can't you two learn from him? Do you think just because your starting positions are secure, you can skip training? For the next round of matches, you two will stay at the club. Assistant coach, arrange some physical training for them. They can't take a day off. Cancelo and Alves hung their heads, not daring to say a word. It's all that damn little girl's fault for keeping them up all night. Especially in a 1v2 situation. They've never felt so wronged. Just thinking about that woman's fierceness makes their legs weak. Chapter 115, February 28th, 4 p.m. local time. The 26th round of La Liga officially starts. Valencia hosts the veteran team Athletic Bilbao. First, let's introduce the lineups. In this match, Valencia is still playing without a striker. Goalkeeper Alves, left back Gaia, right back Joao Pereira. The two center backs are Mustafi and Otamendi. Defensive midfielder Zuccarini, with Parejo positioned ahead. The wings are occupied by Cancelo and Gomez. In the middle are Jiang Hao and DePaul. Athletic Bilbao is arranged in a 4-1-4-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Inaki. The defense from left to right includes Boveda, Laporte, Ikaida, and Valencia. Single defensive midfielder Gurpagai. The players ahead are Sasita, Benyat, Ariso, and DeMarcos. The lone striker is Adjuris. The advantage of the 4-1-4-1 formation lies in its balanced attack and defense, allowing for short passes, wing crosses, and through balls. However, it places high physical demands on the lone defensive midfielder and the two wide midfielders, who need to last the whole match. Notably, the central forward must have excellent positioning awareness and finishing ability. In this match, both Valencia and Athletic Bilbao are increasing the intensity in midfield. Chapter 116, beautiful. The ball is in. Another long-range shot. Jiang Hao breaks the deadlock with his brilliant performance. Top speed, top long-range shooting ability, plus excellent dribbling skills. What can you do to defend against such a player? I wonder if Real Madrid's president regrets his decision upon seeing this scene. Or perhaps he has regretted it for a long time, but is too proud to admit it. In the media area, commentators all stood up and shouted. Among them was Jiang Hao. Next to him were two South Korean commentators, who were also excitedly talking a lot. On the field, while Jiang Hao and others celebrated wildly, Valverde on the bench helplessly spread his hands, his face full of bitterness. To be honest, he felt that his players had performed well enough. At least against Valencia, they managed to hold on for 20 minutes without conceding a goal. This was something even Real Madrid and Barcelona couldn't achieve before. Indeed, Valverde considered this an achievement. For this match, he had repeatedly watched all the game footage since Jiang Hao joined Valencia. Chapter 117. In the second half, neither side made any substitutions. Continuing the tactics from the first half, Valencia, being the leading side, naturally held the initiative. In a situation where they still had the upper hand, rashly changing formations wouldn't be wise. For Athletic Bilbao, being only one goal down at halftime was already a good performance. Since they could limit Jiang Hao, Valverde wouldn't easily change tactics. Of course, since they were on the field, no one wanted to lose the match, even if there was a significant gap in strength. Counterattack. This is a tactic that all weaker teams must employ to defeat stronger ones. Since defense was the priority, the decision to double-team Jiang Hao could not be changed and must be adhered to. As for scoring, he believed his teammates would find opportunities to level the score. They were the Basque Lions. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Athletic Bilbao attacked again, still choosing the right wing. It seemed all teams liked to target the area where Cancelo was positioned. Of course, Nuno Santo was well aware of this. That's why in recent matches, he had allowed the more active Zuccarini to start. Chapter 118. In the following time, Athletic Bilbao organized several attacks. However, in front of Valencia's dense midfield, they couldn't smoothly bring the ball past the halfway line. Instead, a passing error nearly led to a counterattack. Of course, the means to stop the counterattack were still tactical fouls on Jiang Hao. As a result, 5 midfielders from Athletic Bilbao received yellow cards. If there hadn't been so little time left, one of them could have been sent off. When the 3 minutes of stoppage time ended, the referee blew the final whistle. The score finally settled at 2-0. Jiang Hao scored 1 goal and provided 1 assist, undoubtedly earning the title of man of the match. However, unfortunately, there was no appearance of the red-name monster this time. This left Jiang Hao puzzled. It was known that Athletic Bilbao's overall strength this season was not weak. Their 5th-place ranking in La Liga confirmed this. Even Benfica, with similar strength, received rewards. Athletic Bilbao had no reason not to trigger the storyline. Could it be that the goal came too late in this match? Then he would have to work harder in the next match. Jiang Hao shook his head, deciding not to think about these troubling matters anymore. Chapter 119. In this round of matches, Real Madrid lost 0-1 to Atletico Madrid again, completely losing the chance to compete for the league title. Meanwhile, on Valencia's side, Rodrigo, who had been injured in the match against Real Madrid, returned to the team. He is expected to come off the bench in the next round of matches when they face Malaga away. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. In this round of the league, Nuno Santo plans to let Jiang Hao rest in Valencia after consecutive matches. He is also worried that the latter might get injured due to fatigue. Moreover, after this round of matches, there will be 2 heavyweight games coming up. One is the 28th round of La Liga in 4 days. Valencia will host the tough team Atletico Madrid, under the leadership of the fierce coach Simeone. This team has become a force that all top clubs in Europe fear. In the 2013-14 season, they even surpassed Real Madrid and Barcelona to win the La Liga title. In the UEFA Champions League, they reached the final for the first time in history. Unfortunately, in the last moments, they conceded an equalizer from Ramos's header and ultimately lost the championship. In short, Atletico Madrid is a team that is both headache-inducing and peculiar, much like Kakashi for Naruto. It's a 50-50 situation. They can frustrate top teams, but might also struggle against weaker opponents. Chapter 120, local time, 8:30 p.m. The highlight match of the 28th round of La Liga kicks off, as scheduled. Valencia hosts Simeone's Atlético Madrid. In this match, Nuno Santo sets up a 4-2-3-1 formation. The goalkeeper is still Alves, left back Cancelo, and right back João Pereira. The 2 center backs are Mustafi and Otamendi. The double pivot consists of Zuccarini and Parejo. Jiang Hao plays as the attacking midfielder, with DePaul on the left wing and Gomez on the right wing. Rodrigo is at the forefront. Atlético Madrid, on the other hand, positions in a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper Oblak, left back Felipe, and right back Juanfran. The 2 center backs are Jimenez and Godin. In the midfield, Oliver and Koch occupy the wings, while Thiago and Gabi are in the center. The 2 forwards are Griezmann and Torres. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match begins. Valencia is fortunate to gain possession at the start. Rodrigo stands in the center circle and passes the ball to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao returns the pass. As anticipated, Atletico Madrid starts their signature high pressing right from the beginning. Valencia quickly spreads their formation and utilizes passing to create space. In the 2nd minute of the match, Chapter 121, beautiful. Seeing Jiang Hao score first, Nuno Santo on the sidelines excitedly pumps his fists. The reason he responded so strongly at the pre-match press conference was, firstly, to boost morale, and secondly, out of trust in Jiang Hao. Initially, he worried that due to the intensity of the defense, both sides might fall into a long stalemate. Now, it seems he was overthinking it. On the other side, Simeone is also surprised to see his team concede a goal so quickly. Since taking over Atletico, he has never conceded a goal in the first 20 minutes of a match, even against Real Madrid and Barcelona. It seems he underestimated Jiang Hao. However, the match has just begun, and there is plenty of time to equalize. What Simeone fears most are tough matches. Once the game resumes, Simeone gestures with both hands forward, signaling his players to press up. On the field, Jiang Hao sees the Atletico players changing. Just like in the previous match against Barcelona, everyone on the opposite side has a red font above their heads. LV80, LV79, etc. In terms of individual ability, the Atletico players are clearly weaker than those of Barcelona. However, the Lord-level Rednay monster with LV96 above the goal is identical to that of Barcelona, who have Messi. Chapter 122. On the field. As Valencia pushes forward, the confrontation in the midfield becomes intense, especially for Jiang Hao, who receives special attention from the Atletico players. Elbows, pulling, and other small actions occur frequently, even though he is not weak in physical confrontation or strength at this moment. He is still knocked down multiple times due to such defensive actions. Although he is not injured thanks to the system's resistance, the pain still makes him grimace. Since he is known as the Butcher of Huaxia, Jiang Hao is certainly not someone who is willing to suffer losses. Toughness, huh? Let's see who is tougher. Do they really think the 4 hours were fake news? In the following minutes, whenever Jiang Hao intercepts in midfield, he tackles those Atletico players who have used small actions against him. Of course, Jiang Hao's tackles are very clean. After touching the ball with his toes, there is a clear, forceful action. As for the inertia, that's beyond his control. He simply couldn't stop due to his speed. After several consecutive tackles, the Atletico midfield players, led by Gabi, started back down. When facing Jiang Hao afterward, they no longer dare to use small actions. They realize that this guy, who seems harmless, is not someone who is willing to be pushed around. Chapter 123. Tell me, where is your fighting spirit? Where is your defense? With so many people in the back line, how could there be a lapse? In the locker room, Simeone's 3 questions leave the Atletico players feeling awkward, especially Gabi, Godin, and Felipe, who are directly facing Jiang Hao, feel so ashamed that they can't lift their heads. To be honest, they've tried their best, but they just can't defend against him. The main issue is that Jiang Hao starts too quickly. If they lose focus for even 2 seconds, they'll be left behind. Facing such a freak of nature is a huge test for both stamina and concentration. As the captain, Gabi naturally needs to voice the difficulties. They just can't defend against him. Compared to saving face, the team's victory is clearly more important. Boss, to be honest, I can't defend against Jiang Hao alone. His speed and explosiveness, I'm sure you saw, makes it extremely easy for him to shake off defenders as long as he has support. I've played for so long, and it's the first time I've faced such a freakish player. As soon as he finishes speaking, Godin and Felipe immediately nod in agreement. Yes, boss. I feel the same way. Hearing this, Simeone can only smile wryly and nod. Chapter 124. The match restarts. On the field, Rodrigo kicks off. The Atletico players immediately pounce. This time, they play even more aggressively than in the first half, and the confrontations are even fiercer. Of course, these are aimed at other players. When facing Jiang Hao, Gabi and the others still have to be much cleaner in their actions. As for physical contact, it is something unavoidable. There is no choice. If you want to win, someone has to do the dirty and tiring work. Thus, Gabi and Thiago tightly squeezed Jiang Hao in the middle like wrapping dumplings. With no other option, Jiang Hao had to retreat to the backfield to get the ball. However, as Atletico's defensive intensity increased, the difficulty of getting the ball past the halfway line also multiplied, mainly because Griezmann had also retreated to midfield. This meant there were a total of 10 players in the midfield from both sides. With such a dense defense, it was hard to break through solely relying on individual skills. Time ticked away, but Valencia was unable to organize a decent offensive. This made Nuno Santo on the sidelines anxious. This was a match they had to win. Only by winning this match could they keep up with Barcelona in the championship race. Without hesitation, Nuno Santo made a substitution adjustment. Chapter 125. In the center of the field, Griezmann received the ball and was about to accelerate past the halfway line when suddenly, an orange and black figure rushed past him from the right side. Number 8. Orange and black jersey. It was Jiang Hao. This guy is so fast in defense. Griezmann clearly remembered that Jiang Hao had just been at the top of his own penalty area. How did he get here in just a few seconds? Is he even human? With the counterattack failing, Griezmann decisively turned back to defend. But after just a few steps, that orange and black figure flashed past him again. Jiang Hao returned and actually got past him. Griezmann was filled with questions. He was unsure whether Jiang Hao was too fast or if he was too slow. Was it really that ridiculous? On the other side, as Jiang Hao crossed the halfway line with the ball, he suddenly heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Detected simulation trigger conditions for the top 100 goals in football. Alien Ronaldo's God-tier solo goal. During his time at Barcelona, hosts dribbling increased by 100. Physical strength increased by 100. Shooting increased by 100. Countdown to simulation. 109 as the system counted down. Chapter 126 ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the main-level red-named monster LV96 rewards. Combat 3, Physical Strength 3, Defense 3 along with the system prompt. Jiang Hao helplessly clicked his tongue. It can only be said that the Mattress Army really delivers. All the rewards are focused on hard defense. Although it's not as real as free attribute points, 9 directional attribute points can still be considered a generous reward. Just as he was lost in thought, the Valencia players suddenly rushed over, lifting him high and throwing him into the air. The way they celebrated made it seem like they had won a championship. Meanwhile, the Atletico players watched, gritting their teeth. But a loss is a loss. Although it was painful, they could only accept reality. That is how football is. Moreover, this season, they ranked 4th in the league, having long lost the chance to compete for the title. Losing a match in the league was something they could somewhat accept. At that moment, Griezmann walked up to Jiang Hao and casually took off his jersey to hand it over. Hey, Jiang, can we swap jerseys? Sure. Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't refuse. He actually didn't have any bad feelings towards him. Instead, he felt a bit of sympathy. Chapter 127, even if Cancelo was carefree. He had to take defense seriously at this moment. No one wanted to lose. Even less did anyone want to be the scapegoat for the team's failure to win the championship. But defense is different from offense. The latter can show results in a short time under excellent conditions. Defense, however, is a comprehensive reflection of reading the game and experience. It requires not only talent, but also years of accumulation. This was undoubtedly a very difficult task for Cancelo. All he could do was run actively on the field. When a person focuses on getting stronger, they won't be distracted by things outside of football. At this moment, Cancelo and Rodrigo were just like that. After team training, the two would stay behind to practice with Jiang Hao. Alves would still occasionally go to nightclubs. In his words, when the pressure on the goalkeeper is high, it's necessary to relax appropriately. Nuno Santo could only let him be. As of now, Alves' competitive state had not been affected. His exceptional penalty-saving skills had become a nightmare for many big-name stars, including the biggest star, Ronaldo, who missed 3 out of 4 penalties against him. Chapter 128 on the field, Jiang Hao was quickly advancing with the ball. The 3 players who had originally surrounded him were still near the halfway line due to the recent rapid counterattack. It was clearly too late to stop Jiang Hao. Lindelof, stop him. The defensive midfielder Hoda yelled at his teammate. He actually wanted to say, take down Jiang Hao, but to commit a foul in front of the referee could get both of them sent off. You don't need to remind me. After playing together for so long, Lindelof naturally understood what his teammate wanted to say. Without any hesitation, he lunged towards Jiang Hao. At the same time, Lindelof gestured to his teammate to come behind him. This way, if he committed a tactical foul, he would most likely just receive a yellow card. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. But just when he was less than 3 meters away from Jiang Hao, the latter suddenly lifted his right foot and struck the ball hard. Bang! With a loud explosion, Lindelof could even see the ball deforming to an exaggerated degree. It seemed like it could explode at any moment. What terrifying explosiveness! Is this guy really human? Before he could think too much, the ball quickly soared into the air and then shot toward the goal like a cannonball. Chapter 129 Jiang, thank you. After scoring a goal, Rodrigo excitedly jumped onto Jiang Hao's back, waving his hands to vent the pent-up frustration inside him. The current Valencia could actually play, well, even without a forward. It was the same when they faced Barcelona before. At that time, Rodrigo was still at home recovering from an injury and watched the entire match on TV. It was precisely this match that made him feel a strong sense of crisis. So he thought that after recovering, he would prove his importance through outstanding performances on the field. Recently, his poor performance in several matches has made him extremely anxious, even worrying that he might be dropped from the starting lineup in the next game. As a professional player in the prime of his career, sitting on the bench is undoubtedly the most deadly thing. Fortunately, Jiang Hao helped him regain his confidence with an assist. Ding, binding with character of bond, initiated binding successful. Obtained Lord-level bond, character, Rodrigo, you are his close friend, who helps him regain his confidence in the game. And also the angel who saves his career from this moment on. You will be his most trusted partner, Lord-level bond character effect. Passing success rate between host and bond player increased by 40%. Tacit understanding increased by 40%. Chapter 130, watching his teammates dominate the game. Jiang Hao felt his heart bleeding. He missed out on the goal and the Man of the Match award. These were all free attribute points. If he had to accumulate them through training, it would take over a month. The key point was the Man of the Match medal used for the lottery. This loss was significant. Of course, he wasn't the only one feeling upset at the moment. There were also over 20,000 fans on site. The reason they paid a high price for tickets was to watch Jiang Hao play live. In the end, he didn't even get on the field for a minute. If they had known this, they might as well have stayed home, drinking beer and watching the live broadcast. Why waste that money? Especially those fans who came from out of town were loudly demanding Levant Club to refund their tickets. When the match ended and the referee blew the whistle, Jiang Hao quietly returned to the locker room. Meanwhile, Cancelo, who scored a goal, rushed over with a smug look. Jiang, did you see me score that goal? Am I handsome or what? Handsome, as expected of a Portuguese genius. Jiang Hao could only compliment him, feeling annoyed. There was no choice with Cancelo's personality. If he didn't say something, who knows how long he would be pestered. Chapter 131, Guardiola never thought that one day his seat would be occupied by a young player. The key point was at UEFA headquarters during the Champions League quarterfinal draw. It would be hard for anyone to believe it if told. However, he is still one of the top coaches in the football world today, so he didn't bother to dwell on it. He took a deep glance at Jiang Hao and then walked straight to the last row. Jiang Hao shrugged helplessly. Although he felt a bit guilty, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, his reputation wasn't great to begin with. Plus, after the season, Guardiola would go to Manchester City, so the two would hardly have any chance of collaborating. If the impression is bad, then so be it. What else could he do? Nuno Santo, however, didn't think as lightly as he did. He was holding his head, looking like he had a headache. Local time, noon 12 o'clock. After the host's very official opening remarks, the venue also played a highlight reel of the top 1 knockout goals. In a short 30 seconds, Jiang Hao's 2 long shots and free kick were included in the edit. It must be said that these 3 goals, both in terms of difficulty and visual appeal, were very exciting. Even people who were used to seeing high-level matches couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chapter 132 that morning. Just as Jiang Hao was about to head to the training ground, he received a call from Cristiano Ronaldo. Sorry, Jiang. I didn't expect things to escalate this much. I hope it hasn't affected you and the team too much. In the past few days, Ronaldo had been feeling very guilty. He never thought that such a minor incident could blow up to this extent under the media's manipulation. Since it was his fault, he should apologize. It's okay. Just a publicity stunt. I couldn't care less. Jiang Hao shrugged, his tone unusually relaxed. To be honest, if my teammates hadn't told me about the recent events, I wouldn't even have known what happened. Hearing such carefree words, Ronaldo's emotions became incoherent. He had encountered such situations quite a bit. One could say his psychological endurance was already very good. But now, compared to Jiang Hao, it seemed insufficient. No, it should be said that they were not even on the same level. He could only say he was strong, while the other could be described as immune. But this is fine. At least he didn't harm Jiang Hao because of an unintentional act. In that case, I'm relieved. By the way, please apologize to your coach and teammates for me. Chapter 133, taking advantage of the 3 people's moment of distraction. Jiang Hao quickly rushed to the left side of the penalty area after landing. At that moment, DePaul passed the ball over. Because the pass was a bit rushed, its quality was not very good. It could even be described as poor. If it had been a ground pass, it would have been much easier for the receiver to shoot or pass. But with a half-high ball like this, it becomes challenging to shoot or pass. This requires a high level of footwork and ball control. The safe method would be to control the ball first, and then proceed with the next move. But doing so would obviously slow down the attacking rhythm. Especially near the penalty line, even a slight pause of a second could lead to losing an excellent scoring opportunity. It could even result in getting trapped and losing possession. The situation was just like that. DePaul's pass was not only a half-high ball, but also because the timing of the pass was delayed by a fraction of a second. The ball flew right past Jiang Hao's back. If nothing unexpected happened, the ball would be controlled by center back Sergio Gomez. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao stretched out his right foot backward and used his heel to nudge the ball slightly forward. The ball changed direction and flew over his head toward the left side of the penalty area. Chapter 134, Valencia's goal kick. As before, Alves kicked the ball toward the center circle. He still aimed to find Jiang Hao. Unfortunately, after suffering once, Cedos and the others positioned themselves early, blocking Jiang Hao from the area where the ball would land. On either side, DePaul and Gomez immediately surrounded him. After a fierce scramble, Gomez, taking advantage of his height, headed the ball to the deeper position Parejo. Celta employed a counter-attacking strategy. So at this moment, only two forwards were pressuring in the front. However, this pressure not only posed no threat, but also made them run back and forth, wasting energy for nothing. Boyan and Aspas had tried to pressure a few times, but seeing no effect, they gradually retreated back to the midfield line. Gradually, Valencia began to push their formation forward. Using Parejo and Rodrigo as pivots, the ball is moved back and forth between the left and right halves of the field, aiming to find gaps through pulling and stretching. With a lead, Valencia is playing patiently. Whenever someone comes forward to press, they pass the ball to another teammate in advance, giving the opponent no chance to intercept. Jiang Hao attracts 3 defenders. Chapter 135. Looking at the ball quietly lying in the goal, Alves helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He feared this kind of shot the most. Not only was the ball fast, but it also had a ground bounce that made it impossible to accurately judge its trajectory. No one could save that. The score is 2-1, and the match has become suspenseful again. The Celta players are celebrating on the sidelines, while Jiang Hao and the others stand in their half, quietly waiting for the kickoff. Just like in the previous few matches, Jiang Hao had to retreat to the back to receive the ball when double-teamed. At this moment, Sisto and the others dared not push up. After all, the dribbling capabilities of DePaul and Gomez on the wings are not weak. If Jiang Hao makes a through pass, they can quickly cover back. Thus, Jiang Hao smoothly received the ball in his own half and quickly advanced down the right side. Just past the halfway line, the 3 players who were marking him rushed over without hesitation. Jiang Hao directly shot the ball to the top of the penalty area. At that position, Rodrigo quickly made a run and shot without hesitation. With the enhancement of the binding effect on shooting ability, this long-range shot was of high quality. The ball shot toward the goal like a cannonball. Unfortunately, goalkeeper Alvarez made a brilliant save, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Chapter 136. Celta is not good at playing positional battles. Therefore, they had no way to deal with Valencia's bus defense and could only attempt long shots from outside the penalty area. However, under the dense defense of the players, these long shots clearly posed no threat to Alves. In the 85th minute, Jiang Hao used a quick counterattack to get past 2 players in succession and formed a one-on-one. Facing the advancing Alvarez, Jiang Hao calmly shot into the near corner for a goal. From then on, the match lost all suspense. With 3 goals and 1 assist, Jiang Hao was once again named the man of the match. Back in the locker room, the Valencia players all wore smiles. This was not just because they had just won the match, but also because their points gap with the league leaders, Barcelona, had narrowed. In the 30th round of La Liga played yesterday, Villarreal drew 2-2 with Barcelona at home. Thus, the points difference between the 2 title contenders is only 2 points. In the next round, there will be a national derby match between Barcelona and Real Madrid. If Barcelona loses at home, Valencia will officially overtake them in points and sit at the top of the league. However, with 8 rounds of league matches remaining, a 1-point lead is equivalent to nothing. Chapter 137. On the other side, the fierce national derby was in full swing. In the 25th minute of the match, Messi, after changing direction with the ball at the edge of the penalty area, was brought down by Ramos. But the referee behind him remained unmoved. Slow-motion replay showed that before Ramos's foot touched Messi, the latter had already fallen. There were suspicions of diving. It must be said that Ramos was also quite scared this time because he had already received a yellow card for protesting to the referee. Receiving another card would mean a direct dismissal. Throughout the first half, both sides had their attacking moments. However, overall, the home team Barcelona had the advantage. In the second half, the teams switched sides. In the 55th minute, Barcelona had a corner opportunity. Peak, using a teammate screen, made a header in front of the goal, and the ball flew into the net after bouncing. Score, 1-0. Barcelona broke the deadlock first. 7 minutes later, Real Madrid intercepted the ball on the left. Modric advanced with the ball, utilizing wall passes with Cruz and Benzema. He passed the ball to Marcelo on the left. The latter quickly advanced, cut in horizontally at the edge of the penalty area, and passed the ball to Cruz on the right side of the penalty area. Cruz decisively pushed the ball, which deflected off a defender's ankle. Chapter 138. Thus, Nuno Santo left the press conference in a fit of rage. When he returned to the locker room, the anger on his face had disappeared. Boys, do you know how the outside world views this Champions League match? A match without suspense. That's right. Everyone unanimously believes we will be eliminated by Bayern. We are just a team that doesn't stand a chance. Bayern, on the other hand, is a Bundesliga giant with 5 Champions League titles. They not only have a world-class coach, but also top players in every position. With such a strength gap, it's no wonder the outside world looks down on us. But don't forget, we are currently first in the league, and we have defeated giants like Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. Victory, we just need victory. And after the victory, we will lift the first Champions League trophy in the club's history. Go, tear them apart. Bring Bayern down from their high pedestal at the Allianz Arena and silence those damn reporters. With Nuno Santo's rallying cry, all the Valencia players screamed in a frenzy. The beast-like oppressive aura made Bayern, on the other side of the player tunnel, feel a sense of trepidation. Chapter 139. The match continued. Bayern's initial intimidation was not a fleeting moment. After kicking off, they continued their previous dominance. In the center circle, Alonso advanced with the ball. Using a wall pass with Thiago, he easily got past the pressing Rodrigo. He then passed the ball to the left wing. In this match, Bayern's strategy was very clear, to target Valencia's weak flanks. Robben and Ribéry could both cut in for a shot. Meanwhile, Lewandowski in the center could also cause significant damage. It could be said that Guardiola had everything arranged clearly. After receiving the ball, Ribéry moved slightly to the right. At the moment Gomez extended his foot, Ribéry pulled the ball back to the left. He then nudged the ball forward, easily bypassing Gomez. The deeper-lying Parejo immediately rushed up. Ribéry attempted the same trick again, but failed. Instead, he almost lost possession. Now, he dared not try again and passed the ball to the rapidly advancing Bernat on the side. 2 players on the left flank used wall passes to slowly advance. When Valencia's defensive formation shifted toward this side, they utilized Lewandowski as a transitional point to switch the ball to the right side. Under Guardiola's transformation, Bayern already possessed impressive passing and possession abilities. Chapter 140. After a minute of celebration, the match resumed. Despite having the upper hand on the pitch, they conceded the first goal. This frustrated Bayern's players, especially Guardiola on the sidelines, who gestured for his team to push forward. Alonso received Lewandowski's return pass and immediately played the ball to Robben on the right flank. They still aimed to attack down the wings. However, this time, after Jiang Hao assisted in the defense, Bayern used Lewandowski in the center as a pivot to switch the ball to the left. With a wide transfer, Jiang Hao naturally couldn't keep up. After all, with over 80 minutes left in the match, he couldn't sweep the whole field given his current stamina. On the left, Ribéry attempted to advance after receiving the pass, but after a few steps, Parejo lunged in. Seeing no breakthrough opportunity, Ribéry passed the ball sideways to Lewandowski. The latter pushed it directly to Alonso behind him without stopping the ball. Thus, Bayern played possession in the midfield area. Everyone passed the ball with no hesitation. Rodrigo, Gomez, and others could only be left spinning around, as they felt they were always one player short. Chapter 141. Earlier, when Vidal faced Jiang Hao alone, Alonso had already retreated. He knew that both in speed and physicality, Jiang Hao far surpassed Vidal, so it was highly probable that the latter would be bypassed. Fortunately, he had anticipated the outcome. On the other side, defender Martinez also rushed toward Jiang Hao. He didn't want the opponent to bypass his teammate again and then take a long shot right in front of him. What if it hit his head? This guy has a history. Faced with the 2-man blockade, Jiang Hao didn't feel confident in breaking through the defense. So he flicked the ball with his heel to Rodrigo behind him and quickly made a diagonal run to the left front, to the same position as his first goal. Seeing this, Rodrigo, without thinking, lifted the ball over. As the previous scene was about to repeat itself, Lahm and Alaba rushed toward the ball's landing spot without a second thought. The speedy Lahm aimed to intercept early, while Alaba moved toward the shooting line. But in terms of speed, they couldn't compare to Jiang Hao. In an instant, Jiang Hao had already positioned himself at the ball's landing spot. Seeing Jiang Hao lift his left foot, Lahm decisively threw his body out, positioning himself between the ball and the goal. Chapter 142. After a minute of celebration, the match restarted. Bayern's attack began. Lewandowski skillfully passed the ball back to Alonso. Rodrigo immediately rushed to press. Alonso's fundamental skills were evident as he managed to hold a starting position at top clubs like Real Madrid and Bayern. With a simple pull, he effortlessly evaded Rodrigo and continued to advance with the ball. Facing Jiang Hao's pressing, Alonso pushed the ball sideways to Ribery on the left flank. Parejo quickly positioned himself on the flank to prevent the opponent from using speed to break through. Jiang Hao positioned himself between Ribery, Alonso, and Lewandowski to provide cover at any moment. Bayern's two wings were strong, a fact that all of Europe had to acknowledge. Meanwhile, Valencia's wing defense was weak, which also meant Jiang Hao would have a tiring game. However, for the sake of victory, he was ready to give it his all. Seeing the situation, Ribery didn't dare to push the ball forward. If he got intercepted, with Jiang Hao's counterattack speed, they could very likely concede again. To be safe, he passed the ball back to Vidal, who was positioned deeper. As a transitional point from the back, Vidal smoothly distributed the ball to Thiago on the right. Chapter 143, beep. The referee's whistle indicated the goal was valid. In the 40th minute, thanks to Ribery's breakthrough and assist from the flank, Vidal helped the team equalize the score. Goal! When the familiar shout from the commentator echoed again, the Allianz Arena erupted. The fans waved their scarves emblazoned with Bayern's crest, creating waves of vibrant red. Yes, watching his players celebrate on the sidelines, Guardiola clenched his fists in excitement. They equalized. What did he say? Football is a team sport. A team relying solely on individual performances is destined to go nowhere. Glancing at the time, Guardiola signaled for everyone to retreat. It seemed he wanted to maintain this score and make tactical adjustments during halftime. As Bayern collectively retreated, Jiang Hao and the others in the front line found it difficult to create scoring opportunities. Only Rodrigo, in the 42nd minute, took a decent long shot after receiving a pass from Jiang Hao, but unfortunately, due to the distance, the ball was saved by Germany's goalkeeper Neuer and cleared out of bounds, controlled by Bernat on the right side of the penalty area. Afterwards, Bayern players began to play possession in the midfield. Chapter 144, beautiful. The ball went in. Jiang Hao's pass was truly spot on. It was clear to see that Rodrigo shot comfortably after receiving the ball. There was no hesitation. It had been a long time since such an all-around midfielder was seen, able to dribble, shoot, and pass. And crucially, whether in defense or physicality, his speed was terrifying. Against such a player, tactics had somewhat lost their effectiveness. At this moment, the commentator had completely turned into Jiang Hao's little fan. Although it was his first time commentating on Jiang Hao's match live, and despite being a born-and-bred German, who wouldn't like such a fierce football player? The goal scorer Rodrigo, however, was still swept up as everyone rushed toward Jiang Hao. Everyone knew that he was at least 60% responsible for the goal. After all, in that situation, getting the ball out was already an extremely difficult task, let alone making such a beautiful assist. Jiang, you play football as if you Chinese play table tennis. Simply invincible. Cancelo jumped onto Jiang Hao's back, raising both hands in celebration. Chapter 145. The team doctor strides onto the field. After examining Ribery's ankle, he gestures to Guardiola on the sidelines for a substitution. At this point, Guardiola can no longer sit still. Many of his tactics revolve around the two flanks. If Ribery is injured, not only will they struggle in the Champions League, but even their subsequent Bundesliga matches could be jeopardized. It's over. Guardiola instinctively covers his bald head, his brows tightly knitted. However, he is someone who has seen big moments and quickly calms down, starting to think about how to play the remainder of the match. Since the approach of switching flanks isn't feasible, Lewandowski is no longer necessary on the field. Thus, Thomas Muller replaces Lewandowski, and Coman takes Ribery's position. With this interruption, the game time unknowingly reaches the 76th minute. Previously, when Ribery was injured and fell, Jiang Hao kicked the ball out of bounds. So, after the restart, Bayern also conveniently returned possession to Valencia. Jiang Hao is once again on the attack. As Coman and Robben drop back, the midfield becomes congested. Clearly, it is quite difficult to advance the ball like before. Thus, after shaking off the defense, Jiang Hao passes the ball to Rodrigo in front of him. Chapter 146. Was that a miss? With confusion, Vidal turns his head, just in time to see the ball veer away from a goal. Finally, he can breathe easy. He thought, that damn Chinese butcher may be good at free kicks, but attempting to score directly from 40 yards out is clearly a bit fanciful. Unless Carlos takes it himself. No, even if that freak were to take it, it might still be tough. After all, those free kicks that defy physics have a high chance of being lucky. But what happens next leaves Vidal speechless for a long time. The ball, which was originally off target, suddenly veers left after entering the penalty area. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, the ball strikes the inside of the post and flies into the net. Silence. The scene is deathly silent. Whether it's the home team or the away team or the fans for both sides, everyone at this moment even forgets to breathe. They have seen Carlos's astonishing free kick in the 1997 Four Nations tournament, but that was only in highlights. Moreover, most people believe that the spectacular view of that free kick is largely due to the camera angles and media hype. In reality, it was just a relatively outstanding free kick. Chapter 147, Unjustly Punished. Cancelo is also dumbfounded. He even feels a bit wronged. At least explain why. Let me clarify. Announcing the result publicly and then just turning to leave. What does that mean? Cancelo recalls Rodrigo's strange look at him earlier. Instinctively, he glances at Rodrigo. At this moment, Rodrigo happens to be looking back at him, still with that guilty expression. Fuck, did you do something to wrong me? Seeing Cancelo's aggressive demeanor, Rodrigo feels a bit panicked inside, but his face remains expressionless. You say it's unjust. Why would I do something like that? Cancelo is taken aback at first, then nods thoughtfully. That is true. Because of Jiang Hao, their relationship is pretty good now. There is no reason to sabotage himself. However, he still feels it strange that only he is being punished. Shaking his head, Cancelo doesn't think too much about it. Although it's a pity not to experience the local specialties, he is still young and has plenty of opportunities. As the absolute hero of the match, Jiang Hao is naturally invited to attend the post-match press conference. Chapter 148, on the other side. At the Bayern post-match press conference, Mr. Guardiola, what do you think about the result of this match? Mr. Guardiola, do you think Bayern's crushing defeat was due to your tactical errors? Mr. Guardiola, regarding Ribery's injury, do you believe Jiang Hao should be punished? The scene is chaotic. However, Guardiola does not answer any of these questions from the reporters. Instead, he silently sits at the podium, and when the time is up, he stands and leaves. He is a tactical master. How could he lose to others in terms of lineup? Moreover, even if he explained these profound concepts, would the reporters present understand? They would only think he is making excuses for this home defeat. It's better to say nothing and let those damn reporters fill in the blanks with their imaginations. Thus, the reporters on site casually find a spot to start writing their articles. Shocking. Tactical master Guardiola loses to a player the humbled six-time champion coach the dark moment of Bundesliga powerhouse Bayern, the powerful rise of the Chinese butcher inside the hotel. While the Paul is out having fun, Jiang Hao returns to his room, shuts the door, and directly dives into the system. Chapter 149. 3 days pass quickly, especially for a team that is actively preparing and eager to lift the trophy. Affected by the summer transfer of 2015, Valencia was struggling in the mid-lower tier of La Liga before Jiang Hao arrived. Now, just 5 months later, they not only sit atop the league standings, but are also making great strides in the Champions League, unexpectedly defeating Bayern at Allianz Arena. The external media overwhelmingly praises everyone at Valencia. Particularly, Jiang Hao, who has made a significant contribution, is even hailed by some media as the arrival of a football king. Of course, Jiang Hao himself does not take these unnutritious compliments to heart. Whether it's individual honors or collective honors, he is still empty-handed. He doesn't know how far he is from being a true football king. With another Champions League match in 3 days, Nuno Santo chooses to rest all the main defenders and switches to a 3-4-3 formation. The goalkeeper remains Alves. The 3 center-backs are Ruben Vez, Orban, and Berrigan. The 4 midfielders are De Paul, Jiang Hao, Fugue, and Gomez. The left winger is Piatti, and the right winger is Carlsgill. Chapter 150. Gio Oyel? A beautiful goal. The ultimate violent aesthetics. Official data shows that Jiang Hao's shot in the penalty area reached a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. It's comparable to Ibrahimovic's long-range shot from outside the box in the Champions League. At this distance, and with this ball speed, I believe no one could stop it. Accompanied by the passionate shout of the live commentator, over 50,000 home fans erupted in excitement. This simplest and purest aesthetic of violence sometimes makes the adrenaline surge even more. Jiang Hao. They waved their scarves emblazoned with the Valencia club crest, loudly chanting Jiang Hao's name. After scoring a goal, Jiang Hao excitedly rushed to the sidelines, sliding on his knees on his home turf, leaving 4 marks. He didn't even use the SSS skill. After all, it would have been a waste in the penalty area. With this, he could have scored at least 2 goals in this match. This also means the man of the match and 1 free attribute point. It's hard not to be excited about such good fortune. On the substitute bench, Nuno Santo watched this scene without showing any surprise, instead wearing a look of course. Chapter 151, Giovoyel. Ahem. A beautiful outside-of-the-foot long-range shot, with that exaggerated curve and hitting the dead corner. Tell me how to defend against it. You can see that Sevilla's goalkeeper Rico's save was already perfect. Unfortunately, he encountered Jiang Hao. Ahem. The 2 shouts were just over a minute apart. This made the live commentator somewhat unable to bear it. He felt his throat was about to smoke. If he had known it would be like this, he would have asked his friends from Huaxia to bring some throat lozenges. The fans in the stands also shouted along. However, this time their reaction to the goal was noticeably less intense than the previous 2. It was as if interesting things need foreplay, setup, and a long build-up. Otherwise, it loses its meaning. At this moment, the fans felt this way. The goal was scored, but it felt like something was missing. A hat-trick in 16 minutes. What a joke. This was the true reflection of Sevilla coach Unai Emery's inner thoughts. He remembered Jiang Hao wasn't this monstrous in previous matches. How did he grow to this point in just a few months? Could it be that he took drugs? Chapter 152, Get Lost. Are you trying to get rid of me? Suddenly, with this turn of events, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh and scold, bowing to himself for no reason. This is ridiculous. If you really want to thank me, why not do something practical? Like applying for a bonus from the club. You really are something. The emotions that were hard to brew were completely interrupted by you. There's nothing to be done. Jiang is just a guy who doesn't understand the romantic atmosphere. Romantic atmosphere, my foot, you're not a woman. Everyone was chattering, and the atmosphere became lively again. However, after the little interlude just now, Valencia was united like never before. They now had only 1 goal. Championship, championship, still championship. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is something no one wants to miss. Even Alves secretly vowed not to go to nightclubs until the end of the season. Otherwise, he would be impotent for life. This vow was quite severe. It also showed the determination of this nightlife prince. Watching his players suddenly pumped up as if they had been injected with adrenaline, Nuno Santo nodded secretly. What he feared most was that the players would lack motivation due to fatigue. If that were the case, the upcoming matches would become very troublesome. Chapter 153, The King of Despair's Explosive Expression. From the skepticism of hitting rock bottom to the praise of reaching the peak. That night, the white-clad warriors of Bernabeu staged a solo heroes counterattack. On April 12th at 7:45 p.m., the focus match of the Champions League quarterfinal second leg officially kicked off. Real Madrid hosted the Bundesliga dark horse Wolfsburg. Losing 2-0 in the first leg in Germany had put the spotlight on Real Madrid's superstar, facing doubts from the outside. Defending against Ronaldo is easier than defending against my son, said Wolfsburg's sitter-back Dante after the match. Under such circumstances, as soon as the match began, the Real Madrid players launched a fierce offensive. To support their team, the Real Madrid fans displayed a giant tifo that prominently featured 3 swords hitting Milan. This move undoubtedly told everyone that in the distant 1985 UEFA Cup semi-finals, the Galaxy fleet had lost 0-2 to Inter in the first leg and then turned the tables at home, winning 3-0 to advance. In tonight's match, Real Madrid's front line featured BBC, the midfield trio, and in the back, Marcelo, Carvajal, and the double demon combination that shocked Ribery. Once the match began, Real Madrid, with no retreat in sight, initiated a ferocious attack. Chapter 154 in comparison, Nuno Santo had it much easier. At this moment, Valencia had both the fighting spirit and strength, and they held a 2-goal lead. With such a favorable situation, just playing normally would suffice. Although the tactics have been discussed many times, I still want to emphasize. Pass the ball to Jiang Hao. When Jiang Hao is double-teamed, cover him, and then pass the ball to Jiang Hao. Just like the previous matches, they continued to use the 4-2-3-1 formation. The difference this time was that Jiang Hao was completely free. De Paul and Gomez had been instructed by Nuno Santo. When Jiang Hao stood in the forward position, they needed to drop back to defend. In the first leg, both teams had been extremely aggressive, so there was no verbal communication in the player tunnel. The entire stadium was filled with a sense of gunpowder. After warming up, both teams stood in their half, ready to start the match. In this match, Valencia continued to use the 4-2-3-1 4-1 formation from the first leg. Goalkeeper no. Alves. Left back, Cancelo. Right back, João Pereira. 2 center backs, Mustafi and Otamendi. 2 defensive midfielders, Zuccarini and Parejo. Chapter 155. Whether on the bench or on the field, Bayern players all lowered their heads. Their morale was now a world apart from when the match began, like defeated soldiers. Bayern captain Lahm looked at all this, knowing he had to pull himself together. He slapped his own cheeks hard. Lahm shouted fiercely, "Guys, are you going to fall just because of this little difficulty? Don't forget, we are Bayern. We are the world champions. We are always number one. From start to finish, we give our all." While Lahm cheers for his teammates, the away fan section echoes with the Bayern team song. The long road ahead. We hope to start anew. The game is tough, and we share the hardships together. Victory is the only reward. FC Bayern, always number one. You can call us world champions. From start to finish, we give our all. Yes, we are the great Bayern. No matter what difficulties we face, we will give our all. Soon, the game resumed. Seeing the revitalized Bayern players, Jiang Hao and others looked serious. Chapter 156. In 1996, 21-year-old Beckham scored a famous goal with a lob against Wimbledon. Today, 20-year-old Jiang Hao accomplished the same feat at home. An unimaginable goal. Even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Jiang Hao. This young player always brings unexpected surprises. It's hard to imagine what his limits are. While the commentator expressed heartfelt emotions, Mestalla Stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. The 50,000 fans on site went wild. They looked in disbelief at the young man in the number 8 orange-black jersey in the center of the field. A surge of unimaginable pride welled up in their hearts. At this moment, Valencia were invincible, even if you're the Bundesliga champion or the Champions League winner. Jiang, I really want to crack open your head and see what's inside that makes you think of shooting from that position. Not only did you not expect it, but I bet Neuer over there didn't expect it either. After chasing for so long, he realized at the last moment that he had run in the wrong direction. That's devastating. Chapter 157. On the field, both teams exchanged attacks back and forth. Although neither side managed to change the score again, the excitement of the match made everyone shout in delight. Even Guardiola, who wanted to give up on the sidelines, stood there directing his players. Push up, play with more pressure. Lewandowski, move to receive the ball, don't wait for others to pass to you. Everyone run. Nuno Santo beside him was equally unwilling to show weakness. Gomez, turn faster next time. Look at you. Your turn is slower than mine. Cancelo, please focus on defense. Don't think only about attacking. As the match intensified, the actions of both sides in defense gradually became larger. In the 72nd minute, DePaul on the left flank passed Robben after receiving the ball and was tackled to the ground by Vidal, who came in to defend. The fouling Vidal not only didn't leave the spot, but also yelled angrily at DePaul. This drew continuous boos from the home fans, expressing their dissatisfaction. In response, Vidal just covered his ears with both hands, indicating that the home fans could be louder. Such a foul first, then provoking the home fans. Chapter 158. Jiang Hao was substituted. Vidal was also substituted. But when Jiang Hao stayed at the player tunnel looking at the field first, Vidal got scared. Yes, he was afraid the other side was waiting for him there. What if that kid got hot-headed and threw a few punches at him? He might just GG right there. Damn Huaxia butcher. Vidal gritted his teeth secretly, but suddenly felt something extra in his mouth. Spitting it out, he found it was 2 teeth. That Huaxia kid actually crushed his teeth with his bare hands. He really is a monster. Should I go back to the locker room? Just as Vidal was conflicted, the security personnel nearby also noticed something was wrong. A few exchanged glances, then walked towards the player tunnel. Thus, Vidal returned to his locker room, escorted by security personnel. Although both teams had one player sent off, Jiang Hao's role in the field was obviously not something Vidal could compare to. Taking this opportunity, Bayern pressed forward, pinning Valencia in their own penalty area and beating them. Seeing this situation, Nuno Santo also made his assistant coach adjust the substitutions. Forward Rodrigo was substituted off for defensive midfielder Fuejo. Bayern also withdrew a midfielder and brought on a tall forward. Chapter 159. The post-match press conference was over. Eye-catching headlines appeared on various media websites. In no time, the football world was in an uproar. Especially the incident of Jiang Hao crushing Vidal's teeth and receiving a red card was sensationalized by numerous media outlets. As a result, UEFA had to announce an investigation into the matter. Valencia was in big trouble. This was the consensus of the outside world. Imagine if UEFA imposed additional penalties for the red card incident. Could Valencia, lacking Jiang Hao, still make a breakthrough in the upcoming semifinals? Everyone knew the answer to this question. Now, as the club president, Gary Neville couldn't sit still. This was a Champions League title that Valencia had never achieved. Finally, there was hope. If it were lost due to a damn red card, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the club. No, something must be done. Gary Neville took out his phone, and after communicating with several people, he flew to Switzerland the next morning. Having been in football for many years, he still had some connections. At the same time, Raiola began to mingle among various UEFA officials. Chapter 160. In these days, Nuno Santo was not having an easy time. Not only did he have to worry about UEFA imposing additional penalties on Jiang Hao, but he also had to think about how to exit Camp Nou unscathed. To be honest, Nuno Santo was not confident about the upcoming match. There was no way. Currently, Barcelona only had the league title to fight for. For the sake of the club's prestige, they would surely give their all in the upcoming match. Who wouldn't have a headache facing such an opponent? A draw. That was the goal Nuno Santo set for himself. That way, both sides would still have a 4-point gap. Even if Valencia lost to Real Madrid in the second-to-last round, they could still win La Liga by 1 point. Otherwise, they would have to fight Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. Nuno Santo appeared at the pre-match press conference with a heavy heart. At this point, Enrique had been there for quite a while. The two exchanged polite greetings before a reporter began to ask questions. Mr. Enrique, how does Barcelona plan to limit Jiang Hao in this match? It was a very standard question, but Enrique was visibly displeased. It was well known that Messi was the best in the world. Yet this damned reporter started off by asking how to limit Jiang Hao. Chapter 161. On the field. As Gomez approached, Jiang Hao used the cover to dart to the right. His powerful physique, combined with top-notch speed and explosiveness, meant that even when Busquets subtly pulled on his shirt, he still couldn't stop Jiang Hao at all. The others watched in astonishment as Jiang Hao sped across the field, thinking to themselves, wow, this guy is even more monstrous than in previous matches. Shocked as they were, Busquets and Rakitic resolutely chased after him. Outside the penalty area on the right side, as Jiang Hao ran into space, Rodrigo understood and passed the ball over. At that moment, boos erupted from the crowd. What yellow-skinned monkey, a butcher on the field. There are all sorts of insults. In such a situation, most players would be somewhat affected mentally. However, Jiang Hao seemed to be unaffected, even covering his ears as if to ask the fans to be louder. Fuck, damn it. Now, Camp Nou was in an uproar. Most people raised their hands, giving international friendly gestures. This only excited Jiang Hao more. He took a couple of steps forward with the ball and didn't hesitate to take a shot from distance. Chapter 162. With extreme speed, Jiang Hao surged forward with the ball. Messi, seeing this, also chased after him without showing any weakness. After all, he was the FIFA World Player of the Year. There was no way he could lose in a 1v1 confrontation. He wouldn't allow it. The Barcelona fans wouldn't allow it either. Over 80,000 home fans stood up, applauding and cheering for their king. Messi, clap, clap, clap. Messi, clap, clap, clap. The two raced across the field, but in terms of speed, Jiang Hao was clearly much faster. The closest player, Iniesta, immediately rushed forward without hesitation. He intended to stop that damn Chinese butcher. Facing Iniesta's defense, Jiang Hao skillfully nudged the ball to his left foot. At that moment, the opponent extended his foot to intercept. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao applied force with his left leg and nudged the ball back. What was this? A fried meatball? Iniesta was stunned. This damned Chinese butcher actually used his signature move against him. How arrogant. No way. He couldn't let this guy get past. Even if it meant committing a foul. Gritting his teeth, Iniesta reached out and fiercely pulled Jiang Hao's jersey. An unimaginable force came from his hand. Chapter 163. Barcelona corner kick. With the referee's whistle, Neymar took the corner towards the penalty area. At the back post, Pique made a dazzling run, evading the defense to reach the first drop of the ball. The ball flew quickly towards the goal. Thanks to muscle memory, Alves in front of the goal reached out with his left hand, deflecting the ball out of the frame. The ball rolled to Cancelo's feet. Meanwhile, inside the penalty area, Jiang Hao shot out like a cheetah. In just a few steps, he had already reached the top of the penalty arc. On the left side, after receiving the ball, Cancelo didn't hesitate and kicked the ball long. Watching the flight height and trajectory of the ball, it appeared to be too far. All the players on the field thought so. But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The black-haired youth was sprinting at an incredible speed, and the ball that was originally soaring through the air began to struggle to keep up with him. What kind of freak was this? Everyone in the stadium gasped. Even the Valencia players, who were teammates, widened their eyes in disbelief. Since Jiang Hao joined Valencia, they had never seen him sprint over a long distance. Chapter 164. Such an unbelievable decision naturally sparked dissatisfaction among the Valencia players. João Pereira immediately got up from the ground, excitedly questioning the referee. Why? Facing the question, the referee was decisive. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a yellow card, holding it high above João Pereira's head. At this point, the previously aggressive Valencia players felt as if they had been splashed with cold water, instantly calming down. Yes, every big club, to some extent, has home field favoritism. Not to mention Barcelona. The Valencia players on the field calmed down, but Nuno Santo on the sidelines couldn't accept it for a moment. He rushed towards the fourth official, angrily shouting, "Why? Such an obvious tactical foul. Why no card? My player is being treated unfairly. Why should he be punished? Please give me a reasonable explanation. Or is there some hidden secret in this?" Continuous questions were naturally relayed through the fourth official's earpiece to the main referee. Meanwhile, Nuno Santo was once again sent to the stands. Well, as the head coach, being sent to the stands for 2 consecutive matches. Chapter 165. Inside the Barcelona locker room. Messi sat silently in a corner. Meanwhile, head coach Enrique pulled out the tactical board and began to explain the tactics for the second half. During the previous period, he had thought of countless tactics, but they were all suitable for the start or for a tied situation. Now, there were 3 goals down. Aside from pressing forward aggressively, he really couldn't think of any other way. Peak Mascherano in the second half. You two also need to push up and stand on the same line as Alves and Alba. Pay attention to creating offside during the opponent's attack. You should understand what I mean. Suarez in the second half. You must always pay attention to that, Jiang. Don't let him easily pass the ball to the front. Also, pay attention to the transition between offense and defense. Once Jiang Hao gets the ball, the closest person must immediately disrupt the play, even if it means committing a foul. Finally, when you're attacking, make sure to exploit the space on the right and pass the ball to Messi. Don't forget that this is Camp Nou, and you represent Barcelona. Victory. I only want victory. Only victory is worthy of the jersey you wear. Chapter 166. Alves in front of the goal was stunned. At that moment, he felt like he was about to lose his job. Can one really make such a save? Well, only a freak like him could pull off such a save. The goal is 244 meters high, with Jiang Hao's height of 180 meters. And considering the angle of the header and the point of contact, he would have to jump at least 1 meter high to head the ball. And this is without any run-up. It's hard to imagine where this freak's limits are. At this moment, Camp Nou had fallen into an eerie silence. Everyone had their mouths agape, looking at each other, unable to say a word. Some of them had been watching football for decades, but had never witnessed such a spectacular scene. A headed save, if this were to be told, no one would believe it. On the other side, the Valencia players, having regained their senses, charged at Jiang Hao like wild animals. The celebration was so intense that one might think they had just scored a goal. Jiang, you're becoming more and more incomprehensible. To think you'd clear the ball in such a way is quite freakish. Haha, this guy's always been like this, and after all this time, you still haven't adapted. Chapter 167. The score was 0-4. The match was completely devoid of suspense. At this time, Messi was also considering taking a break. For major titles all gone, the Ballon d'Or was completely out of reach for him. On the other side, after the wild celebration, the Valencia players returned to their half, waiting for the referee's whistle. There were still more than 20 minutes left in the match. This group of wild animals had no intention of stopping. Bloodbath the Giants. Just thinking about it gets the blood boiling. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. As Suarez kicked off, the Valencia players rushed forward fiercely. Their attacking intent made the over 80,000 fans in attendance very unhappy, and they all stood up, cursing and raising their middle fingers. Hearing these harsh insults, for some reason, the Valencia wild animals became even more excited. In the 75th minute, the aggressive pressing in the front finally paid off. By anticipating the play, Jiang Hao intercepted Neymar's back pass at the center line and launched a counterattack. As he strode past Iniesta and Rakitic, Jiang Hao executed an exaggerated Marseille turn, leaving Busquets behind once again. Chapter 168. It exploded. The entire football world exploded. The press conference which could originally accommodate only 100 people, was now packed to the brim. This time, Barca's coach Enrique didn't even attend. He knew those damn reporters and the Barca executives would place all the blame for this loss squarely on his shoulders. For major titles, all gone. What an ear-piercing phrase. Perhaps this summer, he would be swept out the door. On the other side, when the red-faced Nuno Santo and Jiang Hao appeared at the press conference, a horde of eager reporters immediately rushed over. Dozens of security personnel struggled to hold them back, but were still pushed back continuously. Jiang, are you satisfied with your performance in this match? Jiang, you scored 5 goals in this match. Is this a response to Messi's pre-match interview, where he claimed to have 5 Ballon d'Ors? Jiang, who is the world's best? You, Messi, or Ronaldo? Questions came flooding in one after another. The scene was chaotic. Jiang Hao raised his hands to signal for quiet, and then pointed to the nearest reporter. Mr. Jiang, hello, I am Kilcher from Dortmund Sports. First, congratulations to Valencia for winning this match. Chapter 169, Jiang Jun. As soon as Jiang Hao got out of the car, Yumi Sakurai, dressed in a Hatsune Miku cosplay outfit, rushed over. Heavier and bigger. I don't know if it's my technique, but Jiang Hao quickly reached out and hugged Yumi Sakurai. The two of them were lovey-dovey for a while before they got into the car together. Click, click. This scene was naturally captured by the paparazzi who had been following them. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was bundled up this time, and without capturing his face. The reporters couldn't go too far in their writing. It would be a hassle if they got sued. As with previous occasions, Jiang Hao took Yumi Sakurai shopping during the day. In the evening, Yumi provided Jiang Hao with her twin-tailed chauffeur service. 2 days later was Valencia's home match against Eibar. So Yumi only planned to stay for one night. After all, she was a sensible girl and didn't want to affect Jiang Hao's career. Of course, some demands were unavoidable. The two of them kept messing around until the early hours of the morning. And only when they had no strength left did they embrace and fall into a deep sleep. The next day at the airport, Yumi Sakurai was, as usual, crying uncontrollably. Chapter 170. On April 20th, the 34th round of La Liga kicked off, as scheduled. Valencia hosted the strong La Liga team Eibar. In this match, except for Jiang Hao and goalkeeper Alves, all other positions were filled by substitutes. This led to a chorus of boos from the crowd, believing that Nuno Santo was playing with fire. After all, the battle for the league title had reached its final stage. Moreover, Valencia still had to face Villarreal, ranked 5th in the league, and the La Liga giant Real Madrid. If Valencia were to lose this match, the gap between them and Barca would narrow to just 4 points. With only 4 rounds left in the league, such a lead was not secure. Furthermore, there was still an away match against Real Madrid. A moment of carelessness could hand the La Liga championship over to the opponent. Of course, the outside world understands Nuno Santo's arrangement. It's merely to conserve energy for the Champions League semifinals. But with Jiang Hao absent for the first leg, can Valencia really get past Atletico Madrid? Even if Jiang Hao leads the team to advance smoothly in the second leg, can Valencia truly defeat Real Madrid in the Champions League final? After all, they're the Champions League kings who have never lost a final in nearly 30 years. Chapter 171. This season, Getafe has been hovering in the relegation zone, but for various reasons, they have been unable to take that step. However, in their last 3 matches, they first lost 2-0 away to Villarreal, then suffered a 1-5 defeat at home to Real Madrid. They have completely fallen into the relegation zone, although they managed to beat Real Sociedad 2-1 in the last round. The point gap still hasn't allowed them to climb out of the relegation zone. In the last 4 rounds of the league, Getafe's opponents are 1st-ranked Valencia, 15th-ranked Deportivo La Coruña, 16th-ranked Sporting Gijón, and 10th-ranked Real Betis. Given the players' fatigue, Getafe's head coach plans to go all out to secure points against the second-to-last and third rounds. After all, the point difference among relegation teams is not significant. Moreover, Deportivo La Coruña and Sporting Gijón are their direct relegation rivals. As long as the team can secure 6 points in the last 4 rounds of the league, they will almost certainly avoid relegation. Therefore, in this match, Getafe also fielded almost all substitutes. 0-4. Valencia, playing away, achieved a great victory. This was the result after a 90-minute fierce battle. Chapter 172. The match ended, and the Valencia players returned to the locker room with a look of dejection. They gave it their all, but lost due to various unforeseen circumstances. This kind of outcome is often the hardest to accept. Perhaps this is the cruel side of professional football, where many times opportunities only come once. Missing out could mean a lifetime of regret. Seeing the lifeless expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Hao clapped his hands. How about we give up on the Champions League? After all, winning the league title is pretty good, and we have a better chance. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. In their memory, Jiang Hao was not the kind of person who would say such demoralizing things. At this moment, Nuno Santo showed hesitation and conflict on his face. But we've fought this hard. Isn't it a pity to give up now? And being 3 goals down doesn't mean we can't turn it around. Yeah, Jiang, we scored 6 goals against Barcelona. Even though Atletico has a stronger defense, we still have a chance. Rodrigo stood up to persuade. For him, this might be the only opportunity to win the Champions League in his life. It would be hard for anyone to accept just giving up without trying. Chapter 173. The next match was Valencia's home game against Villarreal in La Liga. This is a team that shouldn't be underestimated at any time. In recent years, even Real Madrid and Barcelona have often suffered losses against them. So, Nuno Santo cautiously decided to field most of the main players, only allowing defenders Otamendi and Mustafi to continue resting. Because in 6 days, he still needs those two to defend against Atletico Madrid's quick counterattacks in the second leg of the Champions League semifinals. Of course, to be safe, Nuno Santo still included both players in the squad list. In case the 2 substitutes were overwhelmed, he could make timely adjustments. With no confidence in turning the tie around in the Champions League, winning the league title is the top priority. Initially, Nuno Santo was a bit conflicted. With a 7-point lead over Barcelona in the league standings, as long as they could win this match at home, Valencia would clinch the La Liga title 2 rounds early. Plus, winning the Copa del Rey by eliminating Sevilla 20 days later seemed not too hard to accept. Yes, after calming down, Nuno Santo wavered. He felt that it was better to aim for the league title than to chase after a hopeless Champions League victory. Chapter 174. Beautiful. The ball went in. The ball went in. In less than 3 minutes from the start, Jiang Hao once again opened the scoring with a signature long-range shot, breaching Asenjo's goal. It must be said that within 35 meters of the goal, Jiang Hao poses an unparalleled threat. The score is 1-0. Valencia is now one step closer to the La Liga Championship trophy. Inspired by the enthusiastic atmosphere at the scene, the commentator, who had previously been a bit picky about Jiang Hao's performance, began to shout excitedly. Yes, he is also waiting for that moment to arrive. On the pitch, after scoring, Jiang Hao quickly ran to the sidelines and slid on his knees in celebration. At the same time, he cupped his hands to his ears, seemingly listening to something. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao. Over 50,000 fans stood up, waving their orange and red scarves while chanting Jiang Hao's name. The entire stand area was a sea of orange and red. The waves of cheers surged, instantly elevating the atmosphere to its peak. After a brief celebration, the game resumed. The determination to lift the trophy seemed to completely ignite the fighting spirit of the Valencia players. Chapter 175. Once the place quieted down, Jiang Hao dove into the system to check the rewards given by the system. Ultimate attribute points can be allocated without restriction to any desired skill. Doesn't this mean he can directly increase the base score of any ability to 95? Plus, with the 4 boost from the all-attribute card, this is literally taking off in place. Although he felt excited inside, Jiang Hao calmly decided to save the skill points. His highest scores right now are in physical strength and shooting, both at 89, but he is just 1 point away from the final barrier of 90. If he directly adds it to one of those skills, wouldn't that be wasting 1 point of the ultimate attribute? It feels like a loss no matter how he thinks about it. After all, such ultimate points that can ignore restrictions are not so easily obtained. For Jiang Hao, at this moment, the attribute he most wanted to enhance was physical strength. After all, he is double-teamed in every game. A physical strength of 92 is clearly not enough. This season, Valencia still has 4 matches to play against Atletico Madrid, Real Sociedad, and Sevilla. In the case where the league title has already been secured, there's no need to pay attention to the 2 matches against Real Madrid and Real Sociedad. Chapter 176. Attack. This is what Nuno Santo has been emphasizing for the last 10 minutes. Trailing by 3 goals, Valencia has no way out, besides going all out to attack. He can't think of a more effective way. Of course, the attack must also have a plan. For example, passing the damn ball to Jiang Hao, or setting a screen for Jiang Hao to run into space, then passing the ball to him. Such profound tactics, truly deserving of his title as a tactical master. Finally, To maximize the players' enthusiasm, Nuno Santo even pumped them up. Well, it's all classic motivational talk from Klopp during his time at Dortmund. To be honest, the effect is quite good. These young guys are all fired up, their eyes red and roaring. Just looking at their momentum, you can tell this match is promising. Soon, the Valencia players, urged by the staff, walked into the player tunnel. Jiang Hao followed behind Captain Parejo. While on the other side were Atletico captain Gabi and French star Griezmann. The two sides simply nodded at each other and entered the field led by the referee team. Valencia people, go home, you can't win. Losers, don't cry when you lose later. Huaxia kid, your arrogant days are over. Chapter 177. The positioning of the two Atletico players in the front line left Nuno Santo on the sidelines a bit troubled. Currently, Atletico has 8 players in the back and 2 in the front, while Valencia has 4 in the front and 6 in the back. 4 against 8. Trying to intercept the ball is almost impossible. Of course, he could have the defensive midfielder and fullbacks push up to join the press. 8 against 8. They might be able to win the ball back. In equal numbers, aside from teams that play possession, no one dares to pass the ball to the center backs. But then, on their own half, it would be Torres and Griezmann versus Mustafi and Otamendi. To be honest, it's quite dangerous. After all, Griezmann is a world-class forward. Torres, although his explosive power is not what it used to be, still has the instincts of a striker. Equally noteworthy, just as he was frowning, he suddenly saw Parejo and his 2 fullbacks move. The 3 of them unhesitatingly pressed past the halfway line to join the press. What's going on? Nuno Santo was stunned. He hadn't even given a command, and these guys had pushed up? No way. That is too dangerous. They need to go back. Nuno Santo stood on the sidelines, ready to speak out. But the positioning of both sides on the field suddenly brought him back to reality. Chapter 178. Beautiful. The ball went in. The ball went in. A tacit cooperation. An extremely clever run. No one could have predicted that a team would use a corner tactic to shoot from distance. I have to say, these young guys from Valencia are really imaginative. Of course, it also requires someone like Jiang Hao in the team who can shoot from distance. Such a deceptive tactic can only be effective with him. In the 22nd minute, Jiang Hao scored his second goal. Now Atletico is in trouble, because in just 22 minutes, Jiang Hao proved to the world that parking the bus in front of him won't work. But if they push out, there is a risk of being counterattacked. It all depends on how Simeone chooses. As the referee blew the whistle indicating the goal was valid, the media commentators from Huaxia also erupted in excitement. As a diehard fan of Jiang Hao, nothing is more exhilarating than witnessing your idol lead the team to a comeback. Although they are still trailing by 1 goal at this moment, judging from their previous performance, a comeback away is just a matter of time. Of course, the situation on the field could change due to Atletico's adjustments. But he still believes Jiang Hao can lead the team to a comeback. Chapter 179. Beep. Accompanied by the referee's whistle, Jiang Hao took a few steps back and then kicked the ball hard. This time for the corner kick. Jiang Hao didn't T-cross it into the box like usual, but instead executed a low drive. The ball sped along the grass towards the goal. Upon seeing this, Oblak in front of the goal felt his heart leap to his throat. For a goalkeeper, this kind of fast, low ball is the hardest to defend. Unless you predict in advance and position yourself at the near post, otherwise during the ball's trajectory, whether by a defensive or attacking player. Any slight touch could change its direction and send it into the net. There is no time to react from such a close distance. Fortunately, Godin was strong and stretched out his foot to intercept the ball. Oblak also dove to catch the ball. Seeing this, Rodrigo, who had slid in, slammed his fist into the grass in frustration. Damn, just a little bit more. As Valencia quickly retreated, Oblak distributed the ball. Juanfran took a couple of steps forward before passing it to Captain Gabi. After scoring 2 goals, Valencia's formation slightly retracted. Chapter 180. After conceding 3 goals in a row, Simeone quickly made adjustments. He pushed both fullbacks up to participate in the pressing and attack, and let Griezmann drop back to the midfield. The purpose of this was to ensure midfield numbers while Gabi and Correa double-teamed Jiang Hao. As the match resumed, the intensity of the contest on the field gradually increased. In the 35th minute of the match, Koch received a pass from a teammate, turned to carry the ball forward, but was quickly tackled by DePaul, who sent the ball flying. Parejo stepped up to regain possession and passed it to Gomez on the right. After losing the ball in the center circle, Atletico immediately began to press back. They even fiercely tackled Gomez to the ground. This foul in that position clearly didn't warrant a yellow card. But Oliver's tackle still drew a warning from the referee. In the 10 minutes following the first half, both sides committed multiple fouls, and the game was extremely disjointed. Thus, neither Atletico nor Valencia managed to organize any decent attacks. When the 1 minute of stoppage time was up, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Back in the locker room, Nuno Santo walked over with a beaming smile and patted Jiang Hao on the back. Chapter 181. Seeing that the referee had no reaction, both players on the ground were very dissatisfied. They both believed the other had committed a foul and should have received a card. At least a warning should have been issued. However, in such a 50-50 situation, some contact is perfectly normal. Moreover, the linesman had a clear view from the side. Both players were going for the ball, and it couldn't be considered a foul. So even though they separated, they were both quite unhappy. In the 50th minute of the match, Atletico Madrid organized an attack on the right flank. Juanfran quickly made a forward run from the midfield position, and after receiving a pass from a teammate, he intended to continue advancing. However, he was quickly tackled by DePaul, who sent the ball flying to Zucchini's feet. Zucchini then pushed it sideways to Parejo. It was still an attack from the flanks. This time, Parejo chose the left side, using his combination with Cancelo to stretch the defense. Parejo easily got past the pressing coke and passed the ball to DePaul, who was positioned further up. After receiving the ball, DePaul turned and was just about to switch the ball to the other side when he was tackled to the ground by the rapidly approaching Juanfran, who took both the man and the ball down. Although he touched the ball first, DePaul could clearly feel that this guy did not pull back after kicking the ball away. It was definitely a foul, but unexpectedly, Chapter 182. Oh my God, what did I just see? That seemed to be a human sports car. Such terrifying speed. I can't keep up. I can't hold him. What on earth did this guy eat to grow up? Is this the kung fu that is legendary in their Huaxia? In the stands of the stadium? Over 50,000 fans were in a daze. Due to the angle, they witnessed Jiang Hao's entire process of heading the ball from inside the penalty area to scoring the goal. It's no exaggeration to say that, in terms of speed, even Bale from Real Madrid is not as fast as Jiang Hao today. The key is that this guy also possesses extremely exaggerated physical qualities. This is completely a bug on the field. Beautiful. The ball is in. The ball is in. My God. Shocking speed. A pure violent feast. With no delicate footwork skills or outstanding teamwork. Just using speed to overpower. This simple and pure counterattack often makes adrenaline surge the most. Jiang Hao refused to be eliminated. With an incredible 4-goal performance, he helped the team turn the game around. Jiang Hao, he conquered the Calderon Stadium with one stunning goal after another. Chapter 183. As the match entered 3 minutes of stoppage time, Atletico Madrid gave up resisting at this moment. The score was 0-4. They knew that this UEFA Champions League journey was over, and they would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Valencia substitutes went crazy, rushing onto the field. They surrounded Jiang Hao, the absolute hero who led the team to victory, in the center. They celebrated wildly, their joy difficult to conceal. This was the most exciting UEFA Champions League semi-final I have ever seen. From being down 0-3 to the final, last-minute turnaround, Valencia displayed a belief in attacking with everything they had. Although all 4 goals were scored by Jiang Hao alone, this was inseparable from the hard work and fighting spirit of every player. They deserved the victory. Griezmann stood helplessly on the field. He had tried his best. For the sake of the team's victory, he, as the core of the team's attack, had repeatedly dropped back to the midfield to participate in defense. But football is so cruel. Sometimes, it's not just about how hard you work. It doesn't guarantee final victory. Football is not just a competition to see who works harder. Chapter 184. Hey Jiang, you seem to be stronger. You actually scored 4 goals at the Calderon Stadium. Not bad. Your level is almost catching up to mine. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Jiang Hao received a call from Cristiano Ronaldo. Obviously, this guy was also watching the live broadcast of the match at home, but he was still as cocky as ever. You better not get eliminated tomorrow, otherwise. Winning the Champions League 2 easily wouldn't be interesting. The two had been in contact quite a bit recently, so they joked freely. In the last lifetime, Real Madrid had won 1-0 against Manchester City at home to advance in this semi-final. Would this lifetime see any changes due to his butterfly effect? To be honest, a 1-0 score is not safe, especially at home. If Manchester City casually scores a goal and it becomes 1-1, then Real Madrid would be eliminated due to the away goal disadvantage. That would be terrible. Haha, you're still as arrogant as ever. But you have the ability to be arrogant. Since you're in Madrid, come to Bernabeu tomorrow and see how I help the team advance. All right. Jiang Hao naturally Wu-Ti refused the invitation. After all, tomorrow, Sakurai Yumi will be flying from Tokyo to Madrid. Chapter 185. Yumi, are you hungry? Shall we go out to eat something? Jiang Hao asked while tugging at her twin tails. To be honest, after taking a nap for over 4 hours, he was indeed a bit hungry. No way. The consumption was too great. Yeah, I don't want to go out. I'm a bit tired. Sakurai Yumi turned her head, speaking in a hesitant manner. Seeing her like this, Jiang Hao quickly rolled out of bed. Yumi, you rest for a bit. I'll have the hotel send some food over. We still need to go to Bernabeu to watch the match later. You've come here so many times, but I haven't had the chance to watch a match with you. As he spoke, he dialed the front desk number on his phone. Wherever you go, Jiang, I'll go. Sakurai Yumi nodded obediently. Her arched brows and shallow dimples made her incredibly cute. Sigh, what a sin. Jiang Hao suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt. How could he take advantage of such a cute girl? But then again, he was only 20. Moreover, he was the one spending billions each time. Calculating it out, he was the one at a disadvantage. But forget it, let us just consider it a good deed. I have to say, the service at a star-rated hotel is excellent. Chapter 186. 3 days later is La Liga's 37th round of matches. Real Madrid will host Valencia at the Bernabeu, with the league championship already determined. This match would typically not attract much attention. However, due to the Champions League, the media has hyped this match as a prelude to the final at San Siro. With this buzz, the hotel where Valencia is staying was crowded with a swarm of reporters from early in the morning. Every time Nuno Santo took the team to the Bernabeu for a training session, these reporters would rush over like mad dogs. Jiang, do you have confidence in the Champions League final at the end of the month? Jiang, I heard Real Madrid has officially made an offer to Valencia to bring you back to the Bernabeu this summer. Is that true? Jiang, is the Asian girl you watched the match with at the Bernabeu the other day your girlfriend? The scene was chaotic. Jiang Hao didn't answer a single question and got on the bus coolly, escorted by security personnel with headphones on. It wasn't just Jiang Hao. Even Nuno Santo, who had been a bit too high-profile lately, was in the same situation. There was nothing he could do. Those reporters didn't ask him anything. He couldn't find anyone to show off to. For 3 days, the entire Valencia team was either training on the field or lounging in the hotel. Chapter 187. They were beaten 3-0 in the first half. To be honest, Nuno Santo felt very embarrassed. They were the La Liga champions. They had never been this miserable from the start of the season until now. Pulling out the tactical board, Nuno Santo said solemnly, Piatti in the second half. You need to drop back at all times and help Cancelo defend that damn Bale. Fuego, your task is to keep an eye on Modric. At least don't let him play too comfortably. Zucchini, drop back to the defensive midfield position in the second half. Move more, press more. And when your stamina runs out, I will substitute you in time. Jiang, you'll come on in the second half. DePaul will rest. Remember, you are the La Liga champions. Show your strength and make those arrogant Real Madrid players shut up. With a bowl of motivation served, everyone in the locker room was fired up. I have to say, Nuno Santo's application of what he learned was just right. In the second half, when the fans at the stadium saw Jiang Hao appear in the Valencia lineup on the big screen, they all got excited. After all, Jiang Hao not only led the team to a crushing victory over Barcelona at Camp Nou, but also secured the La Liga championship 2 rounds early. Chapter 188. Soon, the match restarted. Modric received a back pass from Benzema, dribbling the ball forward while observing the positioning. Seeing no good attacking opportunities, he passed the ball to Kroos beside him. The Valencia players didn't take the victory of this match too seriously, so they pressed forward during normal play. Of course, pressing forward was unavoidable. At that moment, Kroos's role became very significant because he could use precise long passes to find the weak points in the opponent's defense. In a 4-1-4-1 formation, the gaps on both sides of the single defensive midfielder were exactly that. In the 48th minute of the match, a slightly withdrawn Cristiano Ronaldo received a long pass from Kroos. Facing the approaching João Pereira, he immediately flicked the ball to the right. This position was completely within Ronaldo's shooting range. His flicking motion resembled a prelude to shooting. Without thinking, João Pereira extended his foot, trying to block the ball. However, Ronaldo was waiting for him to make this move. Just as João Pereira lost his balance, Ronaldo pulled the ball back. He then prodded the ball forward with his left foot and darted out quickly. Chapter 189. On the field, when Jiang Hao miraculously scored a scorpion kick goal. He couldn't help but rush towards the sidelines, leaving 4 distinct marks on the Bernabeu grass. Soon, Rodrigo and others rushed over, tackling him to the ground, piling one on top of the other. No matter what, Valencia's traditional celebration process couldn't be missed. Oh my God! How did that guy manage to make that shooting motion after jumping too early? Yes, that physical quality and ball sense are simply born for football. Oh no! That guy is so strong. The upcoming Champions League final won't be easy. Watching the Valencia players celebrate wildly, the Real Madrid fans in the stands couldn't believe what had just happened. Some even doubted if they were dreaming and pinched themselves hard. On the sidelines, Zidane watched the replay of the goal, also with an incredulous expression, rubbing his bald head. As a professional player, he knew just how difficult that goal was. Setting aside physical qualities, the ball sense required for that final shot was enough to overwhelm 99 of professional players in football. Chapter 190, oh no. They conceded a goal again. Real Madrid's front line is too luxurious, especially the 2 flanks. Valencia's current configuration simply cannot defend against it. The Huaxia commentator was lamenting when the long silent Bernabeu stadium finally erupted. Goal! Goal! Accompanied by the DJ's frenzied shouts, Cristiano Ronaldo quickly rushed to the sidelines, leaping high while rotating his fingers. He then turned around, plunging his hand straight down. Phew! Still that familiar voice. Still that familiar celebration. After Ronaldo scored, Zidane on the sidelines also excitedly clenched his fists. As for Nuno Santo, he sat silently on the bench, showing no expression at all. He looked like a master outside the world. Jiang Hao at the top of the arc watched Ronaldo easily change the score to 4-2 and could only shake his head helplessly. With BBC plus Modric, this combination is really too hard to deal with. Bale's speed, Ronaldo's unanswerable personal ability, and the versatile center forward in the middle, plus Modric's precise supply. Chapter 191. In front of the Valencia bench, when Jiang Hao charged with the ball on the field, Nuno Santo was already excitedly clenching his fists. Yes, no more pretending. It's time to reveal. He believed his disciple would once again breach Real Madrid's goal. As the La Liga champions, they should come in style and leave in style. Even if it's a Bernabeu. Jiang Hao was sprinting with the ball on the field, while Nuno Santo stood on the sidelines, rushing towards Real Madrid's corner area. When Jiang Hao scored with a beautiful arc that pierced the goal, Nuno Santo finally roared and slid to his knees on the sidelines. In the situation, Jiang Hao naturally knew he had no chance to show off with any celebratory antics. So, the moment he scored, he knocked Nuno Santo to the ground. Just as expected, Piatti was the first to rush over, directly landing on the 2 of them. Then came Zucchini and Gomez. Seeing such a great opportunity for revenge, Cancelo and Rodrigo couldn't miss out. The 2 quickly dashed over, leaped high, and landed on the pile of people. Poof! Nuno Santo immediately let out a breath of foul air, feeling like his waist was about to break. At his age, he couldn't handle such roughness. Chapter 192. Jiang, you saved me once again. Seeing the ball fly out of bounds, Alves rushed over with a look of fear and gave Jiang Hao a fierce hug. He was scared just moments ago. At such a close distance, combined with Ronaldo's terrifying heading ability, the result was predictable. Meanwhile, Mustafi and others didn't say anything, but their faces showed gratitude. Although defense isn't just one person's job, they indeed missed marking someone just now. Moreover, players like Jiang Hao usually don't have to participate in defense in big teams, but at Valencia, he often has to retreat to get the ball and even rush into the penalty area to clear it. This made a few of them feel somewhat incompetent. Jiang, don't worry. We will not let you down on the day of the final. Looking at the suddenly motivated group, Jiang Hao was confused. Was it just a clearance? And they got all pumped up? He originally wanted to say something, but at that moment, the referee started urging everyone to continue the match. A corner kick is an important scoring method for Real Madrid. Whether it's Ronaldo, Ramos, Bale, or others, they are all experts at heading. In the 2014 to 2015 Champions League final, Real Madrid equalized the score by utilizing a corner kick opportunity. Chapter 193. The match is over. Although only 45 minutes were played, Jiang Hao still managed to secure the Man of the Match award with his outstanding performance on both offense and defense. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately allocated all his ultimate attribute points to physical strength. The 1 point of free attributes he just earned was added to shooting. Name: Jiang Hao height, 180 centimeters weight, 80 kilograms speed, 868 acceleration, 808 confrontation, 833 physical strength, 953 defense, 833 passing, right foot 80-11, left foot 80-11 dribbling, 805 shooting, right foot 903, left foot 803 with SSS level skill, guaranteed gold card, heading 803 free kick, 100 stamina, 803 star skill, Robin cut inside total rating, 89 looking at the attribute panel quietly lying there. Jiang Hao felt a surge of energy throughout his body. He was considering whether to find Gina to test the waters upon returning to Valencia, to see just how strong this so-called 98 physical strength really was. This time, Jiang Hao and Nuno Santo attended the post-match press conference together. Since he had already decided to leave Valencia next season, he needed to make an appearance or stir up some things. Chapter 194. The next day. Elf Uhr morgens. The bright Spanish sunshine streamed through the window. Jiang Hao's eyelids fluttered, and he instinctively reached out to the side. However, after searching around, he found nothing. Jiang Hao suddenly woke up and realized that Maria was already gone, leaving only a note on the bedside. It read, "Jiang, you're even stronger than the rumors say. Thank you. I had a great time last night. I have work at the company and can't stay with you any longer. We'll meet again next time." What is this? Eating and running? Throwing the note aside, Jiang Hao habitually took out his phone to check the time, only to find dozens of messages and more than 10 missed calls. Rubbing his slightly sore waist, Jiang Hao called Raiola. "Jiang, did you tell the media about your intention to participate in the European Cup?" "No, I just..." Jiang Hao suddenly froze. He indeed said something similar to Maria last night. Did this woman leave early just to report this? I mentioned it to a female reporter last night. Ha ha ha, Jiang. You little devil, you have it good. Raiola understood the situation and was well aware of what had happened. Chapter 195, May 22nd. On the day of the Copa del Rey final, when Nuno Santo appeared alone at the pre-match press conference, a group of reporters immediately surrounded him. "Coach Santo, what are your thoughts on this match? Coach Santo, will Jiang Hao start in this match?" A barrage of questions was fired off. Nuno Santo rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Once the venue gradually quieted down, he casually pointed to a female reporter in front of him. "Hello, Coach Santo. I'm Otelia from Daily Sports. I want to ask how confident Valencia is in winning the Copa del Rey title tonight." 90, at least 90. Since it was a final, Nuno Santo decided not to play coy. This season, we have not only defeated strong opponents like Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern, and Atletico Madrid, but we have also decisively won the La Liga Championship. I believe Valencia can easily secure victory in this match. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell silent. It's important to note that Sevilla is no weak team. Even top giants like Real Madrid and Barcelona wouldn't dare to make such a bold victory proclamation before a match. Chapter 196. On May 24th, 2016, there were less than 4 days left until the Champions League final. So Nuno Santo led the team to set foot on Italian soil that day. Real Madrid had arrived 2 hours earlier than them. However, when Jiang Hao and the others walked out of the tunnel, they were still surrounded by a dense crowd of reporters outside. Just now, Real Madrid coach Zidane stated in an interview with reporters that they are determined to win the Champions League title. Last year, they lost to Juventus in the semifinals. This year, they will reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to them. Ramos even revealed that the club has already prepared a championship celebration for them in Madrid. It's quite bold, but they do have the capital to be bold. After all, Real Madrid is the team with the most Champions League titles. Truly the king of the Champions League. Coach Santos, what are your thoughts on this match? Coach Santos, who do you think is better, Cristiano Ronaldo or Jiang Hao? After the Valencia players entered the area crowded with reporters, the reporters immediately swarmed over, extending their microphones. However, they were disappointed. Nuno Santos ignored them and led the team onto the bus. Chapter 197, May 28th, 2016. 7 p.m. San Siro Stadium in Milan. The hymn of Valencia CF is a first-class team, our Valencia club de football that fights to defend. The match hadn't even started, and a group of fans wearing Valencia jerseys had already started singing the Valencia team song hysterically to cheer on their team. On the other side, the Real Madrid fans in white jerseys were equally unyielding. The entire stadium was filled with a smoky atmosphere. At this moment, the fans from both sides had already begun their battle. Chapter Saskilensueños, Cristiano Ronaldo. The Real Madrid fans in the south stand went wild. 1 minute, In just 1 minute, their team had already breached the opponent's goal. Such a favorable start had never been experienced even by the longtime Real Madrid fans. This is the Champions League final. Taking the lead at the start means taking control. With Real Madrid's experience in big matches, how far can the championship be? On the field, watching the Real Madrid players celebrate wildly, the Valencia players were somewhat dazed even at this moment. From the interception to the goal, Real Madrid had made a total of just 3 passes. This includes Carvajal's interception. What efficiency! Everyone knows that Real Madrid's counterattack speed is world-class. But only by experiencing it can one truly understand the meaning of this statement. At this moment, Jiang Hao was also somewhat stunned. Just a moment ago, the system issued a task. Ding! Random task triggered. Help Valencia win their first Champions League trophy in history. Task deadline. This match. Task reward. Based on the difficulty of the task completed by the host. A-level difficulty. No restrictions. S-level difficulty. No use of bond effects. SSS level difficulty. No use of bond effects and shooting must-score skills. Chapter 199. Beautiful. The ball is in. The ball is in. Oh my god. An incredible solo goal. Jiang Hao. He passed the defense and the goalkeeper in the way most familiar to the people here at the San Siro. With exceptional physical talent and footwork, he sent the ball in the net guarded by Navas. At this moment, Jiang Hao saved Valencia once again, bringing both sides back to the same starting line. From conceding the goal to equalizing, Jiang Hao took less than 2 minutes. This is the power of the king of football. Yes, the commentary from the media seat in Huaxia has gone wild. Even though Jiang Hao hasn't won any personal honors, hasn't won the Champions League, or even the World Cup, he unabashedly referred to Jiang Hao as the king of football in front of all Huaxia fans. For this, he might be scolded by fans, but he couldn't care less. Awesome, that goal is absolutely amazing. This is the Champions League final, and Jiang Hao actually used Ronaldo's signature skill, the pendulum dribble. The swing angle. Is his knee made of iron? That goal is indeed incredible. From receiving the ball to scoring, Jiang Hao knocked down 3 people and faked out 2. A solid Puskas goal highlight. Chapter 200 at the San Siro Stadium. Jiang Hao was sprinting down the middle with the ball. In just a few breaths, he had forcefully crossed the halfway line. Casemiro and Cruz immediately surrounded him. To be honest, at this moment, both of them felt quite anxious. After seeing Jiang Hao knock down Ramos and Pepe, they also began to doubt whether they could successfully stop Jiang Hao. Yes, you heard that right. Doubt. If they hadn't rushed in, either one of them could have used positioning or other means to limit Jiang Hao's performance. But this is an interception, and they rushed in. How is that going to work? The two exchanged glances and decided that Casemiro would block him head-on while Cruz looked for an opportunity to poke the ball away. This was indeed a very correct choice. Rather than having both of them knocked down, it was better for one to go in first. After all, no matter how strong the body, when colliding with a player of similar weight, there will always be a moment of pause. And that moment of pause is the best opportunity to intercept the ball. Cruz rushed towards Jiang Hao while observing his footwork and rhythm. Just then, the damn reckless guy actually passed the ball. To that position, Gomez skillfully controlled the ball and then brought into the penalty area. Chapter 201, inside the penalty area. Bale saw that there was no space to cut inside, so he accelerated past Cancelo. He then turned his body and carried the ball along the baseline towards the small penalty area. Alves in front of the goal immediately rushed over. There was hardly any space to shoot from this position. With the goalkeeper charging out, unless it was a pass, this ball would likely be intercepted. Bale was well aware of this. He usually relies on his speed to break through. With such a small space right now, he simply can't accelerate. The goalkeeper is getting closer and closer to him. Bale doesn't hesitate any longer and decisively passes the ball. In this position, Benzema quickly makes a run and is about to shoot into an open goal. Seeing this, the Valencia fans in the stands immediately have their hearts in their throats. However, in the next moment, Jiang Hao, who had returned, swiftly lunges in and clears the ball away. Seeing such a great opportunity to score wasted, Benzema covers his forehead with a look of frustration. Beautiful. From the replay, it can be seen that before Jiang Hao defended Benzema, he had signaled Otamendi to assist Ronaldo on the flank. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao himself had positioned himself between Benzema and Bale. Chapter 202. As Real Madrid pushed forward, Jiang Hao and the others faced significant resistance while passing the ball into the attacking area. With 2 fullbacks, 3 midfielders, and the BBC in the front line, Real Madrid had 8 players pressing into the midfield position. In contrast, Valencia had Cancelo and João Pereira who, due to the presence of Ronaldo and Bale, dare not push forward. If they were to be intercepted, a single through ball would turn their flank into a breakthrough point. This led to Valencia having only 6 players involved in the attack. 6 against 8, the outcome was inevitable. As the formation moved further back, Nuno Santo on the sidelines frowned. Their bus formation might work against smaller teams, but against a team like Real Madrid that excels at long shots, it was hardly effective. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand, signaling the 2 fullbacks to push up, press, attack. This was the only tactic Nuno Santo could think of to equalize and ultimately win. It was extreme, even a gamble, but he had no choice. Due to Pinto's influence, Real Madrid players' fitness was always at the top level in Europe. Once the match went into extra time. Chapter 2:03, 15 minutes quickly passed. After the second half began, both Real Madrid and Valencia played fiercely, and the tension on the field intensified. In the 46th minute, Modric organized an attack from midfield. After dribbling past Rodrigo and De Paul, Modric passed the ball to Bale on the right. Bale received the ball and used his speed to get past Cancelo. He then crossed the ball into the penalty area. In fact, Cancelo had tried to stop Bale head-on in the first half, but Bale's explosiveness was just too overwhelming. After 2 failed attempts, Cancelo simply gave up on the idea of confronting him directly and instead focused on preventing him from cutting inside. As for crossing from the byline, he could only trust his teammates. Inside the penalty area, seeing the rapidly approaching ball, Jiang Hao quickly positioned himself at the landing spot and headed the ball away. On the left side of the penalty area, Cancelo regained possession and organized a counterattack. Having learned from the previous loss of possession, he paid particular attention to Modric's position this time. Seeing the opponent still caught between him and Jiang Hao, Cancelo made a through pass to De Paul in front of him. Chapter 2:04, beautiful. This free kick is much better than what David could produce. In the VIP box, Ronaldo and Beckham stood up and celebrated loudly. Even the usually composed Perez couldn't help but applaud. On the field, seeing the score of 3-1 on the big screen, the morale of the Valencia players plummeted. Trailing by 2 goals, coupled with unfair officiating, it seemed impossible to turn the score around. Come on, everyone. We're only 2 goals down. We can definitely pull one back. Remember the semi-finals. Didn't we also come back to advance against all odds and ultimately reach the Champions League final? Brothers, there's still plenty of time. We've come this far. There's no need to give up now. In a daze, an orange-red figure hugged the ball while retreating and waved his hands. There was no sign of panic in his eyes. He was as determined as ever. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Hao, the previously listless Valencia players were suddenly ignited. Yes, we've come this far. What is there to be afraid of? We are the great Valencia. Chapter 2:05. After scoring again, Jiang Hao didn't celebrate. Instead, he rushed into the goal, grabbed the ball, and ran towards the center circle. Time is money. He wanted to resolve the game before his teammates ran out of energy. On Real Madrid's side, seeing Jiang Hao so eager to kick off, the players merely exchanged glances but did not intentionally delay time. After all, there were still 30 minutes left in the match. They were confident they could keep Valencia pressed in their half until the end of the game. Even if luck was slightly against them and they were equalized during this period, it would just mean playing extra time. By then, relying on their fitness advantage. Overcoming Valencia would be a piece of cake. Both sides returned to their half. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. Real Madrid attacked. This time, it was Marcelo who carried the ball forward. After receiving a pass from Cruz, Marcelo started from the back and quickly advanced the ball towards the front. Gomez, positioned further up, was the first to pounce. But facing Marcelo, who had excellent dribbling skills, Gomez had no way to stop him and was left spinning around. His once strong physique now appeared quite clumsy. Marcelo easily dribbled past the midfield. Chapter 2:06, 3-3. Now, Zidane on the sideline started to feel anxious. Including stoppage time, there were less than 23 minutes left in the match. And over there, Jiang Hao's form was surprisingly good. At this rate, they might actually lose the championship. To be honest, he never expected Jiang Hao to be this fast. Fast enough that even Bale was no match for him. In the current situation, relying solely on Bale to contain Jiang Hao was simply impossible. Get a helper. Without any hesitation, Zidane immediately made a substitution. He replaced Benzema with Spain's golden boy Isco. Then he let Cristiano Ronaldo play in the most advanced position. Bale and the newly substituted Isco were arranged in the attacking midfield positions. On the other side, Nuno Santo also made a substitution. He replaced Zuccarini with Piatti, with a clear aim to strengthen the attack and resolve the battle within regular time. Zidane was well aware of this. According to normal logic, Real Madrid should focus on solidifying their defense and look for opportunities to counterattack. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to push the formation up. There was no other way. Compared to Valencia's counterattacks, allowing the ball to threaten in their own half was more dangerous. Chapter 207. With the referee's whistle confirming the goal was valid, the media section erupted in excitement. Beautiful. Beautiful. The goal is in a 92nd minute and 48 seconds. A last-minute goal. Jiang Hao has secured victory for Valencia against Real Madrid. In the Champions League final, Jiang Hao has once again created a miracle. An incredible long-range shot. The most unlikely long-range shot in Champions League history has appeared again in the final. My God, Jiang Hao and Cristiano Ronaldo have shown us what a contest between strong players looks like on the field. A quadruple in the Champions League final. Who else could do this? A long-range shot that made the media section explode. They expressed their excitement by smashing water cups and banging on tables. 9,248. This nightmare for Atletico Madrid has now become a nightmare for everyone at Real Madrid. Wow, that goal is really amazing. It completely refreshed my perspective. That was a long-range shot. I always felt regret watching the highlights before, but I didn't expect to witness it live tonight. Haha. Valencia is about to win their first Champions League title in history. Why am I so excited? Chapter 208. The match is over. With Jiang Hao's quadruple, Valencia has successfully eliminated Real Madrid and won the Champions League title. With 24 goals, Jiang Hao has undoubtedly become the top scorer of this Champions League. Cristiano Ronaldo ranks second with 17 goals. Perhaps at this moment, the era of the dual stars in football has come to an end. Football is cruel. When someone wins, someone else must bear the defeat. Cruz is crying in Ramos' arms. This German midfielder may feel guilty for his mistakes. However, losing is not just the fault of one player. As long as they give their all on the field, no one will blame them. Failure is not the end, but a new beginning. This is a necessary path for a player to mature. In the media section, the Chinese commentators, as usual, are summarizing the post-match analysis. Even though they are used to such scenes, they can't help but feel a bit emotional. Football is never just a simple competitive sport. Many times it is imbued with special meanings. There is a cruel side to it, but behind it often lies warmth. Chapter 209. The award ceremony has ended. As the stadium lights dim, the Valencia fans who have been reluctant to leave the San Siro stadium are urged by staff to exit the venue. Thus, the 2015 to 2016 UEFA Champions League season comes to a perfect conclusion. Back in the locker room, the Valencia players, still in an excited state, start a champagne spraying game. Jiang Hao becomes the most unfortunate one, completely soaked. After a while of fun, Nuno Santo urges Jiang Hao to attend the post-match press conference. This is a great Champions League final. I believe I will never forget this moment in my life. Thank you, Valencia. Thank you, Coach Nuno Santo. And thank you to every player in the team for trusting me. This is what Jiang Hao said at the press conference. After saying this, Jiang Hao stood up and left without hesitation. Such farewell-like words cause a stir in the football world. In no time, the topic of which club Jiang Hao would join in the summer once again topped the trending searches, even overshadowing Valencia's achievement of winning their first Champions League title. Back at the hotel, Nuno Santo took the players to the championship celebration banquet. Chapter 210. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's question, Raiola was clearly taken aback for a moment. But he quickly reacted. Clearly, he wanted to ask how much each country's football association was willing to pay. How shameless. Although he was internally cursing, Raiola handed over a form. It clearly stated the probability of each country winning this year's European Championship, and the compensation they were willing to pay Jiang Hao. From a probability standpoint, France is undoubtedly the favorite. Following them are Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and England. However, when it comes to compensation, France is almost at the bottom, only offering a symbolic price of 20 million euros. After that, there are no further updates. It makes sense. France is currently overflowing with talent, with almost all positions filled by club starters. Take Varane, Pogba, and Griezmann, for example. None of them are not top players in today's football. With such a lineup, winning the European Championship is quite probable, nearly 50. Whether Jiang Hao joins or not wouldn't make a significant impact on France. At least that's what the French coach Deschamps believes. Among the top 6 countries in terms of winning odds, England offered the highest price of 50 million euros. Chapter 2:11. Leisure time always passes too quickly. Soon, Raiola called Jiang Hao out again, mainly to discuss national team matters. After a few days of negotiation, aside from France showing no interest, other top contenders for the championship have made new offers. England remains the highest at 60 million. Plus, there are additional bonuses after winning, 10 million for the European Championship and 20 million for the World Cup. I must say, the English are indeed wealthy and very sincere. Next is Portugal, which has increased to 50 million. The championship bonuses are quite similar to England's. The remaining offers are around 38 million. Jiang, hurry up and make a decision. Naturalization takes time. If you miss it due to procedural issues, the loss will be huge. Generally speaking, it takes about 5 days to get naturalized in Europe, and there are only 6 days left until the start of the European Cup. This means Jiang Hao must make a decision immediately and fly there to handle the paperwork. However, whether it's the European Cup or the World Cup, Jiang Hao is essentially just a tool. He gets paid to do the job. Since England is offering more money, he naturally won't turn it down. As Jiang Hao stood up and walked out, he said, Chapter 2:12. It's almost time to get off work. Why hasn't Raiola shown up yet? In London, inside the FA building, the FA president Greg Dyke was comfortably lounging on the office sofa with a cigar in his mouth. By all accounts, Raiola should have arrived an hour ago. Even if he was delayed on the way, he shouldn't be this late. But never mind. As long as Jiang Hao can join England, he will become the most successful FA president in the history of the FA, no doubt about it. It's just that 60 million will take the FA a long time to save up. Greg Dyke looked pained. Fortunately, whether it's the European Cup or the World Cup, the bonuses are very substantial. After organizing a few more tours in Asia and playing a few friendly matches, the money spent can basically be earned back. As for jersey sales, that's pure profit. Thinking of this, Greg Dyke felt much better. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Jiang Hao was on a private plane with Raiola heading to Portugal. Jiang, are you really going to join Portugal? Even after boarding the private plane, Raiola still found it hard to believe. We clearly agreed to go to England. As a result, Chapter 2:13, around 6 p.m., when the private plane carrying Jiang Hao slowly landed, the originally quiet waiting hall immediately became noisy. It wasn't fans or tourists, but Portuguese reporters. After hearing the news from the Portuguese Football Federation, they rushed to the airport. As the cabin door slowly opened, a swarm of reporters immediately surrounded them. Whether it's Jiang Hao or Cristiano Ronaldo, they are currently the hottest players in football. How could the reporters miss the chance to interview such a strong combination? As they fought for advantageous positions, the reporters surrounding the exit were almost about to fight. This made the nearby tourists unable to help but glance over. What the hell is going on? Even if the president of Portugal came out, it shouldn't be this exciting. However, the next moment, these tourists also became excited. In Europe, the vast majority of people love football. These tourists were no exception. So when they saw Ronaldo and Jiang Hao, they immediately rushed over. Jiang Hao, Ronaldo. The scene was chaotic. Even if all the airport security personnel were deployed, they couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the reporters and fans. Jiang, have you thought about your position in Portugal? Chapter 2:14. Have you heard? Jiang from Huaxia will report to the team today. Of course, such big news has already exploded across the sports headlines. I also heard that to invite Jiang Hao, the FA paid 60 million euros as compensation. It's hard to imagine that those guys at the FA would be so generous. Let me secretly tell you an insider tip. Ronaldo even personally shelled out 10 million. Really? Are you kidding me? Why would I lie to you? That day Ronaldo suddenly left. He flew to London. You say Jiang is coming to Portugal. Then doesn't that mean our roster just got one more player? I wonder who will be kicked out of the team. What are you afraid of? Anyway, Jiang's position is in midfield or forward. We two defenders don't need to worry at all. There are onlookers everywhere, just like at this moment in the Portugal national team. However, surprisingly, no one raised objections about the FA paying Jiang Hao 60 million euros. There's no way. His strength is there. Spending a high price is expected. Moreover, this money isn't coming out of their pockets. They might even get a follow-along and win the European Cup or the World Cup. Such a good deal, unless someone is out of their mind. Otherwise, no one would jump out to say anything. Chapter 215, Jiang, why do you feel like you're even more monstrous than during the Champions League? As Jiang walked back to the center circle, Ronaldo happened to come over from the opposite side. After all, it was team training, and the two had a good relationship. So there was no animosity or conflict. At this time, Gomez also came over, gave Jiang Hao a small hug to celebrate. After all, he was the one who assisted. It's only right to show some face. The B team players watched the A team players with shocked expressions, secretly amused in their hearts. Clearly, they were very satisfied with Jiang Hao's recent impressive goal. Meanwhile, Santos on the sidelines was feeling a bit troubled. This was the defensive line he had painstakingly trained. Yet, one person took them down without much effort. How will they deal with those strong individual players in the future? Just as Santos was feeling melancholic, he suddenly realized, wait a minute, Jiang Hao is one of their players. If anyone should be worried, it should be the others. Why should he be worried? Moreover, even if they encounter players with strong individual abilities, they just need to place Jiang Hao in a defensive midfield position, and the problem will be solved. Realizing the key point, Santos, who originally had a worried look, immediately brightened up. Chapter 216. Due to the imminent opening of a European Cup in France, Santos led the team to fly to Paris the next day at noon. This means Jiang Hao and his teammates only had one day of joint training. This is extremely rare for any national team. After all, in such a short time, they might not even be able to match names and faces, let alone develop any chemistry. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Hao not only perfectly integrated into the team, but also established a very good chemistry with Ronaldo. This made Santos very confident about this trip to France. Jiang Hao, Ronaldo, Ronaldo. As the Portugal team walked out of the airport terminal, countless fans and reporters rushed forward. Each fan raised their jerseys asking for autographs. Meanwhile, reporters stretched their microphones long, asking the questions that the outside world was most concerned about. Jiang, do you have confidence in helping Portugal win this year's European Championship? Mr. Santos, both Cristiano Ronaldo and Jiang Hao are football superstars. How will you allocate penalty kick duties? Mr. Ronaldinho, would you voluntarily give up ball possession? In response to such pointed questions, Santos did not answer, but coolly boarded the bus. Chapter 217. Stayed Jeffrey Gachard. As the clock struck 8, the referee officially blew the whistle to start the match. Portugal faced Iceland. In this match, Santos set up a 4-4-2 diamond formation. Goalkeeper, Patricio. Left back, Cancelo. Right back, João Pereira. Center backs, Font and Pepe. Defensive e Miguel de Carvalho. Left winger, Mario. Right winger, Gomez. Attacking midfielder, Jiang Hao. Strikers, Ronaldo and Nani. On the other side, Iceland also employed a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Halldorson. Left back, Sverrisson. Right back, Skillison. Center backs, Arneson and Sigurdsson. Defensive midfielder, Gilfy. Left winger, Gunnarsson. Right winger, Berker. Attacking midfielder, Gilfy. Strikers, Sigborsson and Jarnason. Portugal attacked. In the center circle, as the referee blew the whistle, Ronaldo passed the ball back to Jiang Hao and quickly made a forward run. After receiving the ball, Jiang Hao did not choose to go solo as he did during team practice, but instead passed the ball back to Carvalho. At the same time, both teams quickly spread out. With a defensive 4-4-2 setup, there were many players in midfield. Chapter 218. The match resumed. Compared to a team like Portugal, most Icelandic players were less skilled with the ball. So when faced with Jiang Hao and others pressing, they made errors after just a few passes. The ball was intercepted by Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Ronaldo and Nani also started their runs. The Icelandic team reacted quickly. As soon as the ball was intercepted, they began to organize their defense. The two fullbacks rushed towards Ronaldo and Nani, while Gilfy and Gunnarsson in midfield quickly charged towards Jiang Hao. Facing the two players' pressure, Jiang Hao quickly sidestepped and turned to face Nani. He then lifted his left foot and struck the ball. The pass went to the right. All the Icelandic defenders rushed to the right. However, the next moment, everyone in the stadium was stunned. A loud crack echoed. The ball soared into the air and took an exaggerated curve, flying towards the left side of the penalty area. This is an outside-of-the-foot pass? Quaresma on the bench widened his eyes. He had spent his life perfecting outside-of-the-foot passes, reaching one of the top levels in football. Yet, even he could not guarantee he could make that pass just now. Chapter 219. Carvalho was not particularly skilled at long passes. As expected, the pass was overhit. The ball flew over midfield and quickly advanced towards the front. Jiang Hao had no choice but to sprint forward desperately. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing the ball flying quickly towards their half, defender Arneson decisively rushed forward. At the same time, Jiang Hao crossed the center circle, charging towards the ball's first landing spot. The distance between them rapidly closed at a visible speed. The ball in the air also started to descend quickly. On the field, Arneson, taking advantage of his closer position, arrived at the ball's first landing spot first and leaped high to head the ball. As the counterattack was about to be thwarted, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated and jumped up with all his might. With the veins in his calves bulging, Jiang Hao soared past Arneson in an instant. The two inevitably collided. However, what shocked everyone was that the over 9-meter-tall Arneson not only lost out in the aerial duel, but was also knocked back and flew away. Chapter 220. On the field, the match continued vigorously. After Iceland scored a goal, Portugal launched a counterattack led by Jiang Hao. In the 54th minute of the match, Jiang Hao received the ball in the backfield. Facing the tall Sigborsson, Jiang Hao suddenly accelerated, nudging the ball to the right. As the opponent extended his foot, he gently pulled the ball back. Then, pivoting on his left leg, he turned and effortlessly slipped past. Seeing Jiang Hao easily carry the ball past midfield, Gylfi and Gvitsmanson immediately closed in on him, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, the Icelandic formation also contracted towards his direction. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not go solo. As Ronaldo ran into space on the left, he passed the ball over. Ronaldo received the ball and took a step forward, then quickly charged towards the Icelandic penalty area. Arneson came up to defend. However, Ronaldo suddenly slowed down, flicking the ball back with his left heel. Then, after a short run-up, he lifted his foot and struck the ball towards the lower right. With a dull thud, the ball soared into the air, curving towards the upper right corner of the goal. Unfortunately, Ronaldo was a bit unlucky. The ball hit the post and went out of bounds. Chapter 221. On the field, the victorious Portuguese team sang joyfully. Meanwhile, the Icelandic players stood on the sidelines, clapping and roaring with their scarves in response to the encouragement from their compatriots in the stands. The expected result of the match. The dark horse of this European Championship lost to the strong Portugal. A score of 1-4 is somewhat brutal, but that's how the world of football is. There is never any mercy, only strength and weakness. In front of the strong, you can only give your all to earn respect. Although the Icelanders lost their first group match, I believe they will achieve good results in the next two matches and successfully advance to the knockout stage. This line sounds a bit familiar. It's like the consolation words after the national football team loses. Sigh, a country with a population of 330,000, like Iceland, can make it to the European Championship finals, but what about us? FIFA couldn't find a way to help. Fortunately, Jiang Hao went to Portugal. So perhaps one day we can see a Chinese person lifting the World Cup trophy. Agreed, Jiang Hao and Cristiano Ronaldo. I think there is a great chance of winning the World Cup in 2 years. Chapter 222. Happy times always pass too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already 6 p.m. Santos didn't emphasize the messy discipline anymore and immediately announced the dismissal. After finishing dinner at the hotel, Jiang Hao was just about to go back to his room to rest. However, he ran into a very familiar face from his previous life while exiting the elevator. With a stunning appearance and tall stature, it was none other than the fairy sister Lu Feier from China. How did she end up here? Moreover, she seemed to be in a bad mood. I get it. It's so hard to go out once, and all I hear is hurry, hurry, hurry. I know the opportunity is rare, but I haven't even familiarized myself with the script yet. How can I shoot? Forget it. I'm hanging up. Lu Feier angrily hung up the phone. Because she was looking down, she didn't notice Jiang Hao standing in front of her at all. The two bumped into each other. Oh, sorry. Lu Feier quickly apologized. But when she saw that the person in front of her was Jiang Hao, she was obviously taken aback. Although she wasn't very interested in football, she still clearly remembered Jiang Hao's appearance after being exposed to it for so long. There was no way around it. She had heard his name countless times over the past 6 months. Chapter 223. The next day. When Jiang Hao woke up, it was already 10 a.m. Rubbing his somewhat swollen forehead, Jiang Hao instinctively reached out to his side. His hand touched a warm and delicate body. Although she was dressed, Jiang Hao still felt the warmth in his hand. Lu Feier murmured, waking up from her dream. The two looked at each other for a moment, speechless. I can't hold my liquor. I drank too much. Jiang Hao scratched his head awkwardly, not daring to look into Lu Feier's murderous eyes. Damn it. I can even end up in bed after working out. Who do I talk to about this? The key point is that both of them were still fully dressed. Nothing really happened. Lu Feier seemed to realize this too. While she breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden mischievous thought struck her, and she teased. The rumors are so exaggerated. You're actually not that impressive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was first stunned, then realized he was being mocked. As the toughest man on the field, how could he bear such humiliation? Jiang Hao immediately turned to Lu Feier and kissed her on the lips. This sudden turn of events left Lu Feier at a loss for what to do. She even forgot to push Jiang Hao away. Chapter 224. Soon, the match resumed. The trailing Austria did not counterattack, but, just like at the start, retreated completely after losing possession. They clearly understood that with the team's current strength, it would be difficult to win against Portugal. A solid defense was the best choice. In the previous match, they lost 0-2 to Hungary. In the other group match, just played in Group E, Iceland drew 1-1 with Hungary. Therefore, Austria had to win against Iceland in the final round of the group stage to advance, while also trying to concede as few goals as possible in this match, or at least aim for a draw. It was difficult, yet it was the best plan they could come up with. On the field, Jiang Hao, who stood in the forward position, once again received special attention from the Austrian players. Of course, after witnessing his explosive physical abilities, no one chose to confront him head-on. Austria only sent 2 defensive players to closely follow Jiang Hao. They aimed to restrict his performance on the field by blocking passing routes. Initially, this strategy worked quite well. Austria, with a complete defensive retreat, already had a numerical advantage in their half. Even if they assigned 2 or 3 players to encircle Jiang Hao, it wouldn't significantly affect the rest of the defense. Chapter 225. Jiang, I didn't expect you could also play center forward. You're hiding it well. Jiang, what on earth did you eat to grow up? Your physical condition is so abnormal. The players from Portugal surrounded Jiang Hao in the middle, each showering him with compliments. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, who had just finished celebrating, ran over. When Jiang Hao moved to the front, he thought the others just wanted to have some fun, being ahead. Sometimes it's fine to play around a bit. He often does that. However, what Ronaldo didn't expect was that Jiang Hao could still make a play even when 2 defenders were closing in on him. It felt just like when he played with Benzema at Real Madrid. Ronaldo was overjoyed. The stronger Jiang Hao was, the more hope Portugal had of winning the Euro Cup and even World Cup. By then, winning the Grand Slam in football. He would have no regrets even if he retired. Watching his team on the field, filled with high spirits and unprecedented unity, Santos felt both gratified and helpless. He was pleased with his disciples' performance on the field, but felt increasingly out of control over the team. This association didn't buy a ball tyrant, did they? But thinking about it, as long as Jiang Hao could lead Portugal to win the Euro Cup, a ball tyrant didn't seem to matter much. Chapter 226. With a score of 3-0, the match had lost all suspense. In order for Jiang Hao and Ronaldo to get some rest, Santos made a substitution adjustment 5 minutes later. He replaced both with Moutinho and Gomez, switching to a 4-5-1 formation, with Nani playing as a sole forward. Initially, it was thought that neither side would create any more chances in the game. But Nani, as if stimulated, continuously dribbled towards the Austrian penalty area. However, he was too ball-hungry, and his technical skills were not enough to support him in completing a series of dribbles and shots like Jiang Hao did. Therefore, Portugal's every attack ended near the penalty area. On the contrary, Austria took advantage of a counterattack opportunity and scored a goal in the 87th minute. This goal was assisted by Dragovic with a header from Sabitzer, salvaging a bit of face for Austria. When the 3 minutes of stoppage time were over, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. In the end, Portugal won with a score of 3-1, securing 3 points and advancing a round early. The last round of the group stage for the team is in 4 days. The opponent is Hungary, currently with 1 win, 1 draw, and 4 points. Both teams will compete at the Lion Stadium for the top spot in the group. Chapter 227, June 22nd, at 5 p.m. local time in Lyon. The last round of the Group F matches of the 2016 European Championship kicks off as scheduled. In the first 2 rounds of the group stage, Portugal has won both matches, accumulating 6 points. Hungary, on the other hand, has 1 win, 1 draw, and 4 points, temporarily ranking second in the group. Both teams' advancement is not in doubt. However, advancing as the group leader allows them to avoid facing other group leaders. Therefore, both Portugal and Hungary want to win this match. To this end, Santos has decided to field a full-strength 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Patricio. Left back, Cancelo. Right back, Joao Pereira. Center backs, Font and Pepe partnering. Defensive midfielder, Carvalho. Left midfielder, Mario. Attacking midfielder, Jiang Hao. Right midfielder, Gomez. Strikers, Ronaldo and Nani. On the other side, Hungary adopts a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Karali. Left back, Lang. Right back, Khalif. Center backs, Ujas and Guzmik partnering. Double defensive midfielders, Pinter and Elik. Left midfielder, Lavrenksix. Right midfielder, Ruzsak. Attacking midfielder, Guerrero. Forward, Shalai. Both teams return to their own half. Chapter 228. Beautiful. The ball is in. The score is 2-0. My God. Jiang Hao once again showcases his unreasonable ability to seize the moment. 3 men. Not even 3 men could stop Jiang Hao's attacking pace. With such physical talent, what can Hungary possibly do to block him? Awesome. That goal is really impressive. From the moment he seized the opportunity to the final goal, the entire process was seamless. A true display of physical talent overwhelming the opponent. It's been a long time since I saw such a physically strong player on the field. I feel like Jiang Hao is even more monstrous than the former Adriano. Of course, look at how selfish a player like Ronaldo still passes to Jiang Hao. What does that indicate? It shows that Ronaldo trusts Jiang Hao. If such a proud person trusts him unconditionally, how can his ability be lacking? Damn, when has Ronaldo been selfish? His assist count in recent seasons is not bad. Okay, check the stats before you speak next time. On the field, after scoring, Jiang Hao quickly rushes to the sidelines, leaping high amidst the cheers of the Portuguese fans. He then turns around, pointing to the words Jiang Hao on his back. Chapter 229. The score is 3-0. The match seems to have lost its suspense. However, Jiang Hao is not satisfied. After a brief celebration with his teammates, he proactively returns to his half without waiting for the referee to prompt. On the sidelines, Stork is almost in tears. At this rate, Hungary might not even be able to hold onto the second place in the group. But even so, Stork has no solutions. Hungary does not have a single player with outstanding defensive capabilities. To limit Jiang Hao, they would have to deploy 23 players to mark him. That would mean the remaining players would have to deal with the other 9 players besides Jiang Hao. Playing with fewer players against more, winning would be a miracle. Under Jiang Hao's urging, the referee reluctantly blows the whistle to start the match. Portugal continues to push forward aggressively. Hungary is also trying to organize an effective attack through the flanks. However, this tactic is clearly not easy to execute. First of all, the Portuguese forwards led by Jiang Hao are very aggressive in pressing, leaving Hungary with no time to consider how to pass the ball. Additionally, there is no midfielder like Cruz who excels in long passes and orchestrating play. Therefore, as the formation gradually compresses, goalkeeper Karali can only clear the ball forward with a big kick. Chapter 230. Portugal finishes with 3 wins. This result did not surprise the media. Whether it is Iceland, Austria, or Hungary, in terms of overall strength, they fall short compared to the current Portugal. Losing is within reason. 3 hours later, with the last group match concluded, the group stage of this European Championship officially comes to an end. The 6 teams that finished first in their groups are France, Wales, Germany, Croatia, Italy, and Portugal. Meanwhile, Switzerland, England, Poland, Spain, Belgium, and Iceland ultimately secured second place in their groups. The remaining 4 best third-place teams are Slovakia, Northern Ireland, Ireland, and Hungary. After the last group match, the official quickly announced the knockout stage matchups. In the upper bracket, Switzerland versus Poland, Croatia versus Hungary, Wales versus Northern Ireland, Portugal versus Belgium. In the lower bracket, Germany versus Slovakia, Italy versus Spain, France versus Ireland, England versus Iceland. These 16 teams have almost the same rankings and matchups as in the previous tournament. The only difference is that Portugal and Hungary have swapped positions. Chapter 231. 3 days passed in a flash. During this time, the first 5 matches of the knockout stage also concluded. Switzerland and Poland drew 1-1 after regular time and extra time, leading to a brutal penalty shootout. Ultimately, Switzerland lost 4-5 to Poland, becoming the first team to be eliminated from the round of 16. In the subsequent second knockout match, Wales and Northern Ireland faced off in an all-British battle at the Parc des Princes in Paris. In the second half, Bale's cross caused Northern Ireland defender Macaulay to score an own goal, and Wales ultimately won 1-0. In the third knockout match, Croatia defeated Hungary 2-0 within the regular 90 minutes, advancing without much resistance. Following that, France beat Ireland 2-1, and Germany triumphed 3-0 over Slovakia. Except for Croatia, the remaining 4 matches followed the normal historical trajectory. The time has come to June 26th, the day of the match between Portugal and Belgium. During the pre-match press conference, Mr. Santos, what are your thoughts on this match? Mr. Santos, do you think Belgium can pose a threat to Portugal? As the happiest coach in the world, Santos walked in, and the reporters flocked to him. Chapter 232. Oh no, the ball is in. In less than 2 minutes after the start, Belgium star Hazard dribbles past 5 players in a stunning solo run to score. The Portuguese seem to not yet be in the game, caught off guard. This shouldn't be happening at all. Wow, is Jiang Hao really that amazing? This game just got exciting. That's right. The Belgian players rely solely on talent. Those without talent can't even play professionally. I really admire the Belgian Football Association. 10 years ago, their world ranking was still 66th. And look how far they've come in such a short time, entering the ranks of the world's top teams. There's no way around it. They have patiently developed youth training, starting from the basics. How could they not succeed? Compared to our Football Association, the gap is clear. Let's just enjoy the game and stop talking about those bullshit things. After conceding a goal at the start, Jiang Hao was also a bit dazed. I have to say, Hazard during his Chelsea days was truly strong. Unlike Messi's quick footwork, Hazard's dribbling is simpler and more direct. With his sweeping movements, the speed of advancement is surprisingly fast. If this guy were a bit more disciplined and had fewer injuries. Chapter 233. Seeing Hazard retreating, the marking Mario quickly followed him. However, De Bruyne, who was originally in the center, suddenly came over. In the next moment, Hazard used De Bruyne's sudden run to easily find space. Dembele quickly passed the ball over. Speaking of De Bruyne, he is quite clever. After helping his teammate with a screen, he quickly returned to the center. Everything happened in a very short time. When Mario lunged at Hazard again, the latter had already taken the ball and dashed down the wing. Cancelo seemed to have anticipated this and rushed up early. Carvalho, in the defensive midfield position, did the same. This time, facing the Portuguese double team, Hazard did not choose to go solo. Instead, he pushed the ball horizontally towards the center in advance. In that position, the rapidly advancing De Bruyne took the ball forward and then sprinted with it. His speed was fast, and in an instant, he was at the edge of the penalty area. De Bruyne has a highly threatening long shot. Font dared not slack off and immediately rushed up. Pepe, however, used his body and defensive experience to tightly mark Lukaku behind him, just when everyone thought Belgium's attack would end in failure. Chapter 234. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball went in. A brace. In the 13th minute of the match, Jiang Hao once again opened up Courtois' 10-finger barrier with a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area. An unimaginable, violent, long shot. Even though Courtois guessed the right direction and touched the ball, he still couldn't save it. From the interception to the goal, Jiang Hao personally led Portugal's extreme transition from defense to attack. That shot was so violent. He clearly touched the ball, but couldn't save it. It was as if it shot in hard. I guess Courtois just got hit there and hasn't recovered yet. Carrasco is really going to make me laugh. How can he have the courage to challenge someone even Messi can't get past? He is just looking for trouble. In fact, Carrasco is very good at dribbling, but unfortunately, he ran into a freak. On the field, when the referee blew the whistle to indicate the goal was valid, Jiang Hao quickly rushed to the sidelines, ready to throw up 4 fingers. However, before he could make his next move, a rushing Cristiano Ronaldo knocked him down onto the grass. Soon after, Mario, Gomez, and Carvalho all rushed over, excitedly piling on top of him. Chapter 235. Whether it's Portugal or Belgium, both are favorites to win the European Championship this season. It's obviously unrealistic to determine a winner in a short time, as both teams played increasingly cautiously. Neither side posed a threat to the goal in the next 10 minutes. Thus, the fans in the stands endured a very boring 10 minutes. At this moment, De Bruyne also began to flush with excitement, seemingly getting into the game. In the 35th minute of the match, after repelling a Portuguese attack, Fellaini controlled the ball at the edge of the penalty area and then side-passed it to De Bruyne. Without waiting for the ball to settle, De Bruyne, positioned in the backfield, directly launched a long pass, accurately delivering the ball to Hazard on the right wing. The entire action was seamless without any pause. Clearly, he had already noticed his teammates run before receiving the ball. Hazard easily brought the ball down and then sprinted down the right wing. Mario couldn't block him in time. In just one confrontation, he was left behind. Seeing this, Cancelo rushed up. Hazard quickly stopped the ball, dodging Cancelo's challenge, and swiftly passed the ball slightly to his left front. Then he quickly cut diagonally at a 45-degree angle into the penalty area. Chapter 236. Watching Vermaelen being carried off on a stretcher, Jiang Hao, who completed a hat-trick, felt embarrassed to celebrate. After all, he is a principled person. Moreover, the opponent got injured because of him. Well, although it wasn't intentional, Jiang Hao still felt a slight guilt in his heart. Damn, I should have been lighter. Looking back, that guy's tackle was definitely harsh. It was one thing to go for the ball, but he actually aimed for my ankle and shin bone. An ordinary player without shin guards wouldn't be able to return to the field for a year and a half after that. Such a brutal foul, just a broken hand, could be considered lenient for that bastard. With 2 players injured, the referee also added 3 minutes of stoppage time after the first half's regular time ended. However, neither Portugal nor Belgium managed to organize a threatening attack. Ultimately, the score of 3-1 held until the end of the first half. Back in the dressing room, although Portugal had a good score advantage, Santos still emphasized the team's defense once again, especially focusing on Hazard and De Bruyne. Santos requested that the 4 midfielders led by Jiang Hao always pay attention to positioning. Chapter 237. Mario passed the ball to Cancelo. The latter, upon receiving the ball, immediately became aggressive on the field. Cancelo couldn't remember how long it had been since he dribbled past the halfway line. So, for this counterattack, he was fully energized. On the other side, Cristiano Ronaldo, Jiang Hao, and Nani also sprinted quickly. In just a few seconds, Cristiano Ronaldo crossed the halfway line first, while Jiang Hao closely followed due to corner kick defense. As Cancelo dribbled past the halfway line, Dembele rushed forward immediately. Cancelo glanced up at the positioning of both teams, then passed the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo as Dembele tried to intercept. A quick 1-2. Dembele had no way to respond. At this moment, the Belgian defense, aside from Dembele, consisted only of Alderweireld, Vertonghen, and Meunier. On the Portuguese side, there were also 3 players involved in counterattack. Fortunately, Nani was temporarily blocked by Witsel. After receiving the pass, Ronaldo chose not to carry the ball himself. Instead, he decisively passed it to Jiang Hao on the right. After training together for so long, Ronaldo knew very well that Jiang Hao was superior to him in terms of speed, physical attributes, and dribbling. In this one-on-one situation, passing the ball to him was undoubtedly the best choice. Chapter 238. On the field, De Bruyne was sprinting with the ball. Carvalho rushed up immediately. Faced with the pressure, De Bruyne lifted his foot and struck the ball towards the lower right corner. With an extreme spin, the ball skimmed the grass, creating a rainbow as it landed perfectly at Lukaku's feet. Seeing Pepe rushing towards him, Lukaku turned his back, gently nudging the ball towards the top of the penalty area. The rapidly approaching Hazard took a powerful swing. Bang! The ball let out a mournful cry before soaring upwards, flying straight towards the upper right corner of the goal. Patricio dubbed a save, but was still a step too late. Whoosh! The ball hit the net. The score was 4-2. Meanwhile, the referee also blew the whistle to signal that the goal was valid. There was no celebration. Hazard, who had scored twice, rushed into the goal, quickly running towards the center circle with the ball. All the Belgian players quickly retreated to their half at that moment. Even Wilmots, standing on the sidelines, after a simple fist pump in celebration, urged the referee to start the game quickly. Seeing the entire Belgian team displaying such high morale, Santos on the substitute bench remained completely unfazed. Not even a hint of change in expression. Chapter 239. Damn it! Damn it! Wilmots clenched his fists and slammed them into the grass twice in frustration. Even as his fists reddened, he felt nothing. In fact, when Belgium pressed hard, Wilmots had already considered that the team might concede due to the opponent's rapid counterattack. So, at the beginning of the tactical arrangement, he reminded the players to stop the Portuguese players immediately, even if it meant committing tactical fouls during their counterattacks. He also instructed Hazard, De Bruyne, and other attacking players to play more aggressively and apply more pressure. Wilmots believed that as long as enough pressure was applied, the Portuguese players would likely retreat. And indeed, under their high-pressure tactics, even Ronaldo and Nani withdrew to the edge of the penalty area to participate in defense. Additionally, Jiang Hao had switched to playing as a center forward. Normally, such a disjointed positioning between the midfield and forward line would make it difficult to counterattack. But unexpectedly, the player in possession, Gomez, directly crossed the midfield and launched a long ball forward. Jiang Hao happened to be one of those players with extraordinary physical speed, agility, and technical skills. The two center backs couldn't stop him. This could be described as a shameless counterattacking tactic. Chapter 240. Facing the reporters' probing questions, Jiang Hao naturally praised Belgium. He spoke of the numerous talented players and the strong unity among the team. In short, he made it sound as good as possible. The reporters were disappointed. They were not here to hear such official statements. As a result, some reporters began to stir trouble. For example, they asked who was better between Jiang Hao and Hazard, or whether Jiang Hao had deliberately caused Vermaelen's injury. Jiang Hao could not admit to anything. He even condemned the violent behavior on the field in front of the reporters. After the post-match press conference concluded, Jiang Hao, surrounded by security personnel, took a bus back to the hotel. For matches, 4 times the best player on the field, along with 12 goals. Calculating, he had accumulated 5 points of free attributes. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao directly allocated all of them to heading and stamina. Host, Jiang Hao height, 180 centimeters weight, 80 kilograms speed, 868 acceleration, 828 physicality, 904 strength, 1004 defense, 833 passing, right foot 80-11, left foot 80-11 dribbling, 807 shooting, right foot 904, left foot 803. Chapter 241. Portugal falling behind early was truly unexpected for everyone. It also indicated the strength of this Welsh team. The 532 formation emphasized defense, with significant pressure in midfield, but not enough offense. However, Ramsey and Bale effectively compensated for this shortcoming. Bale is naturally a force to be reckoned with when it comes to counterattacks. Ramsey, on the other hand, is a versatile midfielder. His ability to make runs, defend, and his instincts and shooting ability in the penalty area are significant advantages. Additionally, Ramsey's excellent stamina and active running allow him to play an important role on both ends of the pitch. It can be said that Welsh coach Chris Coleman has fully utilized the team's strengths. No wonder in the previous life, Bale could lead Wales to a record-breaking semi-final appearance in the European Championship. Bale is indeed strong. Just look at this European Championship performance. Definitely not something a mule can compare to. That's obvious. The mule monopolizes the ball at Real Madrid, which is why he has such impressive stats. If you ask me, he's just a stat patter. His real level isn't that great. Let alone compare to Messi, even Neymar can't compare. Damn, you little Messi is just a system player. Nothing without Barcelona. How dare you call out? Chapter 242. Soon, the match resumed. Wales attacked. Although Chris Coleman set up a 532 formation, during the attack, the two fullbacks would still push forward into midfield, effectively creating a 352. The numerical advantage immediately increased the pressure. However, Wales was also wary of making mistakes in the front and being hit on the counter. Therefore, they only pressed in midfield without making substantial forward passes. Santos, seeing this from the sidelines, quickly waved his hands to signal his players to push forward. As a result, the entire midfield became crowded. Wales' passing has also started to become less smooth. Often, the ball needs to go through the feet of 3 center backs before transitioning to the other flank. In the 8th minute of the match, Ramsey received a pass from a teammate in the left midfield position, took a few steps forward, and made a direct pass to the rapidly advancing Bale on the left flank. Bale received the ball and took a large step forward. The quickly approaching João Pereira was positioned inside the penalty area, closely tracking him and not giving Bale a chance to cut inside. On the other side, Kanu, who was making a late run from the center, and Ramsey were also closely marked by Carvalho and Pepe, leaving them with no opportunity to receive the ball. Chapter 243. Jiang, the pass you just made was beautiful. You should really come to Real Madrid. With our JBBC combination, which team in Europe could be our rivals? The speaker was Cristiano Ronaldo. To be honest, after playing a few matches with Jiang Hao, he had already fallen in love with the feeling of receiving passes from him. Both the speed and timing of the passes were just perfect. Who wouldn't love a player like that? Under the referee's urging, the celebrating Portuguese team slowly returned to their half. Then, the referee blew the whistle to resume the match. In this attack, the Welsh played very patiently, showing no signs of urgency to equalize despite trailing in the score. With the two full-backs pushing forward, they utilized their numerical advantage in midfield to pass the ball back and forth, looking for an opportunity. Previously, in such situations, Santos would instruct his players to fall back and launch counterattacks using the speed of Ronaldo and Nani. However, ever since Jiang Hao joined the team, everything changed. Whether in attack or defense, Jiang Hao is top-notch in the football world. With such a player controlling the midfield, Portugal had the strength to push their formation up for high pressing, if it weren't for the slightly weaker defense on the flanks. Chapter 244. After conceding 2 goals in a row, the Welsh coach could no longer contain his anger and slammed his fist into the grass. He rushed to the sidelines and yelled at Kanu, "Damn it, you idiot, can you use your brain?" It was clearly a provocation, and you still went for it? Chester, Williams, Taylor, can you 3 idiots focus? Hearing their coach's roar, the few players looked extremely grim. They wanted to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words. The last goal conceded was indeed their fault. If they hadn't been distracted, Jiang Hao definitely wouldn't have found the space to score so easily. Self-reproach aside at this point, saying anything was meaningless. They could only think about how to equalize in the remaining time. After a minute of celebration, both teams returned to their half. The referee then blew the whistle to resume the match. Wales' attack continued in the 3-5-2 formation. Ramsey began to make continuous runs, linking up the team's attack. In the 32nd minute, Ramsey received the ball in the backfield. Facing Ronaldo's pressure, Ramsey directly pushed the ball to the advancing left-back Davis, then quickly made a diagonal run. Nani immediately moved up to support. However, Davis didn't stop the ball and directly laid it back. Chapter 245. Just as the ball was about to cross the goal line, it was cleared at the last moment. Ronaldo was also feeling frustrated. However, after playing professionally for so long, this was clearly not the first time he had encountered such a situation. His good shot had once been cleared off the line by his teammate Nani. With his hands on his hips, Ronaldo shook his head helplessly and slowly jogged toward the penalty area. Portugal had a corner kick. After both sides were ready, Cancelo raised his right hand and, at the referee's signal, sent the ball into the back post of the penalty area. Jiang Hao fought to push past the defenders, quickly positioned himself, and headed the ball toward the goal. Unfortunately, this time his shot was affected by Bale and lacked power. The ball slowly flew toward the goal and was comfortably caught by the Welsh goalkeeper Hennessy. As the Portuguese players slowly retreated, Hennessy immediately played the ball out. The referee, after checking the time, decisively blew the whistle to end the first half. "Jiang, can you pass me the ball more in the second half? I haven't scored yet." Back in the locker room, Nani came running over excitedly. Clearly, seeing his teammates score continuously had made him a bit antsy. "As long as you're in a good position, I'll definitely pass to you. And me. Jiang, remember to pass one to me too." Chapter 246. On the field. After receiving and passing the ball, Ronaldo immediately turned and sprinted. At the same time, Jiang Hao quickly surged forward into the attacking half. Ramsey hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, Joe Ledley lunged toward Ronaldo. It was a 2v2. Utilizing his speed advantage, Jiang Hao quickly found space. At that moment, Ronaldo passed the ball to him. Jiang Hao received the ball, took a touch forward, and then sprinted down the field. Seeing Chester and Williams rushing toward him from both sides, Jiang Hao decisively flicked the ball away. To the left, the advancing Ronaldo didn't wait for the ball to settle, directly used his heel to flick it behind him. This move allowed the advancing Cancelo to easily take the ball toward the baseline. Ronaldo, Jiang Hao, and Nani, who was making a run on the right, all charged into the penalty area at the same time. Cancelo then passed the ball in. In an instant, chaos erupted in the Welsh penalty area. Jiang Hao found himself tightly squeezed between Chester, Williams, and Gunter. Taylor was marking Ronaldo closely. Only Nani and Davis were entangled with each other. Coincidentally, the ball landed right above Jiang Hao's head. Chapter 247. Mr. Coleman, what do you think about tonight's match result? Mr. Coleman, do you believe Wales lost tonight due to your tactical mistakes? At the post-match press conference, before Welsh coach Chris Coleman could sit down, a group of reporters eagerly surrounded him. Coleman had anticipated this. The team had been eliminated, and someone had to step up to take responsibility. Naturally, it was his job as the head coach. Of course, taking responsibility was just a polite way of saying it. More accurately, it was about taking the blame. The scene was chaotic, and Coleman rubbed his forehead, then pressed his hands down to signal for silence. Once no one was speaking, Coleman pointed to a middle-aged male reporter. "Mr. Coleman, I am Cruz, a reporter from Le Parisien. It is an honor to interview you. I would like to ask, how do you think Jiang Hao performed tonight?" This question is quite piercing. It could even be considered nonsense. But Coleman smiled in a gentlemanly manner and humorously replied, "Are you asking me how the genius player who contributed 2 goals and 2 assists, almost single-handedly eliminating Wales, performed? Oh damn, you know what? This is the question I least want to answer." Chapter 248. The next knockout round is in 4 days. So that noon, Santos took the entire team to Lyon. Unlike the last visit, this time, the Portuguese team kept a very low profile from check-in to training at the training ground. It was as if they were an inconspicuous underdog team. Of course, this was all Santos' request. He didn't want the external media to blow things out of proportion due to some trivial matters, which could affect the player's mentality. Well, and his own mentality. As expected, during the third quarterfinal that day, the German and Italian coaches subtly hinted at the pre-match press conference that Portugal's achievements were entirely due to Jiang Hao and Cristiano Ronaldo, with no relation to that so-called tactical master. Throughout the process, both coaches praised each other's greatness, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter. However, during the subsequent match, Conte and Lowe show their fangs. In this strong team matchup, both sides remained calm at the start of the match. Although there were attacks in the entire first half, there was only one shot on target from each side. Cruz was tightly marked by Italy, touching the ball only 33 times in the first half. Chapter 249. Ouch. Boss, stop hitting me. Didn't you let me speak on your behalf? On the way back to the locker room, Cancelo said while running, feeling wronged. Didn't you tell me to say something? Why are you getting physical? Damn it. I told you to speak, but I didn't say to speak nonsense. Do you see how those reporters are writing? Portugal is #1 in the world. Santos is #1 in the world. Blowing it up this high. Aren't you afraid of falling to your death? Santos cursed while catching his breath. He didn't expect Cancelo to have such a big mouth. Daring to say something like #1 in the world, not to mention the FIFA ranking, just looking at the historical performances in the European Championships and World Cups. There are plenty of criticisms to silence them. The key point is that the quarterfinal storm hasn't passed yet. Now this kind of thing comes up. Isn't it adding fuel to the fire? He really suspected Cancelo was deliberately retaliating. Cancelo smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, it's simple. As long as we win the European Championship and the World Cup, won't the problem be solved?" Santos almost choked on this statement. Simple? Just win the European Championship and the World Cup? As if it's that easy. Chapter 250. Beautiful. The goal is in. The scoring starts. Jiang Hao delivers a lethal blow to Croatia. It's still that familiar quick counterattack. It's still that familiar explosive shot. There's no reasoning behind it. One has to say, Jiang Hao's ability to seize opportunities in the penalty area is truly rare in football. A connection from Cristiano Ronaldo to Jiang Hao. Portugal once again showcases to the world what the most terrifying attacking combination in football really looks like. This goal is really awesome. Did you see? When Nani was about to cross the half, Jiang Hao just rushed out of the penalty area. After Nani passed the ball, Jiang Hao, that freak, caught up again. Damn, I hope I'm not seeing things. With his sprinting speed, I feel Jiang Hao could also participate in the World Sprint Championships. Maybe he could even win a championship. Sigh, it's boring. Every time it's this kind of speed and explosive shots with no technical content. I'm so sick of it. Ha ha ha. Upstairs, your taste is getting more and more picky. You can't even appreciate this clean and neat counterattack. I suggest you stop watching football and go play PS instead. Chapter 251. Beautiful. The goal is in. Jiang Hao leaps to head the ball, once again breaking through Croatia's goal. One can see that this goal was somewhat awkwardly defended by Joel Luca and Vida. This also led to the three of them colliding with each other. Scoring is certainly worth celebrating, but more importantly, no one should get injured. Regardless of which side's player cannot continue due to this attack, it is something that the vast majority of fans do not want to see. In that situation, they still have to defend. These guys are really playing with their lives. Why bother? Those football powerhouses sometimes play like they're risking their lives, just like Ronaldo in 14, insisting on playing even with an injection. The status of football in their hearts is something that ordinary people can't understand. These teams are strong for a reason. At least from a professional attitude standpoint, most players can't be faulted. I don't care about that. I just hope Jiang Hao doesn't get injured. Otherwise, that would be a disaster. On the field, seeing Jiang Hao, Joel Luca, and Vida lying on the grass with painful expressions, players from both sides rushed over to inquire about their physical condition. Chapter 252. The game continues. Croatia has a throw-in. Srna quickly throws the ball to Rakitic, who then enters the field to prepare for a pass. After a simple series of passes, Srna once again gets a chance to cross. this time from the right side of the penalty area at a 45-degree angle. As the ball flies quickly into the penalty area, Jiang Hao positions himself to intercept the ball, clearing it out of the penalty area. Mario receives the ball, directly distributing it to the side. Receiving the ball, João Pereira initiates a counterattack. Modric, Rakitic, and others quickly retreat. Jiang Hao also quickly sprints after landing. Perisic quickly chases after João Pereira, but he merely stays close beside him without blindly reaching out. This makes João Pereira feel uncomfortable because he sees Jiang Hao quickly crossing the half. However, he has no passing space. In a flash, João Pereira decisively slows down and then pushes the ball to the left front. He immediately slips past Perisic. With this move, a passing space immediately appears in front of him. However, Jiang Hao is still blocked by Badalj on the other side. Only Nani's position is unmarked. Without any hesitation, João Pereira decisively passes the ball diagonally over. Chapter 253. Croatia's defensive positioning is very quick. When Mario received the ball, Brozovic also rushed over quickly. Rakitic, who was originally lying on the grass, also quickly returned to defense. Seeing no good attacking opportunity, Mario did not rush to attack, but instead turned around and passed the ball back to Carvalho. Mandzukic came up to contest. However, Carvalho did not engage with him and passed the ball to Pepe, who was positioned further back. In a positional attack, most teams will first use backfield passes to attract the opponent's pressing. For example, Croatia's 4-2-3-1 formation. Just having Mandzukic press forward alone would definitely not be effective. Instead, it would allow Pepe and others to pass the ball back and forth, wasting energy unnecessarily. Therefore, for Croatia to create pressure through pressing, Rakitic, Perisic, and Brozovic must push up. This way, there will be gaps between the midfield and the defensive midfielders. Portugal can then take advantage of these gaps to advance the ball past the halfway line. Both sides are well aware of this. Thus, Croatia decided to push up collectively, using their numerical advantage to limit the passing options among the Portuguese players. Of course, this positioning could be penetrated by a through ball. Chapter 254. A spectacular save. A goal line rescue. It was exciting, but this is not something to be praised. The continuous occurrence of such incidents indicates that your defense is not good enough. It has posed a threat to our goal. No one can be lucky all the time. If we continue playing at the same pace as in the first half, we are destined to be eliminated. In the Croatian locker room, head coach Ante Kasic first scolded the players and then pulled over the tactical board to continue speaking. In the second half, the overall tactical approach remains unchanged, but there are a few details I need you to get right. This is a knockout match. You are playing too gentlemanly, and I think you can be more aggressive. Especially in the midfield, Modric and Badalj. Neither of you has a yellow card, so feel free to commit fouls if necessary in the second half. Also, that Ronaldo already has a yellow card. Serna and Joel Luca, look for opportunities to get him sent off. Of course, Mandzukic, you also need to be careful about getting sent off by the opponents. You did well in marking Jiang Hao during the last segment of the first half. Keep it up in the second half. He is the most threatening player for Portugal, and as long as you keep an eye on him, the Portuguese won't pose much of a threat. Chapter 255. The score is 3-1. Normally, the head coach Santos should rush to the sidelines to celebrate. However, he sat on the bench looking as if nothing had happened, calmly biting his nails and staring blankly. This infuriated Ante Kasic beside him. What does this mean? Looking down on Croatia? Damn old man. As Ante Kasic cursed and shouted the names of his players, Serna and Joel Luca turned their heads upon hearing their names. They saw Ante Kasic pointing at his own head. After a minute of celebration, the match resumed. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Mandzukic turned and passed the ball back to Modric. At the same time, both teams quickly spread out. Seeing Jiang Hao rushing towards him, Modric quickly lifted the ball away. Rakitic, receiving the pass, Rakitic quickly advanced with the ball, and Modric also made a forward run at the same time. Likewise, after Croatia kicked off, they also accelerated their attacking rhythm. Both wings surged forward. Seeing this, Rakitic decisively passed the ball to Serna. Chapter 256. Red card. Joel Luca's red card is indisputable, but Pepe's red card is somewhat unfair. Or rather, he was too impulsive. This is not the usual Pepe. Not only will he miss this match, but he will also be absent from the final. This is clearly not good news for Portugal. Now it depends on how serious Ronaldo's injury is. Hopefully, he won't miss the final. Damn, that bastard Joel Luca deserves it. If he can't win, he plays dirty. Sigh. Pepe is also wronged. He is usually such a calm person, but unfortunately, it's C. Ronaldo who got injured. Even the Saint can't control himself. 555, my brother Ronaldo, please don't be hurt. I still want to see Jiang Hao and C. Ronaldo dominating together in the final. That kind of tackle aimed directly at the ankle is obviously meant to injure. Just now, C. Ronaldo was able to get up. It might not affect next season's matches, but the final in 4 days is another story. As C. Ronaldo was substituted by Quaresma, the referee blew the whistle to restart the match. The foul occurred 1 meter outside the penalty area on the left side of the field. Therefore, the referee awarded a free kick to the attacking team. Chapter 257. The score remains 4-2. The match has long lost its suspense. However, Ante Casic continues to stand on the sidelines, directing his players to push up. Portugal has finally retreated to their half. It seems Santos plans to defend to the end. That's the way to go. After all, with a 2-goal lead, why go out and compete with the opponent? Right now, holding on to the victory is the most important. Modric charges forward. Jiang Hao comes up to mark him. Modric passes. Rakitic takes a long shot. Oh no, he is still a bit anxious. The ball flies directly into the stands. This is not Rakitic's standard. It's clear that his mentality has been affected. Croatia made a substitution. Midfielder Brozovic was replaced by forward Kramaric. Ante Casic is clearly looking to strengthen the team's attack. 90 minutes of regular time is over. The referee's team has added 4 minutes of injury time. There isn't much time left for Croatia. Goalkeeper Subasic has also pushed past the halfway line. This is a gamble. As time passes, Croatia also earned a corner kick opportunity in their last attack. Chapter 258. Back in the locker room, Santos issued a gag order to the entire team. Before the final, no one is allowed to go out or accept media interviews. C. Ronaldo was supported by teammates as he limped into the ambulance. This scene was captured by a trailing Marca reporter. Confirmed, C. Ronaldo will miss the European Cup final. When Marca placed this headline at the top of their website, the outside world erupted. The topic of the final match quickly rose to trending discussions. With the absence of Cristiano Ronaldo and Pepe, very few people outside were optimistic about Portugal. Therefore, the semi-final between France and Germany the next day was seen as a prelude to the Euro Cup final. Whoever could advance smoothly would seize the ultimate Euro Cup championship. Both France and Germany are top teams in Europe, neither willing to concede to the other. Under the media's provocation, the pre-match press conference for this semi-final was filled with tension. Both head coaches expressed their confidence in winning the match, even mocking each other. This excited the journalists, who eagerly snapped away with their cameras. Under the public's watchful eyes, this focal battle quickly commenced. Chapter 259. 3 days. Jiang Hao and the others spent their time either at the hotel or training at a fully enclosed training ground, giving reporters no opportunity for interviews. To keep the act going, Cristiano Ronaldo rested at the hotel, only allowing his assistant to push him around in a wheelchair for a stroll in the lobby when he got bored. Of course, he wasn't genuinely bored. He simply wanted the outside world to know he was indeed injured. Jiang Hao shared a room with Ronaldo, and whenever Jiang Hao returned from training, Ronaldo would discuss matters concerning the final, such as whether Portugal could win the ultimate match and secure the first championship trophy in the team's history, or whether their defense could withstand the test without Pepe. It was evident that this king of the Champions League, who had dominated the stage, was feeling a bit anxious. At 31, the decline in his physical condition was an undeniable fact. Missing this opportunity, regardless of whether Portugal could reach the final, raised questions about whether he could even be selected for the national team and start again. There are too many uncertainties on the football field. Injuries could keep one out, or poor form could lead to exclusion. No one could predict such things. Chapter 260. On the field. The moment Jiang Hao received the back pass from Ronaldo, he immediately sprinted forward with the ball. Giroud, positioned at the front, hadn't had time to react when Jiang Hao dashed past him like a cheetah. Griezmann quickly stepped up to intercept. However, Jiang Hao, with the ball about a meter away, pushed it slightly to the right front. This move made Griezmann mistakenly believe Jiang Hao would go that way, prompting him to reach out his foot to intercept. But just as Griezmann extended his foot, Jiang Hao suddenly stopped the ball, spun 180 degrees, and gently nudged it to his other foot, taking it away from Griezmann's side. Beautiful. Jiang Hao executed Zidane's signature move, the Marseille turn. Griezmann was left behind. Jiang Hao was still advancing. Seeing Griezmann easily bypassed, A deeper position Pogba rushed in without hesitation. At the same time, Ronaldo was actively making a diagonal run into the left side of the penalty area. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao quickly passed the ball diagonally. He then made a run from the right side. Although the French team employed a double defensive midfielder formation, Jiang Hao's rapid advance had drawn Matuidi over. Chapter 261. Mario received the ball and turned to initiate a counterattack. However, Payet was already waiting for him. Before Mario could pass the ball, Payet quickly stepped up, applying physical pressure while poking the ball away. Caught off guard, Mario was knocked to the ground. The referee clearly had no intention of intervening in such confrontations. Fortunately, Cancelo was not far away and managed to seize the ball first. However, due to this disruption, most French players had retreated back to their half. Clearly, a quick counterattack was no longer possible. Luckily, Cancelo slowed down the pace. Facing Moussa Sissoko's pressure, Cancelo made a diagonal pass to Jiang Hao, who was not far away. Even from a defensive midfielder position, the French players didn't want Jiang Hao to receive the ball. Who knew what this guy might do next? Without waiting for Jiang Hao to receive the ball, the most advanced Giroud rushed towards him. One-on-one. Facing a forward, Jiang Hao naturally showed no fear. With just a quick change of pace, he easily shook off Giroud and rapidly advanced forward. Griezmann immediately approached. Meanwhile, Payet was also rushing over. Seeing that the right side was open for Gomez, Jiang Hao quickly turned and passed the ball. Chapter 262. Seeing Jiang Hao sprinting forward, Pogba and others quickly returned to defend without hesitation. It must be said that this group of black players could really run, and their speed was impressive. In no time, they established a temporary defensive line near the center of Portugal's half. Since it was a throw-in and Patricio was not a particularly strong goalkeeper. When Jiang Hao received the ball, Pogba and Matuidi were already rushing towards him. Facing a double team, Jiang Hao deftly poked the ball between the two, then powered forward like a cheetah. The explosive acceleration startled both defenders, but they quickly reacted. Watching the ball speed past him, Pogba and Matuidi exchanged glances. Matuidi then positioned himself to block Jiang Hao's path, while Pogba quickly turned to chase the ball. Their coordination was extremely tacit, making it difficult for anyone else to intervene. However, in the next moment, Jiang Hao demonstrated what brutality meant. Facing Matuidi blocking in front, Jiang Hao did not slow down one bit as he sprinted. Just as he took a big step forward, he applied a slight force to his right ankle, easily changing direction. Chapter 263. Beep. The moment the referee blew the whistle, Jiang Hao excitedly rushed towards the sidelines, then knelt on both knees, spreading his toes as wide as possible. He left 4 distinctive marks on grass. The closest was Cristiano Ronaldo, who was the first to arrive and directly tackled Jiang Hao onto the grass. Following him, Nani, Gomez, and others rushed over, piling on one after another. Amid the rapid shaking, everyone celebrated wildly together. Even Santos, who had been quite composed, rushed over, watching his teammates celebrating on the sidelines. Patricio was still a bit dazed. Just a quick throw-in led to an assist? That didn't seem too hard. Of course, this was just Jiang Hao. Change the player, and the assist is gone. Damn, can't you guys think a bit when defending? Deschamps, on the sidelines, was jumping with anger. He had subtly hinted during the tactical arrangements before the match that when they couldn't stop Jiang Hao, they could commit a technical foul at a crucial moment to stop him. However, those fools stubbornly went one-on-one. Isn't that just asking for punishment? Conceding 2 goals at the start, Deschamps' plan had clearly been completely disrupted. Chapter 264. Portugal's throw-in. At the referee's signal, Cancelo directly threw the ball to Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Giroud rushed forward. Although getting past Giroud wouldn't take much effort, Jiang Hao didn't want to waste energy at this position. So he passed the ball to Carvalho next to him before Giroud could tackle him. He then made a forward run, just as he found some space. Carvalho passed the ball back to him. A 1-2. Griezmann immediately came up to join in. Meanwhile, Mario, positioned further up, also dropped back to support. The midfield is usually the most fiercely contested area. With both teams' formations being relatively advanced, the midfield became a bit crowded. Unless the cooperation is tacit and the ball control is good, passing in such a small space can easily lead to interceptions. The national team obviously did not possess such conditions. Seeing the opponent and teammates crowding towards him, Jiang Hao quickly made a diagonal pass to Nani on the left. Matuidi, with a wide defensive coverage, quickly charged up and formed a double team with Moussa Sissoko against Nani. Seeing no chance to break through or pass forward, Nani turned and passed the ball back to Cancelo. After going in circles, the ball returned to Jiang Hao's feet. Chapter 265. Oh no. Portugal conceded a goal again. What did I say? The hidden danger on the flanks has become the culprit for this goal. If Santos doesn't come up with a solution, they will concede more goals in the coming time. If that happens, all of Jiang Hao's previous efforts will be in vain. The commentators in the media area sighed. Meanwhile, the Stade de France had already erupted in excitement. At this moment, all the French fans were waving their scarves and cheering for their team. Moussa Sissoko on the field was celebrating wildly. Griezmann, Giroud, and other French players rushed over. Clearly, this goal had greatly boosted their morale. Although they were still behind, as long as they found a way, equalizing the score was just a matter of time. Santos reacted quickly. After conceding the goal, he completely extinguished the glimmer of luck in his heart. He immediately called Cancelo and João Pereira to the sidelines. You two need to push up and cross whenever there's a chance. Okay, boss. Although they felt this approach was a bit reckless, both nodded heavily. Boss, won't this be too risky? Once they left, assistant coach Bruno quickly asked. Chapter 266. Jiang Hao's condition seems a bit off. From the slow-motion replay, it can be seen that Jiang Hao's supporting knee was hit. It was a clear foul. It's unclear whether the referee missed it due to the angle or something else. In any case, no substantial penalty was made. On the contrary, Cristiano Ronaldo, Mario, and Gomez, who went up to argue, each received a yellow card. Of course, Payet also received a yellow card, but that was due to a conflict with Cristiano Ronaldo. It had nothing to do with the earlier foul. Now, it depends on whether Jiang Hao can continue the match. Damn, that bastard definitely did it on purpose. These guys can't handle losing. Jiang Hao, please don't get injured. Otherwise, the upcoming matches will be tough. I recall this is the first time Jiang Hao has really suffered a big loss. If Jiang Hao is fine and can continue playing, then it will be interesting. Haha. Hearing you say that reminds me of Jiang Hao's previous nickname. The Butcher of Huaxia. Payet probably forgot the fear of being controlled by the Butcher of Huaxia. Seeing Jiang Hao lying on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, Santos on the sidelines was completely panicked. He even forgot to send the team doctor on to check him. Chapter 267. Back in the locker room. Neither Santos nor Deschamps showed any joy from being ahead or frustration from being behind. Both of their faces wore serious expressions. After all, the second half was when the outcome would be decided. Whoever could laugh last would win the championship of this European Championship. This honor, which only comes once every 4 years, is something no one can remain indifferent about. Santos pulled over the tactical board and said to everyone, in the second half, we will still use the high-pressure pressing tactic, and Cancelo and João Pereira need to push up and participate in the pressing at all times. Fortunately, no one in our defense has received a card, but this also indicates that you Haven T played aggressively enough. When the opponent counterattacks quickly later, you can apply for yellow cards based on the actual situation, but be mindful of the limits. Unless absolutely necessary, don't get a red card. Cristiano. When a midfield pressure is high, you need to drop back at all times. Lastly, it's still that saying, when you don't know what to do, pass the ball to Jiang Hao. Even the finals, Santos still didn't emphasize tactics too much. After all, it's the national team, and the time for cohesion is limited. It's not easy to create impressive combinations. Chapter 268. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Nani threw the ball to Cancelo. At the same time, Moussa Sissoko rushed forward. Seeing Jiang Hao coming up to support, Cancelo quickly passed the ball out. Jiang Hao backed into Giroud, using his body to shield the ball while leaning back. Then, with the tip of his right foot, he pulled the ball to the right side and quickly darted out. Facing Griezmann's block, Jiang Hao made a horizontal pass, distributing the ball to João Pereira on the right flank. Although João Pereira's defense was average, his attacking ability shouldn't be underestimated. So as soon as he received the ball, Payet rushed up. In the backfield, João Pereira naturally didn't want to get entangled with the opponent. He immediately passed the ball back. He continued to push forward. Jiang Hao received the ball and continued to advance. When encountering defenders, he would pass the ball to João Pereira. In this way, the two used quick short passes on the right flank to gradually penetrate the French team's defensive line. Seeing the two getting deeper into the attack, Evra Matuidi and Griezmann immediately rushed up to block them. In this moment, Mario created a gap. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and decisively passed the ball over. Mario received the ball and moved it slightly forward, then quickly sprinted with it. Chapter 269. Umtiti and Payet charged in from the front and back. With Jiang Hao intentionally slowing down, Payet quickly reached about a meter behind him. Jiang Hao seemed completely unaware of this, just foolishly rushing forward. Facing Umtiti's block, Jiang Hao suddenly took a big step to the left. This action made Umtiti, who mistakenly thought he was going to the left, immediately follow suit. However, the next moment, Jiang Hao abruptly stopped and darted in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, the rapidly approaching Payet appeared right in Jiang Hao's path. The two collided like that. When Jiang Hao initiated his movement, his center of gravity was quite low, so his shoulder hit Payet right in the chest. His knee also collided with the side of Payet's left knee. Both Jiang Hao and Payet were moving very quickly. Under such a fierce impact, Payet was sent flying without any resistance. Jiang Hao also stumbled from the collision. One must say, Payet's resistance was indeed strong. He almost knocked him down. With his powerful core strength, Jiang Hao quickly regained his balance and accelerated toward the penalty area again. Damn, Payet is injured, and you're still not stopping. Chapter 270. At this moment, Santos couldn't care less about how good it looked to win. When he saw Deschamps change formation, Santos went to the sideline and signaled for everyone to retreat. Thus, Portugal set up a strong defense in the final moments of the match. In such a small space, neither Martial nor Moussa Sissoko could break through. They were both speed players, and breaking through required space. So, the French team started playing the most primitive long ball tactics. But with such dense defense, scoring with headers was not that easy. After trying twice in vain, the impatient French team directly attempted long shots from the edge of the penalty area. Likewise, these long shots either hit the defenders or flew straight into the stands. As a core of the French team, Griezmann couldn't sit still. After receiving a pass from a teammate, he directly dribbled the ball and tried to break through under the dense defense. Facing Nani's advance, Griezmann pushed the ball slightly to the right. As Nani stretched his foot, he pulled the ball back. Then he flicked the ball to the left and slipped right past Nani. Facing Carvalho's cover, Griezmann cut in with the ball. After using a feint to create space, he shot directly at the goal. Chapter 271. The Portuguese players on the field went crazy, including substitutes. All Portuguese players rushed onto the field the moment the final whistle blew. They piled on top of Jiang Hao and the others on grass. Jiang, we did it. We are the champions. See, Ronaldo's eyes were filled with tears, and he was almost ecstatic. 12 years ago, he was still a young player, just starting out. It was then that he lost to Greece at home, becoming a backdrop to the Greek myth. Over the years, he had always wanted to bring a championship trophy to Portugal. For this, he worked tirelessly. He was even willing to risk his career. Now, they finally succeeded. The Portuguese players embraced each other passionately. Meanwhile, the Portuguese fans in the stands were loudly calling out the names of their heroes. Jiang Hao, see Ronaldo, Nani. Gradually, some Portuguese fans began to rush onto the field, joining their players in the ocean of celebration. Jiang Hao was equally thrilled. It wasn't just because of the championship trophy. It was because of the long-awaited prompt from the system. Won the European Championship, rewarded with 5 ultimate attribute points. This was a good thing. Chapter 272. Back in Portugal, Santos led everyone on a victory parade in Lisbon. Jiang Hao was actually not very interested in this. He was just there to get paid for his work. Moreover, he was thinking about returning to China as soon as possible. He had made an appointment with Lou Fayer after all, but there was no way. The Portuguese were too enthusiastic, including C. Ronaldo. Almost all Portuguese people attributed the credit for this European Championship to Jiang Hao. Little did they know, even if he did nothing in this European Championship, the final champion would still be Portugal. It would just be a more thrilling process. The parade continued until 7 p.m., and only then did Jiang Hao drag his weary body back to the hotel. Originally, C. Ronaldo planned to let him stay at his mansion for a few days. But considering there were still some matters to discuss with Raiola, Jiang Hao decisively declined C. Ronaldo's invitation. Just after finishing his wash, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Hao knew it was Raiola. He opened the door and saw a robust, middle-aged fat man looking at him with a lewd expression. Jiang Hao knew this guy must have brought some good news, so he quickly smiled and said, "Mino, this isn't the place to talk. Let us go to the hotel suite." Chapter 273. The next day, after a 20-hour-long flight, Jiang Hao finally arrived at Chengdu Airport. Because he hadn't announced his itinerary in advance, and with the protection of a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, he didn't notice any reporters following him when he got off the plane. Instead, the flight attendants recognized him and all rushed over for photos. Back in his hometown, Jiang Hao was in a good mood. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse the requests of the flight attendants. After taking pictures with each one, he finally left the airport under their reluctant gazes. Rumble. Just as he arrived at the parking lot, a brand new Ferrari suddenly zoomed up and stopped in front of Jiang Hao. As the car window slowly rolled down, a delicate face appeared. It was none other than Liu Feier. Handsome, where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride. Liu Feier was still as playful as ever. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, she didn't rush over like those love-struck girls. Instead, she joked with a sly smile. This girl. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, then opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, grinning as he said, "Let us go to the hotel first." Upon hearing this, Liu Feier's pretty face turned red, and she playfully punched Jiang Hao's arm. Chapter 274. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived at the station, he saw his parents coming out with a big bag, just like in his memories. His father, regardless of his facial expression or walking posture, looked carefree and easygoing. Jiang Hao smiled, then rolled down the car window and shouted loudly, "Dad, over here." Despite Jiang Hao wearing a cap and sunglasses, his father recognized him at a glance. Calculating the time, it had been over 2 years since they last met. When his father saw his son's face, which had lost its youthful softness, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. However, his father's personality wouldn't allow him to say anything sentimental. "You little rascal, don't you see your old man carrying such a big bag? Can't you lend a hand when you get off the car? Are you itching for trouble?" This personality was exactly the same as his father in his past life. Jiang Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, then awkwardly said, "Dad, you're in such good shape, this little weight is nothing for you. Besides, if I really got off, we probably wouldn't be able to leave." This was indeed true. His father had a habit of working out. Even though he was over 50, his physical condition was still excellent. That little weight was not even enough for him to warm up at the gym. Chapter 275. Seeing that the other party was silent, Raiola continued. "And that UEFA financial investigation you mentioned, why isn't Paris worried? Oh dear, I forgot that Paris compensated an extra 100 million euros through team share transfers." Sorry, Mr. Abdul. Just disregard what I said earlier. Abdul naturally wouldn't believe Raiola's nonsense. What a joke. That was 200 million euros. Based on Paris's market value, it meant they had to pay 100 million in cash, while also transferring an additional 12 of the shares. This was just the signing fee. He couldn't believe there was any team owner in the world who would be extravagant to that extent. Whether it was Mansour or Nasser, the shares of the team meant much more to them than just money. Getting these two to give up shares was impossible, even if the other party was Jiang Hao. However, Raiola's earlier words had reminded him, who said that the signing fee had to go through normal channels. As long as the money could be transferred to Jiang Hao's account, who or what channel it went through was up to them. With that thought, Abdul said nothing. Chapter 276. Just after Raiola finished speaking with the old lady, Abdul called again. This time, Abdul was clearly more confident. His tone had a hint of arrogance. "Fatirai, I'm too lazy to keep chatting with you. After you hear the conditions the boss offers, if you're okay with it, get ready to sign. If not, we'll activate the backup plan." Hearing the other party not only call him Fatty Rai, but also speak so bluntly, Raiola knew Mansour was ready to reveal his cards. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "You say 100 million euros signing fee, plus a transfer of 5 of the team's shares, 80 million euros annual salary, all image rights." Abdul revealed all his bottom lines in one breath, clearly out of patience. There was no way around it. If this matter wasn't settled soon, he would be buying a plane ticket back home line. An assistant, worrying for months about the team. Such a nerve-wracking life. It was better to just get over with. "So what is your answer?" After a long silence without any movement, Abdul impatiently inquired. Little did he know, Raiola was already in shock. Chapter 277. Whether it's Mourinho or Guardiola, both are legendary figures in contemporary football. One is versatile in style, and the other excels at precise possession play. Tactically, both have their strengths, and it's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. However, Mourinho has his unique charisma, his flamboyant personality, willingness to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, and almost obsessive football philosophy often create miracles of the weak defeating the strong. Particularly in 2010, leading Inter Milan to defeat the cosmic Barcelona and ultimately reigning at the Bernabeu became a classic moment in football history. For such a distinct personality coach, Jiang Hao also had a good impression. However, what Jiang Hao didn't know was that his casual remark would completely change the course of football. On the other side, After hanging up the phone, Raiola called Abdul again. This assistant, who was ready to go back home to mine at any moment, had long been impatient. When he answered the phone, there was no pleasantries. He got straight to the point. What is the update, Fatty Rai? Having been called Fatty Rai repeatedly, Raiola had gotten used to it. After all, they paid well. Fatty Rai is fine, as long as I don't feel fat. Mr. Abdul, congratulations. Jiang Hao is willing to go to Etihad Stadium next season. Chapter 278. The next day, after Jiang Hao finished his serious morning workout, he prepared to drive Liu Feier out. However, as soon as they left the parking lot, a wave of domestic media reporters rushed over. Clearly, news of his quiet return had already spread. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you are considering attending any commercial events during this trip back? Mr. Jiang, we have received news from Europe that, according to insiders, Manchester City will offer you a super contract worth €2 billion over 3 years. Is this true? Mr. Jiang, rumors say Manchester City will additionally pay you a signing fee of €200 million. Do you have anything to say about this? Inside the car. Even though the Audi Q7 had good sound insulation, the two could still hear the uproar outside the window. It was crazy. These guys were really going all out for promotions and raises. After consulting Liu Feier's consent, Jiang Hao slowly rolled down the window and smiled slightly. Thank you all. First of all, I'm just back for vacation and won't be attending any commercial events. Secondly, regarding the transfer, I can only say that my agent team is currently negotiating the contract details with Manchester City. As for the annual salary or signing fee, we have not reached a formal agreement, so I have no further comment. Chapter 279. Early the next morning, Manchester City announced on their official website that Jose Mourinho was about to join Manchester City as the team's new head coach for the upcoming season. A signing ceremony would be held at the afternoon press conference. This news was released quite suddenly, to the point that most fans didn't even have a chance to react. Before the season had even ended, Manchester City had privately contacted Guardiola's agent team. As the season was coming to a close, there were even rumors that both sides were about to sign a contract. Neither Manchester City nor Guardiola himself denied this during media interviews, leading everyone to believe that Guardiola would become the new head coach of Manchester City. Who would have thought it would turn out to be Mourinho instead? The name of the special one is known throughout the football world. His flamboyant personality and occasional shocking statements have earned Mourinho a large number of loyal fans, while also attracting frequent insults from others. There's a saying, football fans can be divided into two types, those who like Mourinho and those who dislike him. Chapter 280. The day after Manchester City held a press conference, Manchester United officially announced Guardiola's signing. This news sent shockwaves through the football world. When Mourinho was coaching at Real Madrid, the two had a fierce rivalry on the La Liga stage. Unfortunately, Real Madrid at that time was not the same as the current team, while Barcelona had peak players like Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets. In several encounters, Mourinho's Real Madrid was unable to gain the upper hand, even losing the first El Clásico to their city rivals with a score of 0-5. Since then, they had become arch-rivals, often clashing in various settings. Now, 3 years later, as the two meet again in Manchester, everyone is curious about what kind of friction will occur. July 20th, Manchester Medical Center. Jiang Hao changed into Manchester City sportswear, preparing for the most comprehensive pre-employment physical examination. During his previous medical check in Valencia, his physical data had drawn strange looks from the staff. Although they didn't say much, Jiang Hao could sense their disdain from their eyes. Chapter 281. After completing the paperwork, Jiang Hao, accompanied by staff, took his official photos from Manchester City. It's worth mentioning that Gundogan, who was originally set to transfer to Manchester City this summer, ended up moving to neighboring Manchester United because of Jiang Hao's presence. Thus, the number 8 jersey naturally fell into Jiang Hao's hands, saving him a lot of hassle. After the photo shoot, Jiang Hao followed the staff to report to the team. At this moment, Mourinho was directing the players in training. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, he immediately smiled and welcomed him. "Welcome, Jiang." "Thank you." Jiang Hao shook hands with him and then glanced at the training players but did not see De Bruyne. He immediately asked, "Boss, is Kevin on leave today?" Mourinho smiled helplessly. This guy still feels a bit uneasy about what happened at Chelsea, so he should be in the dorm. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, feeling a hint of unease. In his previous life, De Bruyne had performed brilliantly in the Bundesliga and completely won over Guardiola. He then became the absolute core midfielder under him. It's no exaggeration to say that besides Messi, De Bruyne was Guardiola's favorite player. Chapter 282. After things were settled, Jiang Hao brought De Bruyne to the training ground. For this, De Bruyne even specially shaved his beard and tidied his hairstyle. When the two appeared on the field, all the Manchester City players breathed a sigh of relief, especially Sterling. He was genuinely worried that De Bruyne might leave due to Mourinho. If that happened, how would he score goals and enjoy himself? Mourinho is not someone who expresses himself well. He simply approached and patted De Bruyne on the shoulder, casually letting the two return to training. Perhaps in a good mood or for some other reason, Mourinho did not arrange high-intensity training for the players in the afternoon, even dismissing the team 2 hours early. Everyone understood that this was Mourinho giving them time to socialize. According to the norm, when new players join, the team usually organizes a small gathering to welcome the new teammates. However, this time was different. This time, they had a wild card in their midst, and they had to party. For this, Manchester City's goalkeeper Joe Hart took the initiative to step up. For Hart, this summer was not particularly wonderful. When the season ended, the media had been frantically spreading news about Guardiola coming to Manchester City. Chapter 283. After Jiang Hao signed, the European football transfer market was also in full swing. Pogba returned to Old Trafford for a fee of €105 million, setting a record for transfer fees in world football. This golden boy went from being a discarded player to a €100 million man in just 4 years. After acquiring Pogba, Manchester United did not stop their spending spree. After spending €26 million to sign Gundogan, they went on to invest over €100 million to bring in Sane and Stones. On the surface, Manchester United became the team with the highest expenditure this summer. Notably, Ibrahimovic, who was originally a free agent, also abandoned the idea of joining Manchester United for free after Guardiola took over, as it had already been proven during their time at Barcelona that they were not on the same wavelength. Reuniting would likely lead to him becoming a fringe player again, which the proud Ibrahimovic could not accept. Ultimately, Ibrahimovic joined Chelsea at the invitation of Conte. In the Bundesliga, after Ancelotti took charge, Bayern spent €70 million within 24 hours to complete the transfers of Hummels and Sanchez. To acquire Sanchez, Bayern splashed €35 million on the 19-year-old Portuguese prodigy. Chapter 284. As Faria read out the list, De Bruyne let out a heavy sigh of relief. Jiang Hao was indeed right. Mourinho was preparing to fully unleash their attacking advantage. With him, Jiang Hao, and Silva supplying ammunition in the midfield, as long as Sterling and Aguero were reliable. Ordinary teams would only face slaughter. De Bruyne was happy, but some players frowned. This included Florentino, Yaya Touré, as well as Sagna and Nasri. They all felt that they were not inferior to the players in Group A in the same positions. Now being assigned to Group B, could there be some undisclosed secret? Or is it possible that someone intervened in the coach's decision? They think so, but no one dares to say it out loud. They have heard of Mourinho's methods. If they were to voice opposition now, while also being unable to persuade others, they could very well be completely marginalized and reduced to role players. A few of them held their breath, ready to give the opposing players a lesson in the upcoming scrimmage, to prove that Mourinho made a terrible mistake in his arrangements. Beep. With a whistle from the temporary referee Faria, Chapter 285 quickly began. The scrimmage resumed. After Faria's whistle, Bernie directly passed the ball back to Yaya Touré, behind him. In Group B, half of the players were last season's mainstays or strong competitors for main positions. With a few organizing, Group B's attack proceeded methodically, but it was limited to their own half. Once the ball approached the midfield, they would be met with relentless pursuit from Jiang Hao and Kanté. That kind of oppressive defense was beyond even a versatile midfielder like Florentino. Breaking through and these short passes were impossible. Fortunately, after attracting the defense, Florentino launched a long pass to the sidelines. Nasri was the kind of player who liked to hold onto the ball. His basic skills were extremely solid. His ability to combine with the ball and his technique for getting rid of defenders were very strong, and his ball control rhythm was excellent. However, his lack of explosiveness was magnified when facing a world-class defensive midfielder like Kanté. In just one encounter, Kanté sent the ball flying away from Nasri's feet. Everyone was stunned. Last season, Leicester City miraculously won their first Premier League title. Chapter 286 time passed quickly. Soon it was the day of the new season's Premier League match. Manchester City was at home against the strong Premier League team Sunderland. Whether it was Jiang Hao, Mourinho, or Manchester City, all drew considerable attention. When the three combined, it created a frenzy among reporters. When Manchester City's bus appeared in the stadium's designated passage, A crowd of reporters and fans immediately rushed forward regardless of the consequences. The bus driver had no choice but to stop the vehicle. Mr. Jiang, the intensity of the Premier League is different from La Liga. Are you prepared? Mr. Jiang, how many goals do you plan to score in your first Premier League match? Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, as reporters shouted loudly through the glass. Fans on site were also crazily calling out Jiang Hao's name. The entire scene was chaotic. Seeing the bus blocked at the entrance, the club promptly dispatched security personnel, more than 20 in total. As the camera switched, this scene appeared before the fans in Huaxia. Wow, this is quite the spectacle. The match hasn't even started, and the fans are already going wild. If it weren't for the security personnel holding them back, I feel like they could have torn the bus apart. Chapter 287. Under the urging of the staff, both teams entered the players' tunnel. Jiang Hao followed closely behind Joe Hart. Similarly, the Sunderland players lined up beside them. Throughout the process, there was no communication between the players. However, the players' tunnel was still filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, especially the Sunderland players, whose provocative and fierce gazes made Jiang Hao furrow his brows. Holding the little ball boy's hand, both teams stepped onto the field. After warm-ups, the match officially kicked off. For Manchester City, Mourinho arranged a 4-4-2 diamond formation. Goalkeeper, Joe Hart. Left back, Kolarov. Right back, Zabaleta. Center backs, Kompany and Otamendi. Defensive midfielder, Canny. Midfielders, Silva, Jiang Hao De Bruyne. Forwards, Sterling and Aguero. Sunderland, on the other hand, Moyes set up a 5-defender formation. Goalkeeper, Pickford. Left back, Oviedo. Right back, Billy Jones. 3 center backs, Coates, Lescott, O'Shea. Defensive midfielder, Catamal. Midfielders, Larson, Rodwell, Dong. Forward, Borini. Manchester City had the opening kick. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Aguero directly passed the ball back to Canny behind him. Chapter 288. The media commentary was going wild. After the referee blew the whistle, Jiang Hao excitedly rushed to the sideline, taking off his number 8 jersey. He made a gesture of airing the jersey towards the Manchester City fan stand. That was where the die-hard Manchester City supporters were. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao. Seeing Jiang Hao rush over, they all stood up and shouted his name. Even the fans at the front made a gesture of worship towards Jiang Hao. This scene was perfectly captured by the camera. That was an incredible goal. It hadn't even been 30 seconds since the match started, and Sunderland was set up in a 5-defender formation. Scoring was way too easy. Ha ha ha. Before the match, there were some critics saying that the Premier League's pace was fast and physical, and that Jiang Hao wouldn't be able to adapt. And now he scores in 30 seconds. Damn, I'm dying of laughter. Exactly. With Jiang Hao's physical attributes, it doesn't matter if it's La Liga or the Premier League. He's a nightmare for defenders. To me, it's not about whether Jiang Hao can adapt to the Premier League, but whether the Premier League can adapt to Jiang Hao's physicality. Go Jiang Hao. I bet big on you to score 60 goals. Whether you can take off depends on this round. Chapter 289. On the field, as Jiang Hao prepared to strike, Pickford in front of the goal immediately tensed his legs, ready to dive for the save. However, from such a close distance, ordinary players couldn't react in time. There was no obstruction. The ball went straight into the net. The Etihad Stadium fell silent. Even the referee was momentarily stunned. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It took a full 3 seconds before the referee's whistle confirmed the goal. Guguweo goal. Jiang Hao. The DJ went wild. And at that moment, the 60,000 fans in attendance erupted in cheers. Oh my God, what did I just see? An unprecedented bicycle kick. God, I feel like I'm dreaming. Mansour, the great Mansour. Look what you've brought to Manchester City. An unparalleled genius. Haha, this is a great scene at the Etihad Stadium. Fortunately, I didn't miss the match because I was going home to catch someone cheating. Fans in the stands are wildly waving their scarves in celebration. Chapter 290. The ball flies forward. It is intercepted by Otamendi near the center circle. At the same time, Sunderland's formation quickly shrinks. Even Borini, who is at the front, has retreated to the half. Clearly, they are preparing to defend desperately, stabilizing the situation before anything else. The trailing side isn't in a hurry, and Manchester City, leading by 2 goals, is even less anxious. A few players are passing the ball back and forth in the midfield, looking for suitable attacking opportunities. Sunderland remains composed. Jiang Hao and others have been passing back and forth for nearly 5 minutes, and Sunderland has no one pressing forward. These guys are just sticking to their positions without launching an attack. Only when Manchester City pushes the ball to a certain position do Sunderland players come forward to block. This style of play is rather boring. Fortunately, Jiang Hao drops back to actively request the ball and then advances with it on his own. Facing Bornai's press, Jiang Hao quickly nudges the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot before stepping forward with his left foot to push the ball a little further. He effortlessly slips past Bornai's right side. Jiang Hao, a beautiful nutmeg. Such footwork is indeed rare in the Premier League. Jiang Hao continues to push forward. Chapter 291. After defending against a lackluster attack from Sunderland, Manchester City organizes another attack. Again, it's Jiang Hao dropping back to take the ball. However, after the previous experience, Sunderland immediately sends two players to the flanks to block. But this leaves De Bruyne open. As the two opponents press forward, Jiang Hao decisively passes the ball out. He then quickly makes a forward run. After receiving the ball, De Bruyne does not pass back directly, but carries it forward a bit before launching a long pass. The ball sails over the heads of Catamol and Billy Jones, landing just outside the penalty area, close to the sideline. This sudden long pass catches Sunderland's defense off guard. They anticipated Jiang Hao would play a short combination with De Bruyne, or that he would once again exploit his individual skills to break through. They never expected he would choose this method. While football certainly runs faster than people, such a long distance and such a narrow space not only demand high precision from the passer, but also test the player's chemistry. One misstep, and the ball could go out of bounds. At this moment, De Bruyne is also somewhat puzzled. Just now, he and Jiang Hao had no communication or physical cues. Chapter 292. With a rather reluctant expression on Sunderland players' faces, the match finally resumes. As before, Sunderland players do not show much desire to attack. First, they're not very good at playing in a positional battle. Second, once they commit to an attacking formation, they risk conceding due to Manchester City's quick counterattacks. So after passing the ball around in the back, they kick it long into the forward area. At the center circle, De Bruyne chest traps the ball, settling it steadily. He then makes a diagonal pass, sending the ball back to Jiang Hao on the flank. As before, Jiang Hao receives the ball, turns, and moves forward. He then sprints down the flank with the ball. Sunderland has been waiting for him, before he can take two steps for defenders close in. Naturally, this opens up space where De Bruyne is positioned. Jiang Hao doesn't hesitate and passes the ball before the defenders close in. De Bruyne, taking a big step forward, nudges the ball ahead and then starts sprinting down the field. At this moment, most of Sunderland's defensive efforts are focused on the right side. Their overall defensive line also shifts towards this side. This means that the left side of the defense is relatively lax. Such an opportunity, of course, Sterling will not miss. Chapter 293. 15 minutes pass in an instant. Soon, both sides return to the field. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match resumes. Sunderland attacks. Unlike the first half, Sunderland immediately launches a fierce attack on Manchester City's defense at the start of the second half. Catamol receives a return pass from a teammate and, without waiting for positions to be established, brings the ball forward on his own. Facing Aguero's press, Catamol directly plays a diagonal pass to the left for Dong. Compared to his excellent passing vision and attacking prowess, De Bruyne's defensive capabilities are less satisfactory. Dong, upon receiving the pass, simply changes direction and accelerates, slipping past De Bruyne's side. Canny, seeing this, rushes forward to cover. However, Dong seems to have anticipated him. Without waiting for Canny to close in, he pushes the ball horizontally to Rodwell in the center. Rodwell quickly passes, and the ball reaches Larson on the right side. At the same time, forward Bornai, along with midfielders Rodwell and Dong, quickly rush into the penalty area. Sunderland's attack this time is straightforward and decisive, and the defenders like Otamendi dare not be careless. While retreating, they also keep a close watch on Larson's movements. Chapter 294. The match continues to unfold vigorously. Sunderland has completely lost their fighting spirit. Throughout the second half, they are mostly huddled in their own half to defend. Against such an opponent, Jiang Hao doesn't feel much desire to attack. On the contrary, Sterling is like a pumped-up player, constantly looking for opportunities to breach Sunderland's goal again. However, faced with the dense defense, De Bruyne clearly can't find good passing opportunities. Many times, he resorts to traditional 45-degree crosses, allowing Sterling and Aguero to compete for the ball in the penalty area. Both are not tall, making it unlikely for them to win aerial duels. Ultimately, the two of them simply drop back to receive the ball and start using their individual abilities to break into the penalty area. Sterling is fast, explosive, technically solid with both feet, and possesses excellent dribbling and ball control skills. The key is that this guy has strong ball protection abilities, making it difficult to lose the ball when surrounded by multiple defenders. Coupled with his explosive power, he can sometimes pull off impressive one-against-many plays. In the 60th minute of the match, Sterling receives a pass from a teammate in the front, then quickly sprints with the ball like a duck. Facing the defense, Sterling slows down and nudges the ball slightly to the left. Chapter 295. On the field, Jiang Hao, who scored another goal, showed no intention of celebrating. After briefly walking with his teammates, he jogged back to the halfway line. Seeing this, Mourinho decisively made a substitution, replacing Jiang Hao with Florentino and adjusting the formation to 4-2-3-1. Jiang Hao walked off the field slowly, and the 60,000 fans at the Etihad Stadium stood up at that moment, applauding their new king. Jiang Hao! Jiang Hao! Jiang Hao! Amid the applause and cheers, Jiang Hao exchanged a high five with Florentino on the sidelines before bowing to the fans in the stands. Mourinho affectionately patted Jiang Hao on the back and handed him a bottle of water that had been prepared in advance. With Jiang Hao off the field, the Sunderland players immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They could hardly imagine what it would be like if this beast continued to play. Jiang Hao sat relaxed on the bench, while reporters rushed over to him, bombarding him with questions. This left Jiang Hao speechless. He had intended to take a moment to adjust his shorts. In Chapter 296, after securing a resounding victory in the first round of the Premier League, Mourinho publicly announced a day off for the entire team upon returning to the locker room. Agüero immediately perked up at this news. As soon as Mourinho left, he approached Jiang Hao. "Hey, do you want to throw a party later? That Sabine wants to invite you. We can have her bring her friend along. Honestly, I haven't interacted with any actresses before. I just wonder how their acting would be at that time." Agüero had come to terms with things. Regardless of the national team situation, he was now teammates with Jiang Hao. Moreover, from the club's and Mourinho's attitude, it seemed Jiang Hao would be a unique presence at Manchester City for a long time. At this moment, creating discord would only lead to being out the door the next day. For both public and private reasons, it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with Jiang Hao. The key was that through their time together, Agüero felt Jiang Hao was a good person, someone worth getting to know. Unfortunately, why did he have to go to Portugal? Hearing Agüero's bold words, Jiang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Sergio, that Sabine clearly just wants to ride the wave. Do you believe that if something happens at the party by tomorrow morning, the news of Manchester City's players partying will be all over the major media headlines?" In Chapter 297, while Jiang Hao focused on training and gaming, time flew by, and soon it was the day of the second round of the Premier League. Manchester City faced Stoke City away. To accommodate Asian fans, the FA scheduled the match for 9:30 a.m. on August 20th. This left both teams a bit out of sorts. While the players were warming up, Agüero started complaining. "Damn, what is the FA doing? With this glaring sunlight, how are we supposed to play well later? All right, Sergio, if you're feeling unwell, I can let the boss know and have you substituted when the match starts," Jiang Hao said, prompting Agüero to chuckle awkwardly. "Hey, I'm just complaining a bit. I'm feeling fine. Come on, I'm the king of Manchester City, Sergio. How could I be humiliated by being substituted right at the start? If I have to go off, it should be after a hat trick in front of cheering fans. All right?" Jiang Hao instinctively glanced at Agüero's lower half and muttered quietly. In Chapter 298, after receiving a pass from a teammate, Jiang Hao sprinted quickly onto the field. Facing the block from Wayland and Cameron, Jiang Hao made a diagonal pass to De Bruyne on the right flank while continuing his run into Stoke City's penalty area. Jiang Hao's counterattack speed was unmatched in the football world. Therefore, during pre-match tactical arrangements, Stoke City's head coach Mark Hughes made specific plans to counter Manchester City's defensive counterattacks. Regardless of whether Jiang Hao had the ball during the counterattack, they aimed to stop him at all costs, even if it meant committing a foul. This approach was simple and brutal, yet often yielded surprisingly good results. Moreover, given the refereeing standards in the Premier League, such confrontations were rarely called as fouls. As Jiang Hao quickly charged toward the penalty area, the forward position Wayland and Cameron hurried over. At that moment, most of Jiang Hao's attention was on De Bruyne, and he completely failed to notice the two closing in. Unprepared, Jiang Hao collided hard with Wayland and Cameron, causing him to stagger. Fortunately, his core strength was strong enough to keep him from falling to the grass, but Wayland and Cameron were not so lucky. In Chapter 299, a beautiful goal. It was once again the overpowering physical advantage. Stoke City simply could not defend against it. In the 15th minute of the match, Jiang Hao scored his second goal. At this rate, there was no suspense left in the match. It was just a matter of how many more goals Manchester City would score. The stadium erupted with excitement. As the referee blew the whistle for the goal to count, Jiang Hao immediately tackled Sterling to the ground. Sterling, what a great pass. Ha! You have such an insane physical condition. My God, how could both of them fail to stop you? Sterling was equally thrilled. He had been worried about being benched by Mourinho in the next match. Now, he had finally made a contribution to the team. The Manchester City players celebrated wildly and soon returned to the halfway line. As the referee blew the whistle to restart the match, the dynamics on the field subtly changed. After Boyan took the kickoff in the center circle, he pushed forward into the crowd. The other Stoke City players also pressed their formation forward, as if they were launching a frantic counterattack after conceding a goal. However, the reality was quite different. In the 18th minute of the match, Affalay, who had found a gap, quickly brought the ball past the halfway line after receiving a pass from a teammate, then made a diagonal pass before Kanté could approach, distributing the ball to Shaqiri on the left flank. In Chapter 300, things took a turn for the worse. The Stoke City players threw their rough fouls, caused both teams to lose their composure, especially with that last defensive play. It's all about De Bruyne himself. The referee's whistle has lost its effect. The conflict on the field is about to escalate to physical confrontation. At this moment, Jiang Hao is still gripping Cameron's neck. Most of the Stoke City players are surrounding Jiang Hao, trying to rescue their teammate. It looks like both sides are about to start fighting. The head coaches of both teams immediately rush onto the field to stop their players. Jiang, let him go. Don't create an unmanageable situation. Mourinho looks strange. Although it feels good to do this, don't you worry about getting beaten up for bullying their players in their home ground? The chaotic scene is alleviated. The referee finally dares to blow the whistle again, without hesitation. Affalay, who committed a malicious foul during a counterattack, receives a red card. Jiang Hao, who has been gripping Cameron's neck, also receives a red card. Following that, the referee shows a total of 8 yellow cards to De Bruyne, Sterling, Cameron, Shaqiri, and others. Only then does the referee stop issuing penalties. Chapter 301. At the post-match press conference, both Jiang Hao and Mourinho, who received red cards, did not attend. Faria attended the press conference with Aguero. At Mourinho's signal, the two only praised the referee's fair decision and said nothing else. Normally, with Mourinho's temper, he would definitely publicly complain about feeling wronged on the field. He had done this during his time at Real Madrid. Although he faced a suspension afterward, it felt good. However, this situation is a bit special. First, Manchester City's opponent in the 4th round of the league is their city rivals, Manchester United. Given the strong statements made earlier, Mourinho certainly does not want to miss this match. Similarly, Jiang Hao cannot miss it either, as it is the basis for his strong statements. Second, this red card might be classified as a violent incident on the field, which could have significant consequences. The more attention it receives, the worse the impact. The greater the probability of Jiang Hao facing additional punishment. In short, before the FA makes a clear ruling, it is best for the entire Manchester City team to keep a low profile. Earlier in the locker room, he had already issued a ban to everyone. Without permission, no one is allowed to accept media interviews. Chapter 302. Just like a war team. Soon, football legends began to speak out. Maradona stated, Jiang Hao is a unique presence in the football world. Those who speak ill of him are either jealous or have interests tied to clubs or national teams. Maradona also stated that as a leader on the field, one should respond to provocations. Many fans expressed their agreement with the Argentine king's words. When Barcelona faced Athletic Bilbao, Maradona personally went onto the field, leading a group of Spaniards to beat up another group of Spaniards. Clearly, this Argentine king highly agrees with Jiang Hao's previous actions. Not long after Maradona spoke out, Brazilian King Pelé also stood up. Pelé stated that Jiang Hao is the most talented player he has ever seen and achieved amazing accomplishments last season. Having some temper is normal. The outside world should view it rationally and not be manipulated by malicious individuals. With two kings supporting him consecutively, this red card incident suddenly took a turn. Coach Mark Hughes received many friendly greetings from fans. Even some Stoke City fans left messages on the official website, urging the club to fire this Welshman who can't handle losing. Chapter 303. Haha, Jiang, you're smarter than I imagined. Smart people know how to protect themselves. Since everyone has no objections, Let's find a time to meet and discuss in detail. Remember to bring Raiola and your friend. Platini emphasized the word friend, clearly with a teasing tone. This made Jiang Hao, on the other end of the phone, feel a bit awkward. He really is an old fox. Even in his 2 lives, Jiang Hao found it hard to cope. But Jiang Hao is not a pushover either. He immediately joked back, Mr. Platini. It seems you've stepped down. Do you still have a say at UEFA? Don't worry about that. Since I'm giving you this call, it means I have complete confidence. Some things don't necessarily have to be done from that position. Platini smiled slightly, casually placing his cigar in the ashtray. Mr. Jiang, I will be waiting for good news from you at my home in Switzerland. It's already very clear. Platini has reached some sort of mutual benefit agreement with FIFA, wanting to leverage Jiang Hao's influence to get a piece of the pie in China. As long as Jiang Hao compromises, both UEFA and FIFA will stand by his side in this red card incident. Chapter 304. On the field, Jiang Hao is sprinting with the ball. De Bruyne and Silva on the right immediately rush up. Although both of their defensive abilities are not great, Jiang Hao still doesn't plan to take on 1v2, decisively passing the ball to Navas on the right. Navas smoothly takes the ball forward, and after crossing the halfway line, he passes it back. Candy, who has been wanting to spar with Jiang Hao, rushed over as soon as Navas passed. Jiang Hao, seeing this, shifted his body to try to block him, but unexpectedly, Candy directly slid to the ground. If Jiang Hao hadn't reacted quickly and nudged the ball to the right, it would have been intercepted. Candy is quick to get up after falling. Just as Jiang Hao pulls the ball back and takes a step forward, Canty is already chasing him again. Unfortunately, in terms of speed, Canty is simply not Jiang Hao's match. Just a few big strides, and Canty is left several meters behind. Seeing the situation, Florentino quickly rushed over. At the moment they are about to face each other, Jiang Hao stretches out his foot to nudge the ball forward. Then he quickly weaves past Florentino. Without waiting for Company and Otamendi to close in, Jiang Hao shoots directly from 36 meters away from the goal. Chapter 305. No matter which league. Derbies are always the most talked about topic among fans, although it cannot compare to the Merseyside Derby. The clash between Manchester City and Manchester United is an unavoidable topic for Premier League fans, coupled with the heat generated by the players and coaches of both sides. Even before the match starts, fans are already hurling insults at each other in the comment section. Comments like noisy neighbors or fallen aristocrats are flying everywhere. This also makes the situation in Manchester tense. Football is a sport with far-reaching influence, especially in England, a breeding ground for football hooligans. Fans from both sides often clash over trivial disagreements. Fortunately, these football hooligans are not very strong, which prevents serious incidents from occurring. Just like this year's European Championship, where English fans, despite their overwhelming numbers, were brutally beaten by fans from the fighting nation. Their fighting capability is hard to describe. In the media, the once-forgotten red card incident involving Jiang Hao was brought up again by reporters. As a result, a journalist even interviewed Manchester United's legendary captain Rooney about the matter. Dirty players naturally enjoy engaging in some dirty tricks. They're all scum of the football world. Chapter 306. High balls. This is not an attacking style that Manchester City excels at. Besides Jiang Hao, Company, and Otamendi, the other midfield and forward players do not have a height advantage. So as soon as the set piece was taken, Jiang Hao was sandwiched by 3 Manchester United players. It was obviously impossible for him to make a run or find a spot. Fortunately, with the support of the Bond effect, even though Jiang Hao couldn't move, De Bruyne still managed to pass the ball to him. Fellaini held his position, while Pogba and Rashford desperately leaned against Jiang Hao's body, trying to use physical contact to interfere. However, before the two could get close, Jiang Hao raised his arm and pushed hard, then jumped up with bent knees. Pogba and Rashford fell to the ground without any resistance, while Fellaini, who had jumped earlier, was also knocked away by Jiang Hao. Damn, this guy's a freak. Pogba cursed inwardly. Even though they had faced each other during the European Championship, feeling Jiang Hao's exaggerated physical qualities again left the European golden boy in shock. As for Rashford, he stared wide-eyed, looking dazed. At the same time, as the 3 fell, Jiang Hao also nudged the ball to Aguero in the middle. Chapter 307. Inside the Manchester City penalty area. Company hadn't had a chance to step up for defense when Pogba leaped high and headed the ball fiercely towards the football in midair. With a bang, the ball changed direction and flew straight towards the far corner of the goal. Joe Hart, who was positioned at the near post, didn't have time to react. The ball effortlessly went into the net. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling that the goal was valid. Old Trafford erupted in an instant. Google whale! Google whale! Goal! The live DJ screamed hysterically. Pogba, who scored the first goal, quickly rushed to the sidelines and performed a celebration reminiscent of a grand move. The Manchester United players in red shirts rushed over. The entire stadium seemed to be engulfed in a boiling sea. Some were celebrating. Others were flipping the bird at Manchester City players. And some were shouting for Mourinho to take the team home. It was explosively intense. The goal was scored. A cross from Gundogan. Chapter 308. Inside the penalty area. After Jiang Hao scored to equalize the score, he did not celebrate. Instead, he spread his hands, pouted, and shrugged his shoulders, making a gesture of arrogance. Is this it? Such an arrogant celebration clearly ignited the anger of the Manchester United fans in the stands. They felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Too damn arrogant. Fuck. Damn bastard. This is an insult to the great Manchester United. Protests, serious protests. I suggest the referee send him off the field. TCH. I'm not insulting Manchester United, but you self-righteous extreme fans. Jiang Hao pouted, leaving only the back of his head to those cursing fans. Haha, that's right. Since it's a derby, if there's no gunpowder smell, can it still be called a derby? This goal made me really happy, especially the expression of the Manchester United fans, as if they swallowed a fly. I think it's necessary to order some skewers to celebrate tonight. Upstairs, you dislike Manchester United so much. You must be a Liverpool fan, right? You guessed it right. I'm a Liverpool fan. Go Manchester City, beat Manchester United. Upstairs, you are too early to be happy. Manchester City will still beat you Liverpool later. Chapter 309. The game continues. After the ball was kicked out again, Manchester United players immediately surrounded. Tiki-taka emphasizes movement and receiving the ball, creating situations of having more against less. However, this did not pose too much pressure on Manchester City. Whether it was Jiang Hao or De Bruyne, both had excellent long passing abilities, with two players controlling the midfield. It was clearly not easy for Manchester United to regain possession through pressing. They might even be countered. Having a numerical advantage in certain areas meant that other positions would be at a disadvantage. In the 20th minute of the match, Florentino, after shaking off a defending player, passed the ball to Jiang Hao, who had made a run into space. At the same time, Fellaini and Pogba rushed over. Previously, the players responsible for marking Jiang Hao were Pogba and the defensive midfielder Herrera. However, after the two were bypassed last time, Guardiola realized that someone needed to be at the defensive midfielder position. So this time, the marking changed to Fellaini, while Herrera remained in his original position waiting to intercept. But this left gaps on both sides of the defensive midfield. Seeing De Bruyne quickly making a forward run, Jiang Hao decisively passed the ball over. On the right side, De Bruyne received the ball and surged forward, then sprinted across the field. Chapter 310. This time, the wall positioning. Bravo watched intently. Even though the tall players in the team stood in the wall, he still couldn't shake off the feeling of pressure. He felt that those standing in the wall were of no use. 2 minutes later, Bravo finally cursed and gave the referee an okay gesture. The fans in the stands erupted in boos and curses again. Some extreme fans even started throwing paper scraps onto the field, trying to interfere with the free kick. However, Jiang Hao felt no ripple in his heart at this moment. Throughout the process, he simply stood in front of the ball, coldly staring at the goal without saying a word, like a hunter watching its prey. Beep. As the referee blew the whistle, Jiang Hao slowly took a step back. After stepping back 3 or 4 meters, Jiang Hao finally stopped. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the goal and then accelerated towards the position of the football. As his left foot landed on the left side of the ball, Jiang Hao suddenly raised his right leg and struck fiercely towards the lower diagonal position of the ball. Bang! Old Trafford echoed with that suffocating explosion once again. Following that, the football, after undergoing a rapid deformation, transformed into a white flash and surged towards the wall of defenders. Chapter 311. Rashford. Shot. Oh no, it was so close. What a pity for Manchester United's attack. From Pogba's long pass to the 2-on-1 between Sane and Rashford, and finally, Sane's back pass. This Manchester United attack was flawless. Just a bit unlucky, but that's football. And luck is part of strength. Damn, you scared me. I was almost bankrupt. I bet on a score of 13 for Manchester United. Hey, don't rush upstairs. This is just the beginning. Jiang Hao hasn't fully unleashed himself yet. I guarantee you'll be bankrupt tonight. Damn, buddy, don't scare me. Whether I can marry my wife depends on this wave. Lifetime happiness. All right, after what you said, I have to cheer for Manchester City even more. Let us aim for 2 more goals. Jiang Hao with a quadruple. Inside the Manchester City penalty area, Joe Hart took several deep breaths before complaining. Fuck, don't leave anyone open. It was almost a goal. Of course, it was just a complaint with no other intentions. Kolarov and the others didn't pay much attention. And indeed, they had let someone slip through. Chapter 312. Everyone sit down and don't talk. As soon as they returned to the locker room, Guardiola started to roar in anger. Falling behind in an important match is undoubtedly a terrible thing, especially at home. He could even hear fans in the stands starting to question his coaching ability. Pulling over the tactical board, Guardiola said solemnly in the second half, "The passing and possession strategy remains unchanged, but I want you to move more actively. Whether in attack or defense, we must create space through movement. The match lasts only 90 minutes, and this is the beginning of the season. Don't tell me you're having fitness issues. Also, I think your defense is too gentlemanly, and gentlemen clearly cannot achieve victory in the end." For a full 15 minutes, Guardiola emphasized the points that needed attention for the second half. In contrast, Mourinho sat silently in the locker room after entering, and as soon as the time was up, he turned and left. Soon, both sides returned to the pitch. The referee glanced at the time and blew the whistle to start the match. Manchester United attacked. From the start of the match, Manchester United displayed a level of aggression they hadn't shown in the first half. Chapter 313. During the previous corner kicks, Jiang Hao had received special attention, making corner kicks the least effective scoring opportunity for Manchester City. However, there was no way around it. Besides Jiang Hao and 2 center backs, the other players weren't very good at aerial balls. So during last season, Manchester City mostly relied on tactical combinations for corner kicks. This time, De Bruyne had the same plan. Seeing De Bruyne making eye contact with him, Jiang Hao understood instantly. This guy was planning something sneaky. There are only a few corner kick tactics. Currently, the only one suitable for Manchester City is the short passing combination with an attack through the middle. Simply put, in the absence of height advantage, they could only increase the angle and speed of the passes. By utilizing the speed and understanding of their own players, they could execute short passes. The ball's trajectory would mostly be low and direct, just like the old Barcelona. It sounds easy, but implementing it is quite difficult. Manchester City doesn't have Xavi and Iniesta, nor does it have MSN. It's hard to achieve quick positioning and passing. The key is that several Manchester United players were closely marking Jiang Hao. Once he ran out of the penalty area early, the Manchester United players would definitely guess their tactical intentions. With preparation, this short passing combination wouldn't work. Chapter 314. As the match crossed the 70-minute mark, most players had exhausted their stamina. The only reason they could keep running was sheer willpower. At this time, players are most prone to making mistakes. Lack of concentration is one aspect, but crucially, physical condition affects a person's running speed. Passes that could usually be received might go astray at this point, or they could be intercepted by suddenly appearing opponents. Fortunately, Jiang Hao and Kenny still had plenty of stamina, so there was no need to worry about midfield defense for the time being. In this Manchester United attack, Pogba, who had dropped back to the defensive midfield position, received a pass from a teammate and made a long pass directly to Gundogan on the left wing. De Bruyne's defense was weak. Throughout the match, Manchester United often launched attacks from his side. Kenny was well aware of this, so when he saw Pogba pass to this side, he instinctively moved closer. This movement inevitably left a gap in the middle. Compared to the wings, the threat from the middle was significantly greater. If left unchecked, Rashford could easily bring the ball to the edge of the penalty area and take a long shot, which could very well result in a goal. To fill the gap, Florentino also moved over at the same time. Chapter 315. Whether it's the head coach or the players, once they step onto the pitch, there will be no thought of giving up. Taking advantage of the time Manchester City players celebrated, Guardiola made another substitution adjustment. He replaced Rashford with Martial and Rooney with Gundogan. All 3 substitution spots were used up. Similarly, Mourinho replaced De Bruyne with David Silva. The remaining substitution spot was kept for unexpected situations. Soon, the match resumed. After several injury interruptions, the once explosive Rooney from the Ferguson era had significantly declined in both explosiveness and physical condition. Facing the peak Sterling, the outcome was predictable. Even after nearly 80 minutes of play, Sterling was still in excellent condition. Many times he could use his speed to easily get past Rooney and create danger on the wing. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was being tightly marked. Agüero also couldn't shake off his defender, causing Sterling's two crosses to pose no threat to the Manchester United goal. Instead, Manchester United nearly pierced Joe Hart's goal through a rapid counterattack. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had gone by. When the 3 minutes of injury time were over, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Chapter 3:16. The team finished their training that day. Raiola called again. Jiang, I have a business deal I need to discuss with you. The way the fat man spoke sounded somewhat lewd and ambiguous. It seemed that the business he was about to mention wouldn't be very respectable. Jiang Hao silently braced himself and asked, Let me be clear, I am a respectable person, so please don't talk to me about any shady business. Ha ha ha. Raiola chuckled, then continued, Jiang, you still don't know me. I'm not the kind of person who would sell my soul for money. Of course, if you're going to sell, it would be my soul that you sell. Jiang Hao silently complained, but listened as Raiola continued. You know Sabine, right? Recently, this woman is competing for a role in a big drama. I forgot which one, but it's quite famous. The investors are very focused on the names of the actors. So Sabine's agency is willing to invest $2 million for you to act in a play with her. Simply put, it's about having dinner and then go to a hotel together. Jiang Hao almost smashed the phone upon hearing this. Good heavens. This is asking me to sell my body clean. Ahem. Chapter 3:17. Inside the North London Tottenham building, Pochettino repeatedly watched Jiang Hao's various goal highlights, sighing with a bitter expression. Damn FIFA, damn UEFA, damn FIFA. Why can't they suspend Jiang Hao for a few more matches? At the very least, they should wait until after the 7th round of the Premier League to let this freak out. September 24th. To counter Manchester City's strong attack, Swansea, playing at home, deployed an unprecedented 8-defender tactic. Yes, an 8-defender tactic. This approach clearly showed they had no intention of winning the match, only seeking a draw. However, even so, Jiang Hao still easily pierced through Swansea's goal with 2 super long-range shots. The shots were nearly 40 meters away. It sounds quite ridiculous. The final score of the match was set at 0-2. This was still the result of Swansea lowering their pride, putting up a bust defense at home. 6 days later, in a Europa League match, Manchester City played with almost all substitutes except for Jiang Hao. Like in the first round, Jiang Hao contributed 1 goal and 2 assists in the first half, helping the team lead 3-0 and clock out. Throughout the first half, Lugansk was almost pinned down in their own half. Chapter 3:18. Time passed quickly, and it was soon time for the match to begin. The players from both sides stood in their respective halves. After checking the time, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. For Tottenham, Pochettino arranged a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Loris. Left back, Vertonghen. Right back, Walker. Center backs, Dier and Alderweireld. Defensive midfielders, Davies and Musa. Midfielders, Son Heung-min, Eriksen, Ali. Forward, Kane. For Manchester City, Mourinho rarely set up a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Joe Hart. Left back, Kolarov. Right back, Zabaleta. Center backs, Kompany and Otamendi. Midfield, Kenny sitting back. De Bruyne and David Silva on the left and right. Forwards, Sterling, Agüero, and Jiang Hao. Tottenham attacked. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Kane passed the ball back to Davies, who then quickly moved into the attacking area. At the same time, Son Heung-min and Ali rushed into their familiar zones. On the other side, Agüero also rushed towards the ball-holding Davies. Under pressure, Davies turned sideways and passed the ball to Musa beside him. The latter moved the ball forward and then kicked it long to find Son Heung-min in the front. Chapter 3:19. The match restarted. After the referee's whistle, Kane passed the ball back. The formations of both sides quickly spread out, perhaps due to being scolded by his teammates for no reason. Son Heung-min played very actively in this match, constantly creating space through his runs. Jiang Hao was just casually following not far behind, not completely blocking the opponent's chance to receive the ball. There was no way. Before the match, Mourinho had given him the task of destroying Son Heung-min's confidence. This could only be achieved through one-on-one tackles or breakthroughs. Son Heung-min was one of the core players in Tottenham's attack, primarily responsible for flanking assaults and off-ball runs to draw defensive fire away from the center forward Kane, creating shooting space. Just as he ran into open space, Musa passed the ball to him. Son Heung-min instinctively lifted the ball forward and then quickly sprinted. In an instant, the Korean fans in the stands stood up, shouting hysterically, "Son Heung-min Appa, go past him. Go past that despicable thief." He thought he was so strong after scoring one goal with a teammate assist. This group of Korean fans had a lot of aggression. Chapter 320. Although temporarily leading, the situation on the field clearly did not satisfy Mourinho. The reason he had Silva and De Bruyne on the field at the same time, switching to a 4-3-3 formation, was to achieve an overwhelming victory over the opponent. Now the ball was continuously controlled by Tottenham, which obviously did not align with his initial intention. Moreover, with the defensive capabilities of Silva and De Bruyne, the opponent could easily bring the ball past the halfway line. With a few continuous attempts, it would only be a matter of time before they conceded a goal. Thinking of this, Mourinho immediately stood on the sidelines and shouted to the players, "Hey, guys, be more aggressive in the challenges. Don't play like old ladies." De Bruyne. Silva, you two shouldn't just think about attacking. At least get the ball under control first. At this moment, Eriksen had just received the ball. Silva and De Bruyne, who were originally on the flanks, rushed over. With this rush, there was naturally space on the Manchester City flanks. Without any hesitation, Eriksen quickly passed the ball to Ali on the right flank. What he didn't expect was that Sterling, who was originally positioned forward, quickly rushed over. Meanwhile, Kolarov, the left back for Manchester City, was also quickly making his way to that side. 1 against 2. Chapter 321. Jiang, how the hell did you do it? Oh my god. I can't even imagine that kind of hook. Aguero was the first to rush over, his face showing a look of disbelief. As a forward, he knew exactly how difficult Jiang Hao's previous goal was. The requirements for ball control, shooting technique, physical fitness, and balance were almost harsh. The key was that Jiang Hao had turned that bicycle kick into a violent slam dunk. His core strength was comparable to that of a wild beast. This made Aguero suspect that something had gone wrong during the live broadcast half an hour ago. "Jiang, you've really stolen the spotlight. How about passing me a couple later so I can show off too?" Sterling bounced over with a mischievous grin. "Just so happens I know 2 female fans from each country. Maybe tonight we can all get together." Goodness, this guy is really trying to tempt them. But how could Aguero miss out on something like this? "Jiang, Kevin, pass to me first later." Seeing the disdainful looks from everyone, Aguero couldn't help but blush. "Ahem, don't look at me like that. I just haven't scored and my feet are itching a bit. Absolutely nothing else." Chapter 322. Behind on the scoreboard. The Tottenham players didn't celebrate for long. In less than a minute, both sides returned to their respective halves. The referee then blew the whistle to continue the match. Jiang Hao's position change made Son Heung-min the happiest. Finally, he no longer had to face that perverted guy. This way, he could showcase his true abilities and prove that he was still an indispensable part of Tottenham. Son Heung-min was full of confidence. With the formation change, Jiang Hao's activity area shifted from the right flank to a more advanced central position, somewhat similar to a playmaker. However, this position was easily susceptible to being double-teamed by Davies and Musa. Jiang Hao had anticipated this situation, so he wasn't flustered at all. After all, with a 2-on-1 in this position, there would be one fewer player in other areas. For example, the spaces on either side of the defensive midfielder. Ali and Son Heung-min could drop back to help defend, but this would inevitably reduce Tottenham's attacking firepower on the flanks. Equalizing the score wouldn't be so easy. As expected, the situation on the field unfolded. Jiang Hao was double-teamed while Ali and Son Heung-min retreated to participate in defense. Seeing no good attacking opportunities, the Manchester City players began to pass the ball around in a boring manner in their midfield and defense. Chapter 323. After the first half, neither side managed to organize effective attacks, mainly because Tottenham's defense was retreating significantly, coupled with Jiang Hao being closely marked. So, for a full 5 minutes after regaining possession, Manchester City was merely passing the ball around near the midfield without managing to send it into Tottenham's penalty area. Soon, the referee blew the whistle to end the first half. The Tottenham players returned to the locker room with their heads down. Let me emphasize one more thing. Move more and swap positions. Back in the locker room, before Son Heung-min and the others could even take a sip of water, they heard Pochettino's furious roar. Clearly, he was very unhappy with the score of 3-1. He was even extremely angry. Although he had anticipated that they might lose this match, the extent of the loss was completely beyond his expectations. After all, they were a team with championship potential. Conceding 3 goals in the first half was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Pulling out the tactical board, Pochettino shouted, "Son, Ali, have you forgotten my tactical requirements? When the situation is stagnant, you need to run more and try to swap positions. Look at what you two were doing in the first half." Chapter 324. Beautiful. The ball went in. A hat trick. I can't believe it. Jiang Hao managed to get past the returning Vertonghen in this way. That touch before the goal successfully deceived the defending player and the goalkeeper. Finally, this small angle shot was also impressive. At this score, there was no suspense left in the match. The commentators in the media area were shouting madly, completely unaware of Loris lying on the ground. Instead, Jiang Hao noticed Loris's swollen half face after scoring the goal. "Oh no, I kicked some again." Jiang Hao mourned for 2 seconds, then began calling for the team doctor on the sidelines. At this moment, both teams realized something was wrong. They rushed into the penalty area to check on Loris's injury. Agüero pressed his ear to Loris's chest for a moment, then stood up and nodded. "He is still breathing. It's not a big deal." Damn, is that even human language? The Tottenham players were fuming, glaring at Agüero in anger. "You bastard, what are you saying?" At this point, Agüero also realized that what he just said was somewhat inappropriate. His face stiffened, and he laughed awkwardly, saying, "I mean, it's just a bruise. He should be fine after some rest." Chapter 325. On the field. Sterling, who scored, finally showed a joyful smile. He had been thinking about scoring in this match. That way, when he asked those 2 girls from Korea out tonight, he would have something to brag about. Just thinking about the girls' exquisite faces made Sterling's smile stretch from ear to ear. "Jiang, that pass was beautiful." Sterling said this somewhat shyly. 3 assists and 1 goal. That was a bit embarrassing, but it didn't matter. Scoring was all that counted. "Damn, passing to you was simply a waste. Jiang, if you had passed that to me earlier, I would have at least had another assist." Agüero cursed as he ran over, his eyes filled with grievance. He also wanted to date those Korean girls. Although he didn't have their contact information for now, as long as he followed Sterling, that wouldn't be a problem. By then, he would have scored 2 goals, while Sterling scored none. Hee. Seeing his lewd expression, Jiang Hao knew Agüero was thinking about those messy things again. He felt a bit speechless. Can't he just be a decent person like himself? Sigh. Indeed, there are not many players in football who are as disciplined as I am. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, then ran back to the half. Chapter 326. Just like before, Mourinho gave the players a day off. As soon as Agüero stepped out, he mischievously hooked his arm around Sterling's neck. "A big win tonight. We have to celebrate. Why not let those 2 girls from the pickled vegetable country call their friends out? Good things are meant to be enjoyed alone." Sterling immediately shook his head. "No, I'm a bit tired tonight. Maybe another day." "Come on, don't be so petty." Agüero jumped up, anxious. He had never dated a girl from the pickled vegetable country before. With such a good opportunity, he naturally didn't want to miss it. "Fine, I'll cover the bill tonight." "All right, I'll call them right now." Without any hesitation, Sterling agreed. After all, with so many people, he didn't believe Agüero could take them all home. Plus, it's always good to have someone else paying. It's not that he was short on money, but he preferred the feeling of getting something for free. So, in front of everyone, Sterling dialed an unfamiliar number. Beep beep. The phone rang a few times, and a clear and pleasant female voice came from the other end. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Chapter 327. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone on Jiang Hao's face. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt something heavy on his arm. Jiang Hao instinctively squeezed it, and then he heard a delicate exclamation. "What is going on? How could there be a woman in my villa?" Jiang Hao jolted awake, instinctively turning his head to look. He saw a stunningly beautiful face with a slight blush. Lin Yunei. "Oh no, did I get drunk and sleep with her?" Jiang Hao rubbed his slightly swollen head, trying to recall what had happened last night. After a while, the memories in his mind gradually became clear. Last night, to ease the embarrassment, the 3 of them casually grabbed a bottle of wine from the table and started drinking heavily. It tasted slightly sweet and didn't seem very strong, so they drank a few more sips. Both Lin Yunei and Zheng Shuyuan were talkative, and soon the 3 began chatting casually. Drinking and talking was quite pleasant. However, as they continued drinking, Jiang Hao started to feel dizzy. Just then, Agüero and the others had found their respective targets and had mostly left. Jiang Hao also lost interest in staying and got up to leave. Chapter 328. October 15th. On the day of the 8th round of the Premier League, Manchester City faced Everton at home. An hour before the match, the Etihad Stadium was packed. Currently, Manchester City had won all 7 matches and ranked first in the Premier League. Facing mid-table Everton, winning the match didn't seem difficult. Just a matter of scoring a few goals. Yes, recently, Manchester City fans have been a bit arrogant. Ever since they witnessed Jiang Hao's dominating performance on the field, they felt that Manchester City had no rivals in the Premier League. In all of Europe, only top teams like Real Madrid and Barcelona could compete with them. As a result, when fans wore Manchester City jerseys out, they always had a haughty expression. This led to frequent conflicts with Manchester United fans. In this match, Mourinho used the same 4-3-3 formation as against Tottenham. Jiang Hao, Aguero, and Sterling played as forwards. The midfield consisted of Kante, Silva, and De Bruyne. The defense was the usual starting lineup. On the other side, Everton, who didn't plan to win, lined up an unprecedented 8-defender formation. Defenders, Coleman, Williams, Baines. Forwards, Inner, Lukaku. 3 defenders surrounded Jiang Hao. Chapter 3:29. Watching Sterling and the others celebrate on the sidelines, the Everton players were extremely frustrated. After working hard for 55 minutes, they were still outsmarted by these Manchester City guys. As the second half began, Jiang Hao, Silva, and Sterling continued to try to break through around their penalty area. This went on for a full 10 minutes. Even when teammates ran into good positions, these guys didn't tee past the ball. They were determined to draw a foul and earn a free kick. This caused their defensive focus to gradually shift from preventing breakthroughs and passes to primarily focusing on stopping breakthroughs. Who would have thought? These cunning guys suddenly started playing 1-2s, catching them off guard. Now, it was impossible not to attack. The celebrations from Manchester City didn't last long. The match quickly resumed. Beep, with the referee's whistle. Lukaku immediately passed the ball back to Barkley behind him. Then he quickly surged forward into the crowd. With such an urgent counterattack, Mourinho on the sidelines finally felt relieved. He was really worried that Everton would keep defending and then score on a counterattack in the final stages of the match. That would truly be a disaster. Now that they were attacking, they had the chance to score again and completely kill off the match. Chapter 3:30. Who can end Manchester City's winning streak? This has been a hot topic among fans lately. As the next opponent of Manchester City, Chelsea naturally became the target of reporters' pursuit. Conte is a humble head coach. During interviews, he naturally praised Mourinho profusely. A great coach or tactical master. In short, he said it as nicely as possible. However, when it came to Ibrahimovic, it wasn't so friendly. He is a proud person and would never admit defeat. Moreover, Raiola was upset because Jiang Hao unilaterally terminated the contract with him. This made the proud Ibrahimovic unable to bear it. So whenever reporters mentioned Jiang Hao, Ibrahimovic's anger would surge. The things he said were also quite harsh. A despicable yellow-skinned monkey who likes to use dirty tactics on the field. This was Ibrahimovic's evaluation of Jiang Hao during an interview. This news quickly exploded in British football. Ibrahimovic versus Jiang Hao, a battle between gods. Giving up on Ibrahimovic was Raiola's most foolish decision. Ibrahimovic boldly claims he will end Manchester City's winning streak. Eye-catching headlines quickly filled the screens. Chapter 3:31. Through the players' tunnel, both teams arrive at the field. After warming up, the match officially kicked off. On Manchester City's side, Mourinho set up a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Joe Hart. Left back, Kolarov. Right back, Zabaleta. Central defenders, Kompany and Otamendi partner up. Defensive midfielders, Kante, Fernandinho. Midfielders, Sterling, Jiang Hao, De Bruyne. Forward, Aguero. Chelsea, on the other hand, plays in a 3-4-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Courtois. Defenders, Azpilicueta, Cahill, David Luiz. Defensive midfielder, Matic. Midfielders, Marcos Alonso, Fabregas, Moses. Forwards, Pedro, Ibrahimovic. Hazard. In the previous life, Chelsea had used this 3-4-3 formation after losing to Arsenal and Liverpool. They ultimately won the Premier League title in the 2016-2017 season with a decisive advantage. Conte's coaching ability is beyond doubt. As the match began, Chelsea, who gained the opening attacking possession, pushed forward aggressively. A major feature of the 3-4-3 formation is the increase in attacking players, making the team's attacking methods more diverse. This push forced Manchester City to fall back into a more defensive shape. However, in midfield, Jiang Hao and others were still fiercely contesting for the ball. Chapter 3:32. Beautiful. The ball is in. A spectacular 1-2. A selfless assist. Jiang Hao assisted Aguero to equalize the score. Oh my God. Such physical qualities and organizational attacking ability are unparalleled in the football world. From the sudden change of direction against 4 defenders to the horizontal pass after the 1-2. Jiang Hao displayed a level of dominance on the field that is worthy of a king. With Jiang Hao like this, fans can always rest assured. Wow, that assist was really amazing. Especially that previous moment when he laid on the ball. I thought he messed it up, but it turned out Jiang Hao did it on purpose to trick Marcos Alonso, intending to pass to De Bruyne. How cunning. Football is only partially about physicality. It's the brain that matters in the long run. A good mind can save a lot of trouble. Exactly. In that situation, no matter how strong the individual ability is, it's hard to bring the ball into the penalty area against 4 defenders. Finding opportunities to cooperate with teammates is the best option. This way of handling the ball doesn't look like something a 21-year-old would do. Not clingy, playing reasonably. I feel Jiang Hao could maintain his form to play until he is 40. Chapter 333. As the match kicked off again, the confrontations between both sides became intense. Whether in defense or attack, both sides actively sought out confrontations. This immediately brought a strong competitive atmosphere to the match. In the 15th minute, Cani intercepted the ball from Ibrahimovic and was preparing to counterattack when he was directly knocked down by Ibrahimovic's counterattack. This collision seemed to have no additional action, more like a normal confrontation. So the referee only called a foul on Ibrahimovic without issuing a card, not even a warning. Subsequently, Cani took the free kick. Sterling was brought down by Moses during a breakthrough on the left flank. The referee also only called a normal foul for that. This left Mourinho on the sidelines very dissatisfied, rushing over to complain to the 4th official. But no one paid him any mind. After suffering losses twice in a row, both sides had a preliminary understanding of the referee's judgment standards. Therefore, unwilling to suffer again, Sterling directly extended his leg to block Moses during a subsequent breakthrough, tripping him. Just as he was about to celebrate, he was knocked down by the quickly arriving Matic. The match was choppy, but fortunately, Sterling still managed to earn a decent set-piece opportunity from Manchester City. Chapter 334. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Hao. When Jiang Hao entered the field, the fans in the stands finally reacted. While cheering, they all stood up to give him a long-lasting round of applause. This is a real man. This is their king of Manchester City. Jiang Hao looked to have recovered well. Insisting on completing the stitches without anesthesia is the scene that should appear on the field. Those young players who whine about going to the hospital for a little scrape should really take a good look. What a real man looks like. Jiang Hao has brought honor to us, Chinese people. Next, let's show Chelsea what the wrath of an emperor looks like. Wow, Jiang Hao is really impressive now. I usually go to the hospital for injections, and it hurts like hell. I can hardly imagine what it's like to be stitched without anesthesia. I don't think it's necessary. It's just a league match. Even if they lose this one, Manchester City will probably still win the Premier League title this season. Why go through that pain? You don't understand. The reason Jiang Hao insists on staying in the game is probably because he wants to make something happen. Don't say it's really possible. Jiang Hao isn't someone who lets himself suffer for no reason. There is going to be a good show to watch now. Chapter 335. Ibrahimovic left the field injured. Replacing him was the stunningly handsome Costa. He is also a very aggressive player. When he was at Atletico, he faced off against Pepe and dribbled past Ramos. He is notorious for that, but his abilities are undeniable. He can attack and defend, a versatile center forward. After Manchester City goalkeeper Joe Hart kicked the ball out, he quickly pressed forward to challenge. Cani hurriedly pushed the ball sideways to Florentino, then quickly moved forward. At the same time, Jiang Hao also dropped back to receive the ball. Seeing the positions of both sides, Florentino quickly passed the ball over, near the center circle. As Jiang Hao just received the ball, Fabregas and Matic rushed up. Faced with the 2 men closing in, Jiang Hao smoothly pulled the ball to the right. Then with a sharp touch, he lifted the ball while simultaneously flicking it forward with his heel. The ball flew over Matic's head. At the same time, Jiang Hao quickly moved forward, gently pushing the 2 slightly to the sides, effortlessly squeezing through the gap between them. It's the same issue in a 3-4-3 formation. Midfield defense is crucial. Once breached, there is a risk of conceding. Jiang Hao used a flashy move to get past 2 players, causing Chelsea players to panic once again. Chapter 336. Watching his own players celebrating on the field, Mourinho finally smiled. The score was 3-1. As long as they don't make mistakes in the remaining time, Chelsea would find it hard to come back. Of course, he wouldn't let his guard down. Leading by 3 goals at halftime has been overturned before, let alone 2 goals. Manchester City's celebration didn't last long, as the match quickly resumed. Beep, with the referee's whistle. Costa directly passed the ball back to Fabregas behind him. Immediately afterwards, the players from both sides rushed towards each other again. With a 2-goal deficit, the newly substituted Costa began to drop back to receive the ball, sharing the pressure of advancing with his teammates. In the 37th minute of the match, Fabregas passed the ball horizontally to Marcos Alonso on the left. At the same time, De Bruyne quickly rushed up. However, before he could get closer, Marcos Alonso passed the ball to Hazard, who then quickly made a forward run along the wing. From the start of the match, Kenny's defensive focus had been on that route. Therefore, as soon as Hazard received the ball, Kenny quickly stepped up to defend. However, Hazard had no intention of getting entangled with him and preemptively passed the ball to the wing to Marcos Alonso. Chapter 337. In the second half of the match, Chelsea's players fought fiercely. Even with a 2-goal deficit, they did not want to give up. Facing the challenge, Carter directly passed the ball to Jiang Hao. In a one-on-one situation, it was difficult for anyone to steal the ball from Jiang Hao's feet. Therefore, allowing Jiang Hao to receive the ball would undoubtedly attract at least 2 Chelsea players to surround him. In this way, the pressure on other Manchester City players would be significantly reduced. As expected, as soon as Jiang Hao received the ball, Costa and Hazard rushed up. Costa was notorious for his dirty playing style, especially during confrontations, where he frequently engaged in small fouls that often frustrated opponents. However, this time, facing Jiang Hao, Costa seemed to have suddenly transformed. Although he still liked to seek contact, he refrained from any additional small actions. Costa was in a tough spot. His habit of small fouls had almost become second nature, and now he had to constantly control himself not to do so, which was obviously challenging. However, this was unavoidable. The injury to Ibrahimovic earlier, although it seemed like an accident, made him feel that Jiang Hao was deliberately retaliating. Looking back, Jiang Hao had injured several players in the past year. Chapter 338. While Jiang Hao and the others celebrated, Mourinho made a substitution. He replaced Jiang Hao with David Silva, allowing the latter to rest. After all, Jiang Hao's head was still bandaged. If he were to get injured again, it would be problematic. Jiang Hao had no objections to this. After all, the outcome of the match was almost predetermined with the current score. Amidst the cheers of 60,000 fans at the venue, Jiang Hao slowly walked toward the sidelines, high-fived his teammates, and directly returned to the bench. The team doctor quickly ran over to check if there was any cracking at Jiang Hao's eyebrow injury. In the following match, Chelsea's counterattack remained fierce. However, breaking through the midfield defensive line formed by Kenny and Fernandinho was clearly not easy, especially for Hazard, who was completely frustrated by Kenny's defense, finding it hard to even touch the ball in the entire second half. However, Chelsea's attack was not solely dependent on Hazard. In the 65th minute, Hazard's movement attracted defenders, and Fabregas made a through ball into the penalty area. The unmarked Costa held off Otamendi and shot to score. The score was 4-2. 8 minutes later, Chelsea made another attempt. However, this time, Fabregas made a mistake while trying to pass forward. Chapter 339. While Jiang Hao was diligently training his core strength, European football once again erupted. First, there were Ibrahimovic's discriminatory remarks before the match. After the FA intervened, they quickly imposed a 5-match ban on Ibrahimovic, along with a 120,000 fine. Regarding Ibrahimovic's injury during the confrontation with Jiang Hao, the FA accepted Connie's suggestion and conducted an investigation. However, contrary to expectations, there was no additional punishment for Jiang Hao. Instead, the FA classified Ibrahimovic's intentional elbowing of Jiang Hao during the match as a malicious foul. Poor Ibrahimovic faced another 3-month ban, in addition to a 200,000 fine. When this news broke, the English football community was in an uproar, mainly because it seemed like adding insult to injury. Having already been sidelined for the season, he was subjected to additional punishment. This was indeed harsh. In the Europa League, Manchester City won all 6 matches, finishing first in their group. Jiang Hao scored 13 goals and provided 4 assists. In the league, Jiang Hao scored 25 goals and provided 9 assists in 13 matches. Adding it all up, he gained 22 points in free attributes. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao allocated all of it to defense, dribbling, and passing. Chapter 340. On the evening of December 12, 2016, at 8 p.m. French time, France Football magazine announced the winner of the 2016 Ballon d'Or. Jiang Hao surpassed Ronaldo and Messi to win his first Ballon d'Or in his career. Ronaldo came in a close second, followed by Messi and Griezmann. As soon as the news was released, Ronaldo shared it on his Twitter, congratulating his friend Jiang Hao on winning the Ballon d'Or, stating that it was well-deserved. For him, 2016 was a perfect year, as Portugal won their first European championship. This brought his career closer to perfection. In 2017, he would continue to strive for all the glory he desired. Ronaldo's Twitter was still filled with determination. Similarly, many football stars began to extend their congratulations on their Twitter, including former rivals like Messi, Neymar, and Ramos. At this time, it was 3 a.m. in China. Once the news was published, industry leaders eagerly shared it, captioning it, "A historic moment. Jiang Hao wins the French Ballon d'Or." Fans flooded the likes. This quiet night suddenly became lively. Chapter 341. The match ended. Manchester City achieved a much-desired home victory. Amidst the cheers of the fans, Jiang Hao walked towards the player tunnel and returned to the locker room. The new Ballon d'Or winner had also been named man of the match in the previous game. Thus, Jiang Hao appeared at the post-match press conference under the expectant eyes of reporters. Compared to the match process and outcome, the reporters here had long lost interest. They were mainly waiting for Jiang Hao to say a few words about his award. After all, it wasn't easy to have a Ballon d'Or winner in the Premier League. This needed proper promotion and coverage. In fact, such interviews typically had similar questions and answers. Well-prepared Jiang Hao handled the situation easily. Manchester City's next match was in 3 days. It's another home game, but this time the opponent is the fierce top-4 contender Arsenal. Jiang Hao has a good impression of Arsenal, but he doesn't think much of Ozil. Arsenal is quite strong, and with the match just 3 days away, Mourinho did not give the team a break, only allowing players to arrive 2 hours later than usual. Jiang Hao had no objections to this, especially since Lou Fayer couldn't stand him and went back home a couple of days ago. Chapter 342. On the pitch. Florentino quickly brought the ball over the halfway line. Seeing Jiang Hao shake off his defender and run into space, he immediately passed the ball over. Sanchez quickly chased back, while Arsenal's center-back Gabriel also rushed up. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao swiftly changed direction and carried the ball towards the right front. Agüero took this opportunity to run towards the right side of the penalty area. After playing together for so long, the two had developed a good understanding. As Arsenal's left-back Monreal started to move towards Jiang Hao's side, Jiang Hao decisively took the shot, passing the ball to the rapidly advancing Zabaleta on the right. He then quickly made a run into the penalty area. The cross-run of Jiang Hao and Agüero caused some confusion in Arsenal's defense. Mainly, the defenders all focused their attention on Jiang Hao's position, leaving Agüero unmarked. Such an opportunity was not to be missed by Zabaleta. Before the defending players could challenge, he pushed the ball back in a triangle. Facing the swiftly coming football, Agüero shot directly. This shot had great power and a good angle. However, Cech in front of the goal was well prepared and directly saved the ball. Chapter 343. After a friendly exchange, the referee sent off the 2 players who were complaining. The match resumed. Beep, with the referee's whistle. Xhaka directly passed the ball back to reorganize the attack. Ozil was closely monitored by Jiang Hao. After 2 unsuccessful runs, he voluntarily dropped back to receive the ball. As the core of Arsenal's attack, he often needed to carry the ball past the halfway line and deliver threatening passes. So, after receiving a teammate's pass in the backfield, he quickly moved forward. Facing Jiang Hao's pressure, Ozil flicked the ball to the left, deceiving Jiang Hao's weight shift, and then suddenly pulled the ball back. Following that, he forcefully pushed the ball forward with his ankle. He swiftly darted past Jiang Hao's side. However, before he could make 2 steps, Jiang Hao, who had initially been left behind, suddenly accelerated and caught up to him in just 2 seconds. Ozil was astonished. He had clearly shaken him off. Yet Jiang Hao managed to adjust his center of gravity and catch up in the blink of an eye. What kind of terrifying, explosive power is this? On the pitch, after shaking off Ozil, Jiang Hao quickly moved forward and sprinted the moment he got the ball. Chapter 344. With the score at 2-0, Wenger was starting to get anxious. He stood up, walked to the sidelines, and began directing the players' movements and passing. However, with the team's core Ozil being completely restricted, Arsenal's attack was hard to ignite. It was as if he had developed a psychological shadow. Every time Ozil got the ball, he would subconsciously look for Jiang Hao's position. If Jiang Hao was out of sight, he would feel uneasy. This disastrous performance led Wenger to consider substitutions. In the 25th minute of the match, Ozil once again dropped back to receive the ball to prepare for an advance. But as soon as he turned around, he was met by Jiang Hao's swift challenge, sending the ball flying. Under the impact, Ozil, just like before, fell helplessly onto the grass. Naturally, the referee had no reaction to such a challenging move. Ozil seemed to have gotten used to it and did not complain like before. Instead, he shot Jiang Hao a resentful glare before silently getting up from the grass. The football was controlled at the feet of Arsenal's midfielder Xhaka. After being intercepted several times, Ozil gradually lost the trust of his teammates. Therefore, in the following minutes, he hardly touched the ball. Chapter 345. Wenger was very angry. Since he started coaching Arsenal, he had rarely experienced such a terrible loss at halftime. Football is a team sport. Even if there's a gap in overall strength between both sides, he believed that tactical adjustments and active movement would not be a problem. But in the first half, what were these players doing? Their defense was weak, and their attack was equally ineffective. Especially Ozil, the core of the team, who was completely absent-minded throughout, not knowing what he was supposed to do. If he couldn't get past one-on-one, he should seek help from teammates. He could also use his excellent passing vision to create threats. But why was that damn guy only thinking about going solo? Completely single-minded. Wenger shot a fierce glare at the dazed Ozil, then pulled over the tactical board and shouted angrily, "Everyone quiet down and listen to me. We played a terrible first half. Being 2 goals down is a punishment for our poor performance. In the second half, I want you to forget the score and find your rhythm. Just like in training, penetrate step by step and pass the ball into the opponent's penalty area. Trust me, Manchester City is not as scary as you think. They're ordinary people, just like you. They'll get tired and lose focus too." Chapter 346. With this scoreline, the match had lost its suspense. So, not long after the match started, Mourinho substituted Jiang Hao off. Winning by a large margin is certainly satisfying, but he hoped Jiang Hao could conserve energy for the upcoming matches. Another point is that Mourinho wanted to see the true level of Manchester City without Jiang Hao on the pitch. For a team competing on multiple fronts, relying too much on one player is not a good thing. Anything can happen on the football field. If Jiang Hao were to get injured unexpectedly and be unable to play for a while, wouldn't Manchester City collapse? As a head coach, he naturally needed to prevent such a situation from occurring. Little did he know, in Jiang Hao's dictionary, the word injury did not exist. The match continued to heat up. After Jiang Hao was substituted, Arsenal completely loosened up and launched their attack. The combination of control and full attack and defense offers excellent visual enjoyment. However, facing Manchester City's solid defense, Arsenal's attack still struggles a bit. Although Ramsey is more versatile than Ozil, his ability to deliver threatening passes is significantly weaker. Thus, the match fell into a stalemate. In the 70th minute, Wenger made a substitution. Chapter 347. Manchester City's next league opponent is Hull City, who are in the relegation zone. Therefore, Mourinho plans to start Silva and have Jiang Hao on the bench. With the halfway point of the schedule approaching, Mourinho has to consider player rotation. Once the winter transfer window passes, Manchester City will enter multi-line combat. Playing twice a week is common, and during that time, player fitness may become an issue and even lead to injuries. Rotation can effectively avoid extreme situations. While thinking this way, Mourinho still wants to ask Jiang Hao for his opinion. What if he disagrees? After the team's training session that day, Jiang Hao was kept behind. As soon as he entered the room, Mourinho smiled and said, "Jiang, Hull City is not strong. I want to start Silva. You can have a good rest to face Liverpool later." Great. Does he think I'm a bully? Why does he need to specify who starts and who sits on the bench? Jiang Hao secretly shook his head, but felt inexplicably pleased. It's not easy to get the special one to this point. All right, boss, I'll follow your arrangement. Mourinho was happy. He didn't expect Jiang Hao to agree so readily. Chapter 348. Kevin, don't hold the ball. Hey, Sterling, make active runs. Don't just wait for your teammates to pass. Everyone move more. On the training ground, Mourinho wrote notes while shouting at the players to pass and move. After 45 minutes, everyone was sweating profusely. Compared to before, the training intensity was obviously much higher. Clearly, even a special one has some reservations about that madman Klopp. Both are world-renowned coaches, and both sides are well aware of their team's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, in this match, besides needing targeted training and arrangements, on-site adjustments are also crucial. The opponent may have anticipated your predictions and devised special tactics. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was match day. As Mourinho and Klopp appeared at the press conference, reporters rushed in. Fortunately, the security personnel were effective, and the scene didn't descend into chaos. Mr. Mourinho, do you think Liverpool can end Manchester City's winning streak? Mr. Klopp, what do you think about tonight's match? Both questions were very pointed. Chapter 349. Both teams employed high-pressure tactics, so this match was destined to be intense. As soon as Henderson got the ball, Aguero quickly pounced. In the backfield, Henderson was looking to show off his skills and quickly passed the ball to Emre on the right front. From the start of the match, Liverpool played aggressively. Taking advantage of the time, for 2 passes, the entire formation quickly pushed up. Meanwhile, Coutinho, Main, and others in the front line actively moved to receive the ball. Seeing Coutinho break into space, Emre, who had just crossed the halfway line, immediately passed the ball over. Coutinho received the ball, turned, and quickly passed it to Main. He then dashed toward the penalty area. Main is a B2B versatile winger, characterized by speed. His explosiveness, body balance, and physicality are exceptional. After receiving a pass from his teammate, he immediately sprinted down the right flank. Facing Kolarov's block, Main abruptly stopped, using his left foot to pull the ball back. He then quickly shifted laterally at the edge of the penalty area. Before Otamendi could close in, Main lifted his foot and shot with a delicate touch. With an extreme spin, the ball traced an arc in midair, perfectly nestling into the top left corner of the goal. Chapter 350. In front of Liverpool's bench, Klopp stared blankly at the scene before him, feeling frustrated. How long has it been? From taking the lead to equalizing, it was only 2 minutes. This even included the celebration time after Liverpool scored first. Sure enough, that Jiang is tough to handle. His exaggerated speed and physical attributes, combined with delicate footwork, make it nearly impossible to defend against him in one-on-one situations. Watching Jiang Hao celebrate on the sidelines, Matip also wore a bitter expression. He had been psychologically prepared for Jiang Hao's one-on-one abilities, but even so, Matip was still startled by the exaggerated rhythm changes when Jiang Hao dribbled past him. It was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react before Jiang Hao changed direction and accelerated. The key was that while Jiang Hao was fast, his footwork was also very refined. Facing such an opponent, this match was going to be tough. Manchester City's celebration didn't last long. Soon, the match resumed. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Firmino directly passed the ball back to Emre behind him. In this match, Liverpool's attack focused on the flanks. Before Aguero could close in, Emre passed the ball to Firmino on the left. Chapter 351. Inside Liverpool's penalty area, Matip, just getting up, looked at Jiang Hao pinned beneath him, his face full of bitterness. He knew Jiang Hao had excellent physical attributes. He also knew that even a double team might not guarantee success. However, he never expected that they would look so helpless in their attempt to double team him. What a terrifying physical talent. Jiang Hao looked like he was about his size. Yet the difference in strength felt like an insurmountable chasm. Lovren shared the same sentiment. Though he didn't look as awkward as his teammate, he still felt the overwhelming impact. What kind of physical structure creates such an anomaly? This is the Premier League, which encourages physical confrontation. Yet in comparison to Jiang Hao, the so-called physical confrontations before felt like children playing house. Under the referee's urging, the match quickly restarted. Perhaps due to the aggressive start, both teams restrained themselves over the next 20 minutes. They no longer attacked recklessly as they had at the beginning. However, physical confrontations during defense are unavoidable. During this period, the game was interrupted for fouls 6 times. Chapter 352. Second half. Both sides resumed the match. Manchester City launched an attack. As in the first half, neither team made any adjustments to their formation or tactics. After Aguero kicked off, Liverpool players quickly pressed forward. Similarly, Manchester City's formation spread out quickly. Kante, who had the ball, passed it to Fernandinho next to him as he was being challenged by Main. With a 1-goal lead, Manchester City was not in a hurry to attack. While maintaining possession, they continued to exhaust Liverpool players' stamina with quick passes. 5 minutes passed. Klopp on the sidelines finally waved his hand, instructing both fullbacks to push up. With numbers not in their favor, Manchester City's players faced increased pressure. Jiang Hao quickly repositioned to shake off his defender. Seeing this, Kante decisively passed the ball to him. Jiang Hao had the autonomy to choose on the field, whether to dribble, pass, or shoot directly. This was the right granted to him by Mourinho. At this moment, Sterling, Aguero, and De Bruyne were not in a good position. So, after receiving the pass, Jiang Hao quickly advanced into the attacking area. Facing the double team from Henderson and Emre, Jiang Hao lowered his left shoulder and deftly flicked the ball to the left. Chapter 353, Equalizer. Coutinho also rushed to the sidelines, celebrating with excitement. Although it was a draw, ending Manchester City's 18-game winning streak was a success for them tonight. Amid the shouts of anger from the away fans, Klopp on the sidelines was running and repeatedly pumping his fists. 1, 2, 3. A beautiful, quick counterattack. Klopp's youthful storm. Coutinho helped Liverpool equalize in the 78th minute. The score was tied at 2-2. It all depended on the adjustments of both coaches from here on out. Will they accept the draw or go all out in the remaining 15 minutes? Oh no, I'm going bankrupt tonight. I bet on Manchester City to win the championship. 100 times the odds. I'm happy to see you go bankrupt. Everyone else so poor, and suddenly you get rich. Who can accept that? Don't worry, guys. There's still plenty of time. Jiang Hao could score a last-minute winner against Liverpool. Don't say that. Mourinho might actually go for it. After all, Manchester City isn't lacking in league points, but just having Bragg being slapped in the face like this is something the special one cannot accept. Chapter 354. Jiang Hao. The stadium erupted with the DJ's frantic shout. Accompanied by the DJ's call, the 60,000 fans on site instantly ignited. Nothing gets the adrenaline pumping like a last-minute winner. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao. All the fans stood up and chanted Jiang Hao's name. Beautiful, beautiful. The ball's in. The ball's in. Oh my God, Jiang Hao has won the match. There were no flashy dribbles. No precisos assists. It was just a simple two-man combination, but it was incredibly exciting. The match reached the 92nd minute. Liverpool had no chances left. At the moment, the referee signaled that the goal was valid. Jiang Hao quickly rushed to the sidelines and slid on his knees in celebration. Immediately after, Aguero, De Bruyne, and others rushed over. Chapter 355, Jiang, we have business. Hurry up and come with me. After the match, as Jiang Hao returned to the villa, Raiola knocked on the door and walked in. Now, Jiang Hao looked surprised. In his impression, Raiola was always a composed person, rarely this anxious. Was he negotiating some sky-high endorsement contract again? Yes, now. Raiola casually took a sip for a Waha mineral water bottle on the table and continued. I've already bought the plane ticket to New York. We leave in an hour. Let us talk on the way. Wow, is it that urgent? Without asking further, Jiang Hao grabbed his phone and followed Raiola out the door. At this time, the driver and the Rolls-Royce were already waiting. Just as they got into the car, Raiola ordered, take me to the airport. We only have half an hour. The driver was a decisive young guy. Upon hearing Raiola's words, he said nothing and immediately started the car. Once the Rolls-Royce was moving smoothly, Raiola said, ha, Jiang, we're going to make a fortune. Nike is willing to offer you a $500 million endorsement deal for 10 years. Chapter 356 on the sports field. After Jiang Hao appeared on the track, Bolt greeted him with a big smile. Although he had countless honors in sprinting, he was equally obsessed with football. At that moment, seeing Jiang Hao felt like meeting his idol. Hey, Jiang, I've been following your matches. Next time you go to Etihad Stadium, you have to give me a good seat, Bolt said, showing his white teeth as he hugged Jiang Hao. No problem. Let us exchange contact information. And just let me know when you come to Manchester. That is settled then. Bolt laughed heartily. Then his expression turned fervent. So, Jiang, I'm getting older, and I should be retiring soon. I want to play professional football after retirement. Do you think I could do it? Wow, this guy still can't let go of professional football. In Jiang Hao's previous life, Bolt left the athletics track in August 2017 and went to play professional football. However, apart from being fast, his foot skills were terrible. As a result, he didn't make much of a name for himself and retired less than a year later. Chapter 357 on the track. Suarez was still leading. In the first 60 meters, Suarez could rank in the top 3. Bolt was closely following. After that was Gatlin. Jiang Hao naturally fell to the last position. In a 100-meter race, a good start often determines the outcome of the competition. Su Shan was frantically swinging his arms and sprinting with all his might. He knew that his strength lay in the first 60 meters. If he couldn't create a gap in those first 60 meters, he would likely be caught up or even surpassed by the other athletes afterward. Although it was just an entertainment invitation race, Su Shan didn't want to lose at all, because he was wearing the red that represented his country at that moment. If he ended up in last place alongside Jiang Hao, it would really be embarrassing for his compatriots. However, Su Shan was not yet the Su Shan who could run under 9.8 seconds. After reaching the 30-meter mark, he was overtaken by other athletes. There was nothing he could do. Aside from him and Jiang Hao, the rest were all black athletes. The athletic talent of black athletes in track and field is simply unmatched by other races. Just as Su Shan gritted his teeth and desperately chased after them, he suddenly realized that Jiang Hao, who was originally in last place, had somehow ended up right beside him. Chapter 358, Facing the Crazy Reporters. At this moment, Jiang Hao's head was still buzzing. What the hell is going on? I was just playing around and broke the record? Well, I have nothing to say. I was also quite surprised to break the world record. It's just an invitation race. I was just having fun. Well, just having fun, and I broke the record. Sure enough, it's still that arrogant Chinese butcher. But he indeed has the capital to be arrogant. The key is, the more arrogant Jiang Hao is, the more he can attract attention. The journalists had already thought of the headline. Chinese butcher. Breaking the 100-meter world record was just fun. However, before that, they had to hear what the sprinting godbolt had to say. Incredible. Jiang's explosiveness and absolute speed are the fastest I have ever seen. Even at my peak, I would probably not be Jiang's match. If he undergoes systematic training, I believe Jiang can run under 9.3 seconds. I'm very glad Jiang didn't participate in track and field competitions before this. Otherwise, I might have already announced my retirement. Haha. Hearing Bolt praise him so highly made the reporters on site even more excited. Chapter 359, After the Drug Test. As soon as Jiang Hao stepped out, he received a call from Raiola. Upon hearing that Nike had raised the contract amount to $2.5 billion, Jiang Hao couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, the Americans have the money. However, with this, he felt embarrassed to ask them to increase it further. In fact, Jiang Hao wasn't very interested in money. It was just that even a basketball player James could secure a lifetime endorsement contract worth $1 billion. Yet, Nike initially only offered him a 10-year, $500 million deal. It's worth noting that he was a key player whether at Valencia or Manchester City. Nike acted quickly. That afternoon, they announced on their official website that they would soon sign a contract with Jiang Hao. To this end, Nike even prepared a grand press conference. The time was set for 3 p.m. the next day. As for the agency contract, Raiola had already discussed it extensively. Like with Jordan, Nike would design a series of products specifically for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao just needed to wait for a share of the profits. Jiang would take 70 of the profits, while Nike would take 30. Once everything was finalized, Jiang Hao and Raiola were about to leave when a dark-skinned, somewhat good-looking bald man walked straight over. Chapter 360, What it means to get paid to eat. Then it really was just about eating. Once the food was served, Jiang Hao became completely immersed in a meal. While it can't really be called gourmet food, it can only be said to be better than what the club offers. But compared to Sichuan cuisine, it fell short by quite a bit. Seeing Jiang Hao like this, Chilan Shipka felt both annoyed and relieved. At least Jiang Hao didn't have any evil thoughts about her. It was like a switch had been flipped. Chilan Shipka initiated the conversation, saying, "Jiang, don't you football players rarely eat out?" "Not really." Jiang Hao cut a piece of steak and mumbled, "I'm a bit lazy and don't like eating out. I basically have all my meals at the club." Lazy? A football player wanting to reach the top needs to train hard day in and day out, not just rely on talent. Clearly, Jiang Hao was not lazy at all. Chilan Shipka rolled her eyes cutely. "Can I take this as your humility typical of you Chinese?" "I'm serious." Jiang Hao shrugged helplessly. "I hardly go out except for signing contracts and matches." Chilan Shipka still didn't believe him. Chapter 361, FIFA World Player of the Year. It is an award presented by FIFA to players who have outstanding performances in that year, aimed at all male football players worldwide. It is also one of the most prestigious and influential awards in world football. In 2010, the FIFA World Player of the Year and the Ballon d'Or merged into the FIFA Ballon d'Or. In September 2016, FIFA announced the separation of the World Player of the Year and the Ballon d'Or, with each award being presented independently. The selection rules consist of 3 parts. 1. Football journalists from over 200 media outlets worldwide vote. 2. National team coaches from FIFA's 208 member associations vote. 3. Captains of the national teams from FIFA's 208 member associations vote. The votes from each country's coaches and captains account for 25 each. The votes from journalists from over 200 media outlets also account for 25. The complex rules and a large number of voters make it increasingly difficult to win the World Player of the Year. However, under these circumstances from 2008 to the present, Messi and Ronaldo have dominated the Ballon d'Or and the World Player of the Year awards. Chapter 362. When Jiang Hao's name was announced by Infantino, everyone present stood up. This was undoubtedly a historic moment. In this era dominated by Messi and Ronaldo, Jiang Hao was able to go against the tide and win the World Player of the Year. This was a remarkable achievement in itself and proved the value of this year's award. The moment Jiang Hao's name was called, Cristiano Ronaldo immediately stood up and tightly embraced Jiang Hao. He had long since won the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year awards. In comparison, he desired the coveted World Cup trophy that all footballers dream of. Messi also stood up, smiling as he shook hands with Jiang Hao to congratulate him. Jiang Hao has been awarded the 2016 FIFA World Player of the Year. This award is undisputed. At Valencia, a mid-tier La Liga team, Jiang Hao helped the team win the Champions League, La Liga, Copa del Rey, and the Supercopa de España. This is undoubtedly one of the most astonishing feats in football history. Jiang Hao has conquered the world with countless goals. A new FIFA World Player of the Year has been born. Congratulations to Jiang Hao. Chapter 363. Back to Manchester. The next day, Jiang Hao appeared at the Manchester City training base. To be honest, he wasn't feeling great. Last night, he and Kieran Shipka had been up for several hours, and it was only in the early hours of the morning that he finally fell asleep like a pile of mush. Good morning, our World Player of the Year. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, De Bruyne teased him with a smile. Kevin, if you dare to mock me. Be careful, I tell Sergio about the takeaway you secretly ordered a while ago. Damn it, Jiang, don't say that. Hearing this, De Bruyne quickly covered Jiang Hao's mouth. Looking around in panic, when he saw no one was paying attention, he finally relaxed. With Agüero's big mouth, it wouldn't take half a day for the whole team to find out about his takeaway order. This kind of thing might not matter to others, but he always maintained a good guy image in front of his teammates. It would be quite embarrassing if that image collapsed. Damn it. Why couldn't he hold back at that time? What are you talking about? Just then, Agüero curiously approached, his eyes darting back and forth between the two. Chapter 364. On the day of the Premier League's 21st round match. At the pre-match press conference, as soon as Jiang Hao and Mourinho appeared, the atmosphere instantly became electrifying. The reporters stretched their necks, eagerly trying to pass their microphones forward. Hello, Mr. Jiang. As the first World Player of the Year from China, do you have anything to say? Hello, Mr. Jiang. A few days ago you broke the 100-meter sprint record. How did you do it? Unsurprisingly, these reporters weren't interested in tonight's match. Instead, they asked the questions that fans cared about the most. Jiang Hao helplessly took the microphone and smiled. I am honored to receive the World Player of the Year award, and I thank all the fans and friends who have supported me. Tonight is my first match after winning the award, and I will do my best to score goals and bring everyone an exciting game. As for the 100-meter sprint record, to be honest, I don't even know how I broke it. I was just running casually. After finishing his words, Jiang Hao stood up and left the press conference. The reporters were thrilled. Doing my best to score goals meant they were going to crush Everton. Chapter 365. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball is in. The ball is in. Less than a minute into the match, Jiang Hao ruthlessly scored the first goal of the game. With his elusive movement and unparalleled physical qualities, Jiang Hao used this goal to tell the world that he deserves the World Player of the Year award. The commentators in the media section erupted in ecstatic shouts. As if venting the injustice Jiang Hao faced upon entering, the stadium was silent. After the referee blew the whistle to confirm the goal, Jiang Hao rushed to the stands of the home fans, took off his jersey, and made a drying gesture. Damn it, you arrogant Chinese. Don't get too cocky. Damn it, you're provoking the great Everton. What are our players doing, conceding a goal so quickly? Are they a bunch of idiots? Just a single Chinese player, and they can't defend against him. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Jiang Hao's celebration ignited the fans, who began to angrily criticize him and even their own players. The referee quickly ran over and issued Jiang Hao a yellow card. Chapter 366. At this moment, Everton's coach Koeman was somewhat bewildered. The match had not yet reached 5 minutes. How could they have conceded 2 goals? And this was while they were parking the bus. If he hadn't witnessed the entire process of conceding the goals from the sidelines, Koeman might have doubted whether the players on the field had taken a bribe. At this score, it was clearly meaningless to defend. So after a moment of hesitation, Koeman went to the sidelines to instruct his players to push forward. They needed at least 1 goal to save face for the team. Koeman was very frustrated. Meanwhile, Mourinho was overjoyed. With this score in this state, winning the match away from home would almost be a certainty. The only suspense might be how many goals this kid Jiang Hao could score in the end, and whether Manchester City could set a new scoring record. The score on the field quickly resumed. With the referee's whistle, Lukaku turned and passed the ball back to Barkley. Manchester City's formation quickly pressed forward, and Jiang Hao was the first to rush towards the ball-controlling Barkley. Jiang Hao had strong defensive capabilities, which Barkley was well aware of. So he didn't try any tricks and decisively took the ball away. Gay received the ball and passed it to the side. Chapter 367. Both sides took their positions. The match quickly resumed. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Lukaku kicked the ball out again. Jiang Hao once again charged forward to the front. This scene made Koeman on the sidelines grit his teeth. Damn it, this guy is planning to eliminate us completely. On the field, Manchester City's formation pressed up once more. The momentum of their frenzied attack felt even more like they were playing at home. Having learned from their previous lesson, the Everton players did not rush to organize an attack this time. Instead, they utilized their numerical advantage in the back and kept moving to control the ball as much as possible. However, they still underestimated Manchester City's determination to attack. Even the players at the back like Van Dijk had pushed past the halfway line at this point. The Everton players on the field were starting to panic. They didn't have such refined footwork. Once surrounded, they were likely to lose possession again. Losing the ball in their own half was undoubtedly the most fatal. As Manchester City moved forward, the goalkeeper Stekelenburg, receiving a back pass, kicked the ball forward with a big boot. Lukaku, positioned further up, wanted to rush forward to seize the ball for a counterattack. Unfortunately, under the double pressure of the two giants Van Dijk and company, he couldn't create even a ripple. In the next 15 minutes, Manchester City did not launch an attack. Instead, they controlled the ball around the midfield with a single pass. Everton managed to stay calm. For a full 15 minutes, no one rushed forward to challenge. Only when Manchester City passed the ball to the midfield would Lukaku and others symbolically rush up. The rhythm was right. With a victory already secured, there was no need to engage in a fierce battle with the opponent. With half the match gone and multiple competitions approaching, conserving strength was the wise choice. Seeing Manchester City suddenly ease up, the commentators in the media area nodded to themselves. While it was certainly satisfying to crush the opponent, they preferred that all Manchester City players remain healthy. This way, there wouldn't be any unexpected situations in the later stages of the season. However, just as he finished speaking, the situation on the field changed again. On the field, the most advanced player, Jiang Hao, received a through ball from De Bruyne and immediately accelerated. In just one encounter, he left the advancing Lukaku behind. Faced with the double pressure from Gay and Barkley, Jiang Hao dropped his left shoulder and skillfully flicked the ball to the left. At this moment, Koeman was almost furious. He turned to Mourinho with an angry face, wanting to give him a few hits. He had just instructed his players to strengthen their defense. And Manchester City immediately started playing a quick pass, giving no opportunity for physical confrontation at all. Was this still the Mourinho who emphasized ironclad defense? Koeman was feeling unwell. He suddenly thought he should spend a few years in Serie A to learn what real defense was. The match quickly resumed. Lukaku, with a grimace, kicked the ball out again. Having been shot to pieces, Everton was already seething with anger. Even when they had possession, they did not hold back when facing Manchester City players rushing in. Of course, Jiang Hao was excluded from this. In the 36th minute, Bolasie quickly advanced after receiving the ball on the wing. Facing the advancing Zabaleta, Bolasie sidestepped and drew the ball out. However, Everton had been defending since the start of the match, leading to a mistake in this forward pass. Barkley, who received the ball, had no time to turn before Kante, who rushed in, directly kicked the ball away. Both of them charged towards the ball's landing spot. In the Everton dressing room, the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. From the moment he entered, head coach Koeman had a dark expression, scanning everyone with a fierce glare. He didn't say a word. Well, it wasn't that he had nothing to say. It was just that he had already said what needed to be said. However, the situation on the field was still one-sided. Undoubtedly, there were significant issues with his tactical arrangements in this match. The bus parking tactic was not something everyone could handle. Perhaps if they had played according to their usual tactical style, Everton wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. At least when Manchester City was pressing hard, they could find opportunities for quick counterattacks. With a clenched jaw, Koeman looked at Davies and Schneiderlin. "You two get warmed up quickly. We will switch to a 5-3-2 in the second half." Saying this, Koeman pulled over a tactical board and began arranging the tactics for the second half. The 5-3-2 was still a defense-focused formation. However, within Koeman's tactical system, the two fullbacks needed to push up at all times to create a numerical advantage in midfield. This placed high demands on the fullbacks. If they couldn't return in time, the gaps on both sides would be exploited by the opponents, leading to crosses from the flanks. However, with the match already at this point, Koeman couldn't care less. This time, Jiang Hao did not rush into the goal to retrieve the ball. Instead, he ran towards the fans in the stands, jumping and turning, with both hands pointing to his back in a flamboyant celebration. The fans in the stands glared at Jiang Hao, speechless for a long time. There was no way. They had cursed him, but this damned Huaxia person's mentality was not only unaffected, but seemed to be getting stronger. It was as if their provocation and ridicule had become a stimulant. On the field, Aguero was the first to rush forward and jump onto Jiang Hao's back, looking full of admiration. Wow, Jiang, you really are a freak. You actually score that kind of header way better than that diving guy from Real Madrid. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he knew that at this moment, Jiang Hao had surpassed Messi in every aspect. He was undoubtedly the #1 player in football. Of course, his good friend Messi was right behind him. As for Ronaldo, he barely made it to third place. Jiang, that was beautiful. De Bruyne and a few others quickly rushed over to join the celebration. The Manchester City players celebrated wildly. The Everton players on the field not only did not rush to urge them to stop, but rather hoped they would celebrate a little longer. That way, this group of freaks might score one less goal. Beautiful, beautiful. The goal is in. A historic moment. Jiang Hao with 6 goals and 3 assists helps Manchester City achieve a 10-0 victory over the opponent, creating the largest scoreline in Premier League history. A perfect performance. This is the dominance of the football god. The media commentary, as always, started to roar. Jiang Hao once again ran towards the home fans in the stands, arms spread wide in front of his chest, making a gesture of invincibility. Arrogant and overbearing, the reporters on site immediately started pressing the shutter like crazy. Now, the Everton fans in the stands were completely furious. Everyone stood up and began to curse. Fuck that damned Huaxia person. You are provoking the great Everton. Get the hell back to Huaxia. You are not welcome here. You butcher. Your presence brings shame to football. The stadium was filled with boos. The Everton players on the field rushed towards him. Damn Chinese. You intentionally injured Barkley. You should go apologize to him. Jiang Hao was confused. Turning his head, he saw Barkley lying on the grass, groaning in pain. At that moment, the team doctor had already entered the field to check Barkley's injury. Chapter 373. Everyone has vanity. Mourinho is no exception. Currently, Manchester City has won all 37 league matches. As long as they win the last game, he will make history by becoming the first coach to win the title in one of the top 5 leagues with a perfect record. Therefore, even when facing the relegation-threatened Watford, Mourinho sent out his strongest lineup. Watford's coach Walter Mazzarri was under tremendous pressure. To be honest, he didn't want to confront Manchester City head-on. The strength of both sides was clear, and it would be good enough if they could avoid a heavy defeat. Ending Manchester City's winning streak at home was nothing but a pipe dream. Even teams like Chelsea, Liverpool, and Manchester United couldn't achieve that. Expecting a relegation team to do it was absurd. However, since this was a highly anticipated match, Mazzarri also wanted to perform well. At least he wanted other teams to see his coaching ability. Who knows, a big club might offer him a contract. Without dreams, what's the difference from being a salted fish? At the pre-match press conference, Mazzarri stated that Watford would do their best to end Manchester City's winning streak. However, when he said this, the Italian coach clearly lacked confidence. Chapter 374. While the entire Manchester City team was checking in at the hotel. On the 8th floor of the hotel, Beta, who had been leaning by the window observing, pulled her head back in. She quickly walked over and grabbed the tall girl beside her, looking slightly excited. Frida, that Jiang from China is staying at this hotel tonight. Get ready. Let's create an accidental encounter when we go out later. Remember, try to create some physical contact. It will help your career. Beta, do we really have to do this? Frida was clearly reluctant. Although she was just a model, she didn't want to gain attention through such methods. It felt too deliberate. Moreover, she didn't want to leave a bad impression on her idol. It was like a part of life. Frida, who was from Sweden, besides busy with her career, would also follow football matches in her spare time. Initially, she was focused on Ibrahimovic. However, during the match between Manchester City and Chelsea, Ibrahimovic's malicious foul was disappointing. In contrast, Jiang Hao's tough image of stitching up wounds without anesthesia left a deep impression on Frida. He was handsome and played well, a true Prince Charming image. Since then, her room was filled with various posters of Jiang Hao, apart from herself. Chapter 375. 3 days passed. Jiang Hao had a fulfilling time. During the day, he followed the team to the friendly stadium for adaptive training. At night, he returned to the hotel to practice with Frida. Meanwhile, Agüero, who originally shared a room with him, was thoughtfully arranged by Mourinho to stay next door. Although the hotel had good sound insulation, Agüero inexplicably heard some inappropriate sounds at night. Exciting, but also somewhat chilling. The noise lasted a particularly long time. Agüero was feeling overwhelmed. Wasn't this torture? Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he quietly went to Sterling's room and ordered takeout on the landline. A luxurious meal costing 5,000 euros. However, compared to Frida, it was clearly of a different level. But at this moment, Agüero couldn't care less. As soon as he entered, he jumped on it. After 15 minutes, Agüero entered a state of enlightenment. Even though the noise next door was still loud, Agüero's heart was calm. 3 days flew by. Soon it was the day of a UEFA Europa League final. Mourinho and Van der Sar both appeared at the pre-match press conference. In the past, the Europa League didn't attract much attention. Even the finals were similar. Chapter 376. At this moment in the stadium, everyone, including Mourinho, was fixated on the big screen, replaying the goal. Without a doubt, it was a spectacular goal. Whether it was the combination or the final shot, it was impeccable. Especially the understanding between Jiang Hao and De Bruyne, it hardly seemed like it was their first season working together. Originally good at assists, they were so in sync. How could they play against that? Van der Sar shook his head bitterly, then walked to the sidelines to encourage the players. Less than 5 minutes into the game, he was already cheering them on. This was unprecedented in the football world. Manchester City's celebration did not last long. Soon the game resumed. Beep, accompanied by the referee's whistle. Dolberg turned to pass the ball back. Immediately, both teams pressed forward. It was high pressure against high pressure again. However, this time Ajax's attack was more patient than before. Unable to break through Manchester City's midfield line with individual skills, they began to use active positioning and 1-2 combinations for short passes to penetrate. It was still Ziyech who received the ball while running. After bringing the ball past the halfway line, Ziyech passed the ball to the wing before Kane could intercept him. Chapter 377. In the second half, both teams switched sides and continued the battle. Manchester City attacked. With excellent footwork, Manchester City firmly controlled the game after the kickoff. Using a quick pass, they wore down Ajax's players' stamina. From the beginning of the first half, this group of young players have been very active in their movements. This caused them quite a bit of trouble, but the cost was a significant depletion of their energy. What Manchester City needed to do now was to maintain their lead while consuming the opponent's energy as much as possible. That way, when the game reached the 70th minute, they could launch a counterattack. Mourinho saw this clearly. That's why he asked everyone to maintain the rhythm of the first half during a halftime break. On the field, the game was progressing rapidly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Even though Ajax's players were actively pressing, the ball remained at Manchester City's feet. Van der Sar was getting anxious. He never expected that the usually tactically concise Mourinho would actually play possession football. No, this is definitely not possession football. While Guardiola plays possession, every pass he makes is aimed at attacking. Once the opponent's defense shows a gap, he will pass the ball beyond the halfway line. But Mourinho's version of possession only involves passing back and forth around the middle and backfield, wearing down the opponent's stamina. Chapter 378. Under the arrangement of the staff, a grand award ceremony was held on-site. According to tradition, Manchester City needed to line up to welcome Ajax, who finished second in the Europa League. Then came the trophy presentation. After everyone received their champion medals, the presenter smilingly picked up the championship trophy and handed it to Kompany, the captain. The winner of the 2016 to 2017 UEFA Europa League is Manchester City. Accompanied by the DJ's hysterical shout, the stadium echoed with a victory song exclusive to champions. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers. And with the passionate song, Manchester City captain Kompany raised the trophy high. The atmosphere on-site reached its peak at that moment. We are the champions. Manchester City is the champion. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao. The Manchester City fans on-site once again chanted the name of their king. It was at this moment that the long-awaited system notification sounded. Chapter 379. After flying for nearly 20 hours, Jiang Hao finally returned home to Rongqing. As soon as he entered, his mother greeted him with a big smile. "You're back." As for his father, he was sitting in the rocking chair at the door, sulking with a cool expression, as if he hadn't seen Jiang Hao at all. However, the old man's sneaky glance at Jiang Hao when the two weren't paying attention revealed his true feelings. Jiang Hao saw through it, but didn't say anything. He took the 2 boxes of Mao Tai he had bought and placed them on the floor. "Old man, I'm back, and these 2 boxes of Mao Tai are for you." Saying this, Jiang Hao took out a bank card from his pocket. "By the way, here's 10 million. You keep it. Spend it however you want." "Oh, spending big. Huh." The old man stared. "Speak nicely. Do I need your $2? In fact, he only had a few thousand in his card at the moment. All the money Jiang Hao usually gave was in his mother's hands. However, sometimes a man has to be tough. "You better speak nicely." Jiang Hao shot a glare at his father, and his mother immediately stood up for him. "Your son finally came back. Who are you showing your face to? Just take the money." "All right." The old man shrank his neck, losing all his momentum, and could only reach out to take the bank card. Chapter 380, Uncle, what's your name? That night, as soon as Jiang Hao appeared on the field, several youthful and beautiful girls approached him. Yixing, like the song of the night. At this moment, Jiang Hao naturally didn't intend to use his real name, so he thought of a cool name on the spot. To his surprise, the girls turned red with admiration upon hearing this name. Jiang Hao had been here for a few days already. Forming teams was naturally a piece of cake for him. In fact, the 3 teammates he had teamed up with over the past few days had already gathered around. "Brother Yi, several groups of internet celebrities came to form teams today. Do we want to accept the challenge?" In competitive sports, the strong always call the shots. In just a few days, Jiang Hao had become the leader of the group. "Sure, it's always the same few groups. It's not that interesting to play." "All right, since Brother Yi isn't afraid, let's play with them." Saying this, the guy in the number 23 jersey walked over to the side. The area was already packed. A few internet celebrities were playing up the atmosphere in front of the camera. "Brothers, look where this is. Xiao Yuan Stadium. A few days ago, fans said a very skilled middle-aged uncle appeared here." Chapter 381, 4 days later. Raiola brought Bellingham and others to the youth training base. Jiang Hao was already waiting. As soon as they met, the group of young talented players quickly walked up. However, when they were about 2 meters away from Jiang Hao, they suddenly stopped, their expressions changing from excitement to nervousness. Yes, nervousness. Including Bellingham, these talented players had long regarded Jiang Hao as an idol, often dreaming of the day they could compete on the same field. Now, suddenly seeing him, it would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. Jiang Hao noticed their awkwardness and smiled slightly. "So, are you getting used to it in Huaxia?" Among them, Rodrigo was the oldest and naturally a bit bolder. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's question, he immediately nodded. "Yeah, this place is great, completely different from what I saw in the newspapers and media." Speaking of this, the Brazilian forward became excited. He found it hard to imagine that in one country he could still go out at night. There were even various skewers and foods by the roadside. According to athlete food standards, these foods might not be very healthy, but the taste always stirred up a primal appetite. Chapter 382. While the young Bellingham and others were dining, Raiola began to arrange for his assistants to contact the family members of the players. 3 million euros. This was the signing fee Jiang Hao offered the players. Half would be paid up front, and the rest would be paid upon completing the relevant procedures. 3 million euros would be considered upper middle class, even in Europe, let alone in the Brazilian slums. Rodrigo's parents were the first to agree. Then came Saka, Garnacho, and Bellingham. As for Wirtz, his parents directly rejected without a second thought, not even giving any opportunity for negotiation. Wirtz came from a sports family. His mother was a professional manager, and his father was the chairman of a small club. They weren't exactly short on money. Jiang Hao felt helpless. It was indeed a pity to let go of a talented player. However, managing to secure 4 of them wasn't a waste of all his efforts. One shouldn't be too greedy. As for the 12 million euros for the flowers, Jiang Hao decided to seek reimbursement from the Football Association. As for whether the Football Association will reimburse HNA or Hung Tai, he doesn't know, with the Football Association giving the green light all the way. Raiola still took a week to finalize the relevant procedures for a few people. During this time, Jiang Hao was not idle either. Chapter 383. As soon as the match started, Kante received a back pass and pushed the ball forward, directly passing it to Jiang Hao's feet. At the same time, Sterling, De Bruyne, and the most advanced Agüero rushed forward quickly. This aggressive opening strategy immediately ignited the Etihad Stadium. Serie A teams are known for their defensive play and are notoriously difficult to deal with. Usually, matches against them are extremely dull and tedious. Unexpectedly, their own team started off so aggressively. It was clear that tonight would be an intense battle of offense and defense. Seeing Jiang Hao quickly dribble past half the field, Callahan, Insigne, and Younes quickly surrounded him. The remaining Napoli players rushed towards De Bruyne and others. In an instant, Jiang Hao lost his passing and breakthrough options. However, Manchester City's attack was not limited to just these few players. The two defensive midfielders, Kanté and Fernandinho, quickly surged forward as well. One on the left and one on the right, moving at great speed. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate, using the outside of his foot to gently pass the ball to the rapidly advancing Kanté on the right. Being double-teamed meant there would be gaps in their formation. And at that moment, that was exactly the case on both sides of Napoli's defensive midfield. Chapter 384. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball went in. A stunning nutmeg. A truly clever dribble. Jiang Hao single-handedly broke through Napoli's defense. No suspense, no surprises. Even against an Italian team known for its defense, Jiang Hao was still in complete control. Did you see that, Napoli? This is the true strength of the football god. The commentators in the media box, as always, erupted into frenzied shouts. At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly ran towards the fans in the stands, leaving behind his signature 4 stripes. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao. The fans stood up, shouting Jiang Hao's name as if they were possessed. A few female fans even lifted their shirts and shouted, "Come on, baby Jiang. How did you do that? So beautiful." Agüero was the first to rush over, directly knocking Jiang Hao down onto the grass. Following him were Sterling, De Bruyne, and Kanté. Watching the excited celebrations of the Manchester City players, Koulibaly and Guillaume exchanged glances and smiled wryly. Chapter 385. The match on the field continued to heat up. After a period of being unable to regain possession, Mourinho finally stood on the sidelines, waving to signal his players to push forward. Of course, even with the formation pushed up, Fernandinho and Kolarov were still paying attention to Callahan's position. In the face of high-pressure pressing, Napoli's response remained active movement and passing. However, this approach was very physically demanding and tested the team's chemistry. In the 35th minute of the match, Hamsik, after getting past De Bruyne's challenge, made a direct pass to Insigne, who was in front of him. This Italian forward was also known for his agility and speed. Upon receiving the pass from his teammate, he immediately sprinted down the left flank. Facing the rapidly approaching Kanté, Insigne turned and passed the ball to Mertens, then quickly made a diagonal run into the penalty area. Mertens understood the cue, and without stopping the ball, he gently pushed it back to Insigne. Seeing no passing or breakthrough opportunities, Insigne pushed the ball forward a bit and then shot. A dull thud echoed. The ball soared, heading straight for the near corner of the goal. However, this shot lacked power. Chapter 386. In the locker room. Everyone had just taken a sip of water when Ancelotti hurried over to the tactical board to optimize the tactics for the second half. Yes, optimize. In the face of Manchester City's high-pressure pressing, possession play was still the most suitable tactic for Napoli. However, relying solely on that was far from enough to win the match. Scanning the crowd, Ancelotti said, "We performed well in the first half. But I have to say, Alan, Hamsik, why didn't you two take your man down earlier? It's a yellow card anyway. I said that when Manchester City counterattacks quickly, fouls must be decisive. You two don't think you can stop that Huaxia guy, do you?" Hearing this, everyone on site smiled wryly. As the subjects of this comment, Alan and Hamsik were almost in tears. How heart-wrenching. They were both starting players. Is it really okay for the head coach to question them like this? Ignoring the two, Ancelotti continued, "In the second half, I will only emphasize 2 points. First, when the opponent counters, fouls must be decisive. I don't want the previous situation to happen again. Alan, Hamsik, you both have yellow cards. Just keep an eye on the flanks in the second half." Chapter 387. The football surged toward the goal rapidly. At this point, Napoli's goalkeeper Reina was completely panicked. Damn, that kind of ball speed. He simply couldn't get back in time. He could only silently pray for the ball to go wide of the goal frame. However, the ball seemed to have a locator installed. Even from such a distance, it accurately and effortlessly entered the goal. Reina was stunned. From such a far distance, it was still a bicycle kick. How on earth did that damn guy do it? The Etihad Stadium fell silent in an instant. Even the referee on the field was dumbfounded, staring at the ball quietly lying in the net, unable to say a word for a long time. 1 second, 2 seconds. No one knew how many seconds passed. Finally, there was a thunderous shout from the crowd. At this moment, the referee finally regained his senses and blew the whistle for a valid goal. The score was 3-1. Holy shit, the ball went in. The ball went in. An astonishing bicycle kick from over 40 meters. A goal destined to be recorded in history. My God, like a startled swan, like a swimming dragon. Jiang Hao, like a god descending to earth. He demonstrated to the whole world with his actions that he is the true legend on the football field. The god of football is truly deserving of the title. Chapter 388. Manchester City continued their hot form from last season. After defeating Napoli at home, they won another match away with a score of 4-2 2 weeks later. In the final round of the group stage, they even crushed Shakhtar Donetsk 6-0 away. In the end, Manchester City finished the Champions League group stage with 6 wins, topping the group. In the league, Manchester City remained the terrifying Premier League powerhouse, winning all 19 matches. The entire football world was in despair. Even the usually proud Real Madrid president, Florentino, admitted that this Manchester City team was almost invincible. A sextuple. Along with an annual total of 150 goals, Jiang Hao once again won the World Footballer of the Year and the Ballon d'Or by a 5 margin. Even Cristiano Ronaldo, who won the La Liga and Champions League titles, expressed helplessness. He had done his utmost to catch up, but Jiang Hao's insane attacking ability was simply out of this world. With over 150 goals, how could he possibly catch up? At the World Footballer of the Year awards ceremony, Agüero, who made the best 11, also lamented that he shouldn't be on the same team as Jiang Hao, because with Jiang Hao around, he wouldn't win a single trophy. Joe Hart kindly patted Agüero on the shoulder and then shook the Golden Glove trophy in his hand. Chapter 389. During the 2 days familiarizing with the venue, neither Manchester City nor Barcelona accepted media interviews. This left the journalists, who were eagerly waiting for promotions and raises, in a panic. Such a high-profile match. Yet they couldn't even write a decent article. It felt like watching money slip away right before their eyes. Many journalists had already received ultimatums from their bosses. If they couldn't dig up any explosive news at the subsequent pre-match press conference, they should go settle accounts with finance and leave. Now, the journalists were in a frenzy. That afternoon, as Mourinho and Barcelona's coach Valverde appeared, the hungry journalists pounced like starving tigers. The situation even startled the seasoned coaches. Mr. Mourinho, who do you think is the world's best, Messi or Jiang Hao? Mr. Valverde, after Neymar's departure, do you think Barcelona can compete with Manchester City? Goodness, they started with such provocative questions. So blatant. Mourinho naturally wouldn't fall for it. Who is the world's best? Isn't that obvious? No need for further discussion here. However, Valverde didn't think so. Chapter 390. Barcelona's celebration didn't last long. The match quickly resumed. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Agüero turned and knocked the ball back. Jiang Hao stopped the ball and began to slowly carry it forward. Facing the pressing Suarez, Jiang Hao gently nudged the ball to the right, then suddenly accelerated, leaving him behind. Roberto immediately rushed over. Rakitic and Busquets were also quickly closing in on Jiang Hao. The officiating in the Champions League isn't as lenient as in the Premier League. Jiang Hao couldn't just bulldoze through with his body. Seeing the 3 of them rapidly converge, Jiang Hao made a diagonal pass, distributing the ball to the right side. De Bruyne took the ball forward and then quickly sprinted. Barcelona's formation was pushed forward. This sprint caused left-back Alba to rush up immediately. De Bruyne didn't want to get tangled up and passed the ball to Agüero in the center before the opponent could close in. Agüero then distributed. The ball moved to Sterling's feet on the left. Facing Semedo's defense, Sterling nudged the ball to the right and diagonally cut into the penalty area. However, against Semedo, who had excellent explosiveness and defense, it was still somewhat difficult for Sterling to shake him off. Chapter 391. In the following 10 minutes, both teams had their attacks, but neither could score. The match seemed to enter a stalemate period. However, without a doubt, the possession was mostly at Barcelona's feet. This was their strong suit. In the 32nd minute, it was still Messi breaking through on the right. After using rapid changes of direction to shake off Kanté, Messi made a horizontal pass to Suarez, who was making a run into the center. Suarez took a shot without stopping the ball. Unfortunately, the angle wasn't great, and the ball was directly saved by Joe Hart. Van Dijk rushed up to clear the ball, booting it forward. Jiang Hao quickly moved up, intercepted the first drop, and nudged the ball to the side. Then he turned and sprinted quickly. On the other side, Sterling received the ball and then made a diagonal pass, handing it over to the rapidly sprinting Jiang Hao. The tough Busquets immediately came to meet him. Rakitic was also rushing over. No way to deal with that. Jiang Hao cleverly flicked the ball over Busquets' head, sending it forward. At the top of the penalty area, Agüero skillfully controlled the ball to the right, made a simple adjustment, and shot directly. The ball sped toward the goal. Chapter 392. Compared to Iniesta's all-around finesse, Paulinho's characteristic is that he has a larger control range, playing with a tough and aggressive style on the field, exuding momentum. His defensive ability is stronger. Valverde's substitution adjustment clearly aimed to strengthen Barcelona's midfield defensive toughness. However, the corresponding rhythm of possession and control would be affected. It was clearly impossible to flow as smoothly as before. After the kickoff, Barcelona began to launch attacks from the flanks. Whether it was Roberto or Messi, both were excellent points of entry. The former's crosses were of high quality. The latter, needless to say, could dribble, pass, and shoot. In the 70th minute, Roberto quickly brought the ball past the halfway line after receiving a teammate's pass. Then, using a small combination with Rakitic, he got past Zabaleta. From the baseline position, he swept the ball into the penalty area. Paulinho, who was making a late run, tried to get a touch. Unfortunately, he was still a bit slow, and the ball was firmly held by Joe Hart. The two collided together. 2 minutes later, Joe Hart kicked the ball forward. Noticing the ball's trajectory, Paulinho quickly rushed to the drop point, preparing to contest the first touch. Alone, he obviously couldn't compete with Jiang Hao, so Rakitic and tough guy Busquets also quickly rushed over block. Chapter 393. The match quickly resumed, trailing by 2 goals. Barcelona clearly showed a change in mentality as they rushed to catch up, especially left-back Alba, who made particularly exaggerated movements in defense. Poor De Bruyne was knocked down more than once. Of course, De Bruyne also had a fiery temper. Even here at Camp Nou, he got up without hesitation to confront him. The two clashed right in front of the referee, who didn't hesitate either, issuing yellow cards to both. After this conflict subsided, Suarez clashed with Van Dijk again in the front line. During a confrontation, Suarez feigned a fall, while Van Dijk, who had learned some medical skills from Otamendi, simply lifted him up. The two continued to push against each other, resulting in another yellow card for both. Finally, the players settled down, and the previously chaotic match found a normal rhythm. However, at this point, it was clearly impossible for Barcelona to pull back a goal. In the 82nd minute, Valverde made another substitution, bringing on Gomez for the tough Busquets. On the other side, Mourinho also substituted Yaya Touré for Fernandinho. Chapter 394. Having learned from the previous experience, Barcelona's head coach Valverde was much more honest in the pre-match press conference this time. After expressing his determination to progress, he got up and left without looking back. Naturally, Mourinho wouldn't provoke the opponent for no reason either. After officially answering the reporters' questions, he voluntarily ended the press conference. Upon arriving in the locker room, Valverde began to rally the players and adjust the tactical arrangements. In the first leg, Barcelona had suffered greatly against Jiang Hao, so limiting him became a top priority for a comeback. This task naturally fell on Busquets. The strategy remained the same: create fouls as much as possible. Ideally, Jiang Hao would be sent off in the first half. This was difficult, but for the sake of victory, Busquets had to abandon his tough guy persona and nodded in agreement. Of course, in such an important match, Valverde wouldn't place all his hopes on one person. What if that person didn't get sent off and conceded a goal instead? All arrangements would become meaningless. Rakitic, with his excellent fitness, was also required to assist defensively at all times. Roberto on the left flank needed to keep an eye on Jiang Hao's movements too. Chapter 395. Manchester City's celebrations didn't last long. The match quickly resumed. The aggregate score of 5-2 still affected the mentality of Barcelona's players. Even the strong Messi became a bit anxious in subsequent attacks. His feints were not as composed as before, and his turns were not as decisive as usual. In this state, it was difficult to get past Kanté, especially with Kolarov nearby ready to support. In the next 15 minutes, Messi attempted 3 consecutive dribbles, but was stopped each time. The mental impact wasn't limited to the attacking end. It was the same defensively. In the 8th minute, left-back Alba brought down De Bruyne in a defensive move. Originally, it was just a common foul. The referee neither issued a card nor gave a warning, only stopping the match. But Alba angrily accused De Bruyne of diving. De Bruyne, known for his temper, immediately got up and confronted Alba. The referee, of course, wouldn't let this slide, pulling out a yellow card for each player. They both settled down afterward. However, it wasn't long before Suarez and Van Dijk created another stir. Chapter 396. Mr. Valverde, what do you think of tonight's match? Mr. Valverde, what is your opinion on Jiang Hao's red card? At the post-match press conference, Valverde was bombarded by reporters as usual. However, all questions focused on Barcelona's elimination and Jiang Hao's red card. As a head coach, he naturally bore the main responsibility for the team's elimination. It wasn't that his tactical arrangements or capabilities were problematic, but the club needed to provide an explanation to the angry fans. This was similar to when Real Madrid fired Mourinho and Ancelotti. If he could divert the fans' attention and gloss over the situation, there would still be room for reconciliation between him and the club. With this in mind, Valverde took the microphone and directly skipped the first question. It is well known that Barcelona often faces unfair treatment. Just take that red card, for example. Although the referee's decision had no issues, I believe it was far from enough. Just now, I received news from the hospital that my player has suffered a head injury and has been diagnosed with a concussion. All of this is because of that Huaxia player. Chapter 397. On this day, Mourinho returned to his old ways and began assigning defensive counterattack tactics to the players. Previously, although Manchester City often scored through counterattacks, it was not intentional. They would take advantage of good opportunities to quickly break through the opponent's defense. In the upcoming matches, however, they needed to pull back their defense and actively create counterattack opportunities. This was different from a 9-0-1 bus parking tactic. The 9-0-1, as the name suggests, leaves only one forward in the front line, while most players retreat to participate in defense. The purpose of this tactic is to minimize conceding goals as much as possible. Defensive counterattack, on the other hand, is a broader tactical concept. It emphasizes finding quick counterattack opportunities based on a solid defense. When counterattacking, it is not limited to just one forward in the front line, but adjusts the formation based on both sides' positions. It resolves battles through long passes or through balls. This is not as extreme as the 9-0-1 tactic, making it relatively easier for Manchester City players to absorb. After all, most teams in the Premier League employ this tactic. During this preparation, the entire Manchester City squad was very serious. As the saying goes, great rewards will attract brave men. Chapter 398. Hearing assistant coach Faria's words, Mourinho, who had originally been dispirited, suddenly became energized. Yes, back in Valencia, that guy Nuno Santo made Jiang Hao play as a defensive midfielder, which helped defeat Real Madrid and win the Champions League. Why didn't I think of this? Mourinho shook his head helplessly. There's a saying in China, the onlooker sees most of the game. Since joining Manchester City, Jiang Hao has been the absolute core of the attack. He contributes goals or assists in every match. Who would have thought of placing such an attacking genius in a defensive midfield position? He couldn't think of it. Klopp couldn't think of it either. At this moment, Mourinho smiled sinisterly. On May 2nd, Liverpool's bus slowly entered the Etihad Stadium area. At the entrance, reporters had already gathered in large numbers. There was no doubt that the whole world was curious if Manchester City could overturn a 3-goal deficit. In the history of the UEFA Champions League, there have only been 3 matches where a team came back from a 3-goal deficit in the first leg to win in the second leg. Milan against Deportivo La Coruña in the 2003-2004 season. First leg 1-4. Second leg 4-0. And Valencia against Atletico Madrid in the 2015-2016 season. First leg 0-3. Second leg 4-0. Chapter 399. As the match began, both sides had one attack each. It was evident that both Manchester City and Liverpool were determined to win the match. Liverpool continued their high-pressing strategy. The moment Jiang Hao received the ball, Firmino rushed over quickly. Such a dangerous position. Even though Jiang Hao was confident in his technical skills, he didn't attempt any fancy moves. He decisively passed the ball out. Manchester City's formation was very spread out. Whenever a Liverpool player pressed, they would pass the ball to a teammate in advance. However, while they managed to retain possession, getting the ball to the front line was not easy. There was no other choice. Jiang Hao dropped back. Meanwhile, De Bruyne was being targeted, with Henderson closely following him. Manchester City's attack just couldn't get going. 10 minutes passed like this, making the City players and the fans in the stands anxious. Even Mourinho on the sidelines had a moment of doubt about whether his arrangement was wrong. He contemplated swapping Jiang Hao and Fernandinho, but after thinking it over, Mourinho dismissed the idea. The match continued fiercely. The ball came back to Jiang Hao's feet. At this point, Aguero and Sterling were positioned on either side of the center with no good space to receive the ball. Chapter 400. Facing the high-pressure pressing tactics. Liverpool's approach was to utilize the players' active movement and dribbling to advance the ball. Of course, the key attacking points were Mane and Salah on the wings. Therefore, Jiang Hao needed to move towards the area where the ball was located to provide timely support. In this attack, Chamberlain carried the ball past the halfway line and passed it to Mane on the left side. Silva was the first to rush up. However, facing the strong and explosive Mane, Silva, who was not particularly good at defense, was quickly brushed aside. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was nearby. Before Mane could take 2 steps forward, he was stopped. Faced with Jiang Hao, who was superior in both physical qualities and explosiveness, Mane didn't dare to attempt a breakthrough and could only pass the ball back. Chamberlain received the ball, then pushed it horizontally to Milner. The latter took a shot to switch the play to Salah. Using his excellent ability to change direction in tight spaces, Salah evaded Florentino. Just as he advanced a few steps, he encountered the quickly supporting Jiang Hao. Likewise, Salah didn't attempt a 1v1 against Jiang Hao, but decisively passed the ball back to the midfield. In the next 5 minutes, Liverpool continuously tried to launch attacks from both wings. Chapter 401. After conceding 2 goals, Liverpool's response was not to retreat defensively, but to initiate a more frantic attack. After passing the ball, Firmino quickly charged forward with Mane and Salah. Meanwhile, Liverpool's 2 full-backs surged forward. Henderson quickly brought the ball past the halfway line. Facing De Bruyne's pressing, Henderson shielded the ball with his body, then turned around to evade, smoothly passing it to Chamberlain. Chamberlain carried the ball forward and passed it to Mane in front of him before making a quick diagonal run. Jiang Hao quickly moved towards this side. However, this time he didn't rush to press Mane, but stood about 3 to 4 meters away from him. Seeing this, Mane decisively took a touch forward and then sprinted quickly along the wing. Zabaleta followed closely beside him, not rashly reaching out his foot. In terms of speed, he naturally couldn't stop Mane, but he was confident in his ability to disrupt Mane's cut-ins or sneak into the penalty area from the baseline. After all, he was a veteran of Manchester City. While he might not match younger players in stamina and speed, he was one of the most experienced defenders in the City backline. Chapter 402. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball is in. Another powerful long-range shot. No explanation needed. Jiang Hao. A hat trick. When the team was in trouble, it was still that man who stood up. No matter what position he is in, you can always believe in him. I take back what I said earlier. As long as Jiang Hao is present, turning the tide is no longer difficult. On the pitch, after completing his hat trick, Jiang Hao finally ran towards the sidelines and passionately slid on his knees. At the same time, the 60,000 fans in the stands stood up, shouting Jiang Hao's name. Their voices were hoarse, filled with enthusiasm. It seemed that no words could describe the fans' feelings at this moment. Jiang, what a beautiful shot. Aguero was the first to rush over, directly knocking Jiang Hao down onto the grass. Following him were Sterling, De Bruyne, and Silva. They surrounded Jiang Hao, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor. Champion, that damn Champions League trophy. They must bring it back to the Etihad Stadium. Watching his players celebrate wildly on the sidelines. Assistant coach Faria finally excitedly hugged Mourinho. Chapter 403. As the match began, Manchester City's players were fierce in their challenges. Whenever there was a slight opportunity, they would quickly close in on the ball holder. In the 48th minute of the match, it was still Chamberlain initiating the attack from midfield. Using a cut-in, after bringing the ball across half-field, Chamberlain kicked the ball to Salah on the right flank. At the same time, Firmino, who was originally positioned in the middle, quickly moved over. Facing the pressing Fernandinho, Salah, upon receiving the ball, deftly nudged it forward and then sprinted ahead, leaving Fernandinho behind. Following that, Salah quickly advanced and regained control of the ball at his feet. As early as when Chamberlain passed the ball, Jiang Hao had already started to move towards this side. At this moment, he charged forward without hesitation. Facing Jiang Hao, Salah pulled the ball back. This move caused Jiang Hao to shift his weight in that direction. However, in the next moment, Salah, who was initially changing direction to the left, suddenly pulled the ball back. He then accelerated again, cutting diagonally into the penalty area. After all, he is the Egyptian Messi. His ability to change direction in such a small space completely left Jiang Hao off balance. Salah felt a bit smug about this. Even the best player in the world today could be left bewildered. Chapter 404. Maine felt very anxious. Just now, his tackle from behind could easily earn him a red card. Even though De Bruyne was not injured, it ultimately depended on how the referee interpreted the situation. After the referee blew the whistle for the goal, Maine quietly hid behind his teammates, hoping to slip by unnoticed. However, what was inevitable still came to pass. The referee eventually found Maine and showed him a yellow card. The Liverpool players finally relaxed. Thankfully, it wasn't a red card. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. After a minute of celebration, both teams quickly returned to the pitch. Once the match resumed, Liverpool began their relentless attacks. Silva on the flanks became Liverpool's main target for offense. Whenever there was an opportunity, Maine would carry the ball forward. Jiang Hao could only keep stepping up to assist defensively. Back and forth, Jiang Hao was starting to feel overwhelmed. The main issue was the fast pace of the game and the intense physical confrontations. Continuous sprints were exhausting. It seemed that Liverpool had also noticed this. Therefore, for the next 10 minutes or so, Maine and Sulla took turns on the flanks. Whenever Jiang Hao moved up to assist defensively, the two would pass the ball back and transition through the midfield to the other side. Chapter 405. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball is in. The ball is in. Wow. A last-minute goal. A century-defining goal. Jiang Hao has scored the decisive goal against Liverpool. In the 92nd minute of the match, Jiang Hao once again orchestrated a miracle. A bicycle kick. Jiang Hao executed a perfect overhead kick at the Etihad Stadium that is sure to go down in history. Like a startled swan. Like a swimming dragon. My God. An unimaginable feat. An unparalleled goal. Karius had no answer to Jiang Hao's stunning overhead kick. A miraculous night. Manchester City won. They eliminated the formidable Liverpool. Jiang Hao won. For goals and 1 assist. An incredible personal performance. Jiang Hao's display tonight has etched his name into the annals of football. This goal may very well bring Manchester City their first UEFA Champions League trophy in history. The commentary team in the media section has gone wild. Meanwhile, on the pitch, after sealing the match, Jiang Hao excitedly rushed to the sidelines, tore off his shirt, and celebrated wildly. Following him were Aguero, Sterling, De Bruyne, and others, including the substitutes. All Manchester City players were going crazy at this moment. Chapter 406. Back in the locker room, the Manchester City players continued to celebrate excitedly. Everyone's face was beaming with smiles. A comeback, a last-minute goal, often brings the most adrenaline rush. Thus, Aguero was the first to propose a collective outing to a nightclub to unwind. The wild animals were all hyped up. Upon hearing Aguero's suggestion, they agreed without a second thought. Jiang Hao actually didn't want to participate. Tonight's match could be considered the most exhausting of his career. He still felt a bit weak in his legs. Go to a nightclub in this state would be a joke. Before he could refuse, Aguero and the others turned their heads in unison, looking at him expectantly. Wasn't this forcing him to comply? Jiang Hao, helpless, could only reluctantly agree. Aguero came up and threw an arm around Jiang Hao's shoulders, laughing heartily. Haha, that's the spirit, Jiang. I'll have Hart call a few models. You won't be bored. Jiang Hao shot him an expressionless glance and suddenly said, No need to bother. Frida arrives in Manchester tomorrow morning. Fuck. Upon hearing Frida's name, Aguero was stunned. Indeed, those so-called models could not compare to Frida at all. Chapter 407. After checking into the hotel, the entire Manchester City team had a simple lunch and rested for half an hour. Mourinho then took the team to the Olympic National Sports Complex in Kiev for a training session to adapt to the pitch. Kante would still be unable to participate in the Champions League final 4 days later. Therefore, Mourinho planned to keep Jiang Hao at the defensive midfielder position. Unlike the semi-finals, this time Mourinho intended to use a 4-2-3-1 formation, allowing Florentino to drop back. This way, when Jiang Hao pushed forward in attack, there wouldn't be too many gaps in the defense. Otherwise, with Real Madrid's counterattack speed, it would be difficult for Jiang Hao to return in time. Any mistake could be fatal. Understanding this key point, Mourinho finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Next, he would just need to make some targeted adjustments based on the formation. Over the next 4 days, the entire Manchester City team behaved very well, even when returning to the hotel and seeing tall, attractive women on the streets. They managed to suppress their restless hearts for the sake of the championship. Local time, May 26th, 7 p.m. The Manchester City bus slowly drove into the Olympic Stadium. Chapter 408. After both teams completed their warm-up, they took their positions on the pitch. The referee glanced at the time and then blew the whistle to start the match. In this match, Manchester City would play with a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Joe Hart. Left back, Kolarov. Right back, Zabaleta. The two center backs, Kompany and Van Dijk partnered. Defensive midfielders, Jiang Hao and Fernandinho. Midfielders, Sterling, De Bruyne, Yaya Toure. Forward, Aguero. On the other side, Real Madrid's starting goalkeeper, Navas. Left back, Marcelo. Right back, Carvajal. Center backs, Ramos and Varane. Defensive midfielder, Casemiro. Midfielders, Kroos, Modric. Forwards, Ronaldo, Benzema, Isco. Real Madrid's attack. Although Real Madrid's formation is 4-3-3 in Zidane's tactical system, there is no real concept of formation. Isco plays more of a sweeping role in midfield. From the start of the match, he needs to run tirelessly, appearing in various positions. Although Ronaldo is a left winger, he actually plays more like a free man in the front line. He can position himself appropriately based on his judgment, whether on the wings or in the middle. Real Madrid is the type of team that starts slowly. Chapter 409. Real Madrid's celebration did not last long. The match quickly resumed. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Aguero took the kickoff. Immediately, players from both sides rushed into the crowd. Ronaldo, Isco, and Benzema quickly surrounded Jiang Hao, who had the ball. It was still a three-man blockade. However, this time Jiang Hao did not choose to pass. Instead, just as the three approached, he forcefully pushed the ball to the left front. Then he burst forward. This sudden acceleration caused Isco and Benzema to miss completely. Benzema, who instinctively wanted to use his body to block Jiang Hao, was also knocked to the ground in an instant. Such contact, of course, would not be whistled as a foul by the referee. Both sides were well aware of this. So, as soon as Benzema fell, he quickly got up and chased after him. On the other side, Jiang Hao quickly dribbled past the halfway line. Facing the pressing Modric, Jiang Hao made a diagonal pass, distributing the ball to Sterling on the left. He himself continued to sprint forward. Once again facing Carvajal, Sterling, who had the ball, unhesitatingly passed it back. 1-2. This made Casemiro a bit flustered. He had to keep an eye on De Bruyne. If he stepped up to defend, Jiang Hao would surely choose to pass. Chapter 410. The match quickly resumed again. After kicking off, Modric and Kroos began to control the rhythm of the game through passing. At 11 minutes, both sides were still on the same starting line. Therefore, Real Madrid was not in a hurry. Even if it went into extra time or a penalty shootout, they were confident of being the winning side. This is the foundation of Real Madrid. Thus, the match fell into a stalemate. Real Madrid was patient, maintaining possession without attacking. Manchester City faced considerable difficulty trying to regain possession through pressing. Even if they regained possession, Real Madrid's formation would quickly regroup. In the 33rd minute of the match, Jiang Hao received the ball in the backfield and quickly advanced. Facing the three-man blockade of Ronaldo, Benzema, and Isco, Jiang Hao made a diagonal pass, distributing the ball to the side. He then quickly crossed the halfway line to support. On the left, Sterling understood and passed the ball back. 1-2. Jiang Hao easily resolved the blockade and continued to charge forward with the ball. Benzema and Isco were still frantically chasing back. Modric also quickly closed in. Seeing this, Jiang Hao passed to Sterling again. However, this time Modric used his movement to block the passing line back to Sterling. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's right-back Carvajal quickly approached at that moment. Chapter 411. Without any communication, both sides silently returned to the locker room. Manchester City took the lead and was not at a disadvantage on the field. Therefore, after Mourinho returned to the locker room, he only instructed the players to concentrate before saying no more. On the other side, in Real Madrid's locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. They had rarely been this passive in the Champions League. Clearly, they were the ones trailing, but had to regroup and play defensively. It seemed odd in every way. However, there was no other way. In a head-to-head battle, they might not even be able to beat Barcelona, let alone this Manchester City, which is recognized as having the strongest attacking ability in Europe. Defensive counterattacks were the most reliable approach. What worried Zidane was that in the second half, Manchester City might also sit back in their half and refuse to push forward. How to make Manchester City take the initiative to press became a headache for Zidane. They weren't fools. With a lead, they wouldn't recklessly attack without good opportunities. After thinking it over, the only way was to attack. However, Isco tended to hold on to the ball, which could easily slow down the team's attacking rhythm. With this in mind, Zidane turned to Bale. "Gareth, go warm up now. You'll come on in the second half." Chapter 412. Ronaldo was shocked. He really didn't expect Jiang Hao's physical quality to be so abnormal. Although they had played together in the European Championship and had seen Jiang Hao in 1v3 battles on video more than once, seeing it was one thing. Experiencing it personally was another. The key point was that both he and Bale, or Benzema, were all very strong in physical confrontations. Yet, they couldn't win against him. Ronaldo shook his head helplessly. This guy was indeed stronger than him. On the field, after Jiang Hao nudged the ball to Florentino, he quickly darted forward. Just a few steps in, the latter passed the ball back to him. Jiang Hao took the ball and smoothly moved forward. This movement caused Case Moreau, who was quickly approaching to intercept, to miss entirely. However, what Jiang Hao didn't expect was that before he could get the ball again, the ball was intercepted and cleared by Modric. This guy, did he predict it from the start? Jiang Hao secretly complained, then turned and retreated back to the halfway line. In the 69th minute, Modric initiated an attack from the right. After carrying the ball past the halfway line, he used a series of 1-2s with Bale to bring the ball to a position 10 meters outside the penalty area. Chapter 413. At this moment, Mansour was very anxious. He wanted the Champions League so badly. From the moment he bought Manchester City, Mansour had been fantasizing about the day when that big-eared trophy would appear in the club's honor collection. However, just now, it seemed that God played a joke on him. Clearly, they had been leading, but the last moment, they were equalized by the opponent. Such ups and downs, even someone as influential as Mansour cannot remain calm. One exciting match. At this moment, the old master beside him spoke up. Compared to that, this Real Madrid leader was much calmer. Indeed, it was very exciting. Mansour took a sip of the red wine on the table and smiled after his mood settled down. However, the match isn't over yet, is it? The old master nodded and didn't say much more. Instead, he turned his attention to the screen. The match had begun. On the field, after Manchester City kicked off, the match officially entered stoppage time. For minutes, about what was expected, all Real Madrid players retreated to their half. Clearly, they wanted to hold on for the last few minutes and drag the match into extra time. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately dribbled the ball across half of the field. Facing the advancing Benzema, Jiang Hao changed direction to the right front and accelerated, darting out. Chapter 414 at this time, the match time had actually run out. But the referee still urged both teams to return to their halves. After Benzema kicked off, the referee blew the final whistle. The match was over. Manchester City became the champions of the 2017 to 2018 UEFA Champions League. They defeated the powerful Real Madrid. They deserved the victory in this match. Football is cruel. As long as you're on the field, no one wants to lose. Becoming the runner-up is the biggest loss. The best Real Madrid in history met the best Manchester City. It is a blessing, as both teams can bring more exciting matches to the fans. It is also unfortunate, as there can only be one winner. This is football. As usual, the media commentary began the post-match summary. Meanwhile, the players on the Manchester City bench rushed onto the field again, surrounding their hero Jiang Hao. The Real Madrid players silently watched all of this, with eyes full of concealed desolation. Everyone gave their all. They abandoned the pride of superstars, abandoned the pride of Real Madrid. They curled up in their half and defended fiercely. Yet, in the final moments, they still fell at that man's feet. Chapter 415. The year 2018 was a World Cup year. So after Jiang Hao completed the championship celebration with the team, he rushed back to report to the national team. This year's French team was very strong. Although Kane could not participate in the Champions League final, he would appear on the World Cup stage in June. By then, Jiang Hao would face a terrifying midfield combination of Kane, Pogba, and Griezmann. A midfield that integrates both offense and defense, plus the speedster Mbappe attacking the flanks. Just thinking about that scene gives one a headache. Moreover, there were strong teams like Argentina and the Croatian national team. Helping Portugal win the World Cup was not that easy. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao went straight to head coach Santos's office. At this time, the old man was still studying tactical arrangements. When he saw Jiang Hao enter, Santos put down his pencil and smiled. So early, why not rest a few more days? I've rested enough. Jiang Hao moved a stool and sat down, then asked, Boss, has this year's World Cup 23-man roster been finalized? Players shouldn't really concern themselves with things like who gets called up to the national team. Players only need to follow the coach's tactical arrangements and play well. Chapter 416. With doubts, the match quickly restarted. After successfully defending against a counterattack from Team B, Jiang Hao organized an attack again. Still, it was a series of 1-2s, then a switch to the side. Just like last time, Cancelo quickly made a run to the byline and crossed the ball. The football landed accurately in front of Jiang Hao. Both the force and position were impeccable. However, this time Jiang Hao was closely marked by Team B's players, being blocked outside the penalty area by Ruben Dias and others. But none of this mattered anymore. At this moment, Santos felt nothing but surprise. The national team is different from a club. In a limited time, it is difficult for teammates to form a tacit understanding. Many tactics are often hard to implement. Even if they are implemented, they rarely achieve the desired effect. Therefore, in major tournaments like the World Cup or the European Championship, the simplest long ball tactics often yield surprising results. A player with a precise cross will be in demand in any country. Even if their defense isn't strong enough to be a starter, they should still make it into the 23-man roster. After all, when the team is behind, such players are needed to come on and provide assists. With this in mind, Santos had no more concerns. Chapter 417, the 32 teams that entered the World Cup finals are: Group A, Uruguay, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. Group B, Spain, Portugal, Iran, Morocco. Group C, France, Denmark, Peru, Australia. Group D, Croatia, Argentina, Nigeria, Iceland. Group E, Brazil, Switzerland, Serbia, Costa Rica. Group F, Sweden, Mexico, South Korea, Germany. Group G, Belgium, England, Tunisia, Panama. Group H, Colombia, Japan, Senegal, Poland. The 8 groups are evenly distributed. On paper, there are almost no surprises regarding which teams will advance. Of course, except for Germany in Group F. The World Cup curse is still in effect. Typically, the previous World Cup champion struggles to advance from the group stage. As for the favorites to win, besides Portugal, it would be France and Argentina. Argentina has been a World Cup favorite since Messi's rise. France, on the other hand, has top players in almost every position. From a paper strength standpoint, they are undoubtedly the top favorites. June 14, 2018. Moscow, local time 6 p.m. Chapter 418. After receiving a pass from Ronaldo, Carvalho did not wait for both teams to set up their formations, but instead made a direct pass, sending the ball to Jiang Hao in front of him. Facing the rapidly approaching Costa, Jiang Hao directly pushed the ball forward, then leaned against Costa. Immediately after, he shot out like a cheetah. Seeing this, the Spanish team quickly tightened their defense in the middle. At the same time, the tough Busquets also moved up to meet him. Of course, he did not make direct physical contact with Jiang Hao. Instead, he kept close by, waiting for his teammates to come forward to assist. As he saw Coke rushing towards him, Jiang Hao directly passed the ball to the side. He continued to advance. To the left, Quaresma, who made a forward run, grabbed the ball and sprinted towards the front. Facing Spain's right back Alba, Quaresma used the outside of his foot to pass the ball to Ronaldo. Without waiting for the ball to settle, Ronaldo flicked it back with his heel and passed it to Jiang Hao. After doing all this, Ronaldo suddenly accelerated and made a run into the penalty area. Ramos quickly followed suit. However, his speed was already slower than Ronaldo's, and with a slight delay in starting. He couldn't catch up in a short time. Jiang Hao understood. Without making any adjustments, he lifted his foot to flick the ball into the penalty area. Chapter 419. Inside the penalty area. Regardless of how the referee would call it, Patricio rushed forward to grab the ball. Costa was wailing. Meanwhile, Spanish players quickly surrounded, demanding a penalty kick. However, the referee ignored them, simply pushing his hands forward, signaling everyone to stay away from him. He had seen everything clearly from the side. Pepe touched the ball first and then tripped Costa. It was a flawless defensive play. As for Costa getting hit on the thigh, it was clear that Pepe didn't do it on purpose. If he were to call a penalty, it would be a complete reversal of justice. The Spanish players wanted to say more, but upon seeing the increasingly serious expression on the referee's face, they quickly returned to their half. If someone got a yellow card at this moment, it would really be a huge loss. The game quickly resumed. Patricio placed the ball on the goal line, pushed his hands forward, and then kicked the ball towards the front. Jiang Hao rushed towards the first drop point of the ball. He then held off Costa and David Silva, jumping to flick the ball to Bernardo Silva beside him. Immediately, he shot forward like a cheetah. Bernardo Silva, who received the ball, quickly passed it back. Chapter 420. Portugal's celebration did not last long. The game quickly resumed. Beep, with the referee's whistle. Costa side-footed the ball to start. Both teams quickly spread out their formations. During the national team's training, Jiang Hao consulted Mourinho about what tactics would suit this Portuguese team. The special one's answer was high pressing. It involved using the front players to actively contest the ball and constantly put pressure on the opponent. This would not only relieve the pressure on the defense, but also create counterattack opportunities through interceptions. The two discussed tactics over the phone for more than 3 hours, detailing what tactics Spain might use and how Portugal should respond. It was very profound, but after being in the midfield for so long, Jiang Hao could understand it. Regarding the tactical arrangement, Jiang Hao felt Santos was still lacking a bit. The best proof was Portugal being eliminated by Morocco in the 2022 World Cup. Many believe that if Mourinho had been in charge back then, Portugal might have had a different outcome. During this celebration, Jiang Hao took the initiative to convey the high-pressing tactical idea to his teammates. So after Spain kicked off, Chapter 421, beautiful, beautiful, the ball is in, the ball is in. In the 30th minute of the match, Jiang Hao scored again, extending the lead. It was still an unreasonable long-range shot. Even the top goalkeeper De Gea couldn't react in time. The official data has come out. Jiang Hao's recent long-range shot reached a terrifying speed of 187 kilometers per hour. Extremely terrifying. It's hard to imagine. This is the terrifying destructive power brought by top physical talent. No need for any angles. It was all about the crushing power and speed. A super long-range shot. Jiang Hao once again told the world, even in the World Cup, he is still the only king of football. At this moment, the fans in the stands erupted again. All the Portuguese and Chinese fans stood up, chanting Jiang Hao's name. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao. As the fans screamed hysterically, Jiang Hao quickly ran to the sidelines, leaving behind his unique 4 stripes. Ronaldo was the first to rush over, knocking Jiang Hao down onto the grass. Then Gedson, Bernardo Silva, and others quickly arrived, piling on one after another. Chapter 422. As Busquets and Coke surrounded Jiang Hao, Portugal's possession began to face resistance. Left with no choice, Jiang Hao had to retreat. The location of the ball gradually shifted to Carvalho, Cedric, and other midfield and defensive players. Not just Jiang Hao, even Bernardo Silva and Quaresma retreated to their half. To regain possession, the Spanish formation immediately pressed forward. Busquets and Coke rushed again towards Jiang Hao's position. As Pique and Ramos pressed near the center circle, Jiang Hao decisively turned and passed the ball to Bernardo Silva on the right. Then, Jiang Hao unleashed his full power, sprinting forward like a cheetah. The momentary burst of speed excited the Portuguese and Chinese fans in red jerseys, who began to cheer loudly. Wow, so fast, even faster. Chapter 423. We are the great bullfighting team. How could we lose the first match of the World Cup? Just 2 goals behind. There's still plenty of time left in the match. Trust me, and believe in yourselves. In the Spanish locker room, Enrique was continuously boosting the morale of his players. He didn't even make any tactical adjustments. Sometimes, a team's confidence and momentum can be more effective than tactics. Moreover, regarding tactics, he had said everything he needed to say. Next, let's see how the players perform. In the end, Enrique kindly reminded Busquets to find a way to force a foul by Jiang Hao in the second half. The same words left Busquets speechless. Damn it, he's the world's #1 defensive midfielder, the tough Busquets. Why do coaches always ask him to do such ridiculous things? FCK. Professor Bu was very angry, and the consequences were severe. In the blink of an eye, the 15-minute halftime was over. Both teams returned to the field. After switching sides, the referee blew the whistle to start the match. Chapter 424. The match has ended. Both teams returned to the locker room. After taking a shower, Jiang Hao was stopped by Santos and taken to the post-match press conference. Jiang Hao wasn't really interested in this interview. He just couldn't resist Santos's repeated invitations. Moreover, Jiang Hao always felt that the other party had a sense of giving up. As soon as they appeared, the hungry reporters rushed forward like crazy. Fortunately, the security personnel here were strong. Although it was a bit crowded, at least the order was not chaotic. Sitting down at the podium, Jiang Hao originally wanted to wait for Santos to answer the reporters' questions. But Santos was lowering his head, wearing a detached expression. Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless. You're the head coach of the national team, after all. Is it really okay to exploit the players like this? Helpless, Jiang Hao could only casually point to a beautiful female reporter. First of all, congratulations to Portugal for winning the first match of the World Cup group stage. I want to ask, do you think Portugal will lift the trophy in the end? Of course, this kind of thing is actually nothing to be modest about. Jiang Hao smiled and then said, winning the championship is our purpose for being here. Chapter 425. Before the match started, Benicia had carefully studied Jiang Hao's goal videos. Without a doubt, Jiang Hao had no weaknesses whether in long shots, one-on-ones, or headers. The best way to stop Jiang Hao from scoring was to prevent him from getting the ball in dangerous positions. So before Bruno Fernandes crossed from the wing, Benicia positioned himself in Jiang Hao's path to the ball. As the football quickly flew into the penalty area, Benicia tensed his legs and jumped high, ready to intercept the ball. However, just as his feet left the ground, he was blocked by a robust figure above him. Damn it, this guy jumped early. Benicia was anxious, but had no way to stop it. He could only watch as Jiang Hao headed the ball fiercely towards the football in midair. Bang! With a muffled sound, the football was given new energy, quickly changing direction towards the upper right corner of the goal. Unobstructed, the football went straight into the net. Beep! The referee blew the whistle, signaling the goal was valid. The score was 1-0. Beautiful. The ball went in. In less than a minute into the match, Jiang Hao broke through Morocco's goal with a powerful header. Chapter 426. Portugal's celebration did not last long. The match quickly resumed. As expected, during the remaining 30 minutes of the first half, Portugal completely suppressed Morocco in their half. In the 18th minute of the match, Jiang Hao dropped back to receive the ball and organized an attack. After using a series of acceleration and changes of direction to shake off Boutade and Amadi, Jiang Hao sent the ball into the penalty area with the outside of his foot. With an exquisite spin, the football skimmed along the grass, creating a beautiful arc, bypassing Morocco's center-back Manuel da Costa and landing steadily in front of Cristiano Ronaldo. Without any adjustment, Ronaldo shot with precision. The football went unobstructed into the far corner of the goal. The score was 2-0. A crushing attack, unstoppable. This terrifying offensive firepower left Morocco's coach Renard in a daze. However, Portugal's attack was far from over. Another 10 minutes passed. After defending against a Morocco counterattack, Guerreiro received the ball on the wing and launched a quick counterattack. Utilizing his excellent speed, Guerreiro evaded the pressing and quickly surged forward. He then made a long pass to Jiang Hao, who had already crossed half the field. Jiang Hao received the ball and forcefully took a step forward, passing it to himself 3 seconds later. Chapter 427. In the first 45 minutes, Cancelo, making his debut in the 2018 World Cup, performed adequately. There were no highlights, nor any mistakes. Santos shook his head, clearly disappointed. Iran was not a strong team. In terms of defense and aggression, they were not on par with the top teams in the World Cup. If they struggled against Iran, how would Cancelo perform in the upcoming knockout rounds? Santos had to speculate. After all, it was a one-off knockout match. Any mistake in tactics could ruin all previous efforts. Lost in thought, Santos suddenly froze. It seemed that Jiang Hao was the real head coach of the team. Why was he worrying about this? Shaking his head, Santos returned directly to the locker room. 4-0. This was the final score of the match. And Cristiano Ronaldo, with a goal at the last moment, caught up with Jiang Hao, who ranked first on the World Cup scoring list. Both had 6 goals. Based on previous goal counts, 6 goals could almost secure the Golden Boot in the World Cup. But this time, Cristiano suddenly felt that the Silver Boot was actually pretty good. Chapter 428. After the second half began, Argentina replaced Rojo with Fazio. The match resumed. In the 46th minute, Di Maria broke through with the ball on the left. Facing the double team of Pogba and Pavard, Di Maria made a series of dribbles and changes of direction. Just as he was about to reach the baseline, he suddenly flicked the ball to the right. He then quickly charged towards the penalty area. Pavard hurriedly turned to keep up, but he was clearly a step slower. As Di Maria got closer to the penalty area, Pavard directly pulled Di Maria down. The referee blew the whistle, awarding Argentina a set piece in the attacking area. Beep! With the referee's whistle, Agüero took the shot and lifted the ball into the center of the penalty area. The first attempt failed as the football was cleared. However, France's crisis was not yet over. By coincidence, the football landed perfectly at Messi's feet in the right position of the penalty area. Facing Matuidi's defense, Messi changed direction continuously and struck a curled shot. The ball quickly sped towards the goal and deflected off Mercado, who had been lurking in front of the penalty area, into the net. The score is 1-2. Argentina takes the lead. In the 48th minute of the match, Mbappe quickly advanced with the ball on the right side and was brought down by Di Maria during his change of direction. Chapter 429. That night, after the match ended, Mbappe's name topped the headlines of major media outlets. His outstanding performance on the field made Cancelo, who always prided himself on being a genius, widened his eyes in surprise. There's no way. Mbappé is playing on the right side, and the two would eventually meet unless the French team was eliminated early. But based on the performance just now, that seemed almost impossible. All the Portuguese players looked serious, while Jiang Hao had a calm expression, even wanting to laugh. 43. The score was the same as in the previous life. This wave of betting was enjoyable. I just don't know if those betting companies will blacklist me. Although he was very restrained, Jiang Hao still won several times. Not long after the match between France and Argentina ended, another knockout match began, Uruguay against Spain. From the lineup, Spain seemed slightly stronger. However, the result of the match was unexpected for everyone. 20. Thanks to Cavani's brace, Uruguay eliminated Spain without shedding blood. At 4 p.m. on July 1st, Jiang Hao received a call from Aguero. The gist was for Jiang Hao to play well and eliminate France early to avenge him in Argentina. Just thinking about making a fortune with a score of 43 made him smile. Chapter 430. Seeing Jiang Hao help the team take the lead so quickly. Santos on the bench couldn't help but nod. This kid, although a bit controlling, has undeniable strength. In this match, Russia focused on defense and counterattacks. Now that they fell behind right from the start, it would take some effort to level the score. Just as he anticipated, Russian coach Stanislav Cherchesov was quite frustrated. He never expected that a 5-4-1 formation could be penetrated so easily. What kind of footwork does that kid from Huaxia have? It feels even more effective than hands. However, despite his frustration, he didn't want to adjust his tactics so soon. Based on their performance in the group stage, Portugal would certainly not just retreat to their half after taking the lead. Offense was the main theme for this team. As for Russia, this needed to focus on defense and wait for counterattack opportunities. Portugal's celebration didn't last long. The match quickly resumed. After kicking off, Russia didn't rush to counterattack, but utilized passing to find opportunities. Russia played patiently. This was indeed a bit unexpected. However, I still believe they would find a chance to counterattack. Chapter 431. Although they had a 2-goal lead, Portugal did not stop their attack. After the match resumed, Portugal's formation quickly pushed forward. However, Russia was not to be underestimated. Faced with high-pressure pressing, the midfield players led by Zidane began to use the width of the field, looking for counterattack opportunities through long passes. However, this kind of long pass tested the ball holders' footwork and their judgment of the situation on the field. Any failure in either aspect could lead to mistakes. In the 35th minute of the match, after attracting Portugal's entire defense to the left, Zidane suddenly launched a long pass to the right side for Santos. However, the two didn't expect to connect on this pass, and Zidane's pass was a bit too far ahead. In the end, the ball was intercepted by Portugal's left-back Guerreiro, who gained possession. Losing the ball, the Russian players immediately retreated. The closest Santos quickly moved up to try to regain possession. If he could win it back, that would be ideal. Even if he couldn't, he could at least prevent Guerreiro from making a forward pass. Guerreiro also didn't dare to play with fire in this position. Before Santos could challenge him, he pushed the ball sideways to Pepe. In the 10 minutes following the first half of the match, Chapter 432, with a score of 30, the match had lost all suspense. This meant that Portugal had already taken 2 steps into the quarterfinals, just 1 step away from full qualification. The fans erupted with excitement. For a team to win and advance to the next round undoubtedly ignites passion. And all of this was brought by the young man named Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. Uncontrollably, the Portuguese fans of the scene stood up and shouted the name of their king. As the fans cheered, Jiang Hao quickly rushed to the sidelines and celebrated with his teammates. On the Russian side, at the moment the ball entered the net, their players had completely lost hope. Everyone looked despondently at the wildly celebrating Portuguese. At that moment, they truly wished they were the ones celebrating. Misfortune always seeks out the unfortunate. The blow to Russia had not yet ended. After the referee blew the whistle, he walked over to Ignashevich and showed him a yellow card. There was no controversy. Even Ignashevich himself had no intention of arguing with the referee. After all, he truly had pulled someone, as Jiang Hao and others returned to their half. Chapter 433. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, signaling that the goal was valid. The score is 20. The stadium erupted. The Portuguese fans in red jerseys couldn't help but stand up, cheering and celebrating. With this score, as long as they didn't make any major mistakes, they would smoothly advance to the semifinals. The last time they reached the semifinals was 12 years ago, including Cristiano Ronaldo. All the Portuguese players on the field rushed to Jiang Hao, celebrating wildly at the sidelines. Even the laid-back Santos couldn't help but stand up and pump his fist. After a minute of celebration, the score quickly resumed. After kicking off, the trailing Croatia launched a fierce attack on Portugal. In the 60th minute of the match, Modric used his individual skills and quick passing combinations with teammates to quickly bring the ball into the front court. Immediately after Carvalho's steal, a direct pass sent the ball into the penalty area. Just as the football was about to reach Perisic's feet for a one-on-one opportunity, Pepe quickly slid to the ground, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Croatia earned a corner kick. For this corner attack, Croatia also sent in a lot of players. However, facing Portugal's ironclad defense, Croatia still failed to create good opportunities. Chapter 434 Sports Channel. Sports Channel. We are now live broadcasting the 2018 World Cup semi-final match between Portugal and England. I am your old friend Huang Jianxiang. I am Hiwei. There is less than half an hour left until the match starts. The Moscow stadium is already packed. In the other semi-final match that just ended, France eliminated Belgium 1-0 and advanced to the finals. It was an exciting match, a clash between youthful storms and talent. Huang Jianxiang and Hiwei at the media section were reviewing last night's game. Meanwhile, in the locker room, England's head coach Gareth Southgate wore a serious expression. Portugal is too strong. Originally, Portugal, with Cristiano Ronaldo, was already a team that could not be ignored, and now there's an even more formidable Jiang Hao. If he were just a forward, it would be manageable. In that case, as long as they could contain Portugal's midfield, they could disrupt their attack. The key is that this Huaxia player can play from front to back. A player like that can quickly integrate into any team. That's very tricky. Sterling, you and Jiang Hao are teammates. Can you talk about any weaknesses he might have? Chapter 435, Unobstructed. The football went straight into the net at the far corner of the goal. Pickford in front of the goal didn't even see the trajectory of the ball. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by the sound of the ball hitting the net. What fastball! Even though it wasn't the first time facing Jiang Hao, Pickford couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was truly afraid it would hit him and he would retire on the spot. Beep! The referee blew the whistle, signaling that the goal was valid. The score is 1-0. Beautiful, beautiful. The ball is in. Another quick strike less than a minute into the game. Initiated from the right, Bernardo Silva assisted with a back heel. Jiang Hao sealed the deal. So beautiful. The cooperation of this Portuguese team in attack is seamless and fluid, looking so incredible. This should be what we usually call the aura of a champion. That confidence of advancing to the finals. That extremely relaxed mindset has boosted this Portuguese team's fighting spirit. Old Huang in the media section has already started to scream hysterically. Meanwhile, the Portuguese fans in the Moscow stadium are also going wild. They never expected their team to have such a great start. Chapter 436 Beautiful. The ball is in. A brace. Utilizing a quick counterattack. Jiang Hao once again helped Portugal rewrite the score. The official data is out. Jiang Hao took the ball from the backfield and completed the goal in just 11 seconds. The fastest sprint speed was 14 kilometers per hour. That's much faster than Bolt's previous record of 99 kilometers per hour. Ahem. I forgot Jiang Hao is already the world record holder for the 100 meters. He shouldn't be compared to Bolt. Just like before, at the moment of scoring, Old Huang in the media section began to scream hysterically. Accompanied by the roar, the Portuguese fans on site sent out waves of cheers. 2-0. Although the first half of the match isn't over yet, they know their team is about to reach the finals. To the finals. Even if they lose in the end, coming in second would still be an achievement that Portugal has never had in its history. Of course, having come this far, no one is willing to settle for just being the runner-up. The Portuguese players on the field were also ecstatic. Without waiting for Jiang Hao to celebrate, they rushed forward to surround him in the center, generously showering him with compliments. Chapter 437. After the ball was kicked out, Portugal began to play possession near the midfield. Centered around Jiang Hao, they utilized the players' active positioning to spread out. Even if the England players managed to organize a pressing effort, the football could still be quickly passed by Jiang Hao to the other side. In just 5 minutes, the England players were running in circles. With the score trailing, time was quickly slipping away. The England players began to make bigger movements in defense. They engaged in unnecessary confrontations or kicked the ball away without retracting their feet. This series of decisions ignited the tension. In just 10 minutes, Both sides had 3 players booked for unnecessary actions, including Pepe at the back. It started when Jiang Hao was deliberately fouled by Ali during a dribble. Just 2 minutes later, Pepe ran to the middle and took down Ali. A blatant act of revenge. The referee naturally wouldn't let it slide and immediately brandished a yellow card at Pepe. Excessive fouls made the rhythm of the game choppy. Both England and Portugal found it difficult to organize decent attacks. Of course, after several players received yellow cards, both sides' defensive actions began to be more restrained. Chapter 438, as the referee blew the whistle, Jiang Hao took off his jersey and began to run wildly around the field. Like a king, wherever Jiang Hao went. The Portuguese fans in the stands would stand up and chant his name. That rhythmic wave, rising and falling, was perfectly captured by the photographers on the sidelines. This scene also became another classic in football history. The match is over. The Portuguese substitutes rushed onto the field again to celebrate. On the other side, the England players wore forlorn expressions. Sterling even covered his face and cried. Jiang Hao quickly pushed aside his teammates to comfort him, promising to introduce him to H country girls in the future. After all, they are club teammates. He had to show some support. This made Sterling feel much better. Back in the locker room, the Portuguese team still hadn't come down from the joy of advancing. Everyone, including Santos, had smiles on their faces. In 3 days, they would compete against France in this stadium for the World Cup Championship. It could be anticipated that it will be a tough battle. Everyone must maintain enough focus at all times. Chapter 439, July 15th, 2018. This is the craziest day for football fans all over the world. Starting from noon, Moscow was packed with Portuguese fans wearing red jerseys. Of course, more than half of them were Chinese. Correspondingly, there was also a sizable number of French fans. Before the match even started, some fans from both sides clashed and began fighting. At 5 p.m., the bus carrying the Portuguese stars finally arrived on the main road to the Moscow stadium. By this time, the sides of the road were already filled with Portuguese fans. As soon as the bus appeared, they began to shout the names of their favorite stars. Jiang Hao, Cristiano, Lu Yen. Jiang Hao and Cristiano were also leaning by the window, greeting the fans. With the efforts of the security personnel, the Portuguese team's bus finally drove into the stadium tunnel. Reporters aimed their cameras and snapped away. Soon, Santos was the first to get off the bus, followed by Jiang Hao, Cristiano, and others. Upon entering the locker room, Santos began to discuss the game tactics that had been prearranged with Jiang Hao. A 4-2-3-1 formation. Jiang Hao would drop back, with Cristiano playing as the sole forward. Chapter 440. After Giroud kicked off, the Portuguese formation quickly pressed forward. Pogba, with the ball, slowly advanced while looking for opportunities. Facing the pressing Bruno Fernandes, Pogba shielded the ball and then passed it to Kenny beside him. He then made a forward run, crossing over half the field. Kenny understood and quickly returned the pass. Meanwhile, on the right flank, Mbappe also made his first sprint of the match. Pogba watched closely. After receiving Kenny's pass, he adjusted slightly and made a direct through ball, sending it to the opponent's feet. Facing Cancelo, as Mbappe received the ball, he took a step forward and, with his excellent explosiveness, easily left Cancelo behind. Not only that, but as Mbappe passed Cancelo, he took a big step to the left, effectively leaving Cancelo behind. In just a few seconds, Mbappe charged into the penalty area. Facing the covering Pepe, Mbappe pulled the ball back for a shot. However, before he could lift his foot, the ball was swiftly kicked away by the rapidly approaching Jiang Hao. Beautiful. Mbappe's dribble was magnificent. Jiang Hao's intervention was also very timely. Chapter 441. Beautiful. The ball is in. An imaginative rainbow dribble. With a delicate header lob, Jiang Hao helped Portugal take the lead. Oh my God. This is the World Cup final. It's hard to imagine what kind of mindset Jiang Hao must have to score such an incredibly brilliant goal. The fans went wild. The Portuguese players also went crazy. At the moment the referee blew the whistle confirming the goal, Old Huang in the media area began to scream hysterically. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao on the field quickly rushed to the sidelines and passionately slid on his knees. Cristiano, Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo Silva. All the attacking Portuguese players rushed over to pile on top of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. At this moment, the Portuguese and Chinese fans in the stands all stood up and shouted Jiang Hao's name. At this moment, the French players on the field could hardly believe what they were seeing. 2 against 1. He was passed so easily. The key is, what kind of mindset does that kid have to dare to perform such flashy moves in the World Cup final? Chapter 442, the 15-minute break quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, the players from both sides returned to the field. After exchanging sides, the match quickly resumed. Portugal attacked. Beep, with the referee's whistle. Cristiano turned sideways and passed the ball back. He then took a big step forward into the attacking area. Meanwhile, the French formation quickly pressed up. They were 1 goal behind and needed to put enough defensive pressure on Portugal. They aimed to equalize with a quick counterattack. Giroud, positioned at the front, was the first to charge towards Jiang Hao, who was holding the ball. Seeing Giroud rushing towards him, Jiang Hao pulled the ball back with his foot, using his body to shield it. Then, while applying physical pressure, he turned and nudged the ball forward. The silly Giroud was thus left behind. Griezmann immediately rushed up. However, Jiang Hao had no intention of getting entangled. Before Griezmann could approach, he made a diagonal pass to Bruno Fernandes in front of him. Jiang Hao then accelerated his run, crossing over half the field. Kanté immediately followed Jiang Hao. Pogba moved up to receive the ball from Bruno Fernandes. Pogba was the type of versatile midfielder who could both attack and defend, tall, and with excellent physical attributes. Chapter 443. The French team earned a well-placed set piece in the attacking area. After Guerrero left the field, Patricio directed his teammates to set up a wall. The free kick spot was at the right side of the arc, 67 meters from outside the penalty area. Both Pogba and Griezmann were capable of taking the shot directly. They both stood at the free kick spot, making it unclear who would take it. The 6-man wall consisted of Pepe, Font, Cristiano, Cancelo, and other tall players, blocking the near post. Patricio stood in the center of the goal, closer to the far post. From his perspective, he could see the ball by tilting his head slightly. Jiang Hao did not join the wall, but stood outside the penalty area. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would strike with absolute speed, making the French team remember the lesson. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Pogba and Griezmann both stepped back, and then they both charged towards the ball. Pogba quickly leaped over the ball. Meanwhile, Griezmann, a step slower, sidekicked at the ball. The ball soared high, quickly flying toward the goal. However, it was too high and was blocked by the wall. The penalty area was in chaos, with someone attempting a follow-up shot while others were blocking. Chapter 444. The match on the field continued. Pogba quickly carried the ball past the halfway line, then made a diagonal pass to Dembele on the left. Faced with the exhausted Bernardo Silva, the substitute Dembele simply made a burst of speed and left it behind. Jiang Hao rushed forward to cover. However, Dembele didn't engage with him at all and quickly passed the ball to Griezmann beside him. At the same time, Giroud, Fekir, Pogba, and others rushed into the penalty area. Seeing this, Griezmann wasted no time and lifted the ball into the box. At this moment, both the attacking and defending sides were giving their all. Even with their energy depleted, both teams' players fought hard for position. However, Patricio in front of the goal was even faster than them. Just before several players could make a play, Patricio quickly rushed out of the 6-yard box and punched the ball away. In all of Portugal, besides Jiang Hao, Cancelo had the best stamina. Watching the ball fly quickly towards the right side of the penalty area, Cancelo took a big step forward and controlled the ball at his feet. Suddenly, the image of Jiang Hao sprinting forward flashed in Cancelo's mind. Chapter 445. Beep. With the referee's whistle, Jiang Hao moved. Like a long-awaited cheetah, Jiang Hao swung his legs and shot out quickly. In a blur, the audience seemed to see the afterimage left by his legs. The next moment, Jiang Hao's right foot struck the backside of the ball, followed by a high lift of his left leg. Bang! The familiar and thrilling explosive sound echoed. After the sound, the ball soared into the air and quickly flew towards the far corner of the goal. Before the World Cup match began, Mandanda had watched all of Jiang Hao's free kick highlights from the past 2 years. Without exception, every free kick from over 30 meters was incredibly fast. If he waited to see the ball's trajectory before making a save, it would be too late. To save it, he had to treat Jiang Hao's free kick like a penalty kick. And to save a penalty, one must correctly guess the direction in advance and move in that direction as the opponent takes the kick. Before the free kick, Jiang Hao was facing the goal, positioned at the back right side of the ball. Therefore, Mandanda judged that Jiang Hao would use his left foot to kick a curling shot towards the near corner. Mandanda quickly moved towards the near corner of the goal. But the next moment, he suddenly saw the ball flying past the side of the wall. Chapter 446. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task to help Ronaldo fulfill his dream. Task completion level, SSS class. Task reward, 20 ultimate attribute points. while Jiang Hao was still celebrating. The long-lost system notification sound echoed in his mind. Now, Jiang Hao was truly excited. With 20 ultimate attribute points, he could fully max out his passing, dribbling, and physicality to 100. By then, with attributes far exceeding those of top stars, who could possibly be his opponent? Thank you, Jiang. Just as he was fantasizing about his invincible scene, Ronaldo quickly ran over and jumped into Jiang Hao's arms. Get off! Don't wipe your snot on me. Jiang Hao pushed Ronaldo away with a look of disgust, jokingly scolding him. Haha, too late. I already wiped it clean. Hearing Jiang Hao say this, Ronaldo stopped being sentimental and started joking. Wow, you're serious about this. Jiang Hao's expression changed, and he quickly pulled off his jersey. Half an hour later, a temporary award stage was set up. At this moment, the entire Portuguese team stood at both ends of the tunnel, lined up to welcome the French team players who had finished as runners-up. Although Mbappe and others had already accepted reality, their dejected expressions made the media seats Huang Jinxiang unable to help but sigh.